Introduction ***. Life presents itself as a crossroads. One path is cloaked in frigid ice, while the other blazes with fierce fire. At the edge of this dichotomy lies a slender road, adorned with thorny roses in full bloom. Chapter 1. Hey, Huang Shuai, your girl has written to you again. As soon as Liu Hou'er entered the dormitory, he shouted at me with a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Liu Hou'er, the third member of our dorm, whose real name is Liu Zhiyuan, shares a name strikingly similar to Liu Dao from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer. His penchant for jokes earned him the nickname Liu Hou'er. Junior brother Liu, do you not realize that the senior brother has been waiting for the little junior sister's letter with bated breath, as if counting the days like years? Be wary, lest he unleash his wrath upon you. Qian, who lay in the upper bunk, shot a glance at Liu Hou'er before returning to his book. A quintessential martial arts enthusiast, Qian prides himself on his chivalrous demeanor, often found lounging with a book in hand, lost in reverie. His glasses have thus become increasingly thick. Enough with your nonsense. Must I repeat it 1,000 times for you to believe me? She's just a friend. I snatched the letter from Liu Hou'er and gave him a swift kick. Brothers, De Huang is clearly treating us as fools. We cannot let him off so easily, can we? Liu Hou'er's instigation failed to resonate, leaving him somewhat disgruntled as he sidled over to Zeng Zhiyuan, who was engrossed in a video game. The letter hailed from Southwest X University, penned by Fang Pingping. 2 points require clarification. First, Fang Pingping is indeed a girl. Second, Fang Pingping is unequivocally my friend. Thus, when I perused the salutation and the rather ambiguous, even somewhat sentimental content, I was genuinely taken aback. My first thought was that if I hadn't suddenly become forgetful and neglected certain matters between Fang Pingping and myself, then surely she must have lost her senses and was babbling incoherently. While I was still in a daze, Liu Hou'er abruptly snatched the letter away, reading aloud, "Dear, how have you been lately? I see you're courting disaster." I shouted, leaping to my feet. Liu Hou'er, sensing peril, attempted to flee but collided with Su Jian, who had just returned from card game. Liu Hou'er stumbled, and a photograph slipped from the envelope. "Damn, you should have seen your face." Su Jian's reprimand was abruptly cut short as he stared at the photograph, completely forgetting his scolding of Liu Hou'er. As I wrested the letter back from Liu Hou'er, the leader picked up the photograph from the floor, squinting at both Liu Hou'er and me, a grin spreading across his face as he raised the photo. "Whose is this? Absolutely stunning. Truly magnificent." The girl in the photograph possessed large, expressive eyes, long lashes, a straight nose, and delicate lips, complemented by cascading hair. Even if she was not a goddess, it would be no exaggeration to say she was the belle of our dormitory. "Goddess!" Qian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Zeng Zhiyuan, who typically prioritized his game above all else, craned his neck to steal a glance, disregarding the drop in his character's health amidst a horde of monsters. Yet, gazing at the enchanting beauty in the photograph, I felt a surge of disbelief. Either the sun had risen in the west, or the apocalypse was upon us. Something extraordinary had transpired, for how else could Fang Pingping have transformed into this unfamiliar visage? In my memory, she was forever plain-faced, with ear-length hair, clad in sportswear, a stark contrast to the person in the photograph. Suddenly, the telephone rang, jarring everyone from their stupor. Su Jian turned and picked up the receiver, uttering a casual greeting. His expression morphed into one of peculiar amusement as he slowly turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips as his gaze landed on me, saying, "It's for you." I took the receiver, snatching back the photograph from Su Jian's hand, pondering who could possibly know our dormitory's phone number, which I had never disclosed. "This is Huang Shuai speaking. Who's calling?" "Big Cricket, you're still alive?" Came a melodious laugh from the other end. I paused, instinctively glancing at Fang Pingping's photograph. Suddenly, I felt several piercing gazes directed at me. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the leader and Liu Hou'er whispering conspiratorially. I quickly averted my gaze and forced a nervous smile into the receiver. "I'm getting by. How did you know our dormitory's number?" Fang Pingping, am quite resourceful. What can possibly escape my notice?" Her ability to identify herself by name indicated she was still in her right mind, and I breathed a sigh of relief, directly inquiring, "What is this letter and photo all about?" A chorus of giggles erupted from the other end. "So you were startled?" Hearing this, I finally relaxed, chuckling, "You certainly startle me with your peculiar antics." "Hey!" Fang Pingping elongated her tone, expressing her displeasure. I knew her well enough to discern she would not take offense, so I pressed on, "What's truly going on? Spill the beans, or I might have to resort to coercion." "Hey, ungrateful!" Fang Pingping replied indignantly. Are you out of your mind? What day is it today? My mind raced as I responded. Today is Friday, tomorrow is Saturday, and the day after is Sunday. Silence fell on the other end, followed by a loud clatter, then the monotonous tone of a dial tone. I stared blankly at the receiver, puzzled by Fang Pingping's sudden outburst. Just as I hung up, the phone rang again. I grabbed the receiver, only to hear Fang Pingping's high-pitched voice. You idiot. Moron. 250. Today is May 8th, the anniversary of this young lady's birth. Suddenly enlightened, I realized Fang Pingping had used this unusual method to remind me of her birthday. Guilt washed over me for having forgotten. She continued to vent her frustrations. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for your birthday wishes? Back in high school, I would have stormed your dorm and dragged you out. Her words warmed my heart, though I feigned innocence. How did you know I forgot? It isn't even past midnight. I was just about to slap a $1,000 stamp on my forehead and send myself to you for your birthday celebration. Forget it. I know you've been busy. Fang Pingping sighed from the other end. I heard you're not only a janitor and a librarian, but also tutoring on the weekends. Are you managing all right? I was taken aback, surprised at how well-informed she was from so far away. I preferred not to delve into these matters, so I answered her briefly. Fortunately, she did not press further, and we exchanged updates on our lives before concluding the call. Wow, 43 minutes and 27 seconds, Su Jian remarked, glancing at his watch with a mix of envy and jealousy. De Huang, I didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker. I had no desire to explain myself. After all, how could one articulate such matters clearly? The trio of Liu Hou'er, along with Ma Bin and Qian Feng, who returned later, were not known for their eloquence, and the entire evening's discourse revolved around me and Fang Pingping. The more I listened, the more absurd their comments became, so I chose to ignore them. As per usual, I went to the playground for a workout, returned to my bed, and soon fell asleep amidst their raucous banter. The following morning at 5:30, I opened my eyes. Years of habit had rendered an alarm clock unnecessary. I awoke promptly at the designated hour. Punching, freshening up, changing clothes. By the time I tidied myself and stepped out of the dormitory, it was precisely 6:30. Today is Saturday, and I must reach Jishuitan by 8 in the morning for a 2-hour tutoring session. In the afternoon, I have another appointment in Zhongguancun, and with 4 more hours scheduled for tomorrow, I will earn a total of 120 yuan by the end of the week. Coupled with my earnings from the school's work-study program, my living expenses will be sufficiently covered. As for tuition fees, I will have to rely on summer and winter jobs. To gather that amount for tuition, I have not returned home for over 2 years. I wonder if my mother has gained or lost weight, or if she has acquired more gray hair. The thought of my mother brings a sting to my nose and warmth to my eyes. I quickly sniffle and gaze up at the sky. At this moment, it seems that strength is my only option. The weather is quite pleasant. A familiar voice calls from behind me. Without turning around, I recognize it as Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding, whose full name is Ding Mian, is a top student in our department, hailing from Xiamen. He presents a refined demeanor typical of Southerners, yet his temperament resembles that of hard-working Northerners, diligent, kind-hearted, and unassuming. Like me, Xiao Ding stands out in our department. He has no interest in novels, video games, or card games. The only difference is that I dedicate all my spare time to work, while he devotes nearly all his time to his studies. I have always held great admiration for individuals like him, especially since he has assisted me significantly with my coursework, fostering a good rapport between us. Indeed, it is quite nice, I reply, turning to him with a bright smile. Xiao Ding chuckles, quickening his pace to catch up. I'm heading to the lecture hall. Would you like me to save you a seat? Half pass and leave half are notorious for being merciless. The half pass and leave half he refers to are 2 brilliant instructors at our school, a Mr. Hua who teaches electrical engineering and a Mr. Liu who teaches analog circuits. It is said that both are among the school's most feared professors, notorious for failing half of their students in every final exam, thus earning their notorious nicknames. Hearing Xiao Ding's words warms my heart, yet I feign indifference, shrugging my shoulders. Fame and fortune mean nothing to me. Why should I concern myself with such trivial credits? Besides, if you, the esteemed Ding, could impart a few techniques, dispatching a couple of those merciless professors would be a mere trifle. Xiao Ding seems to want to say something further, but ultimately refrains. When I trudged back to school, fatigue weighing heavily upon me, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. May in Beijing has begun to feel somewhat warm. After being cooped up in their rooms all day, students have emerged to enjoy the fresh air, making the already narrow road in front of the school seem even more constricted. It is often said that impoverished students are indeed poor, Yet the average student today bears little resemblance to the term poor, which child does not have their every need catered to. Thus, spending money has become extravagant and competitive, making such students prime customers for street vendors, particularly those who are generous. Qiao Zhifeng, nicknamed Generous, is a year ahead of us and, like Li Qian, has a passion for martial arts. However, while Li Qian's interest remains purely theoretical, Generous actively embodies it. He often considers himself a hero, relishing in forming friendships and displaying his generosity, making him quite popular at school. However, insiders reveal that both of his parents work in steady jobs, earning modest salaries, and the money he frivolously spends is, in fact, his parents' hard-earned income. Today, he has once again gathered a few friends to squander their time. Generous holds a soda can, tilting his head back to drink from it, while loudly asking a nearby fruit vendor, "Do you have chilled watermelons?" He carelessly tosses the empty soda can behind him. Not far from them, an elderly woman scavenging for recyclables seems to have been watching for a while. As soon as Generous makes a move, she rushes toward the soda can, only to find herself pained by her ailments and bending over in discomfort. Though she halts her steps, her gaze remains fixed on the empty soda can a few paces away, as if fearful that someone else might pick it up. Witnessing this scene brings a sudden pang to my heart, as I see my mother reflected in her. My father passed away when I was 5, leaving my mother with nothing but me, a burden. She toiled as a scavenger, took on odd jobs, and mended clothes to provide for me. Despite the hardships, she insisted I pursue my education. I will never forget the year in the 3rd year of junior high when I considered giving up on the college entrance examination. My mother threatened to take drastic measures. I remember her tearfully saying, "Our family has never had anyone educated, and because of this, we have suffered greatly. If you drop out now, when will we ever turn our fortunes around?" So, when I witnessed this moment, my vision blurred, and without a moment's hesitation, I hurried over and picked up the soda can from the ground. I saw it first. The elderly woman exclaimed, drawing the attention of many passers-by. I said nothing, gently walked over, and handed the soda can to her. The woman, startled, instinctively recoiling, looked at me with confusion. Upon realizing I meant no harm, she cautiously accepted it, placing it into her tattered bag, mumbling, "Thank you, student." "Hey, here's another one." Generous voice rang out nearby. Turning around, I saw him snatch another soda can from someone's hands. The person who had been holding it protested urgently, "I haven't finished drinking it yet." The elderly woman's eyes lit up as she hurried to Generous' side, offering him a grateful and somewhat sycophantic smile, bending down to retrieve the soda can. Generous, with a look of disgust, shifted his body, pinching his nose and waving her away. The woman, accustomed to such treatment, carefully tucked the soda can into her clothing and turned to leave. For reasons I cannot fathom, a surge of unbridled anger towards Generous welled up within me, my fists clenching involuntarily, wishing to confront him. However, at that moment, my mother's teachings of kindness and my mentor's philosophy of martial arts for the purpose of justice took effect, and after a brief moment of impulse, I regained my composure and turned towards the school gate. To my surprise, Generous was unwilling to let it go. He extended a leg to obstruct my path, coldly stating, "Well, you're the first to dare glare at me. Qiao Zhifeng, state your name." As the crowd began to take notice of the situation, several curious onlookers surrounded us. "Generous, this is Huang Shuai from our class. We're brothers. Let's not ruin the camaraderie." A voice cut through the tension as a figure stepped into the circle. "Ah, so you're with Liu Hou'er? You should have said so earlier." Generous laughed mockingly. "Come, Liu Hou'er, have a piece of watermelon. Chilled, it's refreshing." The newcomer was our class monitor, who not only serves as a class officer, but also holds a position in the student council, reportedly as a department head. He is well-liked and respected at school, a status Generous cannot dismiss. Hu Hao waved his hand with a smile. "Thanks. I have something to attend to, so I must be off. You all enjoy yourselves." Today's encounter can be considered a fortuitous meeting. Next time, let the Huang set a table to apologize. Generous shrugged off the matter nonchalantly. "All right, Liu Hou'er, it's no big deal. You're taking it too seriously. I'll treat you all next time. The choice of place is yours." "It's a deal," Hu Hao replied earnestly, then turned to me, saying, "De Huang, I need to talk to you." "Generous, we'll catch up later." Generous seemed preoccupied with the piece of watermelon in his hand, barely acknowledging Hu Hao's words that Hu Hao extricated me from a predicament, and under normal circumstances, I should have expressed my gratitude. Yet, I felt a sense of discomfort, remaining silent as I trudged toward the dormitory. Hu Hao, however, chuckled and remarked, "De Huang, you really ought to know better. You're well aware of who Chao Zhifeng is. Why bother engaging with such a person?" While Hu Hao's words were undeniably rational, I found myself somewhat resistant. "Old Hu, don't blame me for my grievances. You indulge him too much. Inviting him out? I offered him entry into the infirmary. To be clear, I have no money. If I did, I would sooner give it to a beggar than squander a single cent on someone like him. I know your temperament too well. You needn't concern yourself. I will handle this matter," he replied. I suspected Hu Hao had misconstrued my intentions, believing I was merely worried about money, and hastily added, "You mustn't invite him either. If you do so because of my invitation to that surnamed Chao, don't blame me for getting upset." "Understood, understood," Hu Hao replied dismissively, clearly brushing me off. "I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." Ultimately, Hu Hao did invite Chao Zhifeng, a fact I only learned later. Naturally, I did not genuinely intend to confront Hu Hao, but I couldn't help but voice a few complaints, to which he merely responded with a nonchalant smile. At that moment, a significant event transpired at the school. The new library was inaugurated, complete with a 200-square-meter computer room on the top floor. All machines were state-of-the-art, featuring 17-inch flat screens, a far cry from Zeng Zhiyuan's antiquated 15-inch CRT monitor. What was most remarkable was that this computer room was not designated for teaching. Rather, it was open to the public for a fee of 2 yuan per hour. As long as one possessed time, money, and energy, the doors to this computer room were perpetually ajar. I must concede that compared to matters of romance, the school displayed a far more progressive attitude in this instance. While they could not enforce strict regulations on relationships, they could at least turn a blind eye. When it came to gaming, rather than allowing students to covertly patronize off-campus internet cafes, it was undoubtedly shrewder for the school to establish its own computer room, thereby generating revenue in a novel way. The advantages of the school's computer room over external internet cafes were glaringly apparent. 1. The school's computer room was spacious, equipped with entirely new machines, far surpassing the hardware conditions of the small, licensed or unlicensed cafes outside. 2. Proximity was another advantage. There was no need to travel far, and with multiple machines available, the risk of fighting for access was eliminated. The software conditions were equally appealing. 3. In the school's computer room, one could browse the internet freely, whereas external cafes, despite being labeled as such, charged an additional 2 yuan per hour for internet access, amounting to 4 yuan per hour. For students engaged in prolonged, arduous battles, cost-effectiveness was a crucial consideration. Consequently, after the school's computer room opened, the business of nearby internet cafes began to dwindle, with only a handful of students occasionally patronizing them out of nostalgia or when they could not find available spots in the school's facility. This development would have had little impact on me were it not for Zeng Zhiyuan's insistence on treating us. That day marked Zeng Zhiyuan's birthday. Following a hearty meal, he boisterously announced his intention to take everyone to the computer room for an all-nighter. With final exams looming, I had hoped to review the enigmatic texts of half-passed and half-retained, but before I could voice my thoughts, Zeng Zhiyuan suddenly sighed. Who knows if I'll even feel like celebrating my birthday next year. It was unexpected to hear such word from someone as carefree as Zeng Zhiyuan, and it struck a chord within me, causing me to swallow back my own feelings. That evening, we indulged in exuberant revelry, at least the 5 of them did. Initially, the 6 of us played Red Alert together, engaging in a couple of rounds. However, as boredom set in, they grew impatient with my novice status, prompting me to withdraw. In my ensuing idleness, I aimlessly clicked around the computer, searching for anything of value. Upon clicking a small blue E icon, a vibrant screen suddenly appeared, startling me. Fearing it was a computer virus, I learned from Zeng Zhiyuan that it was the fabled web browser, essential for navigating the internet. In an instant, I felt transported back to that summer 3 years prior, the first time I departed my hometown and arrived in Beijing. I was thrust into a new world, overwhelmed by the dazzling sights of this international metropolis. Everything was so novel. The towering buildings, the wide roads, the crowded buses, and the school's distance from the city center. Chapter 2. This foray into the internet left me similarly awestruck. Throughout the night, my mind was ablaze, bombarded by a torrent of information streaming through my fingertips and eyes, exhilarating my very core. In the days that followed, I found myself gravitating toward the computer room at every available opportunity, immersing myself in that enigmatic realm, each visit igniting my fervor. I cannot recall which philosopher once proclaimed that passion cannot endure indefinitely. Just as I gradually acclimated to Beijing's clamor, I also became accustomed to the internet. However, akin to the city's air pollution, I began to discern the many shortcomings of the online world. At this juncture, I adopted a critical perspective toward the internet, which I had initially regarded as an all-encompassing entity, leading me to the following conclusions. 1. The internet merely replicates traditional media. Anything found online can also be located in newspapers and publications. 2. The content on the internet is a mixed bag. Unearthing genuinely useful information is no easy feat. 3. With the sheer volume of websites, memorizing domain names becomes a burden for every internet user. Although I had identified these issues, I struggled to devise effective solutions. My temporary workaround involved jotting down useful information on paper to refer back to later. When Zeng Zhiyuan caught sight of my notes, he burst into laughter. When I inquired about his amusement, he replied, tears in his eyes, "De Huang, you're practically a farmer. Didn't you know that browsers have a favorites feature?" Under his guidance, I learned to utilize this function. Yet, the problem persisted. Whenever I switched machines, the contents of my favorites vanished, requiring me to start new. This seemed far less practical than carrying my notes. Zeng Zhiyuan was equally at a loss regarding this dilemma, explaining that the browser was designed for such usage, and my failure to adhere to its intended function was my own issue. I found it hard to accept this notion, yet I couldn't conceive a better solution. After much contemplation, a light bulb moment struck me while online. If others could transfer printed material to the internet, why couldn't I transpose my handwritten notes as well? This way, I would not be confined by the limitations of the browser. However, when I shared this idea with Zeng Zhiyuan, he shook his head vigorously without diverting his gaze from the screen, exclaiming, "Nonsense! What can't you find on Sohu or Sina? Stop wasting time, youth, and life on trivialities." Li Qian, who had been reading in bed, chimed in, "Indeed, you'd be better off spending that time reading more of Wei Sili." Recently, he had turned his interest toward science fiction, yet his classic posture remained unchanged. "Huang Shuai, I believe your idea has merit. You should give it a try," a voice interjected. I turned to see Xiao Ding standing at the door, having returned with a thermos, evidently having overheard my conversation with the yuan. Encouraged by Xiao Ding, I felt a surge of confidence. Just as I was about to respond, Liu Yuan preemptively invited Xiao Ding, "Come in, don't just linger at the door. Let's talk." That I discern the intentions of that young man. He gestured towards the thermos in Xiao Ding's hand, who, with a smile, walked over to refill the cup of Zeng Zhiyuan, who amidst his busy schedule, raised his thumb in appreciation, exclaiming, "How generous. Don't forget about me. Thank you." Li Qian flashed a charming smile at Xiao Ding and pointed towards the ceramic jar beside Zeng Zhiyuan's cup. Xiao Ding, with his innocent grin, promptly refilled Li Qian's cup as well. After 2 large cups, the thermos was likely half empty. Feeling somewhat awkward, I seized the thermos from Xiao Ding's hands, grabbed our dormitory's thermos, and announced, "I'll go get more water," before heading towards the door. To my surprise, Xiao Ding followed closely behind. I glanced back, intending to speak, but he preempted me, saying I was actually going to fetch water too. Noticing my puzzled expression, he chuckled mischievously, "The water in that thermos is 3 days old. They're getting a bargain." This revelation caught me off guard, as I realized Xiao Ding was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Unable to suppress a laugh, I remarked, "It's about time to give these 2 lazybones a lesson. By the way, do you think my idea is feasible?" Xiao Ding pondered for a moment before replying, "It's worth a try, but renting space might incur some costs." I had already formed a plan, but was more concerned about another issue. I know of a website that offers free personal space, and I'd like to utilize it without spending any money. You see, I am utterly clueless when it comes to computers, and my current dilemma is how to transform my ideas into a tangible web page. As I rambled on, Xiao Ding suddenly stopped in his tracks. Turning around, I noticed his face was blank as he gazed towards the playground, seemingly oblivious to my words. It struck me that I'd heard Ma Ben mention a friendly football match between our department and the administrative team this afternoon, and the commotion outside must be related to that. However, Xiao Ding's attention was not on the match itself, but rather on the cheerleaders, particularly Cheng Xiaoying, who was performing. Cheng Xiaoying, the belle of our electrical engineering class of '96, embodied the quintessential refined lady. While not extraordinarily beautiful, she exuded a captivating femininity, making her the subject of many affections and discussions, especially in our technical school. Such girls always attracted admirers, yet I was taken aback to see even the usually reserved Xiao Ding harboring unwholesome thoughts about Cheng Xiaoying. For some reason, I recall the term frequently uttered by Su Jian, muffled desire, which seemed perfectly suited to describe Xiao Ding. Almost unable to contain my amusement, I was caught off guard when Xiao Ding abruptly turned, blushing, and said, "It seems our department might not hold up." Suppressing my laughter, I replied earnestly, "You know those food lovers in our department? They're just as inept as the national football team. Winning would be a miracle." Xiao Ding sighed in relief and suddenly recalled our earlier conversation, asking, "What were you worried about again?" As we walked toward the water room, I reiterated my concerns. Xiao Ding, keeping his gaze forward, appeared genuinely attentive, and after a prolonged silence, he said, "You really need not worry. I can teach you. Creating a web page is quite simple, and with your intellect, you could master it in under a week." True to his word, within the following week, he dedicated every evening to instructing me on the fundamental skills of web design. I did not disappoint his expectations. After a week, I had become proficient in using front page and writing HTML code. In the subsequent 2 weeks, I devoted nearly all my spare time to gathering various website links, meticulously organizing them, and entering each one into the computer. Finally, one evening, I completed this monumental task and published my work online. That night, I slept soundly, filled with dreams, and upon waking the next day, I went through my morning routine somewhat half-heartedly before eagerly rushing to the computer lab. At that time, there were only a few people remaining. Most were sprawled across their chairs, sound asleep, while others, despite their attempts to stay awake, were clearly drowsy. With the anxious excitement of a first date, I entered the address of my personal homepage, pressed enter, and fixated on the screen. When the counter displayed a green line of numbers, my heart sank. I saw that I was the 45th visitor. I distinctly remembered that it had shown 44 before I left yesterday, meaning no one had visited my webpage throughout the night. Perhaps it was simply too soon. A mere few hours had passed, and it was late at night. I consoled myself with this thought, feeling a bit more at ease. For several days, I was somewhat preoccupied, frequently visiting the computer lab to monitor the site's traffic. During this time, I shared my personal homepage with all my dorm mates, urging them to spread the word among distant relatives and acquaintances. With Xiao Ding's assistance, I tirelessly promoted it on the school and major website message boards, even enduring multiple user ID bans without complaint. Yet, despite my efforts over several days, the site showed little improvement, which disheartened me. With the holiday approaching, I had to shift my focus back to work study in order to remain at school next semester. One day, after finishing a tutoring session in Zhongguancun, I returned to school late, having provided an extra lesson for my student who was also preparing for final exams. By the time I arrived back at school, night had fallen. Facing 2 daunting examinations, I had boasted to Xiao Ding about my indifference, but in truth, I felt utterly unprepared. Consequently, I had filled my schedule, often go to bed around 1 or 2 in the morning. If it weren't for my rigorous martial arts training since the age of 5, which had fortified my body, I was unsure how I would withstand this intense push. Even so, I sensed a decline in my physical condition, occasionally experiencing palpitations and sweating. To prevent matters from worsening, I resolved to make the most of my time, embodying the phrase, "every second counts." Today, in a bid to save time, I chose not to take the front gate, but exited the bus at the back of the campus and hurried through the fields behind, knowing from past comparisons that using the back gate could save at least 10 minutes, time enough to read 2 or 3 pages. As I calculated my post-arrival tasks and their optimal sequence for efficiency, a sudden female scream pierced the air nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted towards the source of the sound, and a clear voice reached my ears. "If you don't let go, I'll call for help." Chapter 3, a singular male voice, tinged with laughter, inquired, "What is the rush? Just be generous and befriend me. You shall not incur any loss." The man speaking was Qiao Zhifang, while the female voice, somewhat familiar, drew my attention. Without pausing for reflection, I hastened forward, only to witness Qiao Zhifang grasping Cheng Xiaoying's hands and leaning menacingly towards her face. Upon seeing my approach, Cheng Xiaoying, like a drowning individual grasping for a lifeline, cried out loudly, "Help! Help!" while desperately pushing Qiao Zhifang away. With no time for hesitation, I rushed forward, seizing the back of Qiao Zhifang's collar and yanking him backward with force, while simultaneously tripping him. He fell to the ground like a sack filled with grain. Cheng Xiaoying, still trembling with fear, clutched my arm as if terrified I might abandon her. I could feel her body shivering, and a wave of compassion surged within me. I softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, I am here." "Damn it!" Qiao Zhifang exclaimed, rising from the ground and cursing profusely. "You should inquire about who I am before acting. Everyone knows me, Qiao Zhifang. How dare you touch me? You must be tired of living." The stench of alcohol wafted from him, and under the influence of drink, he lunged at me like a mad dog. Zeng Zhiyuan gasped in alarm, instinctively retreating. I let out a cold snort, stepping in front of her, and with a gentle push of my left hand, I deflected Qiao Zhifang's grasp. My right hand moved with lightning speed, seizing and pushing at his ribs, causing him to cry out in pain and crouch down, clutching his side. At that moment, he recognized me, shouting my name while hurling insults. Although I originally intended to teach him a lesson, it seemed he was too stubborn to understand. It appeared that if I didn't impart a severe reprimand today, he would remain oblivious to the consequences of his actions. However, just as I stepped forward, Qiao Zhifang preemptively struck. He lunged forward, his right leg unexpectedly aimed at my lower body. This wretched fellow resorted to such vile tactics. Had I not possessed some skill, he might have incapacitated me with that single move. I sidestepped his kick, swiftly grasping his ankle with my left hand and lifting it, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, I delivered a kick to his backside, sending him flying 3 feet away, where he landed with a thud on the ground. As I approached, ready to administer further punishment, I realized that he was quite fragile. This fall had rendered him unconscious. Zeng Zhiyuan, evidently shaken, trembled as she asked, "Is he dead?" "Good people don't live long. Those like him seem to thrive indefinitely," I replied. "Such a tough-skinned individual wouldn't easily succumb to death." Yet, I could not risk leaving him here, as it was uncertain whether it might lead to a fatal outcome. As I held Qiao Zhifang down, Zeng Zhiyuan sighed in relief. Tilting her head to observe me, she softly remarked, "You truly are an odd person." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, I chuckled. Better to be an oddity than a villain. At that moment, I heard a low rumbling sound emanate from Fang, signaling his impending awakening. I clapped my hands and stood up, suggesting, "Let us depart for now," allowing him some peace. Zeng Zhiyuan, amused by my words, chuckled and shot me a sidelong glance, remarking, "I didn't realize you possessed such a sense of humor. By the way, have you practiced martial arts? You seem to have some skills." I deflected the conversation, stating, "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to confront the counselor and deal with this scoundrel properly." Zeng Zhiyuan hesitated, responding, "Perhaps we should reconsider." I assumed her reluctance stemmed from fear of Fang's retribution and hastily reassured her. "Did we not agree that all reactionaries are but paper tigers? Qiao Zhifang is, at most, a mere paper stray dog. Do not fear him." "No," Zeng Zhiyuan said, furrowing her brow and shaking her head. "He simply lost his composure due to intoxication. Their cohort is about to graduate. If the school learns of this incident, I fear." It struck me then how rare it was for her to consider Fang's feelings at such a moment. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. After all, Qiao Zhifang was not a truly nefarious character. Moreover, today, he had suffered a setback, perhaps leading him to mend his ways. I softened at the thought, sighed helplessly, and shifted the conversation to lighter topics. The path was not lengthy, and we exchanged only a few words before reaching the school gates. I was curious about how Zeng Zhiyuan and Fang ended up in such a remote place, but reconsidered and chose to remain silent. After entering the campus, I escorted Zeng Zhiyuan a bit further until we reached the girls' dormitory. To avoid any misunderstandings, we parted ways there. After taking a few steps, Zeng Zhiyuan suddenly called out to me, asking, "How should I thank you?" Without thinking, I quipped, "If you truly feel indebted, then perhaps you could offer yourself in return." This was a customary jest among our dormitory, and it slipped from my lips before I could process its inappropriateness. The moment the words left my mouth, I felt an overwhelming awkwardness. Zeng Zhiyuan paused, then smiled, saying, "Fortunately, I can overlook it." Before I could respond, she added, "Make sure to rest well. See you tomorrow." After taking a few steps, she turned back, her expression serious, and warned, "That person is quite wicked. You must be cautious." In jest, I exaggeratedly struck a classic pose reminiscent of Huang Shuai, declaring, "Leave such paper stray dogs to Pork Rong and his crew. There is no need for me, the great hero Huang, to intervene." Zeng Zhiyuan laughed at my antics and continued toward the girls' dormitory with a light-hearted step. While my words were delivered in jest, they also held a kernel of truth. With my years of martial arts training, I was unconcerned by a single Qiao Zhifang. 10 or 8 of him combined would pose no threat. Subsequent events indeed validated my assessment of Fang as a mere paper stray dog. He never sought trouble with me until his departure from the school. In fact, each time we crossed paths, he either averted his gaze or chose to walk a different route, maintaining a surprisingly low profile during that time. In my childhood, a fortune teller had once foretold that I would have benefactors aiding me, with the potential to ascend to high office. Whether I will achieve such heights remains uncertain, but the presence of supportive allies seems to have been confirmed. My benefactor is Xiao Ding. under his patient guidance and assistance. My understanding of the celestial scriptures has deepened significantly, instilling in me a newfound confidence to escape the clutches of Teacher Liu and Teacher Gua. During a late-night study session, as Xiao Ding was earnestly imparting knowledge and resolving my doubts, his voice suddenly dwindled to a whisper and then fell silent altogether. I looked up in confusion, only to find him staring fixedly behind me, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing a ghost, specifically a captivating specter reminiscent of the enchanting female ghost from a Chinese ghost story. Turning around, I saw Cheng Xiaoying placing a pink backpack on the desk adjacent to mine. She was already exceptional, but today she seemed to have made a particular effort to present herself. Her elegantly arched eyebrows, flowing long hair, long lashes, and large expressive eyes were all perfectly adorned. Most strikingly, the white dress she wore accentuated her alluring figure, drawing the attention not only of Xiao Ding, but seemingly the entire classroom. The gazes directed at her were a blend of admiration, envy, jealousy, and even lasciviousness, a cacophony of emotions. In that moment, my feelings were complex, so intricate that I found it challenging to articulate them even to myself. "Hey, what's this? Don't you recognize me?" Cheng Xiaoying greeted me with poise before taking her seat. Suddenly, I sensed a surge of hostility in the classroom, if gazes could slay. I feared I would have already met my demise. "You almost had me fooled," I replied, raising my voice in a feigned familiarity. As soon as the words left my lips, the tension in the room intensified. "I have something to attend to today, so I must take my leave." Xiao Ding's low, slightly hoarse voice interrupted, and upon turning to look, I saw him silently organizing his belongings. It then struck me that Xiao Ding harbored a secret affection for Cheng Xiaoying, and a pang of guilt welled up within me. While I could disregard others' feelings, I could not neglect Xiao Ding's. However, in such a situation, certain things remained unsaid, so I attempted to lighten the mood with humor. "Don't leave just yet. If you do, half of us here are ready to pounce. You wouldn't want to witness my downfall, would you?" "You should be fine with passing," Xiao Ding replied, his explanation feeble and his complexion mirroring his words. Throughout our exchange, he scarcely lifted his head, hastily packing his belongings before striding towards the classroom door. Observing his retreating figure, I felt a surge of compassion and called out, "Xiao Ding, wait for me." Just as I was about to pursue him, Cheng Xiaoying interjected. "What are you afraid of?" Her voice was soft, yet clear enough for me to discern. I had never been one to fear much, the sole exception being the disdain of others. Thus, despite recognizing that Cheng Xiaoying was attempting to provoke me, I found myself involuntarily halting, plopping back down onto my seat. I glanced at her and, in a lowered tone, remarked, "What do I have to fear? I've encountered my fair share of female rascals." Cheng Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, then let out a light huff, returning to her studies without further comment. I am uncertain whether she is genuinely upset. I harbor some regret, for this is merely our second conversation, and my unguarded remarks towards a young lady may have been excessive. With this slight discord, I find myself restless, having perused the text for quite some time without absorbing any of it. In order to soothe my conscience, I resolved to employ an ancient and time-honored strategy. A gentleman ought not to engage in quarrels with a lady. I gently tore a piece of paper and inscribed the words, "If you are angry, consider this paper as me." Chapter 4. When I slid the paper before Cheng Xiaoying, she tilted her head and glanced at it without uttering a word, then crumpled it in her hand and tossed it into the drawer of her desk, casting a sidelong, defiant glance in my direction. To my surprise, the usually demure Cheng Xiaoying exhibited a delightful charm in that moment, stirring within me a sudden, inexplicable impulse. Unpleasant images inexplicably flashed through my mind, causing my cheeks to flush as I hastily lowered my head, pretending to read. Yet I found myself unable to focus on a single word. After a while, Cheng Xiaoying pushed a thick notebook towards me, its cover neatly inscribed with electrical engineering notes. Upon examining the reverse side of the note I had previously sent, I noticed two drawings. The first depicted a hand, followed closely by the shape of a jujube, presumably signifying a slap followed by a sweet treat, with 4 delicate characters inscribed below, "Remember to repay." For reasons unknown, during this final examination, 2 benevolent teachers inexplicably chose to only scrutinize 1/3 of the students. Remarkably, amidst the unprecedented fallout that befell my dorm mates, such as Qian and Zeng Zhiyuan, I emerged unscathed from this crisis, and among those who rarely attended class, I alone eluded capture. In the eyes of others, I had always been an eccentric, but this incident transformed me into something of a legend. That evening, I received a call from Fang Pingping, who immediately broached the topic of my final exam. Having experienced the previous uproar, I was already aware that she had her ears to the ground at our school, so I found her inquiry unsurprising. However, I was taken aback when she mentioned another matter. Big Cricket, I hear you've caught the attention of a lovely girl. Spill the beans. Who told you such nonsense? It's unfounded. Huh. This matter has already stirred quite the commotion. Who at your school doesn't know that you've plucked the department flower? I warn you, be cautious while walking. If you get hurt and find yourself unable to care for yourself, don't blame me for not warning you sooner. Are you referring to Cheng Xiaoying? It's not like that at all. Upon mentioning Cheng Xiaoying, several individuals in my dormitory perked up, casting sly glances my way, as if they were eager to inscribe the truth upon their faces. In the presence of such rascals, I felt compelled to withhold further details. While on the other end of the line, Fang Pingping pressed for answers. So what is the story? It's merely a few encounters during self-study sessions, nothing more. As I uttered these words, a twinge of unease coursed through me, for up to this point, nothing had transpired between Cheng Xiaoying and myself. Yet it would be misleading to claim we had only crossed paths a few times, as there were moments when she had clearly saved a seat for me. TSK. How boring. Huang Shuai, when did you become so lackluster? Fang Pingping's voice dripped with disdain, questioning your audacity to act without taking responsibility. Such behavior is uncharacteristic of you. At this point, I could only firmly assert that my relationship with Cheng Xiaoying was purely one of mutual care and selfless support between revolutionary comrades, devoid of any romantic entanglements. However, as I spoke, I began to feel a sense of insincerity creeping in, and I fell silent. Contrary to her usual nature, Fang Pingping did not press on. Instead, she spoke earnestly. Huang Shuai, I must warn you, indulging in school antics is one thing, but do not let yourself become too deeply entangled, lest you find yourself regretting it in the future. Her words stirred a wave of annoyance within me. Had they come from anyone else, I would have hung up the phone without hesitation. Yet, with Fang Pingping, I could only manage a resigned smile. She seemed to sense my indifference, sighing softly. I know you might not be receptive to my words right now, but I feel compelled to say them. Such is the nature of true friendship. A warmth enveloped my heart. Just after I hung up, I heard Liu Hou'er's sarcastic remark. Someone's backyard is on fire. I turned to Liu Hou'er, and sensing the murderous intent in my gaze, he suddenly leaped up, grabbed the thermos, and exclaimed, I'm going to fetch some water, before dashing out in a frenzy. In truth, I had no backyard. Not only did I lack a backyard, but even a front yard or walls. This was my genuine sentiment at the moment, yet the next day, when I encountered Cheng Xiaoying in the library, my thoughts began to waver. With the vacation approaching, everyone had more pressing matters to attend to. Some were sleeping, others surfing the internet, shopping, or playing games. Even the librarian had gone home to tidy up, leaving the library eerily quiet. It felt as though I was the sole occupant of the vast space. I relished the solitude, sitting on a bench at the borrowing desk, engrossed in reading Who Moved My Cheese. This slim volume was brilliantly written, and upon finishing it, I experienced an enlightening clarity, though some parts still eluded my understanding. As my thoughts wandered, a delicate, fair hand reached towards me, holding a bilingual edition of Gone with the Wind. I was jolted back to reality, and without looking up, I muttered, library card. I extended my hand to receive the book, only to find that the person had no intention of relinquishing it. Instead, I merely drew the hand closer. Surprised, I looked up to see Cheng Xiaoying gazing at me with a teasing smile. Momentarily taken aback, I blurted out, What brings you here? Cheng Xiaoying replied with a playful smile. Your words seem to imply a double standard, akin to allowing officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lamp. Finally regaining my composure, I chuckled. There are no officials here, only library staff. When are you heading home? The day after tomorrow, she replied. For some inexplicable reason, after she said this, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I sensed something was amiss with her today, and was about to inquire further when she lowered her head, her delicate silver teeth nibbling on her lip, softly stating, I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Oh, I replied, somewhat oblivious. Do you have a lot of belongings? Should I help you carry them? Cheng Xiaoying lifted her head, her gaze filled with a deep melancholy, her voice wavering. You truly are quite dense. I am indeed akin to a wooden figure. Upon hearing her words, I should have sprouted, yet momentarily taken aback, I found myself at a loss for words. Noticing my silence, Cheng Xiaoying softly remarked, Before you leave, wouldn't you bid me farewell? As a well-known saying goes, the material basis determines the superstructure. I now vividly grasp its profound essence. My hand instinctively reached into my pocket, where 20 yuan, my sustenance for the week, lay quietly. If I were to treat Cheng Xiaoying, my week ahead would surely be challenging. Yet if I refrained, my stomach would be filled, but my heart might feel a void. In this moment, two sayings flashed through my mind. To be or not to be, That is the question, and impulsiveness is the devil. Ultimately, I succumbed to the devil's allure. A bowl of spicy oil drizzle, a bowl of lamb palma, a plate of peanuts, and a dish of scallions accompanied by tofu constituted the most delectable meal I have ever savored. We conversed extensively at the table, traversing topics from elementary school to university, from the countryside to the city, from the old society to the new China, from classical novels to contemporary literature. Our dialogue flowed freely, and my mood was as thoroughly relaxed as an emptied pocket, completely immersed in the delightful anticipation of the future. As we walked back, we drew closer, and before I knew it, our hands intertwined. This was my first experience of such intimacy with a girl. It was exhilarating, yet somewhat nerve-wracking. Her soft, delicate hand nestled in mine felt like cradling a small sun, warmth coursing from my arm to the very depths of my heart. This sensation was so exquisite that no words could adequately convey the tumult of emotions I experienced. I was entranced and unable to extricate myself. Even as we wandered into the birch forest beside the school, was it the gentle summer night breeze or the gaze of my beloved that was tender? Was it the rustling leaves in the woods or her soft whispers that felt light? Was it the enchanting moonlight or her crimson lips that intoxicated? As I gently embraced Cheng Xiaoying, my fervent lips traversed her forehead, cheeks, and the tip of her nose, finally finding her equally ardent red lips. At that moment, I felt as though my body were a long-dormant volcano erupting, a torrent of heated emotions surging forth from the depths of my being, flowing through my entire body, coursing through my limbs, impacting my mind, and filling every pore. My heart raced suddenly, my head buzzed, and my thoughts blanked. I only vaguely remembered holding Cheng Xiaoying tightly, as if wishing to merge her into my very essence. At that instant, her heartbeat was equally rapid, her body seemingly aflame, and her delicate gasps and sighs only heightened my desire, making me feel as though I would burst. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Whether it was a fleeting moment or a century, the duration was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that as my lips parted from Cheng Xiaoying's, I felt as though I had undergone a profound transformation, becoming an entirely different person. At least that was my belief at the time. Xiaoying, I shall bring you happiness. Trust me. I gazed earnestly into her eyes as I made this solemn promise, then drew her into my embrace. Fool, she murmured, resting her head against my chest, her delicate hand gently caressing my heart. What, do you not believe me? I adjusted her posture, locking my gaze onto hers, wishing I could lay bare my heart for her to see. Shoo, Cheng Xiaoying whispered, pressing her finger to my lips, her touch gliding softly across them. Her skin was as smooth as satin, and I could not resist grasping her small hand, passionately kissing the tender back of it. A soft voice drifted to my ears. Your lips are truly soft. My heart surged with desire, and I could not help but pull Cheng Xiaoying into my arms again, showering her with fervent kisses. That night, we lost count of how many times we embraced and exchanged tender words. After that evening, I was certain that Cheng Xiaoying was the one I had long awaited, the person worthy of my lifelong love, cherished forever, and with whom I would share an unbreakable bond. She was not merely my confidant, but also my soulmate. In short, I resolved that for the rest of my life, I would marry no one but her. Chapter 5. After a day of exuberant celebration, Cheng Xiaoying was finally to return home. On the day of her departure, I accompanied her to the train station. Watching her board the train, I saw her suddenly rush back, biting her lip, tears glistening in her eyes as she softly said, I will miss you. To be honest, I felt an even greater pang of longing, yet as a man, I understood that some matters must be faced head-on. Thus, I forced a smile and replied, as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, distance brings beauty. Bah, Cheng Xiaoying retorted, I've never met someone so shameless. Who wants to marry you? As the train prepared to depart, I coaxed her back on board, promising to buy her a lollipop upon her return. Yet, the moment she stepped into the carriage, a sense of loss enveloped me. During the first 2 weeks of summer vacation, I managed to keep my daily living expenses under 3 yuan, 1 yuan for transportation to Zhongguancun, another for the return to school, and the remaining yuan for a few steamed buns filled with pickled vegetables. Fortunately, I could still reside in the school dormitory, and the water room continued to provide hot water, which saved me a considerable sum. This summer, in addition to my usual tutoring jobs, I found a short-term position at a small company in Zhongguancun, which specialized in network cards. Besides the owner, there were 2 young women responsible for sales. Their role involved impersonating a research institution from Tsinghua University, making calls to schools and organizations to market the network cards. My primary task was to install the cards into clients' machines once they secured orders. This job essentially requires no particular skills. One merely needs to possess sound limbs and know how to insert a network card into a computer slot. While the task may sound straightforward, it is far from easy. To properly install a network card, one must first disconnect all the cables from the host. Then use a screwdriver to remove the screws from the casing, take off the cover, install the network card, and after successful debugging, reassemble the casing in reverse order. Reconnect all the cables, power up the computer, and configure the relevant network connection parameters. This entire process takes at least 10 minutes at best, involving frequent bending and straightening. And after installing more than 5 machines, most individuals would experience back pain and fatigue. For the installation of a single network card, my total remuneration amounts to 50 cents. The boss typically sells a network card for around 80 yuan, and when the markup is particularly steep, it can reach 120 or 30. It is said that the cost of a network card is less than 50 yuan. Upon learning these facts, I felt no sense of injustice. As the saying goes, to seek virtue is to attain virtue. I am engaged in manual labor, and thus I am compensated accordingly. However, my exertion is greater. My record is installing 4 schools machines in one night, completing a task of 300 network cards. When I returned to the company, exhausted, it was already 8:30 in the morning. One of the 2 salespeople opened the door, and shortly after, the boss, disheveled, emerged from a small room. I feigned ignorance and reported the installation status from the previous night honestly. A look of disbelief flickered across the boss's round face. He then proceeded to call the network administrators of those schools, and upon verifying my account, he beamed and patted my shoulder, saying, "Xiao Huang, I did not misjudge you. Work diligently alongside me, and the company will not treat you unfairly." He then extracted 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to me, kindly stating, "This 50 yuan is a reward from the company. You have the day off today. Go home and rest well, and return to work tomorrow." "Thank you, boss," I replied with a smile, placing the 50 yuan I had received back on his desk. "You have already paid me. I cannot accept more. I also do not need to rest. Feel free to assign me any tasks." The boss's smile faltered, and he regarded me with astonishment, eventually nodding slowly. "A gentleman values wealth, yet acquires it through righteous means. You remind me of my younger self. Such young individuals are rare nowadays." He turned to the young lady beside him. "Xiao Ding, please fetch some breakfast. Xiao Huang, you may rest on the sofa for a while. As long as you are willing to work, we have plenty of tasks here." I did not hesitate to comply, sinking into the sofa and leaning back against the cushion, soon drifting into slumber. In my dreams, I seemed to return to my hometown, lying on the warm kong, listening to my mother humming a tune while cooking in the main room. The familiar aroma wafted into my nostrils, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I knew that soon my mother would bring in freshly steamed buns and fragrant dishes. This long-missed scent surpassed any delicacy in the world, a taste I would forever cherish and never forget. It seemed as though I had waited an eternity when a figure finally lifted the curtain and stepped inside. This person was not my mother, yet upon seeing her, I felt an exhilaration that surpassed the joy of encountering my own parent. With a sudden burst of energy, I leapt from the bed, exclaiming, "Xiao Ding." However, in the instant following my outcry, I abruptly awoke, my eyes flinging open to find the proprietor and 2 young women gazing at me in astonishment. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny, I quickly remarked, "I must have been talking in my sleep." The owner chuckled, "Look at how exhausted our little Huang is. Xiao Jing just returned with breakfast. Would you care to have something to eat first?" Indeed, I was feeling a touch hungry. As I endeavored to mask my awkwardness, I rose and made my way to the owner's table. The soy milk had grown somewhat cold. I intended to warm it up. Before I could reach it, Xiao Jing swiftly grasped the cup of soy milk and, passing by me, cast a furtive glance in my direction, her eyes sparkling with a hint of something unusual, followed by a radiant smile. Beside me, Xiaoshu nudged me gently, whispering, "Did you work all night last night?" I smiled in response, saying nothing, and picked up a bun, chewing it before swallowing. The bun was a quintessential Hangzhou soup dumpling, with a delicate skin encasing a juicy meatball. Though it was not a culinary masterpiece, it had become the most delectable morsel I had savored in days. I devoured over 10 of them before reluctantly halting. At that moment, Xiao Jing had warmed the soy milk and brought it to me. I expressed my gratitude and stood to accept the cup, receiving a gentle smile from her. Though she said nothing further, Xiao Jing epitomized the quintessential southern girl, petite and delicate, her demeanor soft and considerate, even her speech tinged with a sweet lilt. Perhaps it was these very traits that had caught the owner's eye. She was indeed his woman, a fact well understood among us, but left unspoken. Thus, though her performance did not surpass that of Xiaoshu, her monthly bonuses never fell short. Xiaoshu, while privately harboring some grievances, merely grumbled in hushed tones. Consequently, I found myself somewhat wary of Xiao Jing's recent overtures towards me. I could distinctly sense a shift in her regard following that night of labor. The owner, being a family man, seldom spent the night at the office, typically returning home late. Xiao Jing would often be the one to unlock the company doors, and on such occasions, she would invariably bring additional breakfast offerings to place before me. If I failed to partake, her disappointment was palpable, occasionally manifesting in tear-filled eyes, a sight I dreaded. Thus, I would comply, and she would watch with delight as I consumed her offerings, only departing to tend to her duties once I had emptied the breakfast bounty she had provided. Had that fateful incident not transpired, perhaps this arrangement would have continued until the school term commenced. Alas, that unfortunate occurrence did transpire. The weather that day was oppressively hot, and as the end of the workday approached, the temperature showed no signs of relenting. With no orders forthcoming in recent days, I found myself confined in the office alongside Xiao Jing and Xiao Shu. During lunchtime, the owner received a phone call and had been absent for quite some time. Xiao Jing ventured out to procure 3 ice creams, distributing 1 each to me and Xiao Su. As I savored the delightful treat, a thought crossed my mind. This situation was unsustainable. Perhaps it was time for a career change. Just then, the boss entered, his countenance grim. Casting a sullen glance around before calling out, "Xiao Jing, come in." Without further regard for anyone else, he strode directly into the back room. This was a modest company, merely 4 or 5 employees in total. The so-called office was simply a rented 2-bedroom apartment, with the living room serving as the workspace, the master bedroom as a meeting area, and the smaller bedroom furnished with a bed for those working late. Though more importantly, it facilitated the boss's clandestine activities. Xiao Jing was summoned into that very room. Shortly after her entrance, I heard Xiao Jing exclaim in shock, "I didn't." The boss's impatient voice followed, "Keep your voice down." Their conversation quickly lowered to hushed tones. I began to worry for Xiao Jing, yet Xiao Su beside me appeared to revel in the situation. She winked at me, gesturing toward the back room, and whispered, "Did you know? This time Xiao Jing is really in trouble." I frowned, feeling a surge of disdain for Xiao Su. Yet my curiosity about the unfolding events grew. I quietly inquired, "What is happening?" Xiao Jing, with a conspiratorial air, replied, "The boss's wife found out about their affair and is looking to deal with Xiao Jing." Upon hearing this, my mind buzzed with concern. To be honest, I held a deep-seated aversion to Xiao Jing's role as a mistress. Disregarding the havoc it wreaked on another's family, it was a degradation of her own worth. Nevertheless, Xiao Jing was fundamentally a good person and had shown me considerable kindness. I could not stand idly by as she faced this predicament. As I pondered how to assist her, a woman's voice emerged from the doorway, who called for Xiao Jing. Following the sound, I beheld an unusual woman entering, strange because I could not discern her age. Her voice suggested she was in her 40s. Her face indicated she was in her 30s, while her attire hinted at someone in their 20s. A sense of foreboding surged within me upon seeing her, and before I could utter that Xiao Jing was absent, Xiao Su instinctively turned her gaze toward the back room. Chapter 6. The woman ceased her inquiries, waving her hand towards the door as she led the charge into the back room. Following her were 4 men, each bearing a disreputable appearance, crooked eyes, sneering mouths, and fierce brows, almost as if the word ruffian were tattooed on their foreheads. For reasons unknown, the sight of such individuals ignited a wave of indignation within me. I stood tall and declared, "What do you want? Get lost. When did it become your turn to vent?" The woman, brimming with fury, struck out at me. My own anger flared in response. Had I been confronted by a man, I would have certainly taught him a lesson. Alas, facing a woman, I merely seized her wrist, gently lowering her hand. At that moment, the men had already burst into the room, one of them calling out, "Sister, the vixen is right here." The woman, disregarding any grievances, swiftly entered the room, followed by the piercing scream of Xiao Jing. Just as I was about to rush in to assist her, Xiao Shi restrained me, shaking her head and whispering, "The proprietress has come to catch them in the act. Do not meddle foolishly, lest you jeopardize your own livelihood." Though I found Xiao Shi's words exceedingly distasteful, I recognized their truth. As I hesitated, the proprietress had already seized Xiao Jing by her hair, dragging her out of the room. With a stout man trailing behind, nervously stammering, "What are you doing?" 4 men encircled him, one of whom, shorter in stature, scoffed, "Brother-in-law, even now, you still defend this little vixen? I fail to see what makes her superior to my sister." "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," the boss implored, but the proprietress paid him no heed. With a fierce tug on Xiao Jing's hair, she struck her face with a resounding slap, vehemently cursing, "You little harlot, daring to steal my man. Do you think you can sell yourself without consequence? You truly believe I am a pushover? If I don't give you a taste of reality, you want to know the true power of my wrath." Back in my day, you hadn't even begun to grow up. Xiaojing's face bore the marks of the assault, red and purple from the proprietor's relentless attacks. The proprietress showed no signs of yielding, continuing to rain blows upon Xiaojing's face and body. Xiaojing appeared to have surrendered, using her hands merely to shield her vital areas, enduring the onslaught. The room was filled with a cacophony of insults, blows, screams, and moans, transforming everyone, save for the assailants and the victim, into indifferent spectators. The proprietress, fueled by rage, escalated her cruelty, and with a tearing sound, she ripped a gash in Xiaojing's blouse, followed by a second and a third. As more of Xiaojing's skin was exposed, her panic intensified. The boss's face turned ashen, resembling that of a distressed animal, as he exclaimed, "Stop! Please stop!" He attempted to intervene, only to be obstructed by Zhu and the others, who leered at Xiaojing while joking with the boss. The proprietress, filled with smug delight, laughed derisively. "What's the matter? Are you feeling pity? I want everyone to see just how promiscuous this little harlot truly is. Do those who sell themselves fear being seen? This little minx only pretends to be pure in front of you. Yet how many men have had their way with her? Oh, the audacity. You dare touch me." I could no longer endure the scene, seizing the proprietress's wrist to free Xiaojing. As she cursed in a fit of rage, she beckoned the men, who surged forward, encircling Xiaojing and me. Xiaojing, seemingly paralyzed by fear, curled up on the floor, hugging her shoulders, trembling uncontrollably. "Go," Zhu commanded, leading the charge. Under normal circumstances, even double the number of men would not intimidate me. However, at that moment, I had to protect Xiaojing, and the confined space made it challenging to unleash my full strength, rendering the situation somewhat arduous. Not long after, I had already taken a few blows. Yet the four of them had not fared much better. One of them, Zhu, had received a punch to the stomach and was now crouched to the side, wailing in agony, while the other three had also endured their share of suffering. Their earlier arrogance significantly diminished. Just as I was poised to conclude this skirmish, Zhu, hunched on the ground, suddenly let out a howl, leaping to his feet and brandishing a gleaming fruit knife in a frenzy. Caught off guard at first, I soon felt the blade graze my arm, drawing crimson blood, which only incited the others to become more frenzied. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. In that fleeting moment, I steeled my resolve, disregarding the other three, and focused solely on Zhu. As he lunged with the knife, I deftly evaded the blade, seized his wrist, and with a slight exertion, he grimaced in pain, loosening his grip. Almost simultaneously, I endured several punches and kicks to my back, shoulders, and legs. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I snatched the fruit knife from him, bent my upper body downward, and delivered a fierce kick, my right leg striking Zhu squarely in the face. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground, rendered silent. I straightened my posture and cast a cold, piercing glance at the remaining three, the fruit knife in my hand ominously directed towards one of them. Clearly intimidated, they exhibited signs of fear, instinctively retreating from the menacing blade. At that moment, the proprietress let out a piercing scream. Murder. Yet the owner, seasoned by experience, approached Zhu, checking for signs of life, and with a pallid face, declared, "He is not dead. He is merely unconscious." The proprietress suddenly erupted into tears, wailing and cursing at both the owner and Xiaojing, and, to a lesser extent, at me. I helped Xiaojing to her feet and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Xiaojing mechanically nodded, her gaze fixed on the ground. After her emotional outburst, the proprietress, having exhausted her wrath, pointed at Xiaojing and me, venomously commanding, "Get out. I never want to see you again." This sentiment resonated with my own. Even without her urging, I had no intention of lingering here. Xiaojing, evidently sharing the same thought, remained silent as she silently walked towards the exit. Just as I was about to follow suit, I recalled an unfinished matter and quickly halted Xiaojing, intently asking, "How much salary does the company owe you?" I was paid per task, receiving cash upon completion, while Xiaojing and Xiao Su were on a monthly salary. Xiaojing paused, seemingly surprised that I would still think of wages at such a moment. After a brief silence, she replied slowly, "About 8 or 900. 8 or 900. Such was the worth placed upon a woman." I approached the owner, meeting his gaze with determination, and stated firmly, "Xiaojing's wages." The proprietress, rummaging through her handbag, produced a wallet and flung a handful of cash at me. Her tone laced with malice. "Here, take it all. Is money all you care about?" The bill struck my face, causing pain not just physically but deep within my heart. Rage surged through me as I turned my glare towards the proprietress, who flinched, recoiling in fear, exclaiming, "Don't you dare. Be careful, or I'll call the police." With a disdainful smile, I said nothing and bent down to pick up the cash, which amounted to just over 3,000. Raising the bills in my hand, I addressed the boss, stating that Xiao Jing's salary was 800, and with the compensation for her voluntary resignation, the total came to 1,006. With the remainder covering her medical expenses. The flesh on the boss's face twitched, his countenance ashen. I turned and walked to Xiao Jing, placing the money in her hands. She did not refuse. Instead, she looked up at me with gratitude, then turned back to cast one last glance at the rotund man before departing the company alongside me. We walked a considerable distance in silence, surrounded by the bustling crowd on the street, yet their liveliness felt utterly disconnected from us. Do you look down on me? Xiao Jing finally broke the silence, tilting her head with a self-deprecating smile. In such a situation, what could I possibly say? I sighed deeply, remaining silent. Fortunately, Xiao Jing did not dwell on the matter further. She asked, "Is your arm injury serious? My place is not far ahead. Would you like me to bandage it?" I had never allowed anyone to visit my dwelling before. I hesitated, not out of concern for her worry, but because losing this job meant I would need to invest time in seeking new employment. Yet, I feared that Xiao Jing might become despondent over this situation, leading to unforeseen consequences. Ultimately, I decided it best to accompany her home first. What she termed not far was, in fact, quite a distance. We walked for nearly half an hour until we approached the east gate of Zhongguancun. At last, Xiao Jing pointed to a cluster of low houses, saying, "It's just in that alley ahead." Xiao Jing resided in a large communal courtyard, which was expansive in its entirety. The shrewd landlord had constructed buildings all around, leaving a mere 20 square meters of courtyard space. Aside from a rudimentary toilet in one corner, the yard was cluttered with various items, leaving less than 10 square meters of usable space. 2 faucets were installed in the center of this limited area, flanked by 2 narrow passageways. Her room was at the end of the corridor. We carefully navigated the puddles on the floor and finally arrived at her door. By this time, a few residents had returned home from work, seemingly oblivious to the concept of privacy. They unabashedly stared at Xiao Jing and me, while we felt as if we were committing some transgression as we hastily opened the door and slipped inside. The entire room was barely 10 square meters, devoid of windows, with only a sliver of light filtering through the doorway, rendering it quite dim. Xiao Jing reached to turn on the light, offering me an apologetic smile. "I haven't had time to tidy up, it's a bit messy." In truth, the room was not messy at all. Rather, everything was meticulously organized. Posters of Aaron Kwok adorned the walls, a stuffed doll rested on the bedside, a music box sat atop the square table, a small fan dangled from the mosquito net, and a pair of cat-shaped slippers lay by the door. All these elements infused the space with a vibrant essence of life, as if narrating the owner's unwavering resolve and determination in the face of life's challenges. Confronted by the immaculate confines of the boudoir, I found myself at a loss, awkwardly inquiring, "Should I change into slippers?" Chapter 7. "No, please take a seat for a moment," she replied. Xiao Jing removed her tattered outer garment and donned a loose-fitting shirt before fetching a plastic basin and stepping outside. I settled onto a low stool by the square table, idly flipping through a copy of Reader, barely absorbing its contents, when Xiao Jing returned, carrying the basin of water. She placed it carefully beside my feet and gently rolled up my sleeves. "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about," I reassured her, attempting to retract my arm, but she held onto it with steadfast determination, leaving me no choice but to acquiesce. The wound was approximately 3 inches long, shallow, merely a superficial abrasion, and the bleeding had ceased. With patience and meticulous care, Xiao Jing wiped away the blood from my arm, producing a bottle of antiseptic from seemingly nowhere to apply on my wound, then tore a strip from her shirt to bandage it. Once she completed the task, she exhaled softly, resting her arms on the table. "Stay still and don't move," she instructed before exiting once more. When she returned, she appeared refreshed and clean. She then took 2 packets of instant noodles outside, placing a small pot atop a little stove by the door. In no time, the water boiled, and she added the noodles. During this interval, I contemplated rising to leave, yet for reasons inexplicable, I remained silent, watching her bustle about. By the time we finished our dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. I intended to assist her with the cleanup, but she insisted otherwise, compelling me to merely observe as she washed the dishes and returned them to their rightful places. With only one low stool in the room, which I had occupied, she reluctantly perched on the edge of the bed. I had initially wished to offer her some comfort regarding the events of the day, yet when the words formed on my lips, they faltered and remained unspoken. Strangely, Xiao Jing displayed no trace of sorrow, as if the incident had occurred in a past life, wholly detached from her present existence. Beyond this, it seemed we lacked any shared topics of conversation. Time slipped away in this oppressive silence until the hour hand struck 8, prompting me to shift restlessly. It's quite warm, I remarked softly, intending to find a pretext to depart. But before I could articulate my thought, Xiao Jing responded languidly, indeed, it is hot. She then began to remove her shirt. Realizing she was changing clothes, I awkwardly turned my head away. After a rustling sound, 2 delicate white arms suddenly encircled me from behind, followed by the sensation of 2 extraordinarily soft objects pressing against my back. Xiao Jing's breath brushed my hairline and ear, sending a tingling sensation coursing through me, penetrating deep into my heart. My pulse quickened, and a wave of dizziness washed over me, as if all the blood had surged to my head. 2 years prior, my father had fallen gravely ill, requiring a substantial sum for treatment. He had generously assisted me, making Xiao Jing's gentle voice resonate like thunder in my ears. The marks left on her pristine arms from the proprietor's grasp were strikingly vivid, capturing my attention with a haunting clarity. This is a tale so utterly commonplace. Yet countless similar narratives unfold in this city every single day. The boss came to Xiao Jing's aid in her moment of peril and, as a matter of course, claimed her for himself. And what of me? Am I not now indistinguishable from him? At this thought, a chill enveloped me, and the earlier surge of emotion dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Xiao Jing seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere. Her voice tinged with unease as she remarked, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought this up at such a time. It is not your concern." I gently withdrew my hand from hers and rose slowly. "Are you leaving?" Xiao Jing's voice carried a note of surprise and apprehension. I dared not turn back, stating in a low tone, "It is getting late. I must return to school." Silence fell over Xiao Jing, and after a prolonged pause, I heard her stifle a laugh. "Will we meet again?" "Perhaps." I approached the door but hesitated before pulling it open. After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, "It's all rather small here." Then, I cracked the door open, swiftly slipping out and gently closing it behind me. At that instant, a sound of something dropping to the floor resonated from Xiao Jing's room, followed by her muffled sobs. Under the gaze of the onlookers in the courtyard, I fled the premises, my mind consumed by the day's events, my mood profoundly dismal. It was not until I answered Fang Pingping's call that I felt a semblance of relief. Upon entering the dormitory building, I had indeed heard the phone ringing. However, I was so absorbed in Xiao Jing's sorrow that I scarcely noticed. By the time I regained my senses and clumsily opened the dormitory door, the ringing had ceased. I surmised it must have been Cheng Xiaoying attempting to reach me, and at that moment, I yearned to hear her voice. Just as I was regretting not rushing outside to return her call, the phone rang anew. Eagerly, I seized the phone and exclaimed, "Xiaoying!" Yet, the voice that greeted me was Fang Pingping's, unrestrained and mocking. "Huh, you, who prioritize romance over friendship, who forsake loyalty for gain, are nothing but a perverse creature." For reasons I could not quite fathom, her tirade brought me an inexplicable sense of ease, dispelling the storm clouds that had overshadowed me. I chuckled into the phone. "Miss Fang, your words lack kindness. When have I ever prioritized romance over friendship? Quite the contrary, I have always valued friendship over fleeting desires. I have kept my distance from you." Fang Pingping laughed heartily. "Am I not a bit lustful myself?" I immediately retorted, "Lustful? Not merely lustful, but exceedingly so. You embody the very essence of desire. While others cultivate their appetites, yours appears innate, a part of your very nature." Rendered speechless by my comments, Fang Pingping paused before replying with a chuckle, "It's been ages since I've heard you so scathing. You must be feeling particularly repressed and desperate, am I right?" Before I could retort, she adopted a serious tone. "On a serious note, I have taken care of the matter you entrusted to me. Please advise on the next steps." "What matter?" I queried, momentarily taken aback. "Hey, others forget their mothers once they marry, yet you haven't even taken a wife." Fang Pingping, filled with indignation, exclaimed. It suddenly dawned on me that I had entrusted her to visit my mother before the holiday, and I had completely forgotten about it. I hurriedly inquired, "Is my mother well?" "Humph. Remember now, do you? Whether I wish to share is another matter." Recognizing my fault, I resorted to flattery. "Miss Fang, I humbly bow to your grandeur. If you could find it in your heart to overlook my transgressions, I would be compelled to compose a poem in gratitude to the world." I paused for a moment, noting the silence on the other end of the line. Clearing my throat, I recited, "Goose, goose, goose," with a curved neck singing to the heavens. Fang Pingping chuckled, feigning displeasure. "All right, enough of your nonsense. Your mother is in good health, and everything at home is perfectly fine, so rest assured." "But what else?" My heart tightened as I pressed for more details. "Well, your mother frequently mentions you, clearly concerned for your well-being. Before I left, she specifically instructed me to tell you that all is well at home and to focus on your studies, not to worry about her." She assures me she can support you. As I listened to Fang Pingping's account, warmth flooded my heart, leaving me momentarily speechless. Ah, dear Cricket. I truly envy you for having such an exceptional mother. In truth, Fang Pingping's family was far more affluent than mine. Her grandfather was a veteran of the Long March, her father served as the vice president of a local bank, and her mother was the director of the development zone. In our small county, their economic standing was undoubtedly among the elite, and even in larger cities, they would certainly rank among the prosperous. Yet, I felt no envy towards Fang Pingping's family, for I knew my mother was the finest in the world. And a household with such a mother must also be the best. Thus, when Fang Pingping spoke those words, I recognized her sincerity. What is truly worthy of cherishing in life? It boils down to family ties, friendship, and love. I consider myself fortunate. I have just experienced the nurturing of familial bonds and friendship, and now I am embraced by the warmth of love. Just after I hung up with Fang Pingping, I received a call from Xiaoying. She immediately declared, I called you 15 or 16 times tonight. Either no one answered or the line was busy. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? This was the first time Xiaoying had spoken to me with such urgency. I could hardly blame her. The fault lay with me for returning so late and chatting for ages with Fang Pingping. If the roles were reversed, I would have been more than just furious. While I contemplated how to explain myself to Xiaoying, her voice cut through the silence. Why are you silent? Feeling guilty? Were you out on a date with some girl? Enjoying a lingering conversation over the phone? Xiaoying's words caught me off guard, and I paused momentarily before responding with a playful grin. You know that much? Do you possess some sort of clairvoyance? The phone fell silent, and I felt a pang of anxiety, accompanied by a twinge of discomfort. Yet, I managed to smile and said, Hello, why are you not speaking? A hint of acidity tinged my words. Xiaoying remained silent, and a wave of irritation washed over me. My mind raced, and I deliberately lowered my voice, saying, Hey, keep it down. If my girlfriend finds out you're here, we'll both be in trouble. Why are all men like this? Xiaoying finally snapped, raising her voice. When you can't have something, you treat it like a treasure. Once you possess it, you treat it like mere grass. I chuckled inwardly, for her willingness to speak suggested that the situation was not entirely dire. Though I thought this, I maintained a serious demeanor and swore, I vow to heaven. I am not that kind of person. Whether I have you or not, I regard you as a precious herb, a rare and exquisite ginseng. I am akin to the guardian of this celestial herb in the legend of the white snake, always cradling you in my palm. No matter how powerful the spirit, they shall never steal you away. Chapter 8, The Legend of the White Snake. It's not about celestial guardians. It's the white crane boy. You are simply illiterate. I knew Xiaoying was well versed in the tale, so I intentionally misstated it. She fell for it, and as our conversation progressed, her tone softened from stern to gentle. Eventually, she let out a resigned sigh. Yet, I found her ignorance endearing. I breathed a sigh of relief and, drawing from the comedic tradition of crosstalk, exclaimed, Illiterate? That would be an ancient figure. Once upon a time, this person could neither wield a spear atop a horse nor hold a pen upon dismounting. Unable to recognize a single character in a basket of large script, nor a single small script character. In the examination hall, they would fall into a deep slumber, while among the students, they would triumphantly raise blank sheets. A teenager whose voice echoed throughout the nation, instilling fear in invigilators, was famously known as Mr. Blank Paper. Can you compare yourself to that? Xiaoying laughed until she struggled to catch her breath, gasping, I didn't expect your tongue to be so nimble. Aren't you afraid of running out of breath? I whispered, your tongue is quite nimble as well. Xiaoying let out a playful pout. You are truly wicked. I laughed heartily, only to hear her softly say, I started missing you. I remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. I have been missing you since the moment you boarded the train. This was my heartfelt truth. My longing had not ceased since Xiaoying departed, and as time passed, the yearning grew more intense. Almost every night, I awaited the ring of the phone, hoping to hear her voice, as it would momentarily alleviate my longing, only for it to double thereafter. In a sense, the phone holds a similar allure to that of a drug. Today was no exception. After exchanging sweet nothings, my heart remained restless. I took to the playground to throw a few punches and exercised for half the day, drenched in sweat, yet still in a state of exhilaration. I was reluctant to return to the cold, empty dormitory, especially since I had no work the following day. The thought of work gradually chilled my heart. If I could not secure a new position soon, this might be my final semester at school. I suddenly recalled a conversation with Zeng Zhiyuan, who mentioned a website dedicated to job recruitment. I had taken note of the URL, which might prove useful now. Upon contemplating this, I hastily returned to my dormitory to wash my face and retrieve the website and internet card, then made my way to the school's computer lab. To my surprise, The lab was closed for the summer break. Consequently, I dashed to an internet CAF outside the campus, where it was evident that business had been affected by the school's vacation. Most seats were vacant, save for 2 or 3 adolescent boys engrossed in a game of Red Alert. I settled into a corner, opened the browser, and meticulously typed the web address as dictated by Zhiyuan, only to be momentarily stunned the instant I pressed enter. The web page swiftly transitioned to a recruitment site, densely populated with an array of company names and job postings, seemingly more abundant than resources at a large job fair. Overwhelmed by the deluge of recruitment information, I scarcely glanced at it, instead clicking the browser's back button. After 2 seconds, my navigation site emerged. The name navigation site was a brainchild of Xiao Ding, who likened the vastness of online resources to navigating an endless ocean, with my website serving as a guiding lighthouse to help others find their way. I wholeheartedly concurred with Xiao Ding's sentiment, leading to the christening of the site. In line with this metaphor, the design resembled a lighthouse. I recall Xiao Ding chuckling when he first saw it, teasing me about never having seen a lighthouse, questioning why it would only emit a single beam of light. I smiled in silence, for there was intent behind the design. My aspiration was that upon reaching 10,000 visits, I would add another beam of light. And similarly at 100,000, progressively illuminating the lighthouse with each increment in traffic. According to this reasoning, the lighthouse should now boast 4 beams of light, for the visitor statistics clearly indicated that the site had surpassed 1 million visits. My initial reaction was to suspect foul play in the statistics, yet upon reflection, it seemed improbable, as even Xiao Ding was unaware of the username and password for the homepage's space, and others had no apparent motive to interfere. I casually opened the webmaster's mailbox, only to discover it was overflowing. Aside from a handful of nonsensical spam emails, the remainder could be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first category included requests from newly established websites seeking inclusion in the navigation site. The second encompassed developing sites wishing to exchange links for mutual promotion. The third featured numerous users lamenting that my site frequently indicated it had exceeded its traffic capacity and could not display the homepage. My immediate reaction was that each category of emails contained potential articles to be crafted. If executed well, the website's traffic could ascend to new heights. In a state of sheer exhilaration, my mind raced for a solid 2 hours as I stared blankly at the computer screen. Eventually, the owner noticed my unusual demeanor and approached, gently patting my shoulder. "Young man, are you all right?" I'm fine," I replied, snapping back to reality and forcing an awkward smile. Observing his continued look of skepticism, I inquired, "Do you have anything to eat?" The owner paused briefly before responding. "We have instant noodles, sausage, and pickled vegetables. 3 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages." 3 packets of instant noodles? The proprietor's expression suggested he regarded me as a freeloader. I said nothing, merely retrieved a 20 yuan note from my pocket and handed it to him. The owner's countenance shifted more swiftly than that of a chameleon. His mood transformed from sunny to overcast in an instant as he scurried away. The noodles cost 350 each, and the sausages 150 apiece, totaling 13 yuan and 5 jiao, which represented perhaps the most extravagant meal I have ever indulged in alone. Yet, I harbor no regrets, for it is only when one is well fed that one possesses the strength to labor. I anticipated a sleepless night ahead. First, I drafted 3 emails. The first was a reply to those lamenting netizens. The content was succinct, comprising only a few lines, an apology, an expression of gratitude, and a notification that their concerns would be addressed within a month, inviting their oversight and further suggestions. The second email was directed at the amicable webmasters, conveyed with subtlety, emphasizing a desire for mutual growth. Any site wishing to befriend the navigation site would be welcomed, and I would ensure their website was prominently displayed on the homepage within 3 days. The third email required more contemplation, encompassing several layers of meaning. I began by expressing gratitude for their trust and support of the navigation site, asserting our human-centric, long-term developmental philosophy, and revealing that we possess a robust management and maintenance team. I assured them that their website would be categorized and indexed promptly. Finally, I hinted that should they include a link to our navigation site on their homepage, we would reciprocate with a recommendation. After replying to over 100 emails and cleaning out my inbox, it was already 8 o'clock the following morning. Energized as if on a caffeine high, my nerves remained in a state of exhilaration, utterly devoid of sleepiness. I then spent another 2 hours wandering various websites and forums. This time, my focus was not on promoting the navigation site, for I had a more pressing task: to locate a hosting space that was economical, swift, and capable of supporting millions, if not tens of millions, of visits. However, as time progressed, my confidence waned. The available spaces were either bandwidth restricted, excruciatingly slow, or demanded exorbitant rental fees, all of which fell far short of my expectations. In the face of these challenges, I had no choice but to momentarily abandon that pursuit. I then dedicated another 3 hours to adding the URLs that had requested inclusion and link exchanges into the navigation site. During this time, I encountered service interruptions on 4 occasions, which only heightened my anxiety. Yet, faced with a temporary lack of solutions, I resolved to ponder alternatives later. By the time I returned to my dormitory, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was too fatigued to even change my clothes and collapsed onto my bed. When I awoke, it was 7:30 in the evening. The instant noodles had nearly digested, and a wave of hunger washed over me, truly unbearable. I hastily washed my face and was about to venture out in search of something to eat when the phone rang. As I picked it up, Zheng Xiaoying's gentle voice resonated through the receiver. "Darling, I just watched Titanic today. It was truly magnificent." Lost in thought about the navigation website, I momentarily faltered. What about Nick? Titanic. It finally dawned on me that I had vaguely heard someone mention this film, which tells the tragic tale of a grand ship meeting its fate upon a reef. My disinterest in disaster movies, compounded by a lack of time and resources, rendered me indifferent to the topic. Unfortunately, Zheng Xiaoying could not see my expression. She had already launched into an animated account of Jack and Rose's romantic affair. When she reached the part where Jack holds Rose at the bow of the ship, arms outstretched against the sea breeze, her voice grew fervent. "Do you know? A man may be poor or uneducated, but he must possess romance." It was Jack's romantic spirit that transformed Rose's life into something extraordinary. "Hello, handsome, are you listening?" Yes, I am." My thoughts were pulled back by Zheng Xiaoying's voice, and I quickly responded, thinking that perhaps if I had met Jack, I too might have been swayed by his romantic charm. However, Zheng Xiaoying was not deceived by my hollow laughter. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "You weren't really listening to me just now. Be honest. What were you thinking about?" "Nothing." "Humph. I won't need to reiterate the party's policies, will I? Confess now, and you shall be lenient. Resist, and you shall face harsh consequences." I forced a wry smile at the phone. It seemed I could no longer evade the truth and had to confess. I had initially thought Zheng Xiaoying would share in my excitement about the navigation website, but after I enthusiastically recounted the details, all I received was her perfunctory praise. "Darling, you did great." Though it was ostensibly a compliment, it felt oddly uncomfortable to my ears. I worried that she might not have grasped my words clearly, so I emphasized, "I can't believe the website's traffic has effortlessly surpassed 1 million. Zheng Xiaoying chuckled and said, "If only that traffic could be converted into currency." I could easily envision her wrinkling her nose and making a comical face as she said this, a sight utterly adorable. Usually, I would have playfully bantered back, eliciting hearty laughter from her, but for some reason, at that moment, my pride felt severely wounded, and I could only manage a couple of forced chuckles. Then I would be a millionaire, wouldn't I? Zheng Xiaoying seemed to sense that her previous comment was slightly off, pausing before asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" Although her tone was earnest, her seemingly irrelevant question did little to lift my spirits. Suppressing my discontent, I replied earnestly, "Continuing like this isn't sustainable. I think I want to invest in renting a virtual space to relocate the website." Zheng Xiaoying inquired seriously, "And then?" "And then? To speak candidly, I have not earnestly contemplated this issue. Subconsciously, I believe everything should unfold naturally. Establishing reciprocal links with other websites aims to enhance the visibility of the navigation site, as a greater audience inevitably leads to increased traffic. Renting space is intended to provide a superior service to internet users, and when they receive better service, it naturally results in more visits. After all, is not the primary focus of a website the traffic it garners? Yet what follows? What transpires after the increase in visits? Suddenly, I recall a tale. A reporter inquires of a shepherd boy, "Do you have any wishes?" The boy replies, "I wish to tend many sheep." The reporter asks, "What will you do with so many sheep?" The boy responds, "I can sell them for money." The reporter continues, "And what will you do with the money?" The boy states, "I will use it to marry a wife." The reporter presses on, "And why marry a wife?" The boy replies, "To have children." The reporter then asks, "Why have children?" The boy concludes, "So that I can have even more sheep." I find myself akin to that shepherd boy. The traffic is my flock. In my pursuit of increased visits, I have expended considerable effort, even sacrificing hard-earned money. However, the rise in traffic inevitably brings forth new challenges, which gradually become bottlenecks. To address these emerging issues, I must invest even more time and resources. It is not that I cannot recognize this dilemma, but rather that I struggle to find a solution. The most straightforward approach I can conceive is to diligently pursue an increase in traffic. This method is the simplest and most accessible. When Cheng Xiaoying raises this question, I inexplicably feel a sense of embarrassment and annoyance, as if the veil of modesty has been unceremoniously torn away. Not only has Cheng Xiaoying stripped away my pretense, but she also scrutinizes the underlying content with meticulous attention. Only by converting traffic into currency can the website achieve sustainable growth. One should take cues from the profit models of major websites like Sohu and Sina. This is indeed sound advice. Perhaps I could humbly accept it were it spoken by another. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, when it emanates from Cheng Xiaoying, my girlfriend, it feels strangely disconcerting. Deep within, I harbor a reluctance to be directed or critiqued, particularly by a woman, and most especially by my own partner. I feign indifference, saying, "You make a valid point. I shall consider it." Cheng Xiaoying is an astute girl. She refrains from pressing the matter further and shifts the conversation to films. However, the ensuing dialogue lacks vitality, and the warmth and sweetness we once shared have vanished without a trace. This moment of discomfort marks merely the beginning. In subsequent conversations, Cheng Xiaoying and I find ourselves increasingly at odds. Although fleeting moments of tenderness still occur, they seldom endure. During this time, I have experienced profound anguish, repeatedly reflecting on my conduct and striving to alter myself, yet each conversation ends in discord. Our exchanges have grown increasingly formal, and the frequency of our communications has diminished significantly. I attribute all of this to the adverse effects of distance, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the new semester. Like the well-known adage of a great man, to devote our finite lives to the infinite service of the people. In profound anguish, I channeled all my vibrant energy into selfless work. In the days leading up to the start of the semester, I secured 2 temporary jobs, dedicating all my efforts to these roles aside from web development. However, despite my relentless labor, I found myself lacking sufficient funds for tuition when the new semester began. This was not due to inadequate earnings from my jobs, but rather because I had rented a virtual space that consumed nearly half of my summer earnings. This occurred on the last day of the month, after I had solemnly promised in my emails to resolve the website's frequent accessibility issues within a month. My mother taught me from a young age that words, once spoken, are like water spilled. They cannot be retrieved. A man must bear his responsibilities. As another great man wisely noted, solving one problem invariably leads to a host of new issues. Now, I am confronted with the new dilemma of this semester's tuition. It was now the second week after classes had commenced. One afternoon, Hu Hao summoned me outside the dormitory and quietly said, "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. We are brothers, just let me know if I can help." Understanding the intent behind Hu Hao's words, I chose to be direct and stated, "I will need a couple more days regarding the tuition matter." To my surprise, Hu Hao responded with more straightforwardness, asking, "How much are you short?" After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "About 1,500. Hu Hao smiled slightly, saying, "You're in luck. I just managed to get 2,000 from my father. I was planning to buy a new phone, but I want to need it right away. So consider it a gift." After a brief silence, I nodded in agreement, but I did not utter a word of thanks. For such friendship cannot be encapsulated by mere words. Moreover, I understood Hu Hao as he understood me. Once this matter was settled, Hu Hao broached another topic. "De Fang is back." I was uncertain why Hu Hao chose to share this information with me and merely responded with a soft hum. Awaiting further explanation, Hu Hao continued, "Besides that incident, is there any unresolved tension between you?" A weight settled in my heart. Was Chao Zhifang seeking revenge for the matter concerning Cheng Xiaoying? I inwardly scoffed, realizing that this fellow had grown more audacious. He would need to be firmly reminded of his place. However, this was a private grievance between De Fang and me, and I wished to keep Hu Hao uninvolved. So I countered, "What is going on?" Hu Hao, being perceptive, refrained from pressing further and instead informed me, "De Fang is hosting a dinner tonight, and specifically asked me to invite you." This revelation caught me off guard. Why would De Fang want to invite me? Was it a trap? Hu Hao, clearly reading my thoughts, chuckled and clarified, "De Fang has been doing quite well. I hear he has made a name for himself at the Electric Bureau, dressed sharply and looking quite the part. This time, I invited friends from school, and I discerned no malice in him. In other words, should any ulterior motives arise, rest assured, I shall protect you." I trust Hu Hao's words. After a moment of silence, I conveyed, "Old Hu, please inform Chao Zhifang that I am unable to attend tonight due to prior commitments. I appreciate his kind intentions. My decision to abstain from the lavish dinner stems from 2 reasons. First, I wish to avoid mingling with such individuals, and second, I fear that Cheng Xiaoying might feel displeased if she were to find out." As the new semester commenced, my relationship with Cheng Xiaoying gradually shifted from gloom to brightness. creating an illusion that the conflicts from the summer break were merely due to distance. However, this fleeting joy was short-lived. As time progressed, discrepancies re-emerged between us, escalating into deeper conflicts, as if we were traversing increasingly divergent paths. Zheng Zhiyuan adored shopping, watching movies, and engaging in intimate conversations with her close friends. While I deemed these pastimes as mere squandering of time and money, I toiled to earn money, diligently pursued my studies, and meticulously maintained my navigation network. Yet Zheng Zhiyuan often erupted in anger because I could not spare time to accompany her. I endeavored to strike a balance between the two, but each attempt ended in failure. Objectively speaking, both Zheng Zhiyuan and I are not unappreciative of our relationship. We have made considerable efforts and sacrifices to sustain it. For instance, Zheng Zhiyuan meticulously organized a social event between two dormitories, clearly aiming to alleviate the tension between us. I even called the two employers who hired me as a tutor to request a leave of absence. Among the 6 of us in the dormitory, apart from myself and Su Jian, the rest were single and thus eagerly participated in such activities. For nearly an entire morning, we prepared for the afternoon gathering. Remarkably, all 6 of us made our beds and undertook a thorough cleaning. After nearly an hour of diligent labor, the dormitory underwent a transformation, becoming an entirely different space from its former disarray. The funniest moment arrived when the chubby neighbor dropped by our dormitory, only to be taken aback upon entering, exclaiming, "Sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn," and promptly turning to leave, which provoked a chorus of laughter. The chubby one soon realized the situation, returned, and surveyed the room with curiosity, asking, "Is there a hygiene check today?" Upon discovering the truth, he felt both envious and jealous, clamoring to become our honorary roommate, only to be playfully chased away. Initially, only 6 boys and 6 girls from 2 dormitories were slated to participate in the event, but when Su Jian's girlfriend, Shen Xiaoli, learned of it, she insisted on joining, thus tipping the scale in favor of the females. Chapter 10. The social gathering commenced punctually, with no one absent. Following mutual introductions, Shen Xiaoli, with a deliberately subtle application of makeup, shyly remarked, "I sincerely apologize. I didn't wish to be a third wheel." But Su Jian insisted on my joining the fun. Su Jian, clearly taken aback by her unexpected appearance, paused for a moment before breaking into a broad smile and saying, "Old Huang said that the more, the merrier." "Right, old Huang." I silently cursed Su Jian as a cunning old fox, yet I spoke amiably. "Indeed. I am merely concerned that we gentlemen might not adequately attend to the lovely ladies in our midst. Hence, I have specially invited my dear sister-in-law to assist us today." Shen Xiaoli, delighted by my repeated references to her as sister-in-law, beamed at me with joy and said, "We are all family here, so please, no need to be so courteous. Let us all sit down and make ourselves comfortable." As she spoke, she picked up our newly purchased glass cups to wash them. "Sister-in-law, allow me to take care of that," Liu Hou'er called out as he rushed to follow her. Su Jian leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "Thanks. But your incessant calling her sister-in-law is a bit too much." I replied quietly, "We must adhere to the principle of being practical and realistic. Otherwise, I might just ask Shen Xiaoli how she prefers to be addressed if you find my term of endearment unsuitable." Su Jian shot me a fierce glare. And this scene did not escape the notice of Wang Yan from Zheng Zhiyuan's dormitory. Wang Yan, known for her sharp tongue and unrelenting demeanor, immediately exclaimed, "You two are exchanging glances and flirting openly. Aren't you concerned about making Xiaoying jealous? Huang Shuai, if you behave like this in front of her, who knows what you might do behind her back? You must not indulge in such behavior." Her words prompted a wave of laughter, and Zheng Zhiyuan, sitting beside Wang Yan, flushed with embarrassment and pushed Wang Yan playfully, saying, "You really have no filter. Oh, look at this. Even before the wedding, you're already turning your elbows outward. Huang Shuai, what kind of potion have you given our Xiaoying?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoying's face turned crimson, and she huffed, "I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she turned to converse with her nearby friends. Yet, Wang Yan was relentless, directing her attention at me. "Huang Shuai, you'd better confess quickly. What were you whispering to Su Jian? Were you speaking ill of us?" It seemed I could not evade this predicament. My mind raced, and in a flash, I devised a response. I spoke slowly and deliberately, our elder stated. As Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" He is particularly joyful today and is planning to treat everyone to a feast this evening. Wonderful. That's the kind of news I love to hear. Wang Yan led the cheer, declaring, "It's settled then." Su Jian glared at me, his face a portrait of frustration, as though he wished to devour me whole. With Wang Yan's lively banter, Liu Hou'er's exuberance, and Shen Xiaoli's attentive care for everyone, our gathering resembled a festive celebration, enveloped in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere throughout the afternoon. In the midst of this, the neighbor, Xiaoping, borrowed water 3 times. Our classmate A Mao mistakenly knocked on our door twice, and the class study committee relayed the latest instructions from our counselor. Numerous classmates dropped by our dormitory in search of someone, creating intricate connections between us, regardless of our usual interactions. Yet, there was one exception. This individual was Xiao Ding. He not only failed to visit our dormitory, but it also seemed he was deliberately avoiding us. On our way out to dine, I spotted Xiao Ding emerging from the teaching building, only to suddenly halt, then swiftly turn back and re-enter the building. You might say I am being overly sensitive, but if you were aware of the events that transpired between us a few days ago, perhaps you would not think so. Ever since my relationship with Cheng Xiaoying was established, Xiao Ding has intentionally distanced himself from me. I am aware that he once harbored feelings for Cheng Xiaoying, so his behavior does not come as a surprise. In fact, a twinge of guilt arises within me, as if I have taken something from him. Thus, I made a deliberate effort to approach Xiao Ding, seeking conversation even when there was little to discuss. Yet, despite my efforts, the chasm between us remained unbridged. He consistently treated me with a dispassionate indifference. One evening a few days ago, I exited the library later than usual and hurried to the dining hall, only to find a dwindling number of diners. After hastily obtaining my meal, I found a seat and sat down. Just as I was halfway through my meal, I noticed movement before me. Someone had taken a seat across from me. Looking up, I saw it was Xiao Ding. His head bowed as he silently stirred the tofu and cabbage in his food container, appearing deeply troubled. I broke the silence first, smiling as I said, "If you keep stirring, it will turn into tofu dregs." Xiao Ding paused his stirring and lifted his head, as if he had made a resolution, and resolutely said to me, "Xiao Zhifang has been coming back to school frequently lately." I surmised that Xiao Ding had heard from the class leader about the conflict between De Fong and me, and had come to warn me. A wave of warmth washed over me, and I feigned a nonchalant smile, replying, "This school isn't ours. People can do as they please." Xiao Ding did not smile. He fixed his gaze on me and spoke solemnly. "Do you know why Xiao Zhifang keeps returning to school?" I was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this matter might somehow pertain to me. If his visits were intended as a form of retribution against me, then why had there been no signs of action until now? Moreover, why was he being so conspicuous? Pondering these questions led me to utter the simple inquiry, "Why?" Xiao Ding casually remarked, "For Cheng Xiaoying." A thunderclap resounded in my mind, and countless thoughts flashed through my head as I coldly responded, "What do you mean?" My reaction seemed to have been anticipated by Xiao Ding. He once again lowered his head and resumed stirring his food, slowly saying, "Xiao Zhifang has sent flowers, small gifts, and clothes to Cheng Xiaoying." A heavy weight settled in my heart. Although I was already aware that Xiao Ding was suffering due to my relationship with Xiaoying, I had not anticipated he would harbor such base thoughts. Indeed, I had repeatedly shown him tolerance and understanding because of my connection with Cheng Xiaoying. But if he believed he could freely slander her in my presence, he was gravely mistaken. I know Xiaoying well. She harbors a deep disdain for De Fong. If De Fong were truly to harass her, she would undoubtedly inform me immediately. Since she has never mentioned such occurrences, it is evident that no such incidents have transpired. I perceive the tumultuous thoughts brewing within Xiao Ding. He must be aware of the past discord between De Fong and myself, especially since De Fong has indeed returned several times recently. Thus, he fabricates rumors out of thin air, aiming solely to sow discord, unwilling to allow others to possess what he himself cannot attain. I am taken aback by Xiao Ding's character. It is absurd that I once felt a pang of guilt. Had I known this sooner, even if I had indeed taken his girlfriend, I would have felt no remorse. At that moment, my expression must have been quite grim. Had Xiao Ding merely glanced up, he would have detected the contempt and disdain reflected in my eyes. Regrettably, he remained oblivious, continuing to spread his malicious slander. Initially, Cheng Xiaoying was hesitant, but eventually succumbed to temptation. How ludicrous! The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Xiao Ding had not even spied on the girls' dormitory, so how could he possibly know these details? His words not only sought to tarnish Xiaoying's reputation, but also to place a figurative green hat upon my head. Finally, unable to endure any longer, I slammed my palm on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Enough!" My lunchbox lid bounced several times on the table before clattering to the ground. Aside from the metallic clink of the lid, the vast cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, all eyes converging upon Xiao Ding and myself. My fury surged within me. Had it not been for our past acquaintance, I might have resorted to physical confrontation. I fixed my gaze on Xiao Ding, resolutely refusing to conceal my anger and disdain. I raised my index finger before him, stating coldly, "I do not wish to hear such words a second time. Should I hear similar remarks again, do not expect me to remain courteous." In that moment, Xiao Ding's countenance grew exceedingly grim. He lowered his head, stirring his food with increasing agitation. From that day forth, Xiao Ding deliberately avoided me. I understood his guilt-ridden conscience, and in my mind, I had already aligned him with the ranks of traitors. I never initiated conversation with him, thus his avoidance today came as no surprise. I surmised he felt too ashamed to face me, and even more so to confront Cheng Xiaoying. Speaking of Cheng Xiaoying, I sensed an oddity about her today, a peculiarity that could not be grasped by those uninvolved. To outsiders, Cheng Xiaoying appeared perfectly normal, embodying her usual gentle grace and understanding demeanor, moving with the poise of an accomplished lady. However, I felt an invisible barrier between us, erasing the usual rapport and warmth we shared. For instance, during ordinary times, she would undoubtedly accompany the act of handing me a cup of water with a tender glance. Yet today, she merely placed the cup in my hand. Furthermore, in previous discussions, after expressing her thoughts, she would invariably solicit my opinion with a simple, right? Yet today, she seemed to neglect seeking my input. The subtlety of such occurrences lies in their ineffability. What feels profoundly abnormal to those directly involved may appear utterly ordinary to others. Not only would it be futile to articulate this to anyone else, even in confronting Cheng Xiaoying directly, she might not be willing to acknowledge it. Yet I still wish to give it a try, for the situation appears to be far more serious than I had anticipated. On our way to the dinner gathering, Cheng Xiaoying deliberately maintained a distance from me, even skillfully evading my attempt to grasp her delicate hand. However, she offered me no opportunity. Throughout the journey, she walked closely alongside Wang Yan. Despite my subtle glances in her direction, she remained oblivious, only to be teased by Wang Yan. Tiste, in such a public setting. How can one live like this? I felt a twinge of discomfort from her words, and an irritable sense of frustration welled up within me. In a fit of pique, I deliberately slowed my pace, creating more space between us. Cheng Xiaoying, clearly aware of this shift, cast a fleeting glance in my direction, her lips twitching as if to utter something, yet ultimately she refrained from speaking. Chapter 11. There are but a few dining establishments outside the school, and Wang Yan suggested we go to one named Zhongguancun. Following her lead, we all agreed that the company mattered more than the cuisine. However, Qian disagreed, pointing at the sign at the entrance. Look at this sign for Zhongguancun. 3 gold pieces aren't even enough. They want a downpour of gold, which clearly indicates that the owner here values money over people. Entering is sure to lead to being fleeced. Listening to this fellow make a mockery of the establishment's name brought a chuckle to my heart. It was evident he intended to swindle Su Jian. Wang Yan laughed, responding, "They are running a business, not a charity. Are we to expect free food and drink?" It seemed she had confused the kanji shop with a funeral home, prompting a wave of hearty laughter. Even Cheng Xiaoying could not help but smile. Amidst her laughter, she leaned in to whisper something to Wang Yan, whose face flushed as she retorted, "I know what a funeral home is for. What I meant is, we are not ghosts. We shouldn't always expect to dine for free." This remark was seized upon by Liu Hou'er, who mimicked the tone of Bao Ding, declaring, "Not at all. Firstly, Qian never suggested we dine here for free. Secondly, ghosts do not consume food or drink, and even if we wish to dine without payment, that would not equate to being a ghost." Wang Yan, with her unyielding spirit, was ready to retaliate, but fearing discord. I interjected loudly to Qian and Liu Hou'er, "Silence your chatter. Is today your treat, or is it the boss's? The host hasn't spoken yet. So what are you bickering about?" Liu Hou'er, sensing the shifting tides, turned to Su Jian and said, "Old Huang is right. We should heed the host." As everyone's gaze turned towards Su Jian, his expression grew serious, even feigning a cough or two. Just as we assumed he had made a decision, a smirk suddenly crossed his face as he bent towards Xin Xiaoli, asking, "Madam, what are your thoughts?" A chorus of booing erupted, and the collective gaze shifted to one of disdain and contempt. Xin Xiaoli replied with a smile, "We live in a democratic society. Let us decide by vote." Su Jian, visibly frustrated, echoed, "That's a splendid idea. How did I not think of it? All right, those in favor of dining at Zhongguancun, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. One by one, hands were raised, and in the end, only Qian opposed. Turning around in exasperation, he declared, "What do you mean by prioritizing beauty over friendship? Today, I truly see the boss's character. Let us secure a private room." As the conversation flowed, Qian had already sprung into action, rushing into the restaurant to secure a favorable position. This little interlude greatly enhanced the atmosphere at the dining table, although only Qian remained discontent, indignantly raising his glass to penalize this one and that one. When he reached the point of targeting the female dormitory Xiaoxue, his tongue had begun to betray him. Slurring his words, he leaned closer to Xiaoxue and mumbled, Why is it that people today are so pragmatic? Individuals like me, who regard wealth as mere refuse and fame as ephemeral, are becoming increasingly rare. I must tell you, I possess remarkable talent, akin to that of the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao. You know who Xiao Li Fei Dao is, right? With that, he pulled a chair and sat next to Xiao Shuai. I had long sensed that Li Qian harbored no noble intentions from the outset. If a mere drink could intoxicate him, even a sow would climb a tree. He merely sought to use alcohol as a veil, attempting to get closer to Xiao Shuai. I surmised his cunning plan involved first discussing his expertise in martial arts. Should Xiao Shuai engage him, the conversation would seamlessly transition to literature, personal interests, and ultimately, to worldviews and philosophies, igniting sparks of connection. However, if Xiao Shuai showed no interest or if the dialogue faltered, he would simply feign drunkenness as an excuse. Li Qian's despicable thoughts were largely my responsibility. I should have briefed everyone about the female dormitory's dynamics beforehand. Prior to this gathering, Cheng Xiaoying had specifically warned that there were two individuals not to offend, Wang Yin and Xiao Shuai. Wang Yin was the type who would not forgive even the slightest offense. A quintessential sharp-tongued character, those who crossed her would face her verbal onslaught mercilessly. Xiao Shuai, true to her name, was a quintessential frosty beauty. Harboring a particular disdain for overly eager suitors, anyone who provoked her would be remembered for a lifetime. However, Xiao Shuai appeared to harbor no particular aversion to Li Qian, merely regarding him coolly as she stated. Xiao Li Fei Dao originates from Gu Long's The Sentimental Swordsman. Ruthless Sword, also known as the First Blade of Wind and Cloud, which is the inaugural installment of the Xiao Li Fei Dao series. Ah, a kindred spirit. A kindred spirit, Li Qian exclaimed, half in sincerity and half in flattery, clinking his glass against Xiao Shuai's. To our shared passion, let us drink to that. I shall take the first sip as a gesture of respect. Xiao Shuai's face bore no trace of a smile. She continued at her unhurried pace. This person excels at feigning drunkenness to cozy up to girls. Just as Li Qian was pouring the wine into his mouth, he was caught off guard and began to cough loudly. Witnessing this scene, I could hardly suppress a chuckle, involuntarily glancing towards Cheng Xiaoying, who met my gaze briefly before averting her eyes. A wave of melancholy washed over me as I surveyed the room. Aside from Wang Yin, who was engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with Liu Hou'er, the others were either intentionally or inadvertently watching Li Qian and Xiao Shuai. Most of the girls struggled to contain their laughter, while the boys wore expressions of schadenfreude. Only Shun Xiaoli could no longer restrain herself, leaning against Su Jian, covering her mouth, and giggling uncontrollably. I'm done playing with you. This is dull, Wang Yin declared, abandoning her drink with Liu Hou'er. She raised her glass towards me and said, Huang Shuai, let's have a toast. I once heard Cheng Xiaoying mention that Wang Yin is a renowned goddess of wine, with countless men succumbing beneath her glass. Such a person is best approached with caution, and I hastily shook my head, insisting, I can't, truly I can't. Wang Yin exclaimed, you can't even throw a punch, are you even a man? Suddenly, Shen Xiaoli interjected, I think it's because Xiaoying is too strict with Huang Shuai, isn't it, Xiaoying? As she shifted the topic to Cheng Xiaoying, I felt my cheeks flush and glanced toward her, only to see her cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xiaoli, softly retorting, what does that have to do with me? Her words carried an unmistakable hint of defiance, leaving Shen Xiaoli momentarily taken aback and a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Wang Yin seized the moment and called out to me, Huang Shuai, stop dilly-dallying, do you dare to join? Wang Yan's raucous interjection managed to break the tension surrounding Li Qian, who, whether truly intoxicated or hopelessly enamored with Xiao Shuai, did not seize the opportunity to withdraw. Instead, he continued to woo her, saying, do not be misled by Li Xuanhuan's notorious fondness for alcohol. It is merely a fade to mask the turmoil and disappointments of his inner world. In truth, he is a man of great loyalty, and it is no exaggeration to describe him as having a warm-hearted and generous spirit. Li Xuanhuan is, in essence, a true reflection of Gu Long himself. But Gu Long, generous and warm-hearted? Xiao Shuai interrupted with a scoff. Li Xuanhuan barely qualifies. After all, his family has been well off for generations. How can Gu Long be associated with such a description? He himself once stated that writing for money is not the plight of all writers, but it certainly is mine. A man without wealth has no grounds to discuss loyalty. Money to a man is like beauty to a woman. It is one's greatest capital. It is laughable that some inept men, charmed by a woman's beauty, would dare to speak of viewing wealth as mere refuse. Such individuals are not only ridiculous, but also somewhat pitiable. Xiao Shuai's remarks were intended to mock Li Qian, yet they stirred a significant turmoil within me. Particularly the assertion that money to a man is akin to beauty to a woman, striking me like a heavy blow. I involuntarily cast a glance at Cheng Xiaoying, who was quietly eating, her face devoid of expression. Since she did not oppose the statement, it seemed she tacitly agreed with it. In that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within me as memories flooded my mind. Upon reflection, the discord between Cheng Xiaoying and myself could indeed be distilled to a singular root, whether it was her frustration at my lack of time for her, her reluctance for me to take on school duties, or my perceived lack of romance. It all ultimately stemmed from my inadequacy. Had I been a man of wealth, these issues would surely have dissipated. As I cleared away the fog of superficiality, the truth became evident. Cheng Xiaoying possessed the assets of a woman, while I lacked the requisite merits of a man to match her. In that moment, clarity washed over me, as if all matters had been laid bare. Yet, had I truly grasped it? If so, why did my heart still ache? You have lost. Drink, drink. Wang Yan's call jolted me back from the ethereal void. I lifted the wine glass from the table and downed it in one swift motion. The liquor flashed down my throat, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though everything else had faded away, leaving only the sharp sensation of the spirit. Simultaneously, out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed Li Qian, holding a glass, caught in a comical limbo, neither advancing nor retreating, standing awkwardly before Xiao Shui, evidently ensnared in embarrassment. It was unclear whether Wang Yan genuinely failed to notice Li Qian's discomfort or was merely feigning ignorance. She continued to holler at me, preventing me from intervening to rescue Li Qian. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Li, seated next to Xiao Shui, remarked to Li Qian, "A misstep demands a drink." Others soon caught on, with Qian Feng chiming in, "One drink, one tea suffice. He ought to take 3. He then placed his glass alongside Ma Ben's, effortlessly dragging Li Qian into the fray. This uproar dispelled the awkward atmosphere at the table, and until the revelry subsided, Li Qian dared not provoke Xiao Shui again. Li Qian had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Xiao Shui, and I had come to truly appreciate Wang Yan's formidable presence. In the course of our playful contest, I consumed approximately 1.5 bottles of Baijiu, a spirit not overly potent, specifically a 56-degree Erguo. Despite her propensity for victory, Wang Yan appeared only slightly flushed, indicating she had not reached her limit, while I found myself increasingly dizzy and my reactions noticeably dulled. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoying seemed to utter something, prompting Wang Yan to giggle and exclaim, "Look, our Xiaoying is concerned. Huang Shuai, in light of Xiaoying's sentiments, will spare you today. Should you dare to bully our Xiaoying, consider today a lesson." No, I could distinctly sense my tongue had begun to betray me, not merely my tongue, but seemingly every part of my being had ceased to obey commands. Grasping Wang Yan's wrist, I urged, "Let us continue." Wang Yan chuckled and broke free from my grip. "Let us go, who is afraid?" Suddenly recalling something, she turned to the girl beside her. "Ting-Ting, what time is it?" Ting-Ting glanced at her watch, 9:15. Wang Yan's expression darkened. "Hey, that deadbeat, who knows where he has gone off to?" "Xiaoying, is that deadbeat with me?" Cheng Xiaoying had previously informed me that Wang Yan had a boyfriend from another school, with whom she frequently exchanged sweet nothings over the phone. I found it puzzling that she would pose such a question to Cheng Xiaoying. Strangely, Cheng Xiaoying appeared slightly uneasy upon hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, especially when she cast a fleeting glance my way, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Wang Yan, with her characteristic impatience, urged, "Quick, check your phone for any messages." This statement elicited no significant response from my foggy mind. Aside from a slight curiosity, how was I unaware that Cheng Xiaoying had a phone? After a moment of hesitation, Cheng Xiaoying replied, "It's in the dormitory." "Xiaoying, why do you falter at such a crucial moment?" Wang Yan turned to me, saying, "I'm not criticizing you, but you ought to properly educate Xiaoying on valuing the gifts you have bestowed upon her. If that deadbeat gifted me something, I would carry it every day." Wait, a sudden jolt resonated in my mind, as I felt an inexplicable flaw in Wang Yan's words. I struggled to comprehend it, yet the throbbing at my temples intensified, and my thoughts swirled chaotically, akin to shattered glass that could never be reassembled into a coherent image. It seemed I had indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, followed by Su Jian and others urging me to moderate my intake. Then, a quarrel erupted between someone and another, and after that, my memory faded into oblivion. That night, I was plagued by countless nightmares, the last of which found me traversing a desolate and barren wilderness alone, devoid of blossoms or verdant grass, with only the parched, cracked earth surrounding me. The air was thick with oppressive heat waves, and I walked endlessly, my fatigue mounting, yet unable to escape this realm suffused with the scent of death. I was acutely aware that my endurance was waning, and should I collapse, death would swiftly follow. At that moment, I was jolted awake, my throat burning, my temples pulsating, and my head slightly dizzy. However, Upon glancing at the upper bunk, I realized I was in my own bed, which brought a sense of relief. I closed my eyes for a few more seconds, then turned to check the time, only to find the sun had risen high in the sky. Apart from the countless specks of dust dancing in the slanted light, everything seemed so tranquil. The dormitory remained impeccably clean, yet the bedding and toiletries had reverted to their usual state of disarray. I poured myself a glass of warm water, which soothed my throat slightly. Suddenly, I recalled that today was Monday, with 2 mandatory classes scheduled for the morning. Everyone must have gone to class by now. Glancing at the clock, it was already 8:15. Since I was late, I decided to attend the second class instead. The washing area was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle, which felt somewhat unusual. As I washed up, I reflected on the events of the previous night, sensing that something of great importance eluded my memory. After washing my face, my mind cleared a bit. As I prepared to return to the dormitory, I heard a flurry of hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor. Such occurrences were commonplace in the boys' dormitory. It could either be someone returning to retrieve something forgotten for class or a student skipping class. One or the other. The footsteps ceased abruptly, and judging by their direction, they seemed to have stopped at our dormitory door. Barely 2 seconds passed before a loud crash resonated, sounding less like a door opening and more like it was being forcibly removed. Startled, I hurried out of the washing area, only to hear a girl's voice call out urgently, "Huang Shuai, get out here." The voice was startlingly familiar, yet I could not immediately place it. Fortunately, the washing area was just across from our dormitory, and within a few steps, I reached the door, where a girl was already turning her head in response to the commotion. Upon seeing her, I was momentarily taken aback and greeted her. "Wang Yin, what brings you here?" Wang Yin glared at me, her face contorted in anger, as she coldly retorted, "What brings me here? I'm here to confront you, you scoundrel." I was momentarily bewildered, unable to fathom why Wang Yin was berating me. Had my drunken ramblings offended her last night? A wave of regret washed over me as I hastily replied, "I truly drank too much yesterday. If I said anything inappropriate, please don't take it to heart. Spare me the excuses. Come with me." Wang Yin stormed in, grabbing my arm and dragging me outside. I was bewildered, questioning our destination. Wang Yin shot me a fierce glare, demanding, "Apologize to Xiao Ding." Wait. At her words, I froze. Fragments of last night's events flickering in my mind. What truly transpired? How can you even ask? Wang Yin halted, fuming. Had I known you possessed such poor character, I wouldn't have shared a drink with you. After you got drunk, you began to ramble nonsensically, uttering words that deeply hurt Xiao Ding. Do you realize she cried for most of the night? In a fit of anger, she even smashed the phone you gifted her. Had she not stopped me, I would have come to confront you last night. The thought of Cheng Xiaoying being so heartbroken weighed heavily on me. I vaguely remembered the previous night and silently returned my toiletries to the bookshelf. My mind raced with a myriad of thoughts, while Wang Yin impatiently urged, "Stop dawdling. Show some backbone and apologize to Xiaoying. It was just drunken folly. It's not the end of the world." Wang Yin's temperament bore some resemblance to Fang Pingping's. Both lacked the softness typically associated with femininity, though Wang Yin was more extreme. Thus, her words did not surprise me. At this moment, I felt a tumult of conflicting emotions, as if 2 versions of myself were engaged in a fierce battle. I hardly paid attention to her admonitions. Slowly, I turned around, my voice barely above a whisper. Did I mention breaking up last night? Absolute nonsense about breaking up. Just apologize to Xiaoying and reassure her. Everything will be fine. I paused, contemplating. Allow me a moment to think. Wang Yin stared at my face in disbelief, as if seeking to penetrate my thoughts. What did you say? Repeat that. I calmly responded. I believe both Xiaoying and I need some time to cool down. My voice remained steady, though my heart felt as if it were bleeding. Cheng Xiaoying cried for you all night. If you possess even an ounce of conscience, you must go and apologize to her now. Wang Yin nearly roared, a reaction I anticipated. I maintained an impassive demeanor, replying calmly, "I appreciate your concern, but I know how to handle my own affairs." Wang Yin fell silent, her face contorted with rage. Just as I expected an explosion, she suddenly stated coldly, "I feel sorry for Xiaoying. How could she have fallen for you?" With that, she stormed out. I collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly drained. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and anguish surged from deep within me. For a moment, I trembled, repeatedly asking myself, is this how my first love ends? Have all the vows and sweet nothings become meaningless? At that instant, countless images flashed through my mind, only to shatter into countless fragments. Just days ago, we had been entwined in a tender embrace, and now, due to a single night of drunkenness, it seemed we would part ways. Amidst the flood of memories, a singular thought crystallized with immense clarity. I must seek out Cheng Xiaoying, apologize, and implore her for forgiveness. As this notion took root, it felt as though some magical force compelled my body to act. I acknowledge that Wang Yin speaks the truth. If I merely offer an apology to Cheng Xiaoying and placate her, perhaps we could restore our relationship to its former state. I could conveniently attribute my missteps to intoxication, which would provide me with some solace, ease Cheng Xiaoying's distress, and allow Wang Yin and others to feel justified. In such a scenario, all parties would be content. And why not pursue such an outcome? This situation has transpired countless times before, and I am certain it will recur in the future. Yet, a voice deep within me persistently queries, are Cheng Xiaoying and I truly compatible? Indeed, are we genuinely suited for one another? Prior to yesterday's dinner, I had steadfastly believed we were a perfect match. Subconsciously, I had long regarded Cheng Xiaoying as my inseparable counterpart. To describe my feelings at that time with the phrase, she is the only one for me, would not be an exaggeration. We have often dreamed of a blissful life after graduation, and I am convinced that in those moments, we both approached the topic with sincerity. Thus, I viewed our past disagreements merely as the necessary friction of relationship refinement, dismissing them without concern. However, a remark from Xiao Shui yesterday struck me like a thunderbolt, illuminating a truth I had either overlooked or intentionally evaded. There exists a profound ideological chasm between Cheng Xiaoying and me, stemming from our distinct personalities and backgrounds. We have never inquired into each other's family backgrounds, yet I can surmise from her demeanor and attire that Cheng Xiaoying hails from a considerably privileged family, one that is certainly not on par with mine. Furthermore, as an undeniably attractive young woman, she naturally requires a commensurate level of adornment. Although her expenditures may not be extraordinarily lavish among her peers, they still appear quite extravagant to my eyes. I am but a destitute student, the very epitome of poverty, where every penny I possess has been painstakingly earned through toil alongside my mother. Thus, I cannot afford to squander a single cent. While others may present their girlfriends with 99 roses, I can only fashion a ring from blades of grass, while some treat their partners to grand feasts. I can only invite Cheng Xiaoying for a bowl of noodles, while others bestow elegant garments. I can only offer her a pair of gloves. And while some take their girlfriends to amusement parks, I can only accompany Cheng Xiaoying on hikes. The frequency of our quarrels often stems from her dissatisfaction with my lack of romantic gestures, or my lamentation over her perceived extravagance. Ultimately, these conflicts arise from a divergence in our values, akin to the weeds sprouting along the edges of our chasm. Chapter 13. Xiao Shui's perspective is not without merit. A man's financial standing and a woman's beauty are equally significant. In this regard, Cheng Xiaoying and I are undeniably mismatched, which inevitably leads to our disagreements and conflicts. Perhaps last night, I began to perceive a sliver of clarity. Intoxication is merely an excuse. But what of love? Does true love exist between us? Does genuine love even exist in this world? I am uncertain, at least for now, which is the source of my anguish. In the days that followed, I found myself engulfed in profound anguish. My meals lost their flavor, and restful slumber eluded me. Regardless of what I attempted, her memory would surreptitiously resurface, bringing with it a sharp pang to my heart, akin to being pierced by a cruel dagger. Within a matter of days, I had noticeably lost weight. My typically jovial roommate, who usually thrived on laughter, suddenly transformed into a figure of concern and compassion. When I neglected to fetch my meals, someone would kindly bring them to me. During my restless nights of tossing and turning, no one would chastise me. And whenever I struggled to recall my class schedule, there was always someone to remind me. During this tumultuous period, Fang Pingping reached out several times, engaging in trivial conversations about the pleasant weather, which I found perplexing. How could she, usually so well-informed, suddenly become so oblivious? Yet, as she refrained from inquiring about my plight, I too chose not to broach the subject. In an effort to alleviate my inner turmoil, I dedicated all my abundant energy to my work with fervor. Each afternoon, while others cleaned a single classroom, I would tackle two. Each night, while my peers lingered in the library for 2 hours, I persevered until midnight. And while others taught private lessons by the hour, I yearned to extend my sessions by an additional 2 hours. Notably, during this period, my website experienced remarkable growth, with the number of index sites nearing 10,000 and visitor traffic surpassing the 10 million mark. However, the limitations of the navigation site became increasingly apparent, manifesting in 3 principal areas. First, the categorization was far from ideal. The myriad of sites was categorized according to my own methodology, while those with clear themes were manageable. Others exhibited ambiguity, and some rapidly evolving sites would shift categories. Although I received frequent correspondence from users correcting these errors and conducted my own checks, the process often felt overwhelming. Second, the operational convenience was lacking. If users were to navigate through my directory step by step, they could indeed locate relevant sites. However, as the number of URLs increased, my categorization became increasingly complex. Despite having divided the directory into several tiers, the primary categories often contained dozens of subcategories, enough to bewilder any visitor. Moreover, many individuals were not seeking a specific site, but rather information on a particular topic, such as the English level for exam, for which the navigation site proved inadequate. Third, the ranking lacked standardization. Initially, sites within the same category were ordered according to my personal preference. As traffic surged, many users began to voice concerns regarding the perceived unfairness of certain rankings. Some were deemed too high, while others too low. In response to their feedback, I made adjustments, only to find that such changes incited even more controversy. Some users expressed their discontent vehemently, even questioning whether rankings were influenced by monetary contributions from the sites. Faced with such inquiries, I could only respond with a wry smile. Speaking of money, I must mention a rather unusual email I received. This correspondence came from a large pharmaceutical company, which conveyed that they had developed a new medication and were interested in advertising through various media outlets, inquiring whether the navigation site would be interested and leaving a contact number. Upon first encountering this email, I was genuinely elated for an entire afternoon. At that moment, I was filled with hope and confidence for the future, as if the prospect of converting web traffic into currency was beckoning me from just beyond the horizon. Deep within, a faint desire began to emerge, dreaming of transforming the relationship between Chen Xiaoying and myself through this opportunity. With a blend of impatience and trepidation, I dialed the number from a secluded public phone booth. The ringing seemed to persist for an eternity, during which my palms became clammy with sweat. Just then, the ringing ceased, and a melodious young woman's voice resonated on the other end. "Hello, this is the pharmaceutical company." I had meticulously prepared my lines. Yet in the heat of the moment, I found myself utterly blank, unsure of how to begin. The phone was intermittently interrupted by ringing and various voices, indicating a bustling environment on the other end. After a few moments of silence, the caller, evidently growing impatient, tentatively inquired, "Hello, is anyone there?" I steeled myself and replied, "Hello, I am from the navigation network." There was a hint of confusion in the response. "Navigation network?" I hurriedly explained. "I received your email regarding a new drug and expressed interest in advertising it on our platform." "Oh, please hold," came the reply, followed by a call for someone named Sun Chao. Seizing the opportunity while they switched representatives, I exhaled and endeavored to gather my thoughts. Approximately half a minute later, a male voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello, I am from the navigation network. A couple of days ago, I received an email from you." My statement was abruptly interrupted by Sun Chao, who seemed rather assertive, urging me to be concise as everyone was rather occupied. "Let's get straight to the point. Are you interested in this type of advertisement?" "Yes," I responded. "This drug is a strategic focus for our company this year. Do you understand?" "I understand," I replied, though internally I was devoid of certainty. "What is the approximate price for a 3-month trial in the most prominent position on your homepage?" It dawned on me that I had committed a blunder, a rather naive one at that. I had assumed that a mere phone call would suffice, unaware that this was a business transaction. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, where understanding both oneself and one's adversary is crucial. At that moment, I was not only oblivious to my opponent, but also to my own position, which foretold inevitable defeat. My silence seemed to induce discomfort on the other end, prompting Sun Chao to ask pointedly, "Is this question difficult to answer?" Struggling to articulate a response, I candidly admitted, "I sincerely apologize. This is my first time handling an advertisement, and I am uncertain of what the pricing should be." After a brief silence, Sun Chao inquired, "Are you the person in charge at the navigation network?" I managed a wry smile, replying, "In a sense, yes, it's just me." Sun Chao bluntly remarked, "I've spoken with dozens of websites, and you are the first I've encountered who seems so inexperienced. Aren't you worried about the possibility of the negotiation falling through?" "Yes," I confessed honestly, for I was merely speaking the truth. Sun Chao chuckled and asked, "Are you still a student?" I was taken aback and questioned, "How did you know?" Sun Chao did not answer my question, but remarked, "It's not about deceiving you. You ought to possess certain conversational skills. For instance, when I inquired about your pricing, you could have simply told me to send the proposal to my email later. Wouldn't such a response be more favorable? It neither involves deceit nor fails to convey a sense of composure in your dealings, which is undoubtedly far more astute than my own reply." I responded earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance. I have learned a valuable tactic from you." Regarding the matter of advertisements, Sun Chao pondered momentarily before stating, "This new medication is the company's focal point this year. Every matter associated with it must be approached with utmost caution. In the case of the navigation network, even if I approve it here, my superior would never sanction it. With this, Sun Chao ceased his discourse. I quickly interjected, no worries. I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Sun Chao assured me, there will certainly be. By the way, what is your name? Please leave your number. I replied, I am Huang Shuai. Huang as in the Yellow Emperor, and Shuai as in Marshal. I do not have a phone. You can send me messages if necessary. Sun Chao chuckled. I shall remember you, Huang Shuai, the Marshal of the Yellow Emperor. Shall we leave it at that? I confirmed, very well. Farewell. Goodbye, he echoed. Though this call did not achieve the anticipated outcome, it was not devoid of merit. At the very least, I recognized my shortcomings and glimpsed the potential of the navigation network. Understanding what steps I should take next, this alone sufficed. After hanging up, I felt an eagerness to rush to the server room, organizing my thoughts along the way. The shadow that had loomed over my heart for days had significantly diminished, and my steps felt lighter. I scoured various forums for information regarding online advertising, diligently analyzing the advertising models of numerous major websites, and I distilled several patterns and experiences. Eventually, I reached out to a number of small to medium-sized websites comparable in scale to the navigation network, sending emails to the administrators requesting advertising proposals, regardless of whether they had previously engaged in advertising. As I exited the server room, dusk had already begun to settle. November bore the chill of late autumn, and the landscape was tinged with a melancholic desolation. I tightened my coat, preparing to return to the dormitory when a familiar figure unexpectedly caught my eye. Not far away, Cheng Xiaoying stood alone in the wind, appearing so fragile and helpless, her sorrowful gaze evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Yet, at that moment, I could only suppress this impulse, my heart racing uncontrollably. I approached her nonchalantly and softly asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" Cheng Xiaoying bit her lip and replied, "I am waiting for you." She kept her gaze fixed on my eyes, and upon uttering those words, tears glistened in her eyes. Instantly, I felt flustered and at a loss, stammering, "What is wrong?" Cheng Xiaoying struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. "How could you be so heartless?" I was rendered speechless. In just a few days, Cheng Xiaoying appeared considerably haggard, and I knew it was all due to me. Beyond the pain and guilt in my heart, I truly did not know what to say. Cheng Xiaoying evidently discerned something from my expression. Her emotions calmed slightly as she softly said, "I wish to talk with you." "Now?" I inquired. As I observed Cheng Xiaoying nodding, I pondered for a moment and remarked, "There is a duty room on the second floor. It is rather tranquil there." Chapter 14. Noticing that Cheng Xiaoying had no objections, I led her to the library upstairs. Today, the duty teacher was Mr. Su, a young man who often enjoyed joking with us and had established a rapport with everyone. Upon learning that we intended to use the duty room, Mr. Su waved his hand playfully, saying, "We charge according to the standard room rate." His jest carried a hint of ambiguity, and I felt a blush creeping to my cheeks. I quickly expressed my gratitude and hurried with Cheng Xiaoying to the duty room. The duty room was situated behind a row of wooden bookshelves, devoid of windows, and upon closing the door, it felt as though we were isolated from the world. Just as I locked the door and turned around, Cheng Xiaoying leapt into my arms, clutching me tightly, as if fearing I might vanish. Then, she began to weep, sobbing while pounding her fists against my back, exclaiming, "How could you be so heartless? How could you be so cruel? Do you have any idea how much I've missed you these days? I can't sleep. I can't eat. You are constantly on my mind. If this continues, I fear I may go mad. How could you abandon me like this?" Each word struck heavily upon my heart. In truth, I too had been enduring torment these past few days. Had it not been for the rational barriers I erected within my mind, I might have sought her out long ago. Now, with her soft warmth enveloping me and her tender whispers in my ears, the defenses within me quietly crumbled. Cheng Xiaoying seemed to sense the shift. She lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at me, her eyes filled with sorrow. Unable to restrain myself any longer, I bent down and gently kissed the traces of tears on her cheeks. As I did so, her lips suddenly met mine, and in that instant, a buzzing filled my mind as reason dissipated into thin air. Her fervent lips ignited a fire within me. Everything felt so familiar, so natural. I sensed the blood surging through my veins, all my passions exploding at that moment. We embraced tightly, wishing to merge into one amidst our burning desire. As we kissed fervently, Cheng Xiaoying mumbled incoherently, "We will never part again. I don't care what others think. Whether you wipe tables or tutor, I don't care." These words hit me like a bucket of cold water, causing my blood to chill and my body to stiffen. Sensing something was amiss, Cheng Xiaoying abruptly raised her head and looked into my face, astonished. "Darling, what's wrong?" My heart was a tumult of emotions. I yearned to rekindle the earlier fervor, Yet I found myself incapable. Reluctantly, I released my hold, but she clung tightly to my hand, demanding, "What is the matter with you?" I dared not meet her gaze. Softly murmuring, "Xiaoying, I feel that we may not be suited for one another." Xiaoying shuddered slightly, her breath quickening, her voice becoming agitated. "Are you still upset about what happened that day?" "I was unhappy because you shouldn't have invited Xiaoli. Even if you did, upon seeing my displeasure, you didn't comfort me, which made me even more upset. Even if I am petty, can I apologize to you?" As she spoke, her voice began to quaver once again. I sighed softly and murmured, "The matter is quite evident." Xiaoying, clearly misunderstanding my intentions, responded anxiously and regretfully. "I realize my mistake. I should not have accepted the gift. That very night, I destroyed the item. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with our dormitory sisters. Handsome, please grant me one more chance, will you?" Hearing her plaintive voice softened my heart, and I was nearly compelled to reconcile with her, yet reason cautioned me against it. The gift was from Chao Zhifang, wasn't it? After much hesitation, I posed this question, not to pursue the matter further, but to restore Xiao Ding's innocence. Xiaoying stammered, "How do you know?" Her response filled me with guilt towards Xiao Ding, as I pondered how to apologize to him. Xiaoying continued to offer her feeble explanations regarding the gift, yet I could not absorb a single word. I understood that this issue required resolution. It was a confrontation we could not evade forever. With this thought in mind, I summoned my courage, raised my gaze to meet Xiaoying's eyes, and carefully articulated, "What transpired that day was merely a spark. You are intelligent enough to comprehend that the chasm between us is vast. Forcing a relationship would only inflict greater harm upon us both, rather than endure future suffering. It would be wiser to conclude matters now. If you are amenable, we may still become good friends." The notion of breaking up yet remaining friends is a recurring trope in poorly crafted dramas, which I have always found absurd. Little did I expect to find myself enacting such farce. But who could fathom the profound anguish concealed within this absurdity? Xiaoying did not find it laughable. The pain and despair reflected in her eyes spoke volumes. "Are you truly unwilling to forgive me? Are you not willing to grant me another chance? I have never blamed you. The blame lies solely with me. It is my fault that you have had to endure such suffering." This was my heartfelt truth. Yet Xiaoying was unwilling to absorb it or even hear it. She had descended into utter despair. "Throughout my life, I have never begged anyone so earnestly. Do you not realize how many superior young men would be willing to be my boyfriend? It is I who have demeaned myself." With that, she stamped her foot and abruptly flung the door open, rushing outside. I understood that her words were born of anger, and thus I chose not to take them to heart. However, fearing she might act impulsively, I hurried after her, grasping her arm. Unexpectedly, Xiaoying retaliated with a slap, exclaiming, "Don't touch me." Stunned, I stood there, watching her flee until her figure vanished from view, only then regaining my senses. Fortunately, the library was sparsely populated at that moment, sparing me from the embarrassment of being seen in such an awkward predicament. Among the few witnesses was Teacher Su, who smiled at me and remarked, "It's quite common for girls to exhibit a bit of temper. A little coaxing will resolve the matter. My girlfriend and I often quarrel. It's the spice of life. Much like cooking requires oil, salt, and seasoning to have flavor." He continued to elaborate. But I quickly bid him farewell and hastened out of the library. Xiaoying has long since vanished, leaving only the desolate autumn wind and a carpet of withered leaves in the vast twilight. In the month that followed, there was no communication between us. On several chance encounters, she appeared to be joyfully engaged in conversation with her female classmates, as if I were entirely non-existent. I discreetly inquired about her well-being and learned that she exhibited no unusual behavior, which allowed me to gradually ease my concerns. During this period, I made several attempts to reach out to Xiao Ding, but each time he either deliberately evaded me or responded with indifference. Given that I had devoted most of my energy to navigating the online realm, I eventually resigned myself to the situation. The aftermath of a breakup brings not only anguish, but also an abundance of time. Apart from crafting a formal advertising proposal, I created a dedicated advertising investment page on the navigation site and actively sought clients. However, as the month hurried by, I remained empty-handed. Over this time, my emotions shifted from pain to despondency and uncertainty, ultimately settling into a state of calm. Reminiscent of the lyrics from a song by Zhang Zhiyuan, perhaps I still think of him occasionally, and it is inevitable to hold him in my thoughts. Indeed, one must learn to grow. Perhaps this is an indispensable part of maturing. Whenever I recalled Xiaoying, I would console myself thus, hoping she too would find growth through this experience. Just as I believed this chapter was closed, I unexpectedly received a letter. The envelope bore no return address, yet the elegant handwriting made my heart race. I was certain this letter was penned by Cheng Xiaoying. In our earlier romantic days, she had indulged in similar whims, avoiding my dormitory, refraining from calls or messages, yet spending nights composing letters, which she deemed romantic. However, this letter bore no semblance of romance. Its contents were sparse. Please forgive my selfishness. I have tried to forget you, to erase the memories of our time together, but I cannot. I know we can no longer be together, yet before it all ends, I hope you will grant me one last request. Shall we go on one more date? At 3 o'clock on the 28th, I will be waiting for you in room 108 at the Forgetting Hotel. Gazing at the circular creases on the letter, I imagined Cheng Xiaoying weeping as she wrote, and a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over me, whether it was a date or her asking me to do anything. At that moment, I feared I would comply without hesitation. At 2:48 p.m., I arrived at the Forgetting Hotel. Although it was termed a hotel, it was merely a rather ordinary guest house, yet it was the most respectable establishment one could find near the school. Moreover, the name was fitting for both Cheng Xiaoying and me. This was our first rendezvous in such a place, and I hoped it would be our last. I could not fathom why she chose this venue, as it inevitably conjured certain ambiguous implications. For instance, the peculiar gaze of the attendant before me suggested he had misconstrued the nature of our meeting. Room 108 was at the end of the dimly lit corridor, which cast an eerie shadow over the surroundings. For reasons unknown, as I approached the threshold of the room, an inexplicable surge of anxiety gripped my heart. Akin to that of a wild beast ensnared in a trap, the instinctual panic threatened to compel me to retreat. After a fierce internal struggle, I finally raised my hand to knock, only to find the door ajar, swinging open with the slightest touch. Stunned, I peered into the gradually widening entrance, only to discover the room was empty, save for the sound of water cascading from the shower in the bathroom. This unexpected scene left me at a standstill, caught between entering and retreating. At that moment, I noticed a vigilant glance from a distant attendant. Should I remain in my daze, I sensed he would soon intervene. Without further contemplation, I stepped inside, and just as my feet crossed the threshold, a faint noise emanated from behind the door, followed by a sharp blow to the back of my head. Darkness enveloped me, and I fell heavily to the floor. Before consciousness completely slipped away, I faintly heard Cheng Xiaoying's urgent voice, though it seemed distant, and then everything faded into oblivion. Chapter 15. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself lying bare upon the bed. As I became aware of my surroundings, I felt a cold, sticky substance beneath me, and a peculiar resinous scent pervaded the air. My initial thought was that I had experienced a nocturnal emission. Attempting to sit up for a better view, I was met with a sharp pain at the back of my head, which evoked memories of the moments before my unconsciousness. My heart raced as I scanned the room, realizing I was still in the hotel, but curiously alone. The disarray of clothing strewn across the floor suggested that something had indeed transpired. Tentatively, I called out, "Xiaoying." But the empty room offered no response. As I propped myself up, I was confronted with the most dreadful sight: my naked form, the disheveled sheets, and the distinct wet stains upon them. Even a fool would comprehend what had transpired. My first instinct was that Cheng Xiaoying had meticulously orchestrated this trap, her intent to bring us together. In that moment, my mind fell into a void. The situation was too shocking, leaving me uncertain of how to proceed. I had resolved to break up with Cheng Xiaoying, yet after such an occurrence, could that still be feasible? In a flurry of confusion, I hastily took a shower, dressed, and made my way to the front desk to settle my bill. The attendant informed me that someone had already taken care of it, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile as he spoke. I loathed that smile. It suggested knowledge of something I wished to remain hidden. Suddenly, I felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly departed from the Forgetting Hotel. On my journey back to the university, my thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, until I stepped through the school gates, at which point a critical question struck me. Where was Cheng Xiaoying at that moment? Logically, she should have awaited my awakening to confront me. Why would she leave alone? The reasoning eluded me, yet there were countless uncertainties. If Cheng Xiaoying adhered to the rules, how could she have committed such an outrageous act? I found myself in a quandary regarding whether to seek her out. After much internal conflict, I resolved to wait a little longer, and with a heart full of trepidation, I returned to my dormitory. The following day passed without any sign of movement until the afternoon, when I attended an elective course on computer principles, which Cheng Xiaoying had also enrolled in. However, even as the class drew to a close, I did not catch a glimpse of her. As I navigated through the throng of students exiting the classroom, I noticed Hu Hao waving at me. I hurried over, and before I could pose my inquiry, he pulled me aside to a secluded spot and whispered, "What have you done to provoke Lao Mo?" Lao Mo, our counselor, whose full name is Mo Qian, is a recent graduate. Still young, but with a temperament that belies his age, he often scolds us mercilessly, leading us to keep our distance from him. Shaking my head in response to Hu Hao's words, I replied, Old Hu, you know I have always been a law-abiding citizen. It's a miracle that no one bullies me. Hu Hao, however, was in no mood for jest. He solemnly warned me, Lao Mo is genuinely angry this time. You should be cautious. Reflecting for a moment, he added, you know Lao Mo's character. If anything arises, don't bear it alone. Come back and discuss it with us. Lao Mo has always been one to wield his authority capriciously, so I did not take Hu Hao's words too seriously. Yet, when I finally encountered Lao Mo, I realized my error. I had witnessed Lao Mo's fury on several occasions. He would always appear fierce, as if he were ready to consume you whole. But his outbursts were typically loud, but ultimately inconsequential. Thus, we were not particularly fearful of his wrath. However, today, Lao Mo did not erupt in anger. Instead, his countenance was so dark it seemed capable of squeezing water from it. From the moment I entered the room, his gaze remained fixed upon me, and for reasons unknown. I felt an unsettling chill under his penetrating stare. Approaching his desk, I inquired, Counselor, did you need to see me? Teacher Mo, we have a matter to discuss. He replied, though his words were directed towards another instructor in the office. Teacher Mo promptly remarked, I have a class shortly. You two carry on. As he gathered his belongings and exited, he cast a significant glance in my direction. Although I did not turn to meet his gaze, I could still sense the weight of his scrutiny. Lao Mo did not initiate the conversation immediately. He merely continued to observe me intently. With a diligence surpassing that of an archaeologist studying an ancient bronze artifact from the Xia or Shang dynasty, I suddenly found the situation somewhat absurd. Such theatrics could not intimidate me. The apprehension I felt upon entering the room gradually dissipated, and a faint smile emerged at the corners of my mouth. Lao Mo, however, remained unamused. He remarked coolly, it's unexpected. You usually keep a low profile, yet are capable of such earth-shattering deeds. I was uncertain of his meaning and had no desire to engage him in riddles. Smiling, I responded, Counselor, are you complimenting me? Lao Mo's eyes gleamed with a cold light, yet his tone remained flat, devoid of any emotional inflection. Complimenting you? Not only that, but I also intend to post your commendable achievements on the bulletin board. Before long, you shall be a celebrity. With that, he handed me a bulging envelope. As I opened it, my smile froze upon my face. Inside the envelope was a stack of photographs depicting a man and a woman engaged in activities that were neither overtly scandalous nor innocuous. The man was me, yet the woman was certainly not Zheng Zhiyuan. I was utterly bewildered and stammered, what is happening? A hint of derision flickered across Lao Mo's face as he replied, that question seems more appropriate for me to ask. Initially, I entertained the notion that the person in the photographs merely bore a resemblance to me. However, upon closer examination, I recognized unmistakably that it was indeed me, while the woman remained a complete stranger. I anxiously sifted through the photographs, approximately 20 or 30 in total, each one showcasing the same individuals, varying only in their poses. A dryness gripped my throat, and I was suddenly overwhelmed by a debilitating sensation. As I flipped through the images, a slip of paper tumbled out from the envelope. I picked it up to read a single line. University student hiring a prostitute. Whose sorrow is it really? I shot my head up and exclaimed, someone is framing me. Lao Mo fixed his gaze upon me, his voice low, where's the evidence? Lacking any proof, my mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and I could not conjure any evidence in that moment. I turned to Lao Mo, pleading, this situation is glaringly obvious. How could I possibly engage in such acts? Lao Mo countered, isn't that you in the photograph? I found myself at a loss for words. I certainly recognized myself. Anyone who knew me would immediately identify me in those images. Yet, deep down, I was acutely aware that I had never participated in such activities. Instinctively, I glanced at the photographs again and felt an unsettling dissonance, though I could not articulate it. I scrutinized the images more closely. In the photographs, I and the woman were on a bed adorned with pristine white sheets from the Huang Shuai hotel. At that moment, the truth struck me with the force of a thunderbolt. It must have been Zheng Zhiyuan, driven by jealousy, who orchestrated this trap. She had lured me to the Huang Shuai hotel for a final meeting, only to ambush me upon my arrival, rendering me unconscious, and subsequently hired an escort to engage in these sordid acts while capturing the incriminating photographs, which she then sent to the counselor. The intent was nothing short of my utter disgrace. It had to be this way. With this thought, I glanced back at the slip of paper. Although it was not in Zheng Zhiyuan's handwriting, what did that matter? She could easily employ someone to pen it for her. I was filled with rage, despising Zheng Zhiyuan and loathing myself for falling for such a malicious woman. Lao Mo suddenly interjected, let me remind you. The photographs are quite clear. I was perplexed by Lao Mo's words. My mind was in such disarray that coherent thought seemed elusive, and I merely stared at him blankly. Lao sighed. Such clear photographs could not have been taken surreptitiously. Despite my tumultuous thoughts, I grasped the meaning of his statement. If I were not mentally unstable, how could I possibly have allowed someone to take such blatant photographs during such an act? Aside from being framed, there seemed to be no plausible explanation for this affair. With great excitement, I exclaimed, "Counselor, do you believe I have been wrongfully accused?" Lao shook his head in response. "What use is my belief?" When the department head presented me with the photographs, I immediately pointed out the discrepancies. When he asked for evidence, what could I possibly say? This statement shifted my perception of Lao, stirring within me a sense of gratitude. Impulsively, I declared, "I will go explain this to the department head." "It would be futile, even if you tried to explain to the principal." Lao's words pulled me back to reality. "Consider the ramifications. If this escalates, what impact will it have on the institution? Even if you ultimately prove your innocence, can the school's losses be restored?" My heart sank at his words. Indeed, in comparison to the school's reputation, what is the future of a single student worth? I realized that apart from myself, I had no other support. In my despair, I found a strange calmness. Within mere minutes, I meticulously retraced the events leading up to this predicament, and a singular thought began to crystallize. Lao kindly reminded me. "Huang Shuai, think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently?" I replied, "Counselor, please grant me a day. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response." Lao paused, then slowly said, "If you have something to share, please do. Perhaps we can find a solution that satisfies all parties." I understood his concern and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, Counselor, I will not act rashly, nor will I place you in a difficult position." Lao gazed at me for a moment, then nodded. "I trust you. You have 3 days. 3 days. I could endure that long." I grasped the weight of his words and felt a surge of gratitude towards Lao. I wanted to express something more, but ultimately remained silent, merely nodding before departing his office. Chapter 16. The one who ties the bell must untie it. And my bell ringer is Zeng Zhiyuan. To extricate myself from this predicament, I must first locate her. As I journeyed, my heart was tumultuous, reflecting on my acquaintance, understanding, and love for Zeng Zhiyuan. Memories flooded my mind like a film reel, filled with bittersweet emotions. Yet, these feelings twisted within me, transforming into a blaze of anger. Initially, I felt pity for her, believing I had wronged her, but now I found her utterly detestable, realizing how naive and laughable my previous thoughts had been. I was determined to confront her, to lay bare the truth, and demand to know what she truly desired for this to cease. I could not comprehend how two people who once loved each other could inflict such torment upon one another. As dusk fell, the weather turned chilly, and the streets were nearly deserted. I encountered only a few hurried classmates. Approaching the corner near the boys' dormitory, I brushed past someone who called out, "Lao Huang." I turned, stunned, to see my dorm mate, Zeng Zhiyuan. He informed me, "Old Hu was looking for you. He wants you to return to him." Knowing Hu Hao was concerned for me warmed my previously cold heart, and I nodded slowly, understood. Zeng Zhiyuan continued, "Zeng Xiaoying also came looking for you this afternoon. It seems she has something to discuss." A tremor coursed through my body. How dare she seek me out at this moment? It was evident that Zhiyuan remained oblivious to my expression as he uttered something before hastily making his way towards the computer lab. I stood there, momentarily stunned, striving to calm my thoughts and analyze the situation. Yet, inexplicably, the mere thought of Zeng Xiaoying filled me with a sensation akin to a venomous serpent gnawing at my heart. I could not discern whether it was anguish or fury that consumed me. All I knew was that this turmoil rendered me shivering and helpless. I was unaware of how I had arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory until I was halted by the vigilant gaze of the matron. Regaining my composure under her watchful eye, I attempted to speak in as steady a tone as possible. "Excuse me, could you please summon Zeng Xiaoying from room 402? The matron replied coolly, "She is not here." Her icy demeanor ignited a surge of anger within me, prompting me to retort loudly, "How can you be so sure without even asking? The school pays you to monitor the entrance, not to obstruct matters." Taken aback by my outburst, the matron's face turned pale as she stammered, "Zeng Xiaoying just left 5 minutes ago. I saw her go." Given that Zeng Xiaoying was not only beautiful but also possessed a commendable temperament, it was no surprise that the matron recognized her. Realizing I had misjudged her, I eagerly inquired, "Where did she go?" The matron gestured towards the direction of the back gate, saying, "She headed that way." I thanked her and swiftly made my way towards the back gate. After a few minutes of running, I spotted 2 figures beneath the dim glow of the streetlight at the entrance. One was Zeng Xiaoying, while the other was a man. The man looked somewhat familiar. Yet from a distance, and in the fading light, I could not place him. My instinct urged me to rush over and clarify matters immediately. But the gravity of the recent events weighed heavily upon me, and reason cautioned that succumbing to impulse would only exacerbate the situation. I stifled my anger and endeavored to regain my composure. Recently, the school had planned to undertake significant construction, intending to erect another dormitory building. However, due to budget constraints, the project had been shelved, leaving a vast expanse of land near the back gate strewn with construction materials such as steel rebar and concrete. Using these materials as cover, I cautiously approached the back gate. It appeared that Cheng Xiaoying and the man were embroiled in a dispute, neither of them noticing my approach. I overheard Cheng Xiaoying indignantly exclaim, "What do you intend to do with him?" To which the man replied, "What? Are you feeling sorry for him?" Upon hearing his voice, my heart jolted. It was Fang. No wonder he seemed familiar. Xiao Ding had been entirely correct. This pair had been clandestinely involved with one another for some time. They must have colluded to frame me. A surge of fury ignited within me. They regarded me as a fool, unaware that I was no mere pawn but a formidable figure. Unable to contain my emotions any longer, I felt compelled to leap forth and confront them. Just as I was about to reveal myself, I heard Cheng Xiaoying seethe, "Shameless, despicable. You have long since plotted to harm Huang Shuai. I am merely your pawn. Am I not?" This remark truly took me by surprise. It seems the situation is far from the simplicity I had envisioned. Perhaps it would be wise to listen further before making any decisions. Fang appeared to sense something amiss, and with a hint of confusion, he remarked, "Is there some sort of sound?" Cheng Xiaoying coldly retorted, "Are you feeling guilty for your misdeeds? Do not attempt to change the subject. Answer my question." Fang chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Everything I've done has been for you, to avenge you." Cheng Xiaoying, infuriated, struggled to articulate her thoughts. "You are shameless. Is it not true that you seek revenge on Huang Shuai for last year's incident? I truly regret not reporting this to the school back then, ensuring you would not graduate." Fang let out a peculiar laugh. "Indeed, I aim to take revenge on Huang, but without your note. How could he have fallen into my trap?" Cheng Xiaoying replied, "I went to room 107. That day Huang Shuai did not show up at the Wanghuai Hotel as promised." My mind buzzed with realization. 107? How could it be 107? The note clearly stated 108, and I distinctly heard Cheng Xiaoying's voice when I was knocked unconscious. Everything became clear. Fang must have altered the room number. I recognized Cheng Xiaoying's handwriting, but never anticipated someone would tamper with the digits. Fang, with a triumphant smile, said, "When you knocked on the door of 107, Huang was having a splendid time in 108. 108? How could it possibly be 108? Cheng Xiaoying suddenly grasped the truth, trembling as she asked, "You changed the room number?" Fang replied, "I did. I knew you wouldn't have the heart to do it, so I took it upon myself." A sharp sound echoed, and without needing to look, it was evident that Cheng Xiaoying had slapped Fang. Yet, while the slap landed on Fang's face, my heart convulsed. This situation had taken so many twists and turns, diverging greatly from my initial expectations. Faced with the rogue Fang, what was I to do? Fang, undeterred by the slap, said, "Xiaoying, I understand your resentment towards me, but everything I did was for you. Huang has caused you so much suffering. How could I let him off easily?" Cheng Xiaoying began to weep, her sobs escalating in intensity. Between her tears, she exclaimed, "I only wished to punish him slightly. I never intended for this to escalate. What do you intend to do with those chaotic photos?" Fang sneered, "I have already sent the photos to the department head. The rest is up to the school." Cheng Xiaoying appeared utterly stunned, exclaiming, "You cannot push him to the brink. I will go to the department and testify that this entire scheme was your doing." True to her word, as her declaration faded, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. "Testify? Are you certain of your stance?" Fang seemed prepared for this, questioning, "Aren't you afraid I might claim you were in on this with me? This matter likely wouldn't even be resolved at the police station, would it?" Cheng Xiaoying's footsteps halted momentarily, then resumed, yet they lacked the resolve they had earlier possessed. As her steps faded into the distance, Fang muttered to himself, "Who caused my momentary displeasure? I will ensure he suffers for a lifetime." Provoked to my limits, I threatened to upload the photos online. With that, he exited the school through the back door. A gust of wind swept by, chilling me to the bone. I stood there in a daze for quite some time, ruminating in vain to devise a solution that would satisfy all parties involved. Yet I ultimately found myself at a loss. The situation was painfully clear. I could approach the department to clarify matters, but as Fang pointed out, this would inevitably implicate Cheng Xiaoying. If Fang were to firmly assert that Cheng Xiaoying was complicit, she would find it difficult to absolve herself of blame. An hour earlier, I might have pursued this course of action without hesitation, but now, having overheard their conversation, I hesitated. I could not disregard the feelings I once held for a woman I loved. Moreover, Fang was a man of his word, if matters escalated. I had no doubt he would indeed release those photos online. Old Mo's words echoed in my mind. Even if I could ultimately clear my name, could the school's reputation be restored? This statement held a grain of truth. While the school's losses would be irreparable, could my innocence truly be vindicated? I understood the internet well, fully aware of its terrifying capabilities. That night, I threw several punches until I was drenched in sweat and my body ached before returning to my dormitory. The following day, I skipped class, remaining in my dorm after rising. At noon, Su Jian brought back a meal for me, but I could barely manage a few bites before losing my appetite. The day was spent in anticipation, anxiety, and restlessness. I was uncertain of what I awaited. Was it Cheng Xiaoying or the resolution of the situation? I could not pinpoint it, which only heightened my unease. I sought a solution that would benefit everyone involved, yet no matter how hard I tried, I could not conjure one. By 4 in the afternoon, the deadline I had promised old Mo had arrived. At that moment, Hu Hao came looking for me, inquiring about what had transpired the previous day and if there was any way he could assist. I told him it was nothing and that everything had been resolved. This was the truth, and it was heartfelt. All was concluded, finished. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Regardless of whether the outcome was favorable or not, it was, at least, over. As I entered the office, old Mo was busy assigning tasks to the class representative of the neighboring class. Upon seeing me, he looked surprised but said nothing, merely gesturing for me to take a seat on the sofa and patiently finishing his instructions. While waiting for old Mo, my gaze involuntarily wandered around the office. Chapter 17. This was an office so simple it could not be simplified further, and so ordinary it could not be more mundane. Upon entry, there was a sofa, with a glass coffee table in front of it, adorned with a ceramic ashtray. Opposite the coffee table was an office desk, much like old Mo's, accompanied by a plain wooden chair. On the desk, aside from a fountain pen and ink, lay a hodgepodge of books. What set this desk apart was that its owner was married. To the left of the desk rested a picture frame, nestled beside a potted cactus. The content of the photograph remained concealed, yet I surmised it must depict an adorable child. Adjacent to old Mo's desk, there lies another office desk, notably more organized in appearance. Every item is meticulously arranged, and a potted spider plant graces the corner. Behind this desk stands a row of imposing file cabinets, each door securely shut. An absurd thought suddenly crossed my mind. Perhaps within those cabinets resides the history of countless students, each class a chapter, each individual a mere paragraph, or perhaps merely a name. In years to come, I pondered whether I would become just another paragraph, a name, or perhaps leave no trace at all. This recalled to me the opening lines of a traditional storytelling, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of morality, the fame of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The 5 hegemonic heroes stir the spring and autumn period, fleeting moments of rise and fall at their fingertips. A few lines of names in the annals of history. Countless desolate hills and Beijing, the fields of the ancestors harvested by descendants. What of the dragon's struggle and the tiger's duel? What was I thinking? Old Mo's voice yanked me from my reverie, and as I looked up, the study committee member had vanished, leaving only the 2 of us in the office. It's nothing, I replied, standing to settle into the chair beside old Mo's desk, which was stiff and likely uncomfortable for prolonged sitting. Old Mo poured me a glass of warm water. Pushing it toward me, drink. As I cradled the paper cup, a wave of warmth enveloped my hand. I hesitated to speak, and old Mo did not inquire further. After a considerable pause, I finally uttered, I am dropping out. Old Mo's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed coldly upon me. Dropping out? Have you considered the gravity of this decision? You have but a year until graduation. Leaving now means forfeiting everything. Over a decade of effort wasted. Hearing old Mo's words filled me with gratitude. I nodded and replied, I have given it serious thought. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. To be honest, my interest in studying has long waned. I am merely enduring this out of obligation. Moreover, my family struggles financially. Beginning work a year earlier would alleviate some of that burden. We are no longer in an era of planned economy. The school does not guarantee job placements. Even if I managed to graduate, I would still need to seek employment on my own. Besides, Bill Gates did not graduate from university. Yet that did not hinder him from becoming the world's richest man. Thus, dropping out may indeed be a prudent choice for me. Old Mo regarded me as if I were a peculiar creature. If you have come to convey this today, I urge you to reconsider. The 3-day deadline has not yet elapsed. I smiled. Counselor, I have made up my mind. He could no longer maintain his composure. He sighed deeply, his tone subdued and gentle. In our department, there are 156 students. I have watched each one of you joyfully enter. And I hope to see you all exit with the same joy. I wish for no one to fall behind. I felt compelled to respond. But old Mo raised his hand to silence me. He continued, if your words are sincere, I would be glad to hear them. But I must point out a harsh reality. Gates is American, and the circumstances in America differ vastly from those in China. Moreover, his success is a product of the times, a confluence of various factors. His model is not one that can be replicated. In contemporary China, a diploma is still regarded as a stepping stone. Without it, one cannot even approach the threshold of success. Universities are expanding their admissions each year, resulting in a surging number of graduates that far exceeds the pace of economic growth. Consequently, the value of a university diploma is diminishing, and the employment landscape is increasingly grim. It is likely that even master's and doctoral degrees will become commonplace in the future. Do you comprehend what it would mean to lack a diploma at that time? Illiteracy. Liu Hou'er shook his head, saying, do not mistake my words for jest. Once again, I reiterate, this is a harsh reality that you may not yet grasp. When you truly enter society, you will understand how reckless your decisions today are. I replied earnestly. I am not jesting either. I recognize that you speak the truth. However, exceptions do exist. Bill Gates is an exception, as are Wang Zhidong, Wang Jiangmin, Liu Chuanji, and Xiao Bojan. These anomalies are not contingent upon the nation or ethnicity. I believe that even had they been born in different countries, they would have emerged as legendary figures. My words surprised Liu Hou'er. He fell silent for a moment before posing a question. Can you be certain that you are one of those exceptions? No, I answered decisively. Wang Zhidong is not. Wang Jiangmin is not. Liu Chuanji is not. Xiao Bojan is not. I suspect that even Bill Gates, when he first embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, was not. Yet, they possessed confidence and a willingness to endure hardship. In that regard, I am no different from them. Liu Hou'er shook his head, stating ultimately, the successful few are but a minority. Do you realize how many like Liu Chuanji or Wang Zhidong have failed to become legends? Some individuals toil their entire lives for their dreams, only to end up with empty hands, having achieved nothing. Have you considered what you would do if you cannot become Bill Gates? I had to concede that Liu Hou'er was a good man, the kind suited for teaching. Yet, on the other hand, I felt somewhat pitying towards such a good man. Despite being only in his 20s or 30s, he spoke with a wisdom beyond his years. I smiled and replied, if I cannot become Bill Gates, then I shall strive to be Liu Chuanji. Liu Hou'er remained silent for a long time, as if contemplating something. Ultimately, he spoke with a sense of determination. I have heard others say you are quite unconventional. I was skeptical, but today I have witnessed it firsthand. However, you should reconsider your decision to drop out. Take your time to ponder it thoroughly before returning to me. I understood Liu Hou'er's good intentions, yet I was acutely aware that the more time he granted me, the less time I had to act generously. Moreover, this decision was not solely influenced by Chen Xiaoying. It was indeed a result of considerable reflection on my part. Thus, I insisted, Counselor, I have truly considered it thoroughly. Liu Hou'er grew somewhat anxious. Why are you so resistant? What harm is there in reflecting further before making a decision? There are certainly drawbacks. But I could not be entirely candid with Liu Hou'er. I said, I understand you are busy. Completing this matter would allow you peace of mind, and I could pursue my dreams of wealth with assurance. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Hou'er, with a scowl, waved his hand and said, I have several matters to attend to. You may leave for now, and I will notify you. Anticipating Liu Hou'er's response, I remained unperturbed and replied, very well, then you may attend to your affairs. I will seek out the department head. As I spoke, I rose to my feet. Sit down. Old Mo was genuinely agitated, urging me to take a seat while he himself stood up, pacing around the office and berating me. I exclaimed, how can you be so oblivious? You are unlike anyone I've ever encountered. While others strive to pull you ashore, you insist on plunging into the river. I do not wish ill upon you. But with your temperament, you are destined to suffer greatly, oblivious to how it will come to pass. Do you think I am eager for you to stay? Do you have any idea of the immense pressure I am under because of your actions? Your decision to drop out has liberated not only me, but also the electrical engineering department and our entire school. But have you ever considered that while you can simply walk away, how does that reflect on your parents? They toiled endlessly to raise you, only to hope to see you succeed. Yet here you are, making a rash decision to withdraw from your studies. Mentioning my parents sent a shiver through me. That statement struck a chord. I feared nothing about dropping out except how to face my mother. I vividly recalled the moment she learned I had been accepted into university. Her pride and joy were palpable. Right up until my departure for school, she had worn a beaming smile, fully invested in my future. I understood that I was her entire hope and motivation, and in her heart, attending university represented all my aspirations. I could scarcely imagine her reaction if she were to discover I had abandoned my studies midway. After delivering a scathing reprimand, Oldemo seemed relieved. He regained his composure, returned to his chair, leaned forward, and looked directly into my eyes, asking, "I will ask you one last time. Have you truly thought this through?" I paused, then solemnly replied, "I have considered it." Oldemo straightened up, his fingers gently tapping the desk. After a lengthy silence, he finally said, "I must report this to the department. Await my notification." I nodded in silence and rose to leave. "Wait." Oldemo opened his drawer and handed me an envelope containing photographs, saying, "Take this with you." With mixed emotions, I accepted the envelope and thanked him. "Thank you, counselor." I turned to exit the office, leaving behind the campus that had once filled me with dreams, joy, and sorrow. Before departing, I treated my dormitory friends to a meal. However, someone managed to settle the bill before I could, and no one claimed responsibility, which I chose not to pursue further. That evening, we consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, and as we departed, we supported each other, singing all the way back to our dormitory. Although I was intoxicated, the moment I declared my decision to withdraw was etched vividly in my mind. At that instant, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. The first to leap up was Su Jian, and soon everyone reacted, filling the room with a cacophony of voices. I had already prepared my explanation, telling them that my family had secured me a promising job opportunity, and I did not wish to miss out on it. While they lamented my decision, they refrained from excessive discouragement. Subsequently, everyone shared their home contact information, and soon after, the request for more drinks began. Chapter 18. The 3 years I spent in university bestowed upon me a multitude of life experiences, and I shall forever cherish the memories of this extraordinary time, as well as the camaraderie of my dear friends, Lao Da, Su Jian, Liu Hou'er, Li Qian, Lao San, Lu Zhio, Lao Wu, Ma Ben, Lao Lu, Qian Feng, and also Hu Hao, Xiao Ding, and perhaps Qing Xiaoying? I am uncertain. Early the next morning, while everyone else was still recovering from their hangovers, I rose alone, quietly packed my meager belongings, and left a note for Su Jian, requesting his assistance with my departure paperwork before finally exiting the dormitory. At the doorway, I lingered, gazing at the small room that had been my sanctuary, with the disheveled toiletries on the windowsill, the haphazardly stacked books on the shelf, the scattered stationery and lunch boxes on the desk, the untidy slippers and basin beneath the bed, and my slumbering companions, all enveloped in a complex aroma that wafted through the air. I knew that once I stepped through that door, I would never return. Farewell to all that was familiar to me and to all who knew me. At that moment, as I crossed the threshold of the school, a profound sense of desolation washed over me. In this vast expanse of the world, where would I find my place? After much hesitation, I tightened my coat and aimlessly dragged my few belongings forward, eventually arriving at the bus station. Gazing at the densely packed small print on the sign, I felt a wave of confusion. Although there were many stations, none led to my destination. I could only shake my head and offer a bitter smile. At that moment, my mother's image surfaced in my mind, her weathered face, weary hands, and earnest gaze swirling in my thoughts, refusing to fade. Suddenly, I was jolted back to reality. I realized that for her sake, I must gather my resolve. I shouted towards the asphalt road, "You can do it." Instantly, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. After a moment of contemplation, the path ahead became clearer. I resolved to venture into Zhongguancun, a renowned haven for the creation of legends and the birth of myths. Many young dreamers like myself had struck it rich here overnight, while others, equally tenacious, had reached the pinnacle of their careers. Even if I could not become one of them, surely I could find a place to call home here. Thus, I made my way along the road by the south gate of Peking University, boldly introducing myself to various companies. However, I encountered a series of setbacks. The better establishments, after hearing my self-introduction, would adopt a stern demeanor and inform me that they had no vacancies. The less desirable ones would not even allow me to finish speaking before shooing me away, and some treated me as if I were a beggar, expelling me with disdain before I could utter a word. On that first day, my only takeaway was identifying which companies I need not revisit the following day. Although a sense of frustration lingered, I did not succumb to despair. After all, those who had served as guiding stars in my life, those successful role models, had all endured trials and tribulations before achieving their dreams. Such minor setbacks were hardly insurmountable for me. However, I faced a pressing issue. The sun had set, and I could not possibly spend the night on the streets with this pile of luggage. I entertained the thought of sneaking into Peking University and spending the night on one of the campus loungers. But with the weather turning cooler and the day's experiences having opened my eyes to the reality that finding a job with room and board was no easy feat, I resolved to first seek shelter. In my pocket, I possess a mere 600 yuan, which constitutes my entire savings. I have a monthly pass, allowing me to travel without expense, yet the costs of housing and sustenance are inescapable and will remain so for at least a month. How should I allocate this 600 yuan? After a prolonged period of contemplation, I suddenly recalled Xiao Ding, who resides not far from Zhongguancun. I remembered her mentioning that the rent there is quite affordable, and it felt as though a glimmer of hope pierced through the darkness, filling me with an inexplicable excitement. Half an hour later, I arrived at the village near the east gate of the old summer palace. I certainly did not seek out Xiao Ding, deliberately avoiding the courtyard where she lived. Instead, I inquired at various homes to see if there were any available rooms, ultimately finding refuge in the residence of a family named Li. The landlords were an elderly couple, seemingly in their 70s. The wife was not home, while the husband was amiable and easy to converse with. This courtyard bore a resemblance to the one where Xiao Ding lived, albeit on a smaller scale. My rented room occupied the southwest corner, modest in size and situated near the restroom. The only furnishings were a bed hastily assembled from a few bricks and wooden planks. Naturally, the rent was affordable, at just 105 yuan, 100 for the room and 5 for water and electricity, payable monthly. As I was organizing my belongings, the elderly lady returned. She exuded an air of sharpness, clearly someone who does not tolerate nonsense. Upon hearing that a new tenant had arrived, she came to investigate. Her piercing gaze was unsettling. She approached me and inquired, "Young man, are you in school? How did you know?" I replied while arranging my bed, but after speaking, I was met with a prolonged silence. When I looked up, I found her staring at me with a sullen expression, uncertain of what I had said to offend her. I quickly said, "Auntie, if I have done anything amiss, please feel free to tell me." She remained silent and turned to retreat to her own room. I stood there, bewildered by her reaction, and could only offer a wry smile to the elderly man, saying, "Sir, you see." The old man, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward and reassured me. "It's nothing, young man, nothing at all. Do you know why your aunt is upset? You probably don't, but let me explain. Every place has its own customs, you see. Here, when a younger person speaks to an elder, one must use the formal you. It is only between peers or when an elder speaks to a younger person that the informal you is acceptable. When a younger person addresses an elder with, it sounds quite jarring. Now do you understand why your aunt was upset?" The old man's lengthy explanation almost left me dizzy, yet I finally grasped the reason behind the lady's displeasure. This was my first lesson in societal norms, revealing to me that often, a seemingly trivial detail can hold significant weight in a situation, for reasons unknown. That night, I slept soundly, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening the next morning, I initially believed I was still at school, only realizing my actual surroundings after stepping outside with my toiletries. At this early hour, the tenants of the small courtyard have already commenced their daily endeavors. Individuals of the landlord's age, well aware of the preciousness of time, seldom squander it on slumber. The elderly gentleman and lady are no exceptions. The lady now sits upon a stool at her door, her gaze following the shadows of the courtyard's inhabitants, appearing lost in thought. I suspect she is aware of my departure, yet deliberately averts her eyes, still harboring resentment over yesterday's events. Old child, indeed, rings true. Amused, I approach her and greet, "Good morning, Annie." She turns her head, and though her face lacks any semblance of a smile, her tone is notably gentle. Young people ought to press forward, sleep less, and work more. Whether this is a compliment or a reprimand remains ambiguous. So I merely smile and proceed to wash up. The tantalizing aroma of porridge wafts through the air from an unknown household, causing my stomach to grumble. I then recall that I had only partaken of a single meal yesterday. Swallowing hard, I down a glass of cold water. To conserve energy, I decided yesterday to temporarily halt my training until I secure employment. Today, I meandered around Zhongguancun, visiting countless companies, with only one offering me a position as a salesperson. They proposed a salary of 300 yuan with performance-based incentives. I understood that such luxuries as printers would be difficult to sell, not only for a novice like myself, but even for seasoned professionals, who might not sell a single unit in months. The most challenging aspect is that the company pays salaries on the 15th of each month, withholding the first month's pay, meaning I would have to survive on 300 yuan for several months. This sum is less than what I earned from my part-time job during my studies. Yet, I did not decline the offer, as my need for employment is dire. I accepted the business card of the store manager, promising to contact him in a couple of days. As night descended upon the earth, most companies had closed their doors, and the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. After 2 days of setbacks, my spirits had waned from their initial optimism. I felt my dreams being crushed under the weight of harsh reality. At this moment, hope eluded me. I lacked the appetite for dinner and the inclination to take a bus, opting instead to enter the campus through the south gate of Peking University, planning to exit via the northeast gate and walk back to my residence. Compared to the bustling streets outside, the campus felt considerably quieter. Though a few clusters of students roamed the paths, their voices were subdued. In them, I saw a reflection of my former self. Yet I realized I could never return to that state. A phrase echoed in my mind. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Looking back, a century has passed. A couple strolled by hand in hand, their heads inclined closely, seemingly whispering sweet nothings to one another. In a fleeting moment, they transformed into the figures of myself and Cheng Xiaoying. The mere thought of her tightened my chest, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over me, leaving me chilled to the bone. All along, I believed that I had completely forgotten this name, yet in this moment, I suddenly realized that it had never truly escaped my memory. It had been lurking in some mysterious corner of my heart, poised to leap forth and pierce me at any moment. I hurriedly exited Peking University, feeling as though I were fleeing, my heart no longer inclined to admire this place that I had long cherished. It was not until I had passed the west gate of Tsinghua University that my tumultuous emotions began to settle. Catch him! He stole my bag. The urgent cries ahead pierced the air. I looked up to see a middle-aged man frantically sprinting towards my direction, pursued closely by a robust middle-aged woman, from whom the cries originated. Despite the presence of numerous pedestrians on the street, not a single person stepped forward to confront the young man. Instead, they instinctively recoiled, parting as he passed, creating a clear path behind him, the distance between them widening. In an instant, the middle-aged man was upon me. And seeing my lack of intention to evade, he shouted menacingly, "Get out of the way. Move aside." I remained rooted in place, coldly gazing at him. I could clearly see his brow twitch. He angled his body to attempt to circumvent me on the left. I promptly stepped to the left as well, still blocking his path. The man abruptly halted, stumbling to a stop a few paces away, his eyes flickering restlessly. From his gaze, I discerned an inner turmoil. By my estimation, he was not a truly malevolent individual. I extended my hand and spoke in a firm tone, "Leave the bag. I mean you no harm." Without a word, the man turned and dashed up the pedestrian bridge. His agility was commendable, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the bridge's edge. However, today was not his fortunate day, for he had encountered me. With a few leaps, I arrived beneath the bridge, and without the luxury of utilizing the steps, I propelled myself forcefully, launching my body upward. My right hand grasped the railing at the side of the steps, and with a gentle tug and a powerful twist of my waist, I swung myself onto the steps. Before I could even stabilize my footing, I propelled myself again, using the railing on the inner side of the steps for support, and landed firmly on the bridge deck. These movements flowed seamlessly, and in the blink of an eye, I found myself in front of the middle-aged man. He gazed at me in astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend how I had reached the bridge so swiftly. Otherwise, he might have reconsidered his subsequent actions. He glanced back towards the street below, then abruptly turned around, now wielding a gleaming, sharp knife, brandishing it menacingly as he shouted, "Anyone who wants to live, step aside." Observing his ferocious demeanor, I could only feel amusement, for his fearful eyes betrayed his true intentions. However, when he truly advanced towards me with the knife raised, my amusement swiftly transformed into anger. I could scarcely imagine the outcome if someone else had been in my place. Would they have survived such an attack? For reasons unknown, a sudden recollection of an old grievance surged through me, igniting a fierce, unnameable anger that had long been suppressed. In that moment of emotional eruption, I shouted vehemently, deftly evading the blade's edge. With a swift motion, I grasped the man's elbow, dislocating his right arm, and followed up with a series of resounding slaps across his face. The man appeared bewildered, seemingly forgetting to resist until the middle-aged woman, from whom he had stolen, rushed forward and seized his hair, unleashing her fury upon him. It was only then that he regained his wits, but with only his left arm at his disposal, he was no match for her. In an instant, his swollen face bore several fresh scratches. As she struck him, the woman huffed and puffed, vociferously declaring, "How dare you steal from me? You must be tired of living. You should know who I am, you wretched scoundrel." Listening to her shrill and piercing cries, and observing the man's eyes filled with desperation, I began to feel a twinge of regret. It was my first time feeling uneasy about performing a good deed. I contemplated intervening to stop the woman. But before I could act, the situation took an unexpected turn. "Don't hurt my godfather," a child's voice piped up from beneath the bridge. Following the sound, I spotted a boy, around 12 or 13 years old, standing in the crowd, gazing up at the middle-aged man and woman. It seemed he wished to rush onto the bridge, Yet with so many people gathered below, his frail figure could hardly push through. The man, hearing the boy's voice, turned in panic, calling out, "Pingzi, run! Get away!" In his urgency, he overlooked the fact that he had stumbled to the very edge of the bridge. The enraged woman, in her fury, failed to notice as well. Amidst the shoving, the man lost his balance and fell backward off the bridge. Instinctively, I stepped forward, reaching out to grasp him, but my hand met only empty air. He let out a harrowing scream as he plummeted, followed by a cacophony of screeching brakes below, and blood splattered. In that fleeting moment, my mind went blank. I numbly absorbed the cacophony of the woman's screams, the chaos of the onlookers, the driver's frantic justifications, and the well-meaning calls to the authorities. My thoughts were a tumultuous haze. In a daze, I glanced down towards the bridge, my gaze meeting that of the boy named Pingzi, filled with hatred and resentment. My heart involuntarily quivered, and I found myself lowering my head. When I looked up again, Pingzi's slender figure had vanished into the crowd. I, along with the middle-aged woman, the driver, and several willing witnesses, was taken back to the police station. I was deemed a good Samaritan and released the following day, but before I left, the officers recorded my detailed address, stating that I might still be required to testify in court regarding the incident. Yet, within my heart, a profound unease lingered. Had I not intervened with that middle-aged man, had I not removed the ring from his arm, it is highly likely that this unfortunate incident would not have transpired. The police, in their attempts to console me, asserted that had I aided in the violence leading to loss of life, I would be held accountable. However, my actions occurred prior to the altercation, and it was the middle-aged man who first drew his weapon, thus rendering my conduct a legitimate act of self-defense. Had no life been lost, such behavior would have warranted commendation. The officer's words offered a modicum of solace, yet the shadow of guilt still enveloped me. In my self-reproach, I recalled the wisdom imparted by my master. A martial artist must understand the value of restraint and caution in the use of their skills. Until now, I believed I comprehended this principle, yet today, my conviction wavered. As the police escorted me out, one of them remarked, "Young man, do not dwell too much on this. It's the weekend, return home and rest well." His words reminded me that it was time for my tutoring session. Until I secured a formal job, these 2 part-time positions were indispensable. Noticing the hour was already late, I hastily departed the police station, catching a bus directly to Jishuitan. Due to my lack of preparation the previous day, my lesson did not proceed as intended. I had to adjust my plan, transforming the second hour into a free question-and-answer session where students could pose inquiries for me to address. The class was barely managed to my satisfaction. Fearing that I would mislead my students further in the afternoon, I quickly consumed a bowl of noodles before returning to my residence. I had intended to prepare more thoroughly, but upon entering, I encountered the vigilant landlady, who scrutinized me and asked, "You didn't return home last night, did you?" "Madam, I worked late yesterday and didn't come back," I replied, feeling a flush of embarrassment, as I am not accustomed to lying. I wondered if she could perceive my discomfort. She huffed, "This is your first and last warning. If you wish to continue living here, be mindful." Having already faced numerous misfortunes in the past few days, I felt an intense frustration rise within me. I thought, "I am renting your space. I owe you nothing. So why should I constantly be subjected to your scrutiny?" I was on the verge of expressing my irritation when the elderly gentleman approached and said, "Xiao Huang, your aunt means no harm. In the future, if you'll be late or absent, a phone call would alleviate our concerns and inform us whether to leave the door open for you." His words extinguished my anger, and I responded apologetically, "Uncle, Annie, I understand. I will be sure to notify you next time." After a brief conversation with him, I returned to my room, realizing time was short. I quickly skimmed through my notes, familiarizing myself with the topics for the day's lessons before heading out with my bag. This family claimed to reside in Zhongguancun, yet they were actually situated in Wadaiku, not far from it. This area, adjacent to Xiuyuan Road and in close proximity to Zhongguancun, is a quintessential prime location, with property prices naturally soaring. Another saying suggests that due to its proximity to the language university, many foreigners, particularly from Korea, have invested in housing here, thus maintaining high property values. In summary, this place is undeniably a wealthy district, and it is beyond the means of most to purchase property here. The gentleman I tutor for, Mr. Liao Guangji, is in his 40s and is the proprietor of a high-tech enterprise in Zhongguancun. He embodies the quintessential career-driven man. During my time as a tutor, aside from our initial meeting, I never encountered him again. His wife, Mrs. Himeli, lives up to her name, being remarkably beautiful, seemingly in her early 30s. She is a devoted housewife, wholly committed to her role in nurturing her husband and raising their child. It is said that this pairing is aptly referred to by the fashionable term, which denotes a marriage where the husband possesses wealth and the wife beauty. They have a singular child, Liao Xiaofan, a lively and innocent third grader. Upon ascending to the third floor and ringing the doorbell, I was greeted by Feng Ma, the family's full-time maid, who resides with them. Given that the Liao household comprises 4 rooms and 2 halls, accommodating 1 or 2 additional occupants poses no inconvenience. Upon recognizing me, Feng Ma greeted me with her customary warm smile and called out, "Sir, madam, it is Teacher Huang, living in the socialist New China." I find such terms of address somewhat antiquated. Reportedly, Mr. Liao Guangji is also uncomfortable with them, having expressed his discontent multiple times. However, Feng Ma remains resolute, insisting that such titles are the only means to convey respect for the employers, and the Liao family has acquiesced to her preference. According to Feng Ma, it is indeed rare for Mr. Liao to be home. Once I entered, I found him seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in his laptop. His expression somewhat grim, hinting at underlying frustration, possibly directed at someone. Not far away, Mrs. He Meili was playfully entertaining Xiaofan and smiled at me as I entered. "Mr. Liao, Mrs. He," I greeted them, changing into my slippers. During this exchange, Mr. Liao glanced up at me, his gaze vacant, clearly lost in his own thoughts. "Teacher Huang," Xiaofan exclaimed with delight, rushing towards me. I gestured for him to lower his voice, indicating Mr. Liao's focused demeanor. Understanding my cue, Xiaofan waved and bounded towards the study. I offered a smile and a nod to Mrs. He, preparing to follow suit, when suddenly Mr. Liao shouted, "What is this nonsense?" Startled, I turned back, bewildered as to what I had done to provoke such a response. Mr. Liao, regaining his composure, surveyed the room. His anger gradually dissipated as he remarked with a stern countenance, "This has nothing to do with you. Let them complete it. It is needed by Monday. Look at what they have produced. Rubbish. Simply garbage. It seems I am paying to support a bunch of useless layabouts." For reasons unknown, his words struck a discordant chord, leading me to ponder whether he was subtly criticizing my efforts through the lens of others. Why, I wondered, would he choose this moment to unleash his fury? Mrs. He, perceptive as she is, must have sensed the tension, for she responded with a smile. "Indeed, in this day and age, there are few as dedicated as Feng Ma and Teacher Huang. I believe there are hardly any employees in your company who surpass the diligence of Teacher Huang. He Meili truly possesses the gift of eloquence." Her words not only alleviated the tension between Feng Ma and me, but also served as a gentle reminder to Liao Guangji, who immediately recognized his own indiscretion. He composed himself and remarked, "Indeed, it is a pity that Xiao Huang has yet to graduate. Xiao Huang, once you complete your studies, you must come assist me." As he spoke, he reseated himself, his gaze returning to the computer screen. Liao Guangji's words illuminated my thoughts. How could I have forgotten about him while tirelessly searching for employment in Zhongguancun? Regardless, it was worth a try, after all. What was the worst that could happen? I could face the same obstacles as before. "Teacher Huang, come quickly." Xiaofan's voice called from the study. "I'm coming," I responded. Yet I did not rush over immediately. Instead, I turned to Liao Guangji and suggested, "Mr. Liao, perhaps I could assist you with some revisions?" Liao Guangji, momentarily taken aback, lifted his head in confusion and inquired, "Xiao Huang, what did you say?" I took a couple of steps closer to him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as I replied, "Mr. Liao, I have studied this at school and assisted my teachers with various teaching materials and presentations. You can trust me to help you." "Excellent. That would be immensely helpful. I have a plethora of tasks at hand and am quite pressed for time." "Xiao Huang, you have truly come to my aid. For the next couple of days, let's pause Xiaofan's lessons so you can concentrate on assisting me. Come, let us discuss this in the study. Meili, please lend your notebook to Xiao Huang for a couple of days." As Liao Guangji stood up to speak, I patted my backpack and replied, "No need. I have my own laptop." "You do?" Liao Guangji was momentarily surprised, glancing at me in disbelief before chuckling lightly as he entered the study. Feeling somewhat flustered, I exchanged glances with Feng Ma and then with He Meili, who smiled and gestured towards the study, softly encouraging, "Go on, do your best." I nervously stepped into the study, where Liao Guangji was negotiating with Xiaofan, who was adamant in refusing to allow Liao Guangji to take Teacher Huang away. Xiaofan insisted on knowing why I taught his father, but not him. I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Thankfully, He Meili entered at that moment, and after some back and forth, the couple finally persuaded Xiaofan to leave. Upon seeing what He Meili had brought, I realized what Liao Guangji had meant by notebook. He was referring to a laptop, which was entirely different from my own. I had indeed encountered that term in my readings, yet when the situation arose, it had completely slipped my mind. A flush crept across my face, But fortunately, Liao Guangji's attention was elsewhere. He shrugged, exclaiming, "Today's children all act like little emperors." However, he then shifted the topic, saying, "The fact that Xiao Fan is so eager to have lessons with you is a testament to your abilities." I quickly responded, "Xiao Fan is quite clever. He learns quickly and naturally wishes to acquire more knowledge." Liao Guangji appeared quite pleased with my response, and subsequently began to share with me the details of a particular matter. It turned out he intended to showcase a financial software developed by their company. Not only did he elucidate the features of this software, but he also described the characteristics of its clientele, ultimately summarizing the overarching approach. He concluded with a profound insight. Different levels of stakeholders possess distinct focal points, and various groups offer diverse perspectives. A well-crafted solution should be targeted. A broad, catch-all approach may appear comprehensive, yet is utterly futile, squandering both company resources and client time, epitomizing the essence of a fruitless endeavor. After expressing this, he mentioned he needed to return to the office and advised me to ponder the matter thoroughly before rushing into action. His words were immensely enlightening, and I found myself holding Liao Guangji in high esteem, secretly elevating him to the same echelon as Bill Gates in my mind. Once I bid farewell to Liao Guangji and glanced at the clock, I was startled to realize that an hour and a half had elapsed. Suddenly, I thought that with this amount of time, it was likely Liao Guangji had completed his tasks as well. However, this notion quickly flitted through my mind, and I diverted my thoughts elsewhere. I initially dedicated some time to peruse the manual for the financial software, and then meticulously examined the client information left behind by Liao Guangji. In the meantime, Feng Ma brought me a cup of coffee, and he mainly assisted me in connecting to the internet. I had always assumed that simply turning on the computer would grant me access to the web. It was only after Mei's instruction that I learned I needed to dial in for a home connection. After navigating through countless pages, I finally unearthed some pertinent financial knowledge and software descriptions. I devoured these materials with great eagerness, yet before I could finish even a single page, the living room was suddenly filled with the urgent ringing of the telephone, followed by Feng Ma's voice calling out, Teacher Huang, it's a phone call." Naturally, I had Liao's family phone number, but I had never shared it with anyone. Why would someone be calling for me? With a hint of skepticism, I asked Andy, "Is it for me?" Feng Ma replied, "Indeed, it is for you." With a mind full of doubts, I hurried out of the study, my thoughts racing. I suddenly speculated that it was highly probable Liao Guangji was calling back to inquire about something, perhaps indicating he no longer wished for me to proceed. With a sense of trepidation, I picked up the receiver, and as soon as I greeted, a cacophony of exuberant sounds erupted from the other end. "Ah, great cricket. I've finally caught you. I thought you had vanished to another planet. Where have you been these past few days? I've heard that you turned down a good education because your family found you a decent job and withdrew you from school. Others may not know your background, but you cannot deceive me. I knew you hadn't left. Now, confess, what is the real reason for your withdrawal? Is it financial?" It was Fang Pingping, and I should have guessed it was her. Apart from her, who else possessed such powers? However, her questions were indeed challenging to answer, not only difficult, but also impossible to address, as I had not even broached the subject of my withdrawal with Liao's family. Thus, I could not possibly discuss it in their presence. I cast a glance at Mei, who was entertaining Xiao Fan, and said in a low voice, "Your skills are quite impressive. I haven't given you my phone number. How did you manage to find me here?" On the phone, Fang Pingping exclaimed in anger, "Don't change the subject. If you're short on tuition, just tell me." It seemed there was no escaping this confrontation, so I reluctantly admitted, "It's not about the money." "Then what is it about? Does it involve Qing Xiaoying? She has been crying incessantly these past few days. Does it relate to your decision to withdraw from school?" My heart skipped a beat. After a few moments of silence, Fang Pingping called out, "Have I guessed correctly?" I found myself puzzled. I thought they had already parted ways. How could they be entangled once more? Had I committed some wrong against her? Understanding Fang Pingping's insinuation, I felt a blush rise to my cheeks and quickly replied in a hushed tone, "Please stop speculating. This matter cannot be explained in just a few sentences. Let's discuss it in person when we meet. It's inconvenient to talk at someone else's home, isn't it? Fine, I won't press you. By the latest tomorrow, you must call me back at my dormitory and explain everything clearly, or else you shall not find peace. Do you understand?" I was always helpless against Fang Pingping's domineering nature and could only smile wryly. "Understood. Is there anything else? How are you doing now? Where are you living?" "I'm doing quite well, residing near Zhongguancun. When you come, I'll give you a tour." Fang Pingping sighed, seemingly skeptical of my words but refraining from further questioning. She merely said, "If anything comes up, don't forget to let me know. Don't bear it all alone." I covered the microphone and whispered, "Okay." Her unrestrained laughter echoed through the receiver, and imagining her doubled over in mirth brought a smile to my lips. I then remarked, I have a few more matters to attend to. Let us pause here for now and continue our conversation another time. Fang Pingping stifled her laughter. All right. I won't waste your time any longer. However, I kindly request that next time you go missing, you leave some hints behind. I responded somewhat dismissively. Of course. Of course. Of course, my foot. You're just trying to dodge me. She retorted. All right, enough of the banter. I must go. No sooner had I uttered the last word than the line went dead. I sighed in relief as I set down the receiver, casting a furtive glance at Himeli, Feng Ma, and Xiao Fan, who seemed indifferent to the phone call. A weight lifted from my heart, and after exchanging pleasantries, I returned to my study to continue reviewing my materials. By the time I emerged from the study, darkness had fallen. Himeli was seated on the sofa watching television, while Feng Ma entertained Xiao Fan. It appeared that Liao Guangji had not yet returned. Embarrassed, I smiled and said, Aunt He, I should head back now. Chapter 21. Before Himeli could respond, Feng Ma interjected, Oh, Teacher Huang, you haven't eaten yet. How can you leave? If it weren't for Madam's instruction not to disturb you, I would have called you to dinner long ago. Just a moment, I'll go heat up some food for you. Xiao Fan jumped up excitedly, grabbing my hand and saying, Teacher Huang, don't go. You haven't told me a story today. To pique Xiao Fan's interest, I always began each class with a small story, which I would then expand upon to impart related knowledge. This routine of sharing 2 stories a week had become a cherished habit. Himeli stood up, smiling as she said, Xiao Huang, do you think you can escape? Why not stay here tonight? It would save us the trouble of commuting back and forth, though you might have to make do with sleeping in the study. Naturally, I would be more than willing to spend the night here, but before I could express my agreement, Xiao Fan piped up, No, I want to sleep with Teacher Huang. Himeli frowned slightly. Xiao Fan, how can Teacher Huang fit on your little bed? Didn't you promise your mother you wouldn't disturb Teacher Huang these days? Xiao Fan, clearly disheartened, fell silent. I felt a pang of sympathy and quickly said, Xiao Fan, let me tell you 2 stories first, and then you can quietly read your book. Tomorrow, when Teacher Huang has time, we can study together, okay? Good. Xiao Fan clapped her hands, excitedly exclaiming, Story time. After dinner, the first thing I did was call the landlord. An elderly lady answered, her tone revealing her displeasure, though thankfully, it was nothing serious. I then began to examine the materials left behind by Liao Guangji. Upon my initial glance, I was taken aback by the ornate templates, beautiful graphics, and professional terminology. In that moment, I felt a twinge of regret. It was clear that the author was far superior to my capabilities. If this did not satisfy Liao Guangji, surely my own work would be deemed laughable. However, after a meticulous study, I gradually identified the flaws within. Despite its flamboyance, the author's thought process was evidently disorganized, starkly contrasting the approach Liao Guangji had shared with me. To put it bluntly, it was a classic case of superficial brilliance concealing mediocrity. No wonder he had been furious, had I been in his position. I too would have been incensed upon seeing such a submission from my subordinate. Having pinpointed the issues, I began to organize my thoughts, working tirelessly until midnight when exhaustion finally overcame me, and I collapsed onto the spring mattress fully clothed. The fatigue from the preceding days quickly ushered me into slumber, and in my dreams, I seemed to hear Liao Guangji's voice. However, when I awoke at 7 the next morning, he had already left for the office. The next encounter with Liao Guangji occurred at 3:30 in the afternoon. Although he was still impeccably dressed, the fatigue was evident in his demeanor. Upon entering the house, he threw himself onto the sofa, closing his eyes for a brief respite of more than 10 minutes, after which he appeared somewhat revitalized. At this moment, Himeli brought over a cup of tea, and Feng Ma had also come with a pair of slippers. Before lunch, I had completed the first draft of my work. Yet, seeing Liao Guangji's weary state, I hesitated to disturb him. After donning his slippers and taking a sip of tea, he seemed about to assign me a task but turned to me and asked, Xiao Huang, how is your work coming along? I've completed a draft. Would you like to take a look? I offered. Liao Guangji waved his hand, gesturing for me to sit beside him. I placed my notebook on the coffee table, and as he glanced at the screen, I noticed his brow furrow slightly. This small gesture did not escape my notice. I understood why he was displeased. The cover was directly lifted from the materials he had left behind, and I had made no modifications. He began to turn the pages, and with each gentle click of the mouse, his expression grew increasingly grim. The further he progressed, the faster he flipped through the pages. Finally, with a decisive click, he reached the last page. Gazing at the large words "Thank you all" in the center of the page, he remained silent for a long moment before slowly stating, Do you have any idea how many slides you have produced out of the 30-odd pages? This question had long been anticipated by me, and without hesitation, I replied. There are a total of 36 slides. I created 4 of them, while the remaining 32 were extracted from what you left behind. Liao Guangji scrutinized me, his expression somewhat inscrutable. How long did you spend on these 4 slides? He inquired. From 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon until midnight, and I spent this morning as well. So approximately 14 to 15 hours. He merely, sensing the situation was amiss, interjected on my behalf. After all, Xiao Huang is still a student and unfamiliar with your company's operations. Achieving this is commendable. Feng Ma chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Teacher Huang took Mr. Liao's instructions very seriously. Foregoing meals and sleep, Liao Guangji suddenly burst into laughter, while Feng Ma, flustered, retorted, Sir, I speak nothing but the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Madam or the young master. He merely reassured her, Fear not, he is not laughing at you. Despite the mistress's words, Feng Ma remained somewhat skeptical. Hesitating to inquire further, her expression marked by embarrassment. Little Fan, seeing his father's delight, joined in with a giggle. Liao Guangji halted his laughter, waved his hand at Feng Ma, instructing her to take Little Fan to play, and then flipped back to the first page, continuing to leaf through as he remarked. It seems you have fully grasped Mr. Lu Sun's principle of appropriation, discarding the dross while retaining the essence. You merely rearranged the original slides and made some additions and deletions to meet my requirements. Quite remarkable. Is it not the national policy to achieve the most with the least expenditure? You are indeed answering the call of the nation. I felt a twinge of embarrassment from Liao Guangji's praise and quickly replied, Director Liao, I had no other choice. Although the slides you left were somewhat disorganized, the section on business introduction was quite well structured. I estimate that without at least a year and a half of experience, I would not achieve this level. Moreover, the template is indeed beautiful, so I devised this rather lazy strategy. Only the diligent can afford to be lazy. This statement was clearly a compliment. However, he then shifted his tone, cautioning, while occasional shortcuts are forgivable, excessive reliance on them often leads to superficiality. Young individuals, in particular, must take heed. Once certain habits are formed, they can be difficult to change. I felt a jolt of realization. Liao Guangji's words were evidently not spoken lightly. He was imparting wisdom about conduct and character, and I considered myself fortunate to encounter such a person. Hence, I resolved to steadfastly follow someone of his caliber, knowing it could only lead to success. In the ensuing moments, Liao Guangji pointed out several shortcomings to me, which I meticulously noted and assured him I would address promptly. As we conversed, he suddenly paused, turned to me, and remarked, By the way, Xiao Huang, you have classes tomorrow, don't you? You should head back early today. I've already delayed you for 2 days, and I cannot trouble you any further. I shall rectify these issues myself. The mention of school cast a shadow over my heart, which did not escape Liao Guangji's keen observation. He inquired, Xiao Huang, if there is any difficulty where I may assist, please do not hesitate to speak. I clenched my teeth and replied solemnly, Director Liao, I have already withdrawn from school. I had anticipated that this revelation would take everyone by surprise, and indeed, Feng Ma was the first to exclaim, Oh, Teacher Huang, you are a university student, a true intellectual. Why on earth would you drop out? Xiao Fan looked up at Feng Ma and asked, Grandma Feng, what does it mean to drop out? Feng Ma promptly explained, dropping out means not attending school anymore. Young master. He merely gave Feng Ma a knowing glance and said, Come, dear, let us watch Crayon Shinchan. It was only after Hime Li and the others had entered the room that Liao Guangji calmly inquired, though higher education is becoming increasingly accessible, the enrollment quotas for reputable schools remain limited. Once you enter society, the perceptions can vary greatly. Not to mention, in our small company, we still prefer to hire graduates from Project 211 institutions. This matter requires careful consideration. Is there any financial difficulty you are facing? If it is a monetary issue, you need not worry. From now until your university graduation, I shall cover all your expenses. His words moved me deeply, leaving me at a loss for words. Seeing my silence, he assumed I was reluctant to accept his kindness and continued, As a businessman, I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. We should formalize this arrangement. Consider this money as a loan, and upon your graduation, you may join my company, with deductions made from your salary each month. Liao Guangji clearly intended to help me while preserving my dignity, and I could only conclude that he was a true gentleman. Regrettably, my reasons for dropping out were far more complex, though I could not divulge them, at least not at this moment. After much hesitation, I decided to speak candidly. Director Liao, I appreciate your generosity. It is not a matter of finances, but rather unavoidable circumstances. However, please rest assured that I have not engaged in any disreputable activities. This situation is merely complicated, and I hope you can understand and empathize. Liao Guangji gazed into my eyes in silence for a moment before nodding and asking, "What are your plans for the future?" I managed a wry smile and replied, "The future seems distant. For now, my priority is simply to fill my stomach." To be frank, I have been wandering around Zhongguancun for the past few days, visiting numerous companies, but all I encountered were closed doors. After hearing my words, Liao Guangji contemplatively glanced at his laptop screen, then leaned back against the sofa and said, "If you have not yet settled on anything, you are welcome to try your luck at our company. However, do bear in mind that we are a small firm, and our salary and benefits cannot compare to those of larger enterprises." I never anticipated that this matter would reach a conclusion so swiftly. Overcome with excitement, I hurriedly expressed my gratitude to General Liao for affording me this opportunity, assuring him that I would dedicate myself wholeheartedly and would not disappoint his expectations. Chapter 22. Liao Guangji, maintaining his composure, replied, "You need not thank me. This opportunity is one you have earned for yourself. However, let me be candid. I can only guarantee your entry into the company. Whether you remain here will be determined after a 3-month probationary period by the HR department, and that will ultimately depend on your own performance." At that moment, I was too engrossed in my joy to pay much heed to Liao Guangji's words. It was only after I commenced my duties that I realized his remarks were not without foundation. That afternoon, as I departed from the Liao residence, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Despite having had scant sleep over the past few days, I felt no trace of fatigue. I first sought out a public phone to call Fang Pingping. Not only was she the one who had set the expectation, but I also wished to share my elation with a friend. Upon hearing the news, Fang Pingping was naturally thrilled, expressing both joy and a hint of envy, remarking on the challenges faced by university graduates in securing employment and suggesting that I had truly stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Our conversation lasted over half an hour, and after hanging up the phone, I remained in a state of euphoric excitement. Choosing not to take the bus, I strolled through Tsinghua's East Gate, traversed diagonally across the campus, exited through the Northwest Gate, and continued along the road until I reached my residence. That night felt particularly prolonged. I dreamt countless dreams, awakening numerous times only to feel disappointment upon glancing at the clock. I even questioned whether the clock was malfunctioning, until I finally rose to behold a sky adorned with countless stars, prompting me to reluctantly return to slumber. The following morning, I arose early, found a secluded spot to practice some boxing, and after refreshing myself, I set off for the company located on Jishuitan Road, arriving before 8:30 a.m. My appointment with Liao Guangji was set for 9:30, leaving me an hour to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Finally, as the clock ticked closer to 9:15, I entered the building, leisurely making my way to the 5th floor, arriving precisely at 9:20. After I introduced myself, the receptionist made a phone call before guiding me through rows of workstations. We eventually stopped in front of a partition, where she introduced a middle-aged man diligently engrossed in his work. "This is Manager Yu from the Implementation Department." "Manager Yu, this is Huang Shuai, our new recruit." Manager Yu looked up, his face instantly brightening with a smile as he stood to shake my hand vigorously. "Just call me Yu Hai," he said, with Hai meaning C. "The boss has informed me about you, and our department is in need of someone like you. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Do not hesitate to reach out to me for any assistance, whether work-related or personal. If I can help in any way, please feel free to ask." As he spoke, he pointed to an empty desk nearby. Without waiting for my response, he clapped his hands, calling out, "Everyone, please pause for a moment." Once the surrounding colleagues turned their attention toward us, he continued, "Allow me to introduce our new colleague, Huang Shuai. Let me introduce you to a few individuals. This is Lao Song, Song Wenjia. This is Xiao Zhang, Zhang Lisan, and this is Xiaomi, Mi Qi. Some colleagues from our department are currently on business trips, and I shall introduce you to them upon their return. Xiaomi, since Xiao Huang has just arrived, please take him under your wing. Xiao Huang, I encourage you to accompany Xiaomi to familiarize yourself with the business. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to approach me. Please feel free." After imparting these words, he returned to his work. Mi Qi is a young lady whose beauty may not be particularly striking, yet she possesses a distinctive charm. When she is silent and serious, her laughter transforms her eyes into crescent moons, radiating innocence. Later, I discovered she was already in her late 20s, though at that moment, I perceived her age to be akin to mine. She first guided me to the Human Resources and Administration Department to complete my onboarding procedures. When a probationary employment contract was placed before me, I realized that Liao Guangji had assigned me the position of Implementation Specialist in the Implementation Department. I had little understanding of this role, but the subsequent salary details truly exhilarated me. The contract explicitly stated that my base salary was 3,000 yuan, Although during the probation period I would receive only 80%, which amounted to 2,400 yuan, this was already a considerable income for me. After taxes, I would still have over 2,000 remaining, and after deducting essential expenses, I could manage to save around 16 or 1,700. That was equivalent to my mother's annual earnings. After receiving the employee handbook, access card, locker key, and meal card, Michi then led me to collect office equipment. After filling out a myriad of forms, I finally received my very own computer, though it was merely a used machine with a modest 15-inch monitor. It was the first computer I could call my own, and the excitement I felt was indescribable. Michi assisted me in transporting the computer to my workstation, and together we connected the various cables. Upon powering it on and hearing the delightful beeping sounds, my joy was beyond words. Seizing the moment while the computer booted up, I discreetly inquired of Michi what exactly the role of an implementation specialist entailed. Michi looked at me with surprise and retorted, "Didn't the HR department inform you during your interview?" Embarrassed, I replied, "I was referred by someone." Michi responded with an understanding "oh," and then began to explain in a hushed tone. Despite the company comprising only 50 to 60 employees, it is divided into 8 departments: market development, software development, project implementation, service, customer service, human resources and administration, quality management, and finance, each varying in size. The software development and project implementation departments are the largest, collectively accounting for about 40 employees, which constitutes a significant portion of the company, while the quality management, service, and finance departments are much smaller, with only 1 or 2 individuals each. As the name suggests, the project implementation department is responsible for executing and maintaining projects at client sites after contracts have been secured by the marketing department. The roles within this department can be broadly categorized into 2 types: technical positions, which focus on on-site implementation and system maintenance, and business positions, responsible for demand research, business analysis, and solution design. The business positions are categorized into several levels, with the most junior role being that of an implementation specialist. After accumulating a certain level of experience, one can advance to a senior implementation specialist, followed by a project manager, and then a senior project manager. This is the pinnacle within this department. After hearing so much from Miki, I finally gained a vague understanding of my career path, and I tentatively set my sights on the position of senior project manager. Miki was so familiar with the company affairs that I assumed she was a long-time employee, only to discover during our lunchtime conversation that she had been with the company for just over a month and had yet to be confirmed in her position. I initially thought this was merely a coincidence, but upon speaking with Song Wenjia and Zhang Lisin, I realized that Song had also recently been confirmed, while Zhang, though somewhat seasoned, had only been around for half a year. This situation struck me as somewhat peculiar, but being new to the company, I felt hesitant to inquire further, leaving me with unanswered questions. I expected to begin working in the afternoon, but Miki only provided me with some introductory materials, suggesting I review them independently and ask her any questions I might have. The day passed in this manner, and by the time I left work, I felt overwhelmed. Yet I had not gained much substantial knowledge, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. After work, I intended to take a bus home, but to my dismay, the road was exceptionally congested, with vehicles inching forward at a snail's pace, hardly faster than walking. I ultimately abandoned the idea of taking public transport and decided to stroll home instead. In the following days, Miki assisted me in setting up the company's flagship product, the financial software I had previously introduced to Liao Guangji. In my spare time, I delved into the software's functionalities and occasionally sought Miki's guidance on certain queries. She was always eager to assist, and when she could not provide an answer, she would consult with Song, Zhang, or even Hai. Before long, we had developed a camaraderie, and I began to understand that it was not Miki's reluctance to assign me work, but rather the proximity to year-end, with most clients preoccupied with annual settlements, leaving little room for us to engage with them. I was not alone in this. Song, Zhang, and Miki were also idling away their days. Soon, another mystery unraveled. It became clear that companies often operate with a revolving door of employees, with turnover rates that are notable across various industries. Our company, however, employed a competitive elimination system, resulting in higher pressure than in typical enterprises, and consequently, a greater turnover of talent. The project implementation department, primarily responsible for on-site execution, frequently required travel, and the company, in an effort to cut costs, often imposed unrealistic deadlines, demanding completion of tasks that could take a month in just 20 days. As a result, those in our department worked tirelessly, day and night, making it the most fluid department within the company. Upon hearing this, I was somewhat taken aback and posed what I now realize was a rather naive question. Does the company not fear losing talent? Zhang inquired, what constitutes talent? I pondered for a moment and replied, talent refers to individuals who possess extensive business knowledge, robust technical skills, and rich experience. Xiao Zhang, with a dismissive tone, exclaimed, wrong. Utterly wrong. These are your standards, not the boss's. In the eyes of the boss, only those who can generate the greatest surplus value with the least resources are deemed talents. Do you know why our company possesses such formidable competitiveness in the industry? Good products and excellent service are one aspect, but low prices are the true weapon. Naturally, everyone desires something of high quality at a reasonable price. But how are such low prices achieved? It comes at the expense of the exploitation of employees like us. Consider this. If the boss does not maximize our surplus value, how can costs be minimized? If you wish to avoid being exploited, I'm afraid you must seek employment elsewhere. This is akin to the process of nature, where only those favored by the boss remain. Those who are not appreciated will simply depart. Old Song, chuckling, interjected, Xiao Huang, do not heed Xiao Zhang's ramblings. He spouts reactionary rhetoric all day, filled with fallacies. How can one expect to thrive in a company without possessing genuine skills? Xiao Zhang, indignant, immediately engaged in a debate with Old Song. Meanwhile, Miki silently observed, her eyes narrowed in amusement as the two argued. I found myself uncertain as to who was correct, sensing merit in both their arguments, yet realizing neither was entirely accurate. Unable to articulate my confusion, I stored my doubts within. Noticing my distraction, Miki gently nudged me and whispered, regardless of who is right or wrong, one undeniable fact remains. The attrition rate in our project implementation department ranks among the highest in the entire company, even the industry. I've heard that the department frequently recruits large batches of newcomers, yet only a handful manage to survive the probationary period. Less than 1/10 remain. I had initially thought that passing the trial period was sufficient for retention, but it seems there is yet another hurdle. I suddenly recalled Liao Guangji's words, whether one stays or not is decided by the HR department after the 3-month probation, which ultimately hinges on your own capabilities, sending a chill down my spine. For a considerable time after joining the company, I learned little, yet I developed a habit. Instead of taking the bus home after work, I would stroll back along Route 11. Although I had not encountered any violent incidents like bag snatching, I often came across individuals in need of assistance. In those moments, I would readily extend my help. This inclination to assist others was not born from a noble purpose or lofty ideals. Rather, it stemmed from a somewhat selfish desire. As deep down, I believed that helping others was a manifestation of my own capabilities. I was able to perform these acts because I possessed the means to do so. On an afternoon 2 weeks after joining the company, around 2 o'clock, Liu Hou'er summoned us for an urgent meeting. He informed us that an issue had arisen with one of our clients. Although the client continued to use our system daily, if the problem remained unresolved, the system could crash at any moment. While a system failure itself is not catastrophic, the potential loss of the client's data is a grave responsibility we cannot afford. Therefore, we must immediately dispatch someone to the site to resolve the issue and ascertain who among us is available for this task. Xiao Zhang has been with the company the longest, and under normal circumstances, this task would naturally fall to him. However, Xiao Zhang has already made arrangements to marry at the end of the year, a fact well known to all, and he has secured his wedding leave. It would be utterly inhumane for Liu Hou'er to insist on postponing his wedding. Furthermore, Michi is relatively new to the company and, being a woman, is also not a suitable candidate. Lao Song has just welcomed a newborn, necessitating his presence at home, and having recently passed his probation. His technical skills do not surpass mine by much. The answer was evident. Without waiting for a formal nomination, I volunteered myself. And the collective sigh of relief from the others was palpable. Yet, the meeting did not conclude immediately. Liu Hou'er paused thoughtfully and addressed Xiao Zhang. If I recall correctly, you have requested your wedding leave for the day after tomorrow, correct? Xiao Zhang replied, yes, boss, that is correct. Liu Hou'er continued, Xiao Huang is new and not yet familiar with the business. I would like you to accompany him on this trip. On the first day, you will take the lead. If the issues are resolved swiftly, you can both return together. If not resolved within a day, you will guide Xiao Huang on what to do and what to pay attention to. On the third day, you will return alone while Xiao Huang stays. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? With a mentor present for guidance, it was undoubtedly a more prudent approach than if I were to go alone. And Xiao Zhang could still take his wedding leave, so he had no objections. Thus, the matter was settled. Liu Hou'er then provided us with a brief overview of the client's situation and the issues at hand before hastily concluding the meeting. Xiao Zhang then busied himself with the preparations for the trip. He first asked the front desk to check flight schedules and booked a ticket for a flight at 6 o'clock in the evening. Next, he went to finance for a loan and to the service department for a notebook. Observing Xiao Zhang's flurry of activity, I silently expressed my relief that I was not the one traveling, as I was unsure how I would manage these tedious procedures. While Xiao Zhang was handling the paperwork, I called my landlord to inform them of my impending trip, requesting that they not leave the door unlocked for me. By the time all the formalities were completed, and I had received the funds and notebook, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Xiao Zhang expressed some frustration, lamenting that he had no time to go home and change clothes. At that moment, Mi Qi chimed in, "You're fortunate. You'll only be gone for 2 days, but Xiao Huang will have a tougher time." Xiao Zhang chuckled sheepishly and said, "True, let's get going." Just as we were about to leave after bidding farewell to everyone, my desk phone suddenly rang. Mi Qi urged me to hurry, laughingly suggesting, "It must be another client. I'll handle it." I nodded and followed Xiao Zhang towards the exit. When I heard Mi Qi calling out behind me, "Xiao Huang, wait, it's for you." When I turned back, I saw her holding the receiver, lowering her voice conspiratorially as she smiled. "It's a woman." I immediately thought of Fang Pingping. Aside from her, I had not given my landline number to anyone else. "I'll wait for you at the door," Xiao Zhang said as he stepped out. Taking the call, I was greeted by Fang Pingping's teasing voice. "Big Cricket. You're quite the lucky one, aren't you?" My face flushed, and I quickly turned away from Mi Qi, whispering, "Stop the nonsense. Just tell me what you need. I'm about to catch a flight." Suddenly, Fang Pingping exclaimed, "Wait, you're not going on a business trip, are you?" Her voice reverberated painfully against my eardrums. Instinctively, I glanced around and noticed that everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, oblivious to my presence. Only then did I address the microphone. "Unfortunately, you have hit the nail on the head. The flight at 6 o'clock awaits my departure, so please make your words concise. Where are you?" "It sounds quite chaotic on your end," I inquired. Fang Pingping disregarded my question and continued, "Where are you headed? For how long?" I revealed my destination. "It should be relatively close to your location. Perhaps I might even visit your school. The duration of my business trip is uncertain. I will return once my work is complete." Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the line. If not for the cacophony in the background, I would have suspected a disconnection. After a few attempts to elicit a response, Fang Pingping finally spoke, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Did you not ask where I am?" "I am at the train station." I initially assumed she was jesting and laughed. "Do not tease me." "I am not joking," she replied. "Winter break begins the day after tomorrow, and I took a few days off in advance, specifically to meet you." I was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the whims of fate at play, I felt a twinge of guilt towards Fang Pingping, yet I was at a loss for words. On her end, she seemed to regain her composure, chuckling, "I intended to surprise you, but it seems only astonishment remains, devoid of joy. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous. I can return home earlier to see my parents. But mark my words, you owe me a grand meal the next time we meet." Time was of the essence, and in this public setting, lengthy discourse was impractical. I could only express my apologies. "All right, I shall make it up to you next time." After bidding farewell to Fang Pingping, I hurriedly exited. At the entrance, Xiao Zhang had already secured a taxi and appeared somewhat impatient. As I settled into the vehicle, I recalled that the last time I met Fang Pingping was during our freshman year, when she visited over the summer break. It had been more than 2 years since then, and I wondered if she had become slimmer or gained weight. They say a girl changes significantly by the age of 18, yet Fang Pingping seemed to remain as unrefined as ever. These thoughts flitted through my mind before I shifted my focus back to the business trip, reflecting on Liu Hou'er's remarks regarding the client and the apparent issues, attempting to align these observations with the documents I had previously reviewed. However, I found the two elements could not quite mesh, leaving me with a sense of missing links. In contrast, Xiao Zhang remained entirely unfazed, engaging the driver in lively conversation. Their topics ranged from international politics to mundane familial anecdotes, as if the entirety of the world resided within their minds. Xiao Zhang maintained this cheerful demeanor until his departure. I was uncertain whether Xiao Zhang could be deemed a good employee, but if he were to enlist, he would undoubtedly make an excellent soldier, as he was the epitome of executing orders without question. The city we were heading to was classified as a secondary city, lacking an airport. Thus, we first flew to a nearby city, spent the night there, and the following morning embarked on a lengthy bus ride of over 2 hours to reach our destination. By the time we disembarked, it was already past 9 in the morning. After a brisk walk of several minutes, we finally located the client's establishment. The reception staff were exceedingly warm, serving us tea and inquiring about our well-being, addressing us as experts, which made me feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Xiao Zhang remained composed. He first expressed the company's apologies and assured them that our purpose was to resolve the issues at hand. We would not leave until the problems were addressed. Subsequently, We were escorted to the business department to observe the manifestations of the issues, followed by a visit to the technical department to assess the database's operational status. By the time we completed these tasks, it was already noon. We dined at the client's facility before locating a nearby hotel for a brief respite, after which we promptly resumed our afternoon work. Objectively speaking, the afternoon was both tense and busy. Xiao Zhang collected a substantial amount of data for testing. Yet the results were minimal. We not only failed to identify the root of the issues, but we could not even replicate the problems in the testing environment. Consequently, we had no choice but to wait until the client's staff finished their work to back up the system and conduct error checks in the production environment. Our efforts extended into the night, culminating around 10 o'clock, but we were unable to pinpoint the source of the issues. With the client's technical personnel present, we felt reluctant to prolong the investigation, thus concluding our first day's work. On the second day, Xiao Zhang dedicated the entire day to transitioning responsibilities to me while imparting valuable insights. I must admit, Xiao Zhang is an excellent teacher. Many seemingly complex problems were elucidated by him in just a few words. When he encountered aspects that were difficult to explain, he provided demonstrations, articulating as he showcased the processes. Coupled with my attentive observations from the previous day, I grasped the concepts rather swiftly. Over these 2 days of learning, I experienced a profound sense of enlightenment. Many questions that had lingered during my study of the materials found resolution. I felt akin to a parched sponge, absorbing knowledge like water, and in the process, I was expanding rapidly. On the third day, Xiao Zhang departed with a sense of rightful ease. I too bid him farewell with equanimity, believing I could resolve the issues independently. However, I had overlooked a fundamental truth. My experience was derived from Xiao Zhang, who himself was at a loss regarding the matter. It was only several days later that I came to this realization. During those days, I immersed myself at the client's site, employing all the methods Xiao Zhang had taught me, yet to no avail. As the new year approached, I received a call from Liu Hou'er, ostensibly to check on my well-being, but subtly probing about the progress of my work. His inquiry carried 2 implications: whether the issues had been resolved and how I was managing my tasks, clearly reflecting a lack of trust in my abilities, as if I were merely idling away my time. Consequently, I provided a thorough report of the situation. After patiently listening, Liu Hou'er offered some guidance and then inquired about my plans for the new year. He suggested that if I had any arrangements, I should return to the company, and if not, I might as well spend the new year at the client's site to avoid unnecessary travel. This is not my first experience of celebrating the new year away from home, so I find myself at little loss. Thus, I graciously expressed my determination to resolve the issue before returning, yet the funds borrowed by Xiao Zhang have nearly been exhausted, and I hope the company can send a little more. Liu Hou'er quickly reassured me, saying not to worry about this issue, as he had already instructed Xiamen to handle it, and would have her contact me afterward. After hanging up, I felt a lingering gloom for quite some time, unable to comprehend why my tireless efforts here would lead to suspicion. One day, a revelation dawned on me. Liu Hou'er did not possess clairvoyance or acute hearing, and he could not know how I was faring unless I documented it. Thus, I began to maintain a work log, meticulously detailing the day's tasks and hours worked, sending the log to Liu Hou'er each evening before returning to the hotel. Additionally, I would occasionally call the company to seek advice, primarily reaching out to Michi, whose competence matched my own. When she encountered difficulties, she would naturally consult Lao Song or even directly approach Liu Hou'er, ensuring he was aware of my diligence. Since then, I have not received another call from Liu Hou'er. As a stranger in a foreign land, one tends to miss home, particularly during festive seasons. During my time in the city, I have profoundly experienced the essence of this ancient verse. Although I spent the previous 2 spring festivals alone, it was in the confines of a familiar school setting where everything around me felt known. Furthermore, our school was situated in a remote area of the northern suburbs, where the festive atmosphere was rather subdued, rendering my solitude less pronounced. The city, however, is a different realm altogether. A few days before New Year's Eve, the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks began to reverberate, often continuing until midnight. During moments of fatigue, I would rise and approach the window, gazing at the vibrant fireworks illuminating the night sky. In such instances, 2 individuals would come to mind: my mother, evoking a sense of sorrow, and Cheng Xiaoying, bringing forth a pang of heartache. That day too was midnight when I dragged my weary body from the server room. By the way, after several consecutive nights of relentless toil, the opposing technicians had grown fatigued. Each day they entrusted me with the server room keys and returned home early to rest, reassured by the monitoring system in place. Though the night was dark and my body weary, sleep eluded me. The air was thick with the aroma of fireworks, Remnants of firecrackers scattered along the roadside, yet most people had succumbed to slumber, and the streets were now sparsely populated. I did not head directly to my lodgings, but instead took a long detour, as I had developed a habit of walking several miles before sleep, lest I find rest unsatisfactory. Upon turning the 3rd Street corner, I encountered a beggar, a pitiful soul reduced to half a body for reasons unknown. Unlike other beggars who plead or bow for alms, he sat quietly against the wall, silent and lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about his tragic past. Whenever I find myself in a state of melancholy, I often toss a coin into the small porcelain basin before him as I pass by. After bestowing my offering, my spirits are invariably lifted, for I am reminded of my capacity to assist others, and that there exist individuals in this world whose circumstances are far more dire than my own. Today, I quietly placed 3 coins into the basin. The beggar, half immersed in slumber, wore a serene expression of contentment upon his face. I gingerly turned the corner, gazing up at the luminous moon hanging high above, exhaling a sigh of relief, and proceeded to walk forward with a light step. Not far along my path, I was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps emanating from the adjacent alley. In the blink of an eye, a figure burst forth from the shadows. Illuminated by the moonlight, I could see that he was drenched in blood, with a cacophony of footsteps trailing closely behind him. Initially oblivious to my presence, he only noticed me when he was within 3 meters of my position, his gait faltering as he approached, and I could hear his labored, beast-like breaths. Abruptly, he halted and fixed his gaze upon me. He was a man of about 50 or 60 years, bald, clad in a silk shirt that was partially torn, from which blood flowed profusely. "They want to kill me," he uttered, and scarcely had he finished when 5 young men emerged from the alley in pursuit. Clad uniformly in tight black attire, each wielding a gleaming machete, they presented a formidable threat. Prior to my departure, my companion, Xiao Ding, had cautioned me about the notorious lawlessness of the city, advising me to avoid trouble. At the time, I had secretly dismissed his fears as excessive. Yet now I realized his words were far from exaggerated. Why was this elder being hunted? Was it for power, for wealth, or for love? Regardless of the motive, he remained an elderly man, grievously injured. In a moment of resolve, I stepped forward, placing myself between the elder and his pursuers. The 5 young men exchanged glances. Seemingly reaching a tacit understanding, 3 of them lunged at me with their blades, while the other 2 circled around in an attempt to reach the wounded elder. Initially, I had underestimated these assailants, but as they attacked, I quickly discerned my error. They were not mere thugs or common muggers. While they may not have been trained in martial arts, they possessed considerable real-world experience. Their 3 blades were not wielded haphazardly. Rather, they executed a coordinated assault, targeting me from above, at mid-level, and below, with one blade aimed at my neck, another at my abdomen, and the last at my knee. My intent had been to save the elder, but in that instant, my priority shifted to preserving my own life. I tilted my head to evade the upward strike, contracting my abdomen as I swung my right hand, delivering a sharp slap to the face of the attacker, targeting my midsection, causing him to stagger back. At that moment, the blade aimed at my knee was upon me, and I swiftly lifted my left foot, driving it forcefully against the blade, successfully deflecting it away. My ability to fend off the blow unharmed was not due to the ineffectiveness of the attacker's strike, nor the quality of my footwear, nor the weakness of my assailants. Rather, it was the precise angle of my foot as I delivered the kick, applying explosive force, allowing me to retract before the blade could slide. This principle is akin to the techniques demonstrated by those who claim mastery in martial arts, showcasing their skill in close-quarter encounters with bladed weapons. It is easier said than done. However, to achieve this without a scratch, one must master the delicate balance of timing. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. In truth, even I lacked complete confidence just moments ago, resorting to risky measures out of sheer desperation at the brink of life and death. The 3 adversaries before me were evidently momentarily stunned, their expressions betraying their shock. In that fleeting instant, I hesitated not at all. I advanced swiftly, flicking my hand against the wrist of the individual in the lead. Instantly, his arm grew numb, and he could no longer maintain his grip on the steel blade, which then fell into my possession. After seizing the weapon, I swiftly reversed it, striking the back of the blade forcefully against the shoulder of my opponent. He emitted a muffled groan and staggered back several steps, clutching his shoulder. Pain etched across his face. Without a moment's pause to regard the trio, I pivoted and dashed towards the elder. What unfolded before me was unexpectedly surprising. The elder, despite being grievously wounded and unsteady on his feet, was fiercely resisting the assault of the 2 young attackers. Though the 2 wielded sharp blades and had the upper hand, They struggled to subdue the unarmed elder. Previously, I had merely deflected one blade with my foot, while the elder was fending off two attackers with his bare hands. Each clash of steel against flesh resonated with a distinct, sharp sound, piquing my curiosity. Could it be that the elder's palms were forged of iron? Yet, there was no time to ponder this further. I hastened towards the fray, taking 2 steps for every 3 of my own. The 2 young men noticed my approach. One continued his assault on the elder, while the other swung his blade upward towards me. Though seasoned in battle, I felt more than capable of handling one of them. Without a second thought, I lowered my right hand, and our blades clashed, producing a spark as his weapon was deflected away. Intent on causing no harm, I seized the opportunity before he could launch a second attack and slipped beside the elder. At that moment, he had just managed to parry another strike. We exchanged a glance and nodded, positioning ourselves back to back, thus fortifying our defenses against any potential ambush from behind. In a fleeting glance, I caught sight of the elder gripping 2 gleaming Tai Chi balls, and it dawned upon me. No wonder he was unperturbed by the steel blades. Chapter 25. The 3 assailants had now encircled us. The young man from whom I had taken the knife had shockingly not procured a new weapon. Instead, he stood with clenched fists, his eyes aflame with fury. Judging by his stance, he clearly possessed some martial prowess. The 5 did not launch an immediate attack. Rather, they began to move slowly around us. In unison, the elder and I mirrored their movements. Suddenly, one among them emitted a sharp, piercing whistle, and at that very instant, 4 razor-sharp blades and a pair of fists surged towards us. After a tempestuous flurry of clanging sounds, both steel blades and fists were forced back. Following this, a second and then a third round ensued. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, the elder bore several new wounds, while a gash measuring 2 or 3 centimeters marred my left forearm. However, my adversaries did not gain any advantage. The man who had been clenching his fist was struck by the elder's Tai Chi ball, leaving one of his arms rendered useless. The other 2 assailants bore several cuts from the steel blade in my grasp. In this critical moment, I harbored a fleeting thought of mercy, hoping they would retreat in the face of adversity, thus refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Yet, these individuals resembled bloodthirsty wolves, showing no signs of retreat despite their injuries. Instead, they became increasingly ferocious, lunging at us with reckless abandon. At this juncture, the elder's strength was evidently waning. I could sense his entire body trembling. Should I watch as he fell to the blade, or should I unleash a massacre? Just as I was torn between these choices, a cacophony of noise erupted from one end of the long street, accompanied by the sight of figures moving swiftly, as if a multitude were rushing towards us. The 5 young men abruptly halted their assault. Exchanging glances, they suddenly abandoned both the elder and me, turning on their heels to flee into the alley from whence they came, disappearing in an instant. I swiftly turned around and inquired, "Are you all right?" I intended to assist him, but he shook me off with a tremor of his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching crowd. A group of 30 or so individuals arrived, led by a man in his 30s wearing glasses, who appeared quite refined. He rushed over with a look of urgency, casting a glance at me before lending his support to the elder. Just as he began to speak, the elder raised his hand to halt him, stating in a low voice, "Let us discuss this later." The bespectacled gentleman repeatedly affirmed, "Yes, yes, yes," and then turned to the others, exclaiming, "Are you all dead? Hurry, find a vehicle. A few of you, assist the elder." At this moment, some began to use their mobile phones. In these times, such devices were still considered luxuries, seemingly affordable only to those in managerial positions within a company. Before long, a car screeched to a halt, and amidst a throng of people, the elder was helped into the vehicle. Throughout this entire episode, no one seemed to notice me, as if I were a mere phantom. I caught a glimpse of the bespectacled man as he entered the car, casting a fleeting look in my direction before exchanging a few words with the elder. Shortly thereafter, the car sped away, and the crowd dispersed like birds startled from their perch. In the blink of an eye, the street was left desolate, with only my solitary presence lingering. Gazing at the empty thoroughfare, it felt as though everything that had transpired was merely a figment of my imagination. The chilling night breeze swept over me, sending a shiver down my spine, and the cut on my arm began to throb with a dull pain. I lost all desire for a leisurely stroll and hurried back to my hotel. 2 days later, during a midday respite, I chanced upon the headline of a local newspaper, reporting an unfortunate traffic accident. A driver, under the influence of alcohol, had caused a collision between a sedan and a heavy truck, resulting in the tragic demise of all 5 individuals within the car. The reason for making headlines lies in the fact that among the 5 individuals, one is the prominent owner of a local enterprise, while the other 4 are employees of his establishment. Accompanying this narrative is a biographical sketch of the esteemed businessman, replete with flattering epithets such as taken too soon and greatly accomplished. Initially, I found little interest in this account. Yet one particular photograph from the scene of an accident left me utterly astonished. In this image, the driver's head protrudes through the shattered side window, bloodied and battered. But I instantly recognized him as the young man from whom I had seized a knife just the night before. The sight of him rendered everything unequivocal. How could a man, with a severely injured arm, possibly operate a vehicle? The only plausible explanation, aside from a meticulously orchestrated murder, eluded me. Their untimely demise was undoubtedly linked to the events of that fateful night, thus allowing me to infer the identity of the illustrious businessman with a fair degree of certainty. Although this revelation struck me with surprise, I felt it bore little relevance to my own life and chose to dismiss it, continuing my daily routine in the computer lab. On the morning of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, just as I was tidying up to depart, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Assuming it was a staff member coming to clean, I called out for a moment's pause and approached the door. To my surprise, a middle-aged man stood outside. Someone whose face seemed vaguely familiar, though I could not immediately place him. The man smiled and said, "What is this? Mr. Huang does not remember me? We have met before." Hearing his words, I suddenly recalled that he was the gentleman who had escorted the elderly man away that night. "Oh, now I remember. How is the old gentleman?" I inquired. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed in the hallway, followed by an elderly voice saying, "Thank you, young Huang, for still remembering this old fellow. I'm not going anywhere just yet." The middle-aged man stepped aside, bowing respectfully, "Please, sir." The elderly gentleman I had rescued that night appeared at the doorway, though he was a far cry from his earlier disheveled state. He now resembled a well-to-do elder, truly embodying the term noble. He did not enter immediately but smiled warmly, addressing me. "An unexpected visitor brings much disturbance. I hope you won't mind, young Huang." Upon seeing the news in the local paper, I had already surmised the gentleman's identity. In my experience, such individuals were typically brash and unreasonable, so I was taken aback by their courteous manner of speech. It seemed they were not inclined to leave swiftly. Although I was pressed for time, I felt compelled to respond, "You are too kind. Please, do come inside." The elder nodded slightly and entered the room with measured steps, furrowing his brow slightly. Observing the situation, the middle-aged man promptly remarked, "Mr. Huang, your accommodations are rather modest. Shanghai, please go to Dongfang, Paris, and book a suite for Mr. Huang." A voice from outside acknowledged the command and prepared to depart. Though I was unfamiliar with the establishment of Dongfang, Paris, its name alone sounded intimidating. Given my limited finances, I feared it would not suffice for even a single night's stay. I busily addressed the bespectacled gentleman, stating, "I reside comfortably here, so there is no need for concern." Just as the gentleman was about to say something further, the elder waved his hand, silencing him. The room offered no seating beyond a hard chair, and as I pondered whether to offer the elder this sole chair, he had already composedly taken a seat on the bed, while the bespectacled gentleman stood beside him. After all, he had traveled a long distance as a guest, and it was essential to uphold the decorum of hospitality. I hurriedly poured 2 glasses of water, placing one on the bedside table and handing the other to the bespectacled gentleman. The elder remarked, "Young brother, do not trouble yourself. Let us converse for a while, so as not to hinder your work." Realizing he had seen through my thoughts, I decided to speak candidly. "To be frank, I start work at 8:30, and I have only 20 minutes left." The bespectacled gentleman, somewhat displeased, interjected, "Mr. Huang, you may not be aware of whom you are addressing. This esteemed individual is the renowned Master Ping-san. In our city, it is not uncommon for one to be unaware of the American president. But I doubt there exists anyone unfamiliar with the name of Master Ping-san." Before he could continue his discourse, Master Ping-san merely raised his hand, halting his words instantly. Master Ping-san then said, "Young Huang, you hail from a large city, unlike us small-town folk who have not seen much of the world. Please pardon my presence." "You are too kind," I replied, casually deflecting while speculating on his intentions. Master Ping-san continued, "Your skills are quite impressive, young man. It is remarkable for someone of your youth to possess such talent." I responded, "Your mastery of Tai Chi is truly profound. It is indeed commendable that you maintain such agility at your age." We exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Master Ping-san added, "Alas, I am indeed aging. 20 years ago, or even 10, those young rascals would not have dared to approach me. Yet, I must say, even a decade ago, they would not have had the courage." Master Tong, the bespectacled gentleman, interjected, "Old sir, your spirit remains indomitable. It is not just those of your age. But even young men in their 20s or 30s could not outmatch your vigor and resolve. Master Pingping appeared to relish this unabashed flattery, smiling as he turned to me and said, "Young Huang, you saved my life. I should have visited you sooner, but pressing matters have delayed me. I hope you will not hold it against me." I speculated that the matters he referenced were likely those reported in the news, and with a smile, I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "It was merely happenstance that I encountered you that day. Do not take it to heart. Anyone would have acted similarly." Master Ping-san, in earnest, replied, "Young Huang, you are too modest. Nowadays, people are not like us when we were young. They tend to shy away from such situations. How many would dare to intervene and offer assistance? Wouldn't you agree, Master Tong?" Master Tong responded, "Indeed, indeed. Individuals like young Huang, who are both compassionate and skilled, are quite rare." Master Ping-san chuckled, "Young Huang, I am not one for beating around the bush. Allow me to speak candidly. I have two intentions for my visit today. Firstly, to express my heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance you provided. Secondly, to solicit your return to action, as our organization greatly requires the talents of young individuals like yourself." Chapter 26. After completing these tasks, I withdrew all my savings and devoted every last penny to upgrading the website's hosting services. The subsequent events unfolded without any uncertainty. In a relatively short span, 3 advertisements graced the navigation website. Although the advertising revenue was modest, it ensured a steady additional income of 2,000 yuan each month. However, challenges soon emerged. On one hand, the loading speed of the pages noticeably declined following the introduction of advertisements. On the other hand, the advertisers frequently proposed novel ideas, necessitating continuous updates to the advertising content and layout. Moreover, the webmaster's inbox was inundated daily with 30 to 40 emails, compelling me to invest substantial time and energy in managing these correspondences. Finally, concerning user experience, numerous internet users expressed dissatisfaction with the directory-style structure, with some even inquiring about specific website addresses containing certain information. These issues not only plagued me, but also hindered the sustained growth of the website's traffic. I sensed that the navigation site had reached a critical juncture. If we could overcome this bottleneck, it would ascend to new heights. While the website brought me immense encouragement and joy, my efforts were once again acknowledged by the company, and I was formally promoted to the position of project manager, precisely 1 year after joining the organization. In truth, during my tenure as a senior implementation specialist, I had already been exercising the authority of a project manager, so this promotion had little substantive impact on my work. However, this situation did not persist for long, as I soon encountered a genuine challenge. The catalyst for this predicament was the marketing department securing a contract for office automation. Our company's flagship product is financial software, and typically, the projects we undertake are finance-related. Upon receiving a contract, the usual workflow involves assembling pre-existing modules according to client specifications, with perhaps a few minor adjustments. This results in low project risk, short implementation cycles, and swift financial returns, albeit at relatively lower prices. In stark contrast, this particular contract posed a different scenario. Our company had virtually no experience in this domain, necessitating a complete overhaul from scratch. This entailed a significant expenditure of human and material resources, and the process would inevitably confront numerous unforeseen challenges, representing a substantial risk in itself. Nevertheless, the contract amount was tantalizing, equivalent to the implementation of 2 or 3 medium-sized financial software projects. Faced with such temptation, few could resist. However, most of the individuals who previously developed this financial software had transitioned to other firms, leaving only the company as president and vice president, who could not be expected to personally engage in this endeavor. Thus, the weight of responsibility naturally fell upon our project implementation department. I only learned of these circumstances later. It was a Monday morning in early spring of 2001, and as was customary, the department convened for our weekly meeting, and this day was no exception. I returned on Sunday, expecting the meeting to be just another routine affair, so I paid little attention. I briefly reviewed the status of several ongoing projects in my mind before entering the conference room. Upon entering, I sensed an unusual atmosphere and, casting a glance around, I was surprised to find Liao Guangji and sales director Hu Yang seated at one end of the large conference table. If my memory serves me right, this was only the 3rd time I had encountered Liao Guangji since joining the company. Shortly after my arrival, he had arranged for Xiao Fan to have a different tutor, and since then, I had not visited his home again. As per usual, the meeting commenced with project managers reporting on the status of their respective projects and the work plans for the upcoming week, followed by Yu Hai's departmental summary. However, after Yu Hai's summary, the meeting did not conclude as per the norm. He paused and turned to Liao Guangji, saying, "Mr. Liao, please share a few words." Liao Guangji began with some polite remarks, acknowledging everyone's hard work and expressing gratitude on behalf of the company. He then shifted his tone, stating, "China's software industry has entered a period of rapid development. On one hand, we face unprecedented opportunities. On the other hand, domestic software companies are emerging like mushrooms after rain. According to statistics compiled by Mr. Hu, over a dozen financial software companies were established just last year." Hu Yang added, 12 companies. Liao Guangji nodded and continued, "This is merely what we are aware of. The number of lesser-known software companies is even more staggering. Some individuals, even with just one or two people, dare to present themselves as high-tech firms to deceive others. Moreover, foreign enterprises are beginning to pay attention to the lucrative Chinese market, all eager to partake in the bounty. From this perspective, we face unprecedented challenges. The direct consequence of these two factors is that, while our order volume continues to rise, our market share is gradually declining. The situation is quite severe, comrades. It is akin to rowing upstream. If we do not advance, we shall retreat. It resembles a game of roulette. If we cannot prevail in this round, we will be eliminated at the start of the next, with no middle ground. So, how do we succeed? First, we must refine our flagship product, ensuring the quality of our financial software and establishing a solid foundation to secure a larger market share. However, this is merely passive defense. It is insufficient. We must take proactive measures, not only to guard against attacks, but also to strike effectively, ideally delivering a decisive blow to our adversaries. At this point, we all chuckled, and Liao Guangji joined in the laughter before continuing. Yet, we remain a minor player in the software industry. Even when comparing our financial software to those of foreign giants, we fall significantly short. Thus, the journey to mastering a single decisive technique is still long. Achieving this aspiration does not rest solely on my shoulders or those of the company's executives. It relies on each one of you and your collective efforts. This year, the company has set several stringent targets for the marketing department, one of which is to secure 3 to 5 contracts outside the realm of financial software. To be honest, when these targets were established, I had my doubts. Given that we lack both products and industry background, the challenge of securing contracts is evident, yet the colleagues in the marketing department have risen to the occasion. In less than a month, they accomplished their first order, and here we extend our congratulations and gratitude to them. As he spoke, he led the applause. And once the clapping subsided, Liao Guangji continued, stating that the marketing department had completed the first lap of the 4x100 meters relay, and the baton was about to be handed over to the project implementation department. The subsequent performance would depend on those present. This project holds strategic significance for the company, allowing for no failure, but only success. At this juncture, when General Manager Hu expressed some concerns about this undertaking, I reassured him. Today, I wish to convey to everyone that the company is willing to spare no expense and utilize all its resources, if necessary, to ensure the project's completion. However, as with any project, we require a lead, traditionally regarded as the project manager, to oversee this endeavor. I looked around, pondering who might be willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility. The project implementation department, including myself, comprises 4 project managers, 2 of whom are senior project managers. It was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or something more, but the remaining 3 were absent from this meeting. Although there have been precedents of senior implementation specialists managing projects, such a significant project would not be entrusted to an implementation specialist. Thus, at that moment, I appeared to be the only suitable candidate, and all eyes turned toward me. I suddenly felt the weight of the responsibility pressing heavily upon my shoulders. Although I felt uncertain, I understood that hesitation was not an option. I spoke up, "General Manager Liao, I would like to give it a try." Liao Guangji raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly one of displeasure. He scanned the room and asked, "Is there anyone else willing to volunteer?" His words felt like a public slap to my face, and I felt my cheeks flush. Realizing my misstep, I quickly asserted, "General Manager Liao, allow me to take on this project." Only then did Liao Guangji nod in approval, emphasizing, "I have already articulated the significance of this project. It is not permitted to merely attempt it. It must be completed unconditionally. The individual taking on this project must possess not only exceptional skills, but also sufficient confidence. Approaching it with a mere trial mindset will undoubtedly lead to failure. Is there anyone else willing to embrace this challenge?" At this moment, several colleagues expressed their willingness to accept the challenge. Liao Guangji exchanged a few words with Hu Yang, then offered some encouraging remarks before announcing my appointment as project manager. He then inquired, "Manager Yu, does Xiao Huang have any other arrangements?" Yu Hai promptly replied, The previous project has just concluded. There should be no outstanding matters. Liao Guangji remarked. That should suffice. Manager Yu. Please arrange for Xiao Huang's current responsibilities to be handed over to other colleagues at the earliest possible time, ensuring that Xiao Huang can devote himself entirely to this project. Yu Hai immediately affirmed, no problem. Thus, it was settled. That very day, I organized the status of my current projects and handed them over to a colleague. When the workday concluded, I approached Liao Guangji directly to inform him that I was ready to take on the new project. In Liao Guangji's office sat Hu Yang, both seemingly awaiting my arrival. Upon entering, I observed the two exchanging knowing smiles. Without indulging in unnecessary formalities, Hu Yang commenced sharing the information he possessed. Once he concluded, Liao Guangji offered some supplementary insights before articulating the strategic approach and considerations for completing the project. Throughout his elucidation, he interspersed numerous experiences from when we developed financial software, detailing each point meticulously, dissecting and reiterating them until he was assured that I comprehended fully. As I departed the office, it was already midnight. Before I left, Liao Guangji assigned me a task to draft a project proposal. This was an endeavor I was well acquainted with, as it is customary to prepare such documents before embarking on any project. I confidently assured him I would submit it by the end of the following day. However, Liao Guangji shook his head, and I initially assumed he deemed the time frame too long. After a moment's hesitation, I proposed to deliver it by noon the next day. Yet he remained silent, still shaking his head. Resolutely, I informed him I would work late into the night and could present a draft by morning. Liao Guangji remained contemplative, ultimately stating, I will grant you 3 days. Come find me at the end of the 3rd day, and we shall discuss this proposal together. At that moment, I felt rather foolish, realizing I had underestimated the situation. Subsequently, Liao Guangji instructed Hu Yang to drive me home while he returned to his tasks. During the ride, my mind was consumed by thoughts of the project. As we approached my residence, fatigue began to set in, prompting me to shift my focus. I casually inquired, how did the Heise Group project turn out? The Heise Group was the client Liao Guangji had initially tasked me with writing about, yet since joining the company, I had heard nothing further regarding this project. Even Yu Hai was unaware, leaving me uncertain if my report had encountered issues. This matter had weighed heavily on my mind for some time, and I seized this opportunity to seek clarity. Hu Yang, eyes fixed on the road, casually replied, Heise Group? Which Heise Group? After uttering this, he abruptly turned to glance at me and remarked, You've heard about the Heise Group? You weren't with us back then, were you? It's been 2 years. I had almost forgotten until you mentioned it. Doubting my understanding, I pressed for clarification. Wasn't it a year ago? It was at the end of 98, wasn't it? Hu Yang, steering the wheel, laughed and said, Who told you that? It's a classic case of misinformation. If this continues, it will be stretched into the end of the year 2000. The deal was somewhat unfortunate. Everything was in place, but the winds were unfavorable. Is this the place? Hey, are you asleep? A bit dazed, I clumsily exited the vehicle, watching the Passat swiftly drive away. For a considerable time, I stood by the roadside in a daze. According to Hu Yang, the Heise Group matter should have been at the end of 97 or, at the latest, early 98. Yet Liao Guangji had clearly stated that I had worked on the Heise Group project at the end of 98. Even if Liao Guangji had a poor memory, surely he wouldn't be mistaken about a project from the previous year, would he? Upon reflection, there are only 3 possible explanations for this matter. First, Hu Yang's memory may have faltered. Second, it could be my own memory that has failed. Or third, Liao Guangji may have set a trap for me to fall into. I meticulously revisited the events that transpired from my departure from school until now, ultimately confirming that my memory was intact and that this occurrence indeed took place at the end of 1998, thereby dismissing the second possibility. The third possibility seemed rather implausible as well. After all, he must have had some motive, mustn't he? It appears that I did assist the company in some capacity. Yet at that time, I was merely an ordinary, impoverished student. Could it be that Liao Guangji possessed the ability to foresee the future? After much contemplation, I also ruled out the third possibility. Consequently, only one possibility remained. As the marketing director, Hu Yang, even if not overwhelmed with tasks, would undoubtedly have a multitude of responsibilities, making it impossible for him to remember every detail with precision, especially given the considerable time that has elapsed. It is quite reasonable for memories to become distorted, as he initially failed to react. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, I recalled that I had forgotten to call the landlord today. By this late hour, I surmised that the elderly couple would likely be asleep. I felt a twinge of guilt. As I made my way back, I heard the piercing wail of a police siren from a distance. My heart raced, prompting me to quicken my pace. Upon nearing my residence, I spotted an ambulance departing the premises, with around 10 individuals gathered at the entrance, including not only the tenants, but also some neighbors, yet the landlord and his wife were conspicuously absent. I approached a neighboring tenant, Sister Wang. What happened? She sighed. The elderly lady had a sudden heart attack. They've just taken her to the hospital. The crowd exchanged a few remarks before dispersing. While I felt concern for the elderly woman, I did not dwell on it. Once back in my room, I barely had time to remove my clothes before collapsing onto the bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. Liu Guangji granted me 3 days to draft the project plan. Yet it was nearly a week before the final version was completed. This period was marked by countless revisions, beginning with internal departmental discussions, followed by consultations with Liu Guangji, and culminating in communications with the client, with each facet contributing insights that led to 7 or 8 drafts. At the beginning of March, we commenced our on-site presence to undertake a needs assessment. The client was a large state-owned manufacturing enterprise situated in the capital city of the province. The climate here is humid and stifling, and it is said that during the sweltering summer months, there are instances of heat-related fatalities, indicating that this project is likely to be arduous. Fortunately, the client placed significant importance on this endeavor, even establishing a dedicated information office for it, led personally by the vice president, with an executive deputy director and 2 specialists drawn from different departments. The deputy director, an elderly man in his 50s named Ge, was originally the deputy director of the planning department. According to Liu Guangji, old Ge's greatest aspiration was to navigate his way to retirement in peace. Thus, he was not someone to rely on. Among the 2 specialists, one was named Chun Zhengguo, in his 30s, hailing from the Comprehensive Management Office. The other, Su Wei, was a young man in his 20s, freshly graduated and brimming with youthful vigor, coming from the Production Scheduling Center. The company's commitment to this project extends beyond mere words. While typical projects involve only 2 or 3 individuals throughout their duration, this initiative engages 4 participants in the research phase: myself, Zhang Lisin, Miki, and Cheng Wenyo from the development department. Furthermore, on the very first day of the kickoff meeting, Liu Guangji and Hu Yang took the time to personally oversee proceedings. As an additional measure of support, the company provided me with a dedicated mobile phone. During the research phase, our responsibilities were delineated as follows. Zhang Lisin and Miki focused on business aspects. Cheng Wenyo handled the technical side, and I was tasked with overall management, communication, and coordination. My prior collaborations with Zhang Lisin and Miki had fostered a cordial relationship, so I welcomed their involvement in this project without hesitation. However, I was acutely aware of Zhang Lisin's shortcomings. He is undeniably intelligent and capable, yet occasionally exhibits a lack of diligence and accountability. Therefore, prior to our business trip, I convened a brief meeting to underscore the importance of adhering to certain disciplinary guidelines. At that meeting, Zhang Lisin confidently proclaimed, "Professor Huang, from this day forward, we shall follow your lead without question. Wherever you direct us, we shall go, without hesitation." This declaration warmed my heart, and I thought to myself, with such a team, how could we possibly lose this battle? However, I soon discovered that while words are easy to utter, actions often tell a different story. The first breach of discipline came from none other than Zhang Lisin himself. On the 3rd day of our work, he arrived an hour late. Although I felt a twinge of annoyance, I recognized that he had stayed up late the previous night to finalize the research notes, so I refrained from addressing the issue. Unfortunately, this behavior escalated. Zhang Lisin continued to arrive late for several consecutive days, and alarmingly, his tardiness prompted a chain reaction. Cheng Wenyo began to follow suit. And soon Miki too was disregarding punctuality. I realized that if I allowed this trend to continue, the consequences would be dire. Thus, one afternoon following a research session, I organized a brief meeting and began with the following remarks. We have been on site for nearly a week now, and though it has been arduous, our efforts have not been in vain. We have made significant progress. Let us take a moment to summarize our work and share our thoughts. The 3 of them shared an unspoken understanding, each waiting for the other to speak first, a silence I had anticipated. Recognizing the need to break the ice, I paused for half a minute before stating, "I will begin calling on individuals. Miki, would you like to start?" Miki glanced at me, then at the other 2, and responded, "I believe we have conducted a commendable job during this research phase. We have completed 1/3 of our tasks in just 1 week. At this pace." I feigned attentiveness to Miki's words while discreetly observing Zhang Lisin and Cheng Wenyo's reactions. From their expressions, it appeared that Cheng Wenyo was mentally preparing his thoughts, while Zhang Lisin displayed an indifferent demeanor. After Miki concluded, I refrained from immediately commenting and instead turned to Cheng Wenyo, asking, "What are your thoughts?" As expected, Zheng Wenyo earnestly articulated several insightful points. I withheld my feedback and shifted my gaze to Zhang Lisin, inquiring, "And what is your perspective, Lisin?" I suspect that Zhang Lisin initially had no intention of speaking. However, circumstances compelled him to do so, leading to a lackluster and insincere performance that even a fool could discern. I composed myself and delivered a final summary, weaving in not only my own thoughts, but also the perspectives of Miki and Cheng Wenyao. The initial segment of my address highlighted our achievements, while the latter part transitioned into our shortcomings. I lightly touched upon one particular point. Yet the essence of the meeting was encapsulated in these few words. I acknowledged the challenges we have all faced recently, but emphasized the necessity of adhering to discipline. The past is behind us, and I urged everyone to be punctual and trustworthy moving forward. Although I did not name anyone explicitly, the discomfort was palpable on the faces of the three individuals present. The impact of this brief meeting lasted merely 2 or 3 days, after which Zhang Lisin reverted to his previous ways. I hinted at my concerns several times, but he dismissed them, continuing as he pleased. Not only that, but he also began to neglect the tasks assigned to him, occasionally even confronting me directly. More troubling was his burgeoning camaraderie with Cheng Wenyao. Both were habitual smokers, and Zhang Lisin often dragged Cheng Wenyao outside for a smoke. I caught them murmuring together on several occasions, and upon noticing my presence, they would instantly fall silent, which fueled my suspicion that they were discussing me behind my back. Under Zhang Lisin's influence, Cheng Wenyao adopted a similarly defiant attitude towards me, which ignited a simmering frustration within me. Yet confronting the matter openly was not an option, leaving me in a state of profound discontent. Eventually, even Miki could no longer tolerate the situation. One day, after completing interviews, we were in the conference room organizing research materials when Zhang Lisin and Cheng Wenyao stepped out for a smoke. Just as they exited, Miki quietly remarked, "This cannot continue." Chapter 28. I was unsure if Miki was addressing me or merely speaking to herself, so I inquired, "What did you say?" Miki looked up at me and said, "If you continue to indulge Xiao Zhang, trouble will ensue." Upon hearing my silence, she continued, "Do you know what Xiao Zhang has been saying about you behind your back?" I asked, "What has he said?" After a brief pause, Miki replied, "He claims you are ungrateful and have burned the bridge after crossing it." I was taken aback and immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Miki explained, "He said that if it weren't for him teaching you hands-on, you wouldn't have achieved your current success. This is a classic case of the disciple starving the master." I was not surprised that Zhang Lisin would voice such sentiments. After all, I had indeed learned a great deal from him. Though we lacked the formal title of master and apprentice, the reality was evident. And it was precisely for this reason that I had been accommodating towards him. In truth, Miki was only partially correct. Zhang Lisin's behavior towards me stemmed from another source as well. Having joined the organization 6 months before me, he had always regarded me as a subordinate. It was unexpected for him to see me rise to the position of project manager within a year, during which time I had begun to direct him, naturally causing him discomfort. However, this underlying sentiment was not something easily articulated. Despite my understanding, I could not immediately devise a suitable plan. And in my frustration at not having someone to consult, I asked Miki, "What do you think we should do?" Miki twirled the pen in her hand, lowering her head as she spoke. "I am not attempting to instigate discord between you, but I genuinely believe that if this continues, it will jeopardize the project. If the project fails, won't we all bear the consequences?" I understood Miki's sentiments and quickly replied, "If the project collapses, I will be the first to suffer. You are indeed looking out for my interests." Miki lifted her gaze, a hint of a smile gracing her eyes. "I think you should have a candid conversation with Xiao Zhang to clarify matters. Continuing in this ambiguous state will only render you increasingly passive." The idea of having a sincere discussion with Xiao Zhang had been brewing in my mind for quite some time. However, I had yet to find the right opportunity. Deep down, I harbored a hope that one day, Zhang Lisin would come to his senses. Miki's words awakened me to the folly of my naive expectations. I felt grateful to Miki and resolved to heed her advice. After dinner, I persuaded Xiao Zhang to take a stroll outside, though summer was still a while away. The weather had already turned somewhat oppressive, with some restaurants setting up outdoor stalls along the street. I led Zhang Lisin to one such stall, where we settled at a large table and ordered 2 duck necks, half a pound of crayfish, a plate of edamame, a dish of salted peanuts, and 2 pitchers of beer. Xiao Zhang merely watched me with a smile, saying, "Professor Huang, what occasion are we celebrating today? I hope it's not a banquet of betrayal." I chuckled silently. "Don't flatter yourself. You dare compare yourself to Liu Bang, while I wouldn't even dare liken myself to Xiangyu." Zhang Lisin burst into laughter, eagerly peeling the crayfish, exclaiming, "This is my specialty. Isn't it curious how addictive this dish can be?" I replied with a grin. You're mistaken. The true delicacy here is the duck neck. Zhang Lisan scoffed. Enough. Lao Huang, how long have you been out in the world? Don't try to impress me. The duck necks in the city are renowned, but the true essence lies in the snack street. I'll treat you to an authentic duck neck there another day. I discerned the competitive tone in Zhang Lisan's words, but chose to let it slide, shifting the conversation. All right, it's settled then. After all, we'll be here for at least a month or two, giving us plenty of opportunities. Zhang Lisan's partner was only recently pregnant, and his family required someone to take care of them. I knew my comment would strike a nerve, and sure enough, his movements halted abruptly as he stared at me in disbelief. Lao Huang, don't scare me. I've seen your plan. The research is only a month long, and then we should enter the design phase. There's no need to linger on site, right? Savoring a piece of duck neck until the meat was entirely stripped from the bone, I placed the remnants on the table and sighed. Plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Initially, my intention was to push forward diligently, but given our recent pace, it is certain we will face delays. As for how long those delays might last, I have no certainty whatsoever. Without allowing him to speak, I continued. Lisan, when I first joined the company, it was you who guided me. I regarded you as an elder brother, and I hope you will assist me more. The company has entrusted such a significant project to us. If we fail, how will we explain it to General Liao? Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. Zhang Lisan's face flushed crimson as he raised his glass and said, Who are we to each other? You make it sound as though we are distant acquaintances. Come, let us drink. After taking a sip of wine, Zhang Lisan continued, I am wholeheartedly shouldering the responsibilities for you. If I were to jest, you point east. I wouldn't dare to strike west. If you say to reprimand a dog, I wouldn't dare to scold a chicken, would I? If you have any dissatisfaction with me, please express it directly, without reservation. Speak up, and I shall amend my ways. I had intended to clarify matters, but upon hearing Zhang Lisan's words, I hesitated. To speak plainly would imply my discontent with him. The words that had been poised at the tip of my tongue were swallowed back down. Zhang Lisan was thoroughly enjoying his drink, and as we returned to the hotel, he stumbled slightly. However, my mood was even more dismal than before I had imbibed. After escorting him to his hotel, my agitation intensified, prompting me to take a solitary stroll. Unbeknownst to me, I found myself standing before an internet CAF. Remembering that it had been some time since I had attended to my navigation website, I decided to enter the CF. Once I had addressed the website matters, I noticed that there was still ample time, so I leisurely browsed various websites. A new online service known as chat rooms had recently emerged, and numerous websites had eagerly launched their own distinctive versions. I had heard that some software companies even developed chat-specific applications, although I was somewhat skeptical of this service. My curiosity about novel experiences compelled me to register on one site, whimsically adopting the username Lonely Midnight in Chinese. I casually entered a room titled Emotional Tribe, where I was astonished to see a visitor list displaying 50 or 60 participants, each with eclectic names such as Two Baldies, Heartfelt Brother, Dreamseeker 2000, and You Are My One and Only. The names were a hodgepodge, seemingly unrelated to one another. As I surveyed these pseudonyms, a kaleidoscope of colorful texts, interspersed with punctuation, rapidly filled the chat content area, which continued to extend upward. The discussions were vast and boundless, encompassing multiple themes without any clear demarcation. Often, someone would pose a question, only for 2 or 3 dozen messages to interject before they could read the answer. This reminded me of an old joke I had heard. A asked, Have you eaten? B replied, I just took a shower. A then inquired, How old are you? B responded, I had fried sauce noodles. I felt as though I had stumbled into a chaotic courtyard, where a cacophony of disordered voices assaulted my eardrums, yet upon closer listening, nothing was discernible. After idly observing for a while, unable to endure the chaos any longer, just as I resolved to exit, a window popped up with the title Private Chat, displaying a line of blue text, Wandering Loach. I paused, uncertain whether the other person was addressing me. Just as I hesitated, another line of text appeared, Lonely Midnight. Your name is quite intriguing. I finally confirmed that the other person was indeed speaking to me. In the spirit of reciprocity, I typed a line, Your name is quite intriguing. The Wandering Loach responded, Are you feeling lonely? I found this question somewhat amusing and retorted, Are you wandering? The Wandering Loach replied, Haha, though my body is not wandering, my heart drifts like a floating reed. Why do you call yourself Lonely Midnight? That name sounds rather melancholic. Upon noticing their sudden shift in tone, I felt a spark of childhood whimsy. That name is linked to my past. What past? That was last summer. Continue. It was an exceptionally muggy day, filled with an abundance of mosquitoes. I cooked 2 dishes, had a bit of wine, and then began chatting online. And then what? It ended. Ended? Indeed, it ended. After cooking, I forgot to turn off the gas. Did you suffer from gas poisoning? I did not respond immediately. Instead, I gazed at the screen with curiosity. After a brief moment, the wandering loach grew impatient and began to write. Hey, why have you stopped talking? I typed a line. Time forever halted at that midnight, belonging solely to my solitary midnight. From that point on, I became enamored with chatting every midnight. I sought someone to converse with. The other party quickly typed, disgusting, 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 and then fell silent. I had merely intended to make a jest, unaware of their fragile sensibilities. A twinge of regret washed over me, and I felt compelled to apologize, yet the thought seemed tedious. After waiting for a while without any response, feeling somewhat dejected, I reassured myself that this person was merely a fleeting passerby, someone I had never met, and thus I shouldn't take it to heart. Noticing that it was getting late, I prepared to depart, but unexpectedly, the wandering loach sent another line. You are the most despicable person I have ever encountered. You often weave tales to deceive young girls, don't you? Somehow, a sense of relief washed over me, and I responded, Are you a young girl? The wandering loach replied, Yes. It seemed I was being tested for my intellect. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to compliment her to alleviate my earlier guilt and promptly stated, I guess you are a beautiful woman with rich emotional experiences. The wandering loach responded, Loaches prefer to hide in their muddy burrows. They are most attached to home. If it weren't for the trials of life, they would never wander. After I finished speaking, the wandering loach remained silent for a long time. Just as I thought she had disconnected, a new line appeared. And what about that beauty? Chapter 29. The so-called beauty was merely an attempt to elicit a smile from her, but to my surprise, she took it seriously. I had no choice but to speak whimsically. If she weren't beautiful, how would she experience so many emotional ups and downs? If she weren't beautiful, she couldn't possibly have such delicate feelings, could she? The wandering loach retorted, Humph. Keep rambling. You think I'm so naive, believing your flattery would please me, right? I won't fall for your tricks. I replied, You've seen through me, impressive. The wandering loach shot back, Stop buttering me up. Am I not aware of my own weight? I am an intelligent woman. Such shameless self-praise rivals, even Fang Pingping. Engaging in conversation with such a girl is devoid of psychological burden. The more we converse, the more we resonate with one another. Somehow, I brought up the matter of Zhongguancun, and the frustrations I had been harboring, which had no outlet, poured forth like a burst dam, though I concealed Zhongguancun's true name, referring to him merely as a colleague. The wandering loach listened quietly, initially interjecting with the occasional continue or but soon became too apathetic to type anything at all. After I finished speaking, I felt considerably relieved, and noticing that the wandering loach remained silent, I inquired, Are you still there? The wandering loach replied, I am. Then, he added, You must be feeling quite frustrated and wronged right now, right? I affirmed, Indeed. He continued, Let me speak candidly. Please do not take offense. I encouraged him to proceed. He stated, From an observer's perspective, your current distress is, in fact, self-inflicted. I asked, What do you mean? The wandering loach referenced a song by Zhang Zhiyuan, Overheated, and I immediately grasped his implication. In truth, I had considered this notion myself, yet was reluctant to acknowledge it. The wandering loach elaborated, It is your indulgence that has emboldened your colleague. This is akin to how many elders complain about their ungrateful children. Yet most wayward offspring are the result of parental pampering. I have witnessed numerous parents who never intervene when their children curse or resort to violence. Some even take delight in teaching their children to scold others. Indeed, when children begin to speak, they neither curse nor inflict pain, yet they inevitably grow up. Over time, such behavior becomes second nature, and only then do parents lament their children's ingratitude. Doesn't that seem somewhat absurd? I had to concede that the wandering loach's observations were quite insightful, though I felt a twinge of resistance within. I retorted, If he were truly my child, it would be easier to manage, but we are colleagues, and he has previously assisted me. If I confront him, how can we coexist afterward? The wandering loach responded, That is another error on your part. You have intertwined work and personal life. I clarified, I did not articulate it well. He has helped me in a work context. The wandering loach countered, You misunderstand my point. His assistance and your gratitude, or your generally amicable relationship, are all aspects of personal life or emotional connection. Work is work. The two realms are inherently distinct. In a professional context, you are in a superior subordinate relationship, and he should adhere to your directives. There is no room for leniency here. Your failure to recognize this transition is bound to lead to complications. While the wandering loach had a valid point, my apprehensions lingered. If I were to fall out with him, how would I continue to work effectively? The wandering loach chuckled, You remind me of a friend of mine. You two are remarkably similar. Curiosity piqued. I asked in what way. He replied, he is also a project manager, with impeccable character. A quintessential good person, but alas. A quintessential pushover. I find myself perplexed. What is a rotten good person? The Wandering Loach explains. A rotten good person is someone who strives to be virtuous in every situation, pleasing their superiors by readily agreeing to any task assigned, being amiable to subordinates by personally undertaking any tasks they are reluctant or unable to accomplish, accommodating clients by fulfilling every request, and selflessly dedicating themselves to the company, working tirelessly without complaint. What do you think of such a person? I felt a dryness in my throat. For what the Wandering Loach articulated was a reflection of my innermost thoughts. I am certain that I aspire to be such a good person, yet I cannot fathom why hearing it expressed by another sends a chill down my spine. I typed a few words on the keyboard. He is a good person. The Wandering Loach replied. Indeed, he is a good person, but do you know the consequence of his actions? Before I could respond, she swiftly typed. The result is that all burdens fall upon him alone. He invests the most effort, yet receives the most complaints. The Wandering Loach's words struck me profoundly, leaving me in silence. The Wandering Loach continued. Allow me to share an instance involving this friend. One day, he came to me venting his frustrations, stating that their boss had spoken to him, explaining that as a project manager, one essential skill is to cultivate relationships with clients, such as offering small gifts or taking them out for meals. He expressed his dismay, saying that his boss had such a low opinion of him that these things needed to be taught hand in hand. Knowing that every expenditure in his small company required the boss's approval, I curiously asked him how the boss could be unaware of his relationship-building efforts. Can you guess his response? I ventured. He pays out of his own pocket. The Wandering Loach chuckled. Exactly. Hearing him say this left me both amused and exasperated. I scolded him quite harshly. Is the company investing so much in you merely to save a few $100s? Are you really going to bear this burden alone? Have you lost your mind? If you take on all these responsibilities, what do you need colleagues for? What do you need a boss for? What do you need a company for? As a project manager, your sole duty is to lead your team effectively, harnessing their utmost potential to deliver the project entrusted to you by your boss. Everything else is beyond your concern. The Wandering Loach's words pierced my heart, leaving me in a cold sweat. In conclusion, the Wandering Loach advised, you are not Jehovah. Do not shoulder every burden alone. All research activities are arranged by the Information Office, and among its 3 members, Su Wei is the youngest and least experienced, thus responsible for all menial tasks. As we grew more familiar, Su Wei, who is of a similar age and shares a somewhat analogous upbringing with me, frequently visited our temporary office. On one occasion, Chen Zhengwo jokingly remarked that Su Wei was almost one of us, to which Su Wei responded with a smile, claiming he was an undercover agent infiltrating the enemy camp. This young man, while appearing carefree and unassuming, harbors quite a few thoughts beneath the surface, a conclusion I reached after an incident of inebriation. On a day when the research work was nearing its conclusion, everything progressed remarkably well. I invited Su Wei to a bustling street-side eatery after work. This invitation had been meticulously planned, not only to express my gratitude for his assistance during the research phase, but also to foster a good rapport for the forthcoming stages of our endeavor. Su Wei appeared to be preoccupied with some thoughts, consuming his drinks voraciously, and before long, he showed signs of inebriation. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, I advised him to moderate his drinking. Unexpectedly, he boisterously retorted, Lao Huang, do you think I'm drunk? I'm quite sober. Perhaps to affirm his clarity, he squinted through his hazy eyes and inquired, why did that little Zhang suddenly return to the company? Don't give me that nonsense about other projects needing him. I know it's you who has been meddling. I've seen it all along. Zhang doesn't respect you. Not only does he create trouble for you, but he also has that little Cheng working against you. Am I right? Once you deal with Zhang, Cheng will fall in line. See, I'm not drunk, am I? Su Wei's words did not surprise me. I had no intention of concealing anything regarding the issue with Zhang Lisin from the client. Yet some matters were better left unspoken. Since he had brought it up, I chose not to deny it. Who said you were drunk? Alcohol is a treacherous poison, and we're not drowning our sorrows in it. Moderation is key. Su Wei ignored my response and took another hearty gulp, his eyes reddening as he looked at me, saying, Lao Huang, I truly admire your skills. In this vast forest, there are all sorts of birds, not to mention your large company, even in our small information office. With just 3 of us, there is constant unrest. Why do I choose to be around you? I'm here to seek some peace. Regarding internal matters of the client, I refrained from voicing my opinions and simply replied, every family has its own struggles. Su Wei grabbed a trotter, took a bite, and then set it down, waving his greasy hand in front of me. Old Gu, You know, in name, I'm the deputy director, but in reality, I do nothing, merely biding my time. Not only does he shirk his responsibilities, but he also looks down on those who do work, daring to criticize and nitpick. If he is so capable, let him handle it himself. And then there's Chen Zhengguo. Don't be fooled by his short stature. He is cunning, slippery as an eel. He hasn't accomplished much, yet he is always scheming against others. Whenever there is a benefit, he is more eager than a dog for scraps. But he is the first to flee when trouble arises. Have you seen A Chinese Odyssey? How does Tang Sung sing? Don't be afraid, don't tremble. I'll take the blame. You go to your doom. You need to modify it a bit. Don't be afraid, don't tremble. I'll take the honor. You take the blame. Ha ha ha. Seeing Su Wei so distressed, I felt it would be inconsiderate to remain indifferent. I decided to put into practice the tactics I had recently learned from the wandering eel. Before speaking, I took a sip of my drink. Allowing the fiery sensation to settle before I slowly said, "My friend, I wish to speak some truths, though I'm unsure if you'll appreciate them." Chapter 30. Su Wei cast a sidelong glance at me, saying, "If you continue speaking like that, you'll be looking down on me. I have nothing to hide from you." I did not dwell on his attitude and smiled as I said, "I used to be just like you, filled with youthful indignation, unable to tolerate this or that. However, as I have aged and gained experience and status, I have gradually come to realize that many of my previous notions were misguided, or at the very least, incomplete. When one shifts their perspective, they often uncover a different set of truths." Su Wei looked somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean?" I replied. "For instance, you claim that old Gu is doing nothing. Yet, from my perspective, it is quite the opposite. He is not only active but is engaged in a matter of utmost significance." Su Wei scoffed. "Am I more familiar with him, or are you? I spend all day in the same office as him. How could I not know what he is up to? If he were actually working, it would be as unlikely as the sun rising in the west." I shook my head and said, "What he is currently doing is striving to reach retirement in one piece." Su Wei appeared bewildered. "And what significance does that hold?" I explained, "To you, it may seem trivial, but for Director Gu and his family, it is of monumental importance. Everything he does revolves around this goal. When you mentioned his nitpicking and criticism, consider this. Could it be that your actions pose a threat to his paramount concern?" In truth, Su Wei is quite intelligent, but his lack of experience led him to remain silent for a considerable time after my words, merely sipping his drink. I sensed he was contemplating my remarks, so I refrained from interrupting him. Eventually, Su Wei raised his head and said earnestly, "Old Huang, you are indeed correct. I owe you my gratitude. Without your guidance, I would not have been able to see this perspective." He then asked, "Could you analyze old Qian for me as well?" In that moment, Su Wei's eyes were remarkably clear, betraying none of the signs of inebriation. I felt a stir within and chuckled. "Do you truly regard me as Zhuge Liang?" Su Wei replied, "If you are Zhuge Liang, then I am Lu Qi. If you do not speak, I shall be left hanging." Given the gravity of the conversation, I could not refuse, so I laughed and said, "I am not particularly familiar with old Qian, but let us speculate and listen with an open mind. You are aware of society's perception of those in state-owned enterprises, correct? People often claim they are nothing but idle layabouts, merely occupying positions without contributing. To be honest, before I undertook this project, I held the same belief, which is why I never considered working in a state-owned enterprise. I found it beneath me to engage with a group of incompetents. However, since I took on this project, I have come to realize I was completely mistaken. Indeed, gravely mistaken. The individuals thriving in state-owned enterprises are true elites, the CR, me de la CR me." I could see that although Su Wei was fully engaged, a hint of skepticism flickered in his gaze. I chose not to challenge it, and continued, "Setting aside old Qian for the moment, let us return to Director Gu. Do you recall the project kickoff meeting when we first arrived?" Su Wei responded, "I remember. It was when General Manager Liao personally led the meeting." I nodded and asked, "Do you remember the questions that Director Gu posed after General Manager Liao concluded?" Su Wei replied, "I can't recall too clearly." I surmised, "I bet you thought that the questions posed by Director Gu were trivial at the time?" Su Wei nodded, "Yes, that was my thought, which is why I did not take note." I chuckled, remarking that your thoughts mirrored my own at that time. However, the same words can resonate differently in the ears of disparate individuals. After that meeting, Mr. Liao specifically instructed me to take Director Ji's words to heart, ensuring his satisfaction. Su Wei, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "What did old Gu say?" I replied, "There is no need to elaborate at this moment, but let me share one particular point." Director Gu posed a seemingly trivial question. "I enjoy spending time with you young people. It makes me feel youthful as well. By the way, are you all from the north? Do you find our local cuisine agreeable?" Su Wei, puzzled, asked, "What is problematic about that statement?" I refrained from answering his question directly and continued, Mr. Liao's response was, these young fellows are accustomed to the outside world, so they likely have no dietary restrictions. It is we older folks who might occasionally come to mooch a meal. I hope Director Good doesn't mind. I urged him to ponder this exchange carefully. Su Wei replied, I recall it now. It was merely a couple of polite remarks, wasn't it? I smiled faintly, saying, allow me to rephrase their implications for you. Director G's inquiry could be interpreted as, why does your company send only inexperienced youths? Can they handle this project? Mr. Liao's answer would then suggest, do not underestimate our youthful team. They possess considerable experience, and rest assured, we older folks will not stand idly by, so your honorable retirement will not be hindered. Su Wei appeared somewhat dazed, hesitating before responding. Could it be that you are reading too much into it? Why does old Gus seem to embody such sentiments? I recognized that Su Wei had been swayed by my argument, yet the abrupt shift in perspective left him with a hint of subconscious resistance. I chose not to delve deeper into the matter and instead shifted the conversation to Chen Zhengguo. Old Chun has navigated the complexities of state-owned enterprises for over a decade. He has witnessed numerous trials. He perceives things more clearly than you might think. In his eyes, your information office is merely a makeshift ensemble, temporarily assembled. Once the project concludes, everyone will return whence they came. Why does he frequently visit the comprehensive office? It is merely to fortify his rear base. Su Wei took a hearty sip of his drink, exclaiming, who is oblivious to such matters? Yet, one must tackle each day as it comes. Moreover, if the project fails, won't we three bear the brunt of it? Observing Su Wei was akin to seeing my younger self, freshly departed from school. Both he then and I now were akin to crickets trapped in a sealed gourd, unaware of the vastness beyond its confines unless someone shed light upon it. Fortunately, I encountered Liao Guangji, Yu Hai, and Xiao Zhong, wandering loaches, who aided me in swiftly ascending beyond the gourd's limitations. Yet, I feared that Su Wei's colleagues would not extend such assistance to him. Thus, he faced but two paths, to achieve enlightenment through the trials of life or to remain confined within the gourd for eternity. I find myself in a state of hesitation, uncertain whether continuing this discourse may inadvertently jeopardize my project. Yet, the thought of remaining silent weighs heavily on my conscience. For my journey in this endeavor is still in its infancy, and I have yet to reach that callous state of indifference. Just as I grapple with my indecision, a figure catches my eye, and I nearly exclaim the name of Master Ping. However, this individual, despite his resemblance to Master Ping, appears oblivious to my presence and is unaccompanied by any lackeys. Upon closer inspection, I cannot help but chuckle, although he bears a striking similarity to Master Ping. The essence and demeanor of the two are worlds apart. Master Ping always exudes an air of imperious authority, even in times of misfortune, embodying the gallant spirit of a hero in decline. In contrast, the man before me presents a visage of despondency, dressed modestly, undoubtedly not Master Ping. Indeed, as the old man approaches, someone nearby calls out, Old Xing, come sit here, join us at our table. Old Xing glances toward the voice, offering a sheepish smile. You fellows carry on. I need to order some food and drink, and then hurry back home. My wife is waiting. The person then inquires with genuine concern. How is your wife's health? Old Xing replies with a wry smile. Just getting by, no need to dwell on it. It's a source of distress. A chorus of sympathetic murmurs arises in response. Old Huang, what are you staring at? After several calls from Su Wei, I finally register, and I quickly respond. That man bears a striking resemblance to a friend of mine. Su Wei, uninterested in this observation, shifts focus to his own concerns. Do you think I'm right? If something goes awry, won't we be caught in the fallout? Momentarily taken aback, I counter, what do you mean, something going awry? Su Wei explains, I mean your project. Suddenly, I recall his earlier remarks, chuckling as I respond, what could possibly go wrong? To put it plainly, this project is directly overseen by your CEO. As the saying goes, when the higher-ups speak, the rest must act. If the boss has made it clear, which department would dare to lag behind? The smoothness of our recent research is not due to my influence, nor yours, nor even Director G's. It is entirely because of the boss's involvement. Therefore, whether Old Chen executes his tasks or not is not the crux of the project's success or failure. In fact, from a certain perspective, the more one does, the more mistakes one may make. The reason Director Gu and Old Chun can criticize you is that you are genuinely engaged in the work, while they do nothing, naturally avoiding errors. Now let me pose another question. How do we define failure and success for this project? Su Wei contemplates. Success means the system is operational and all departments are utilizing it. If it doesn't launch, then it is undoubtedly a failure. I follow up with, what if the system is operational but not user-friendly? Does that count as failure? This query leaves Su Wei momentarily speechless. He scratches his head and replies, "It wouldn't necessarily be labeled a failure." I press on, "If only one module is implemented, is that considered a failure?" Su Wei immediately responds, "We have a contract." Anticipating his reply, I swiftly interject, "How many modules does the contract stipulate?" The situation with Su Wei became rather tense, given his position. He certainly wouldn't have visibility into the business contract. I remarked, "You, who are responsible for this project, cannot even clarify the number of modules involved. Others are even less likely to articulate it." Su Wei retorted, "That's simply because I haven't seen the contract. It doesn't imply that others haven't." I chuckled, "Even if they have seen it, it's of no consequence, for the contract lacks any detailed descriptions of these specifics." Su Wei appeared somewhat skeptical but refrained from immediate rebuttal, his eyes darting around as I preempted his thoughts, stating, "Even if there were specifics, it would still be futile. We can assert that we are promoting it gradually. Don't we often speak of a term called unified planning with phased implementation? If it is phased, there must be a sequence. If everyone rushes in all at once, how can it still be considered phased?" Chapter 31. Su Wei seemed to have an epiphany and quickly asserted, "But the contract does stipulate a clear timeline, right? If the system is not operational by the deadline, you would be in breach and liable for compensation." I inquired, "Who demands this?" Su Wei replied, "Of course, our company." I coldly laughed. I cannot speak for others, but if such a situation were to arise, Director Ge would undoubtedly cover it up. He would surely devise a way to persuade the leadership to extend the deadline, even going so far as to turn black into white and failure into success. Su Wei, incredulous, asked, "Why would old Ge assist you?" I shook my head. "He is not aiding us. He is aiding himself. Consider this. What benefit would a failed project bring him?" Su Wei fell silent, lowering his head to drink. In truth, this line of reasoning was not of my own invention. It was entirely derived from Liao Guangji's analysis, and I was merely parroting it. After a considerable time, Su Wei lifted his head, his face marked by dejection, and remarked, "So, according to you, I should emulate Qian Zhizi and refrain from working in the future? You are not like old Qian," I thought to myself, amused. When Liao Guangji had made this statement, he had cautioned against its dissemination. Today, the reason I divulged it all to Su Wei was not only because I found him to be a decent person and wished to offer him some guidance, but also due to a sudden inspiration. I suggested that he should strive to be unlike old Qian. Qian's path leads to the comprehensive office, while yours leads to the information office. Su Wei appeared somewhat perplexed, but the information office is a temporary organization, unless your projects continue indefinitely. I replied, "What if the information office were to become a permanent establishment?" Su Wei queried, "Do you possess some insider information?" I said, "It's all contingent on human effort. As the application of computers becomes increasingly widespread, the significance of the information department is becoming ever more pronounced. I have interacted with several clients, some of whom have established dedicated information departments. Your company previously lacked a dedicated information department because there were no systems to manage. Once we complete this project, won't there be a system?" Su Wei grew animated, slamming his hand on the table. "Old Huang, your analysis is absolutely spot on. It's possible that the information office could indeed become a permanent organization. Aside from your project team, the company is also negotiating another project. Just a few days ago, I attended their meeting, and by the way, there was a young man there who seems to be your schoolmate. Although our school is not particularly large, it accommodates several thousand students, making encounters with alumni a commonplace occurrence." I paid little heed to this, subsequently engaging in extensive conversations with Su Wei, promising to subtly advocate for the significance of the information department in the ears of their leaders whenever the opportunity arose. After that, Su Wei distanced himself from us, focusing all his attention on dealing with old Ge and Qin Zhangguo. Before long, old Qin was reassigned due to a lucrative position in the comprehensive office, replaced by a freshly graduated young woman in the information office. On the eve of the conclusion of our research work, I finally encountered the alumnus Su Wei had spoken of. That day, we finished our tasks relatively early and were headed back to the hotel when, just as we were about to exit the company gate, I heard a familiar voice calling my name. Although the voice was somewhat recognizable, I couldn't immediately place it. I turned around with a broad smile and was greeted by two sharply dressed gentlemen standing a short distance away. One of them waved at me, exclaiming, "De Huang, is that really you? Old Hu, what a surprise to see you," I exclaimed, not anticipating that the alumnus Su Wei referred to was Hu Hao. A rush of surprise and joy filled me as I hurried towards him. Hu Hao approached with a hearty laugh, and as he drew near, I playfully punched him on the shoulder. "Hey, wearing that suit, you look quite the part. I almost didn't recognize you." Hu Hao shook my hand vigorously. You too. It seems you've grown taller in the years since we last met, and you don't look as frail as before. It appears you're doing quite well. Where have you struck it rich? I mentioned the name of my company, and he chuckled. So it's you all along. Is that your boss? He referred to Cheng Wenyao. I glanced back and mumbled an indistinct affirmative. Hu Hao clapped me on the shoulder. Come on. Today's on me. We have much to discuss. I have a lot to share with you. I smiled. I was just thinking the same. Give me a moment to inform them. Hu Hao laughed. Go ahead. I'll let my boss know as well. We chose a moderately sized restaurant and requested a private room. After placing our orders, as soon as the waiter stepped away, Hu Hao eagerly inquired, "De Huang, what on earth happened? Why did you suddenly drop out of school?" I replied nonchalantly, "Opportunities wait for no one. If I had waited until graduation, I might still be searching for a job." Hu Hao, slightly displeased, retorted, "You can fool others with that line, but not me. Don't forget, it was I who informed old Mo about you. I caused quite a stir for your decision to drop out." I blurted out, "It has nothing to do with him." Hu Hao pressed, "Then whose fault is it?" Shaking my head, I replied, "It's no one's fault. Leaving school was my own choice." As the waiter began to serve the liquor, a potent 56-degree ergo too, Hu Hao filled 2 glasses and pushed one towards me. "It's about Cheng Xiaoying, I assenti it?" The name Cheng Xiaoying struck me like a colossal stone plunging into the tranquil waters of my heart, stirring up all past memories that surged forth from the depths of my mind. An involuntary shiver coursed through me, and my mouth felt parched. I reached for a cup of tea, but instead grasped a wine glass. After gulping down a generous sip, I was abruptly jolted into awareness, the piquant taste resonating deep within me. I smiled, yet my smile was tainted with bitterness. "Is she well?" Hu Hao also lifted his glass, taking a sip before slowly remarking, "Since you left school, I haven't seen Cheng Xiaoying smile much. She hasn't sought another boyfriend either. I heard her family found her a stable job back home. She'll likely return after graduation." I fell into a long silence, as memories cascaded through my mind like a silent film. It was the arrival of the waiter with our dishes that roused me from my reverie. I managed a distracted smile and said to Hu Hao, "Come, old Hu, encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is one of life's great joys. Let's toast to that." We clinked our glasses, the wine cascading down our throats. I seized the bottle to refill his glass and added, "Enough about me. Let us hear about you. Didn't you just graduate in June? Why are you leaving school so soon?" Hu Hao picked up a piece of smoked chicken and replied while chewing, "I was saying earlier that this job was facilitated by a senior. Recently, he informed me that their company will start evaluations in 2 months, and he suggested I come for an internship. Who knows, if the boss is in a good mood, I might even receive a promotion. If I wait until graduation, I might have to wait another year." I knew he was working at a large multinational software corporation and felt a twinge of confusion. "Does your boss personally conduct evaluations?" Hu Hao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "The boss isn't really the boss. We just refer to the head there as the boss." I laughed along, suddenly reminded of something. "What about the school? Isn't there a thesis to complete?" Hu Hao dismissed my concern with a carefree laugh. "I've already taken care of everything with my advisor. I'll just hire someone to ghostwrite it. It's all set. I'm just waiting to return in June to collect my diploma." A sudden wave of disappointment washed over me, and I slowly sipped my drink. Hu Hao evidently sensed my mood and shifted the conversation to inquire about my current circumstances. I shared how I had entered the company and recounted the experiences of the past year, peppering my narrative with amusing anecdotes from various projects, omitting any mention of changes in my position. Hu Hao listened, chuckling along, and when I finished, he said, "Da Huang, our company is hiring. I'll speak to my senior about you. You should come to our company. It's definitely not as exhausting as yours, and I can't guarantee the salary. But with your experience, you should be looking at 4,000 to 5,000 at least." His words evoked warm memories of our school days, and I smiled, saying, "All right. If I can't make it, I'll come find you. You must look out for me. After all, you were my class monitor." Hu Hao laughed heartily. "It's a deal. It's a deal." We then naturally drifted back into reminiscing about our classmates and the events that transpired during our time at school. From Hu Hao, I learned that most of our classmates had secured jobs, while a few had decided to pursue further studies, leaving only a handful still without prospects. Having said so much, I felt as though something was amiss. After taking a moment to reflect, I realized that he had not mentioned Xiao Ding at all. So I inquired, "What about Xiao Ding? With his excellent grades, he should have secured a job by now, shouldn't he?" At that moment, Hu Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. He was in the midst of bringing a chopstick full of shredded potatoes to his mouth when my words caused him to pause, rolling his eyes in contemplation. He eventually set down his chopsticks and shook his head, saying, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Xiao Ding is just as exceptional as you. When our university was recruiting, he was at the top of the recommendation list from our department. Guess what? Xiao Ding stubbornly refused to go. I was puzzled and asked, so he must have found a better opportunity? Hu Hao replied, listen to me. Several more groups of recruiters came afterward, each one more lucrative than the last. And you know what? Xiao Ding still didn't even glance their way. We all assumed he must have secured a position, but upon further inquiry, it turned out otherwise. It seems he has been preoccupied with some dilapidated website of his own, completely immersed in it. As you know, his family isn't particularly affluent. And this has caused quite a bit of strife at home. Xiao Ding had been immensely helpful to me, not only assisting me academically, but also encouraging me to complete the navigation website. Although we had grown distant for various reasons, I still regarded him as a friend. Thus, upon hearing about Xiao Ding's current situation from Hu Hao, I felt both happiness and concern. I was pleased that he had chosen to diverge from the norm and pursue entrepreneurship. However, I worried that he was taking it to an extreme, embodying the mindset of succeed or perish. As the saying goes, throughout history, how many have survived the sands of time? After all, few are those who can endure to achieve success. My worries for Xiao Ding did not dampen our spirits that evening. Hu Hao and I returned home inebriated, marking my first true intoxication since leaving school. Chapter 32. Ultimately, Hu Hao's company did not secure the contract, which turned out to be our only gathering in the city. After returning, I enjoyed a period of leisure, and one day, on a whim, I suddenly thought of Xiao Ding. Over time, the barriers that once separated us had faded into distant memories, yet each recollection of his assistance brought a warm wave of gratitude to my heart. I hoped that any lingering animosity he might have harbored towards me had also dissipated, leading me to feel an impulse to meet him. I deliberately chose a weekend and, following the address provided by Hu Hao, located Xiao Ding's residence. According to Hu Hao, Xiao Ding had long since moved out of the university and rented a one-bedroom apartment in Qinghe, situated 4 or 5 stops away from the school, serving as both his post-graduation home and a temporary office. Externally, the building appeared quite antiquated, likely dating back to the 1950s or 60s, bearing a somewhat Soviet architectural style. The structure comprised 4 stories, and Xiao Ding's apartment was on the 2nd floor. The dimly lit corridors of such old buildings exuded a chilling atmosphere. Upon stepping from the warm embrace of sunlight into the building, a sudden chill enveloped me from head to toe, despite the bright day outside. The light in the hallway remained considerably dim. Following Hu Hao's instructions, I approached the designated room number, and cautious of making a mistake, I leaned closer to the door to examine the somewhat worn number. To my surprise, I failed to discern the number clearly, and the door swung open effortlessly. I was leaning forward, unable to withdraw my foot in time, and one leg had already crossed the threshold of the room. At that moment, a dark shadow, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, came crashing down towards the back of my head. Instinctively, I recoiled, thrusting my right elbow backward, and the shadow struck heavily against my arm. In that instant, I heard a sizzling sound. By the time I realized I was under attack from an electric baton, a powerful current coursed through my body, causing convulsions and forcing me to hunch over involuntarily. Following that, a flurry of fists and kicks rained down upon me. I was unperturbed by those crude blows, as they could only inflict minor injuries. What was truly terrifying were the electric batons interspersed among them. Even the slightest contact could sap my strength to resist. I lost track of time, and just as my consciousness was about to fade, the beating finally ceased. I found myself tightly bound. From the darkness, a coarse voice erupted in curses. Damn it. I've never been shaken down since I started this line of work. Huang Mao, turn on the lights. The electric lights suddenly flickered on, momentarily blinding me. I understood that the reason for my assault was not merely my intrusion without knocking. I pondered whether this incident was related to Xiao Ding. If so, was he in danger? Boss, it seems this isn't the kid. Upon hearing this voice, bitterness surged in my mouth, and my anger flared. Huang Mao, are you sure you're looking closely? The previous voice inquired. It seemed someone had approached to scrutinize me closely. Huang Mao's voice, tinged with panic, exclaimed, Big brother, we've got the wrong person. Damn it. What's there to panic about? A mistake is a mistake, it's no big deal. Oh, you're still awake? I felt someone gently patting my face. I could not tell if their touch was light or if my senses had dulled, for it did not hurt much. Slowly, I opened my eyes to see a man with a full beard curiously gazing at me. Upon noticing my awakening, he withdrew his hand and inquired, What is your relationship with Ding Mian? A sinking feeling gripped my heart. It turned out these individuals were indeed looking for Xiao Ding. As a penniless student, how could he have possibly provoked such ruthless figures? I groaned softly and mumbled, Who is Ding Mian? The bearded man's eyes darted around as if assessing my honesty. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, If you don't know anyone named Ding, what are you doing here? My body ached all over, and a surge of anger welled up within me, yet I could only suppress it and respond slowly. I came to find my aunt. The bearded man retorted, nonsense. There's clearly only one person with the surname Ding living here. How could you have come looking for an aunt? Huang Mao interjected, brother. Could it be that this kid walked into the wrong house? The bearded man paused, then turned to Huang Mao and angrily replied, damn it. Do I need you to remind me? I had already thought of that. He then turned back to me and asked, which room does your aunt live in? Feigning ignorance. I asked, ISNT this room 205? The bearded man, visibly displeased, snapped, are you blind? This is clearly room 204. How could you be so unfortunate as to barge in at this time? As he spoke, he struck my head. If I had been free to move, the visage of that bearded man would have surely swollen into that of a pig, yet at this moment, I could only envision his ludicrous appearance in my mind. Fortunately, he soon ceased his actions, instructing the one with yellow hair, Huang Mao, Qingzi, stop dawdling and release him. Seizing the opportunity, I glanced around the room and discerned 5 individuals present. It seemed that the one with the dyed yellow hair was indeed Huang Mao. The others were armed with steel pipes and wooden sticks, while he wielded an electric baton. The sight of that baton filled me with resentment. If only I were untied. He would be the first to face my wrath. Despite my superficial injuries, I believed I could handle these men once the threat of the baton was removed. However, at that moment, Huang Mao uttered, big brother, we cannot let him go. The bearded man delivered a heavy blow to Huang Mao's head, scolding, damn it. If we don't release him, do you intend to keep him? Huang Mao, looking aggrieved, replied, big brother, Ding is about to return. If we release him now, even if he doesn't inform Ding, that kid will surely grow suspicious. The bearded man rolled his eyes and snorted, damn it. Do I need you to tell me that? I had already considered it. I was merely testing you, observing your foolish expressions. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry, take him to the bedroom. He then leaned down and bared his teeth at me, saying, brother, my apologies. It's unfortunate that you stumbled upon this. Just bear with us a little longer. I assure you, once our business is concluded, you shall be freed. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Huang Mao, but I realized it was too late for words. And I had no choice but to allow them to drag me to the bedroom. Not only did they pull me into the room, but fearing I might utter something that could jeopardize their plans, they stuffed a rag into my mouth and then shut the bedroom door behind them. The living room fell into darkness once more, and these individuals remained mostly quiet, occasionally engaging in hushed whispers. Through their conversations, I gathered a semblance of their grievances with Xiao Ding. It appeared that these men were loan sharks, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, Xiao Ding had become entangled in their web of debts, leading to my unintentional intrusion and the subsequent, inexplicable beating at the hands of that befuddled, bearded man. Though I felt immense discomfort from the unwarranted beating, my greater concern lay with Xiao Ding. After all, I had over a decade of martial arts experience. While he possessed a frail physique, it was uncertain whether his fate would be tragic, but severe injury was inevitable. I could not stand idly by and allow a tragedy to unfold. These men were evidently skilled in their practice, and the knots they used were expertly tied. After groping for a while, I found no way to loosen them, only to emerge in a sweat. In my urgency, a plan began to form. I lay on my side, contracting my abdomen, elevating my hips, and thrusting out my chest, attempting to contort my body as much as possible. While my hands maneuvered beneath me, my entire body is covered in abrasions, and with every movement, a sharp pain radiates from various parts. To avoid alerting those in the living room, I dare not make any sudden motions, instead inching forward cautiously. It seems an eternity has passed before my hands finally free themselves from my feet. I let out a silent sigh of relief and slowly rise, first pulling the rag that was stuffed in my mouth. Then, I raised my hands to examine the knots, using my teeth to begin untying the ropes binding my wrists. Sweat trickles down my forehead and temples, forming rivulets that resemble tiny insects, each drop inciting a wave of irritation. Where I have been injured, the sensation is far from mere discomfort. Yet, I am acutely aware that in this moment, every second is precious. I cannot afford to be distracted. Pouring all my focus into the knots. Just as I manage to unravel the first knot, I hear a voice from the living room. Boss, they're here. The sound of a door lock turning follows. Panic surges within me, and I hasten my efforts, shouting, Xiao Ding, run. My call is met first with silence, followed by the sounds of the door opening, shouts, and the rush of footsteps. Suddenly, someone kicks open the bedroom door, a wooden stick slicing through the air towards me. At that moment, I have just managed to free my hands. I roll to the side, hearing the loud crack as the stick strikes the ground. I know a second blow is imminent, so I do not allow myself a moment of hesitation. I push off the ground with both hands and feet, launching myself onto a nearby makeshift bed. Just as my body leaves the floor, the stick sweeps beneath me with a whoosh, and I silently thank my luck. Had I been a fraction of a second slower, I would have suffered a devastating blow. The makeshift bed, already unstable, cannot withstand my sudden weight, collapsing with a loud crash beneath me. In the nick of time, I roll into the bed, grabbing the edge of a blanket. As the intruder strikes down onto the bed, I thrust the blanket and sheets upward, enveloping him before he can react. I leap forward, delivering several precise punches, and he emits a series of muffled cries, which gradually fade into silence. While I grapple with him, the living room remains eerily quiet. It seems the others have pursued Xiao Ding. Just as I intend to free my feet from the ropes, a door creaks open, and the sounds of a struggle and insults filter in, mixed with muted groans. From the tone, I realize that Xiao Ding has ultimately fallen into their hands. Chapter 33. As I hesitate on whether to rush out, the living room lights flicker on, and I hear the bearded man curse. Damn it, keep hiding. Hide. If you have the guts, hide in a crack in the ground. Xiao Ding's voice, weak and feeble, pleads, just give me a few more days. I promise to repay every cent, principal and interest, not a penny less. Huh, do you take me for a fool? The bearded man scoffs. Baldy, bring that kid out here. Baldy, what the hell are you stalling for? I cast a glance back at the bald man lying on the ground and stealthily moved towards the door. The bearded man called out several times, receiving no response, and sensing something was amiss, he abruptly fell silent. Then, I heard the footsteps of several individuals approaching the bedroom. I weighed my options in my mind. Aside from the unconscious bald man, there were 4 others. If I could neutralize the electric baton in the hands of the yellow-haired man, the rest would prove manageable. Resolute in my decision, I scanned the room with the light from the living area, reached out to steady a nearby folding chair, and as the footsteps drew nearer, I shouted, I'm coming. With a swift motion of my right hand, I hurled the folding chair and followed suit without hesitation. At that moment, all attention was diverted to the chair, presenting an opportune moment for my assault. Alas, the yellow-haired man was not at the forefront, and my feet were bound together, hindering my movement. In this predicament, I had no choice but to adapt and swiftly swung the wooden stick, first striking the nearest man at the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Following that, I swung again, this time connecting with the wrist of the man to my right, causing him to gasp as the steel pipe fell from his grasp. Realizing the dire situation, the yellow-haired man turned to flee, making a few quick strides towards the door. The bearded man followed for a few steps, but suddenly halted and shouted at the yellow-haired man, Damn it, it's just him, why should we fear him? The yellow-haired man regained his composure, glanced back, and brandished his electric baton, exclaiming, Exactly, don't be afraid. He's bound, we outnumber him 3-1. If we don't take him down, how can we continue in this business? Despite his bravado, the yellow-haired man kept his distance, while the man I had disarmed glared at me with bloodshot eyes, resembling a rabid dog ready to attack. At that moment, Xiao Ding weakly called out, Huang Shuai. I turned towards the sound and saw him slumped on the ground, his face bruised and bloodied in several places. Witnessing Xiao Ding in such a battered state ignited a fury within me, and I glared at the bearded man, saying, Is it not enough that he owes you money? Must you reduce him to this? Do you not realize this is a crime? The bearded man waved his hand dismissively, replying, Don't waste your breath on me. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Even if Guan Erji owes money, he must repay. I inquired, How much does he owe you? The bearded man crossed his fingers, indicating 100,000. Xiao Ding weakly protested, I only borrowed 50,000. The yellow-haired man, closest to Xiao Ding, slapped him on the head, saying, Don't play the fool with me. Doesn't your family pay interest? Xiao Ding replied, We agreed on a 60% interest rate. It has been just over a month since I borrowed the money, and that is 6% for the month. The yellow-haired man scoffed, Don't act dumb. Who told you 60% is the monthly rate? Have you never borrowed from a loan shark? What are you pretending for? Xiao Ding, now on the verge of tears, protested, Banks always state annual interest. No one told me it was monthly when I borrowed. The yellow-haired man retorted, Banks, you say? Why not call it a charitable fund? I realized there was no rational argument to be had with these individuals. Since reason was futile, I decided to forego any further discussion. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted by Xiao Ding, I sprang into action, propelling myself towards the bearded man with fervor. My wooden stick traced an arc in the air as it descended towards his head. My intention was clear, capture the leader first, and then deal with the rest. However, to my surprise, this seemingly boorish man possessed considerable skill. As I moved, he swiftly stepped forward, swinging his steel pipe towards my abdomen with alarming speed. Should this attack connect, Even if my stick struck his head, I would surely sustain a grievous injury, possibly even risking my life. In a split second, I contracted my abdomen, angling my wooden stick to intercept the pipe. The clash echoed with a sharp crack as my stick splintered into two. The pipe continued its relentless trajectory, slicing through my shirt and leaving a gash across my chest. I fell to the ground, rolling to regain my footing beside Xiao Ding. At that moment, Huang Mao was merely a few paces away, extending his arm as he lunged with an electric baton aimed at my back. Unlike the bearded man, Huang Mao was considerably less adept, and I deftly sidestepped the baton. With a swift motion, I struck his wrist, causing the baton to slip from his grasp. My left hand seized the end of the baton just in time. Fueled by my animosity towards Huang Mao, I thrust the baton forward, striking his chest with its end. He likely had never anticipated the discomfort of being hit by his own weapon, and with a startled cry, he crumpled to the ground, clutching his chest. Just then, I sensed movement behind me. From the direction of the sound, it appeared to be the previously silent Rat. Suddenly, I heard the bearded man call out, "Rat, wait." I turned to find Rat, perplexed, holding the steel pipe while the bearded man stared intently at my chest. I glanced down to see a glimmering object revealed by the tear in my shirt. It was the iron medal gifted to me by Elder Ping. Pointing at the medal, the bearded man inquired with curiosity, "Who gave you this?" Uncertain of the significance of the medal, I sensed no malice in his demeanor. After a moment's thought, I replied truthfully, "Elder Ping gave it to me." The bearded man appeared taken aback. "You know Elder Ping?" I had not expected him to be acquainted with the distant Elder Ping, and I pondered whether this revelation might alter the course of events. After a brief pause, I replied, "Yes, I do." His skepticism was evident. "Surely, it cannot be such a simple acquaintance?" I hesitated but ultimately chose not to divulge the particulars of my relationship with Elder Ping, stating instead, "It is as simple as that." The bearded man fell silent for a moment, seemingly reaching a decision. He clasped his fist in salute, saying, "My friend, I apologize for any offense earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Unsure of his intentions, I regarded him with suspicion, yet my guard remained steadfast. The bearded man, noticing the hostility in my gaze, offered an awkward smile. "When you next see Elder Ping, please convey my regards to him." He then called to his subordinates, "Huang Mao, Rat, stop dawdling. Hurry and wake the other two. Let us get on with it." Huang Hou'er and the Rat hurriedly revived the two individuals I had knocked unconscious. The bearded man personally came over to untie both me and Xiao Ding, all the while mumbling apologies. Although Xiao Ding and I had sustained some superficial injuries, it was, after all, Xiao Ding's own dealings with usury that had led to this predicament, and I had also injured their men. Thus, I felt that we had not suffered too great a loss, and I chose not to hold it against them. Xiao Ding appeared to be in a daze, and only when the bearded man was departing did he suddenly awaken as if from a dream, exclaiming, "Wait, I owe you money." The wild boar head did not turn back, but waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you truly wish to repay, then give it to your friend here." Once the wild boar and his companions departed, I quickly took Xiao Ding to a nearby clinic for some basic treatment of our wounds. By the time we returned to Xiao Ding's residence, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Ding's complexion remained pale, and he spoke very little. In an attempt to break the silence, I asked him, "Surely there is something to eat here?" "Listen, my stomach is already protesting." Xiao Ding lifted his head and gazed at me intently, speaking in a low voice. "If it weren't for you, I don't know if I would still be here, whole and intact." I reassured him, saying, "But that is all in the past now. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities will surely be blessed afterward. Your blessing will come soon." Xiao Ding managed a bitter smile. "I will repay you, but not at this moment." I was taken aback by his words, and anger surged within me, making me want to leave immediately. However, upon seeing the bruises covering Xiao Ding's body, my fury dissipated like smoke. It was understandable that he was emotionally charged after such a traumatic experience. Now was not the time to dwell on this matter. I sighed and said slowly, "What are you talking about? If you keep this up, I might just pack up and leave." Xiao Ding did not bring up the topic of money again, instead asking me, "What are you doing now? How did you find your way here?" I briefly recounted my situation since leaving school, and Xiao Ding nodded. I suspected it was Hu Hao. He is the only one who would come to see me. I replied, "So what Hu Hao said was true. You really are working on your own website?" At the mention of the website, Xiao Ding's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, "Of course. I am working on what could be translated into Chinese as a search engine. It has already begun to take shape abroad. But it remains a blank slate here. You've used it, right?" As Xiao Ding spoke about his website, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and confidence, reminiscent of the times he had tutored me in school. However, his exuberance did not last long. His enthusiastic gestures inadvertently pulled at his wounds, causing him to cry out in pain, and his mood quickly sank. Were it not for the website, I would not have gotten entangled with the likes of the wild boar and his crew. Little Ding then recounted the circumstances surrounding his borrowing of high-interest loans. In a bid to ensure his website gained rapid acceptance among the vast online populace, he expended considerable resources on advertising across major media outlets. Initially, he depleted the tuition funds bestowed upon him by his parents, and subsequently resorted to borrowing money from his classmates. However, the funds acquired from his peers were limited, and as time passed, it became increasingly impractical to evade repayment. Thus, through intermediaries, he was introduced to a loan shark named Wild Boar. He had anticipated that his website would soon generate revenue, yet to his dismay, despite significant expenditure, the website showed little promise of success. Consequently, Wild Boar began to demand repayment, and Little Ding realized he had landed himself in a predicament, leading him to live a life of evasion. Today, he intended to retrieve some personal items, but was unexpectedly caught by Wild Boar. Chapter 34. Upon hearing his account, I immediately comprehended that Little Ding was ahead of me. His endeavors mirrored the solutions I had been pondering for an extended period without resolution. His approach could effectively address the deficiencies of the navigation website, even surpassing its model in sophistication. Little Ding was undoubtedly intelligent, yet his acumen was scholarly rather than entrepreneurial. He could create remarkable products, but lacked the knowledge to sell them at a fair price. True entrepreneurs are notoriously frugal, never frivolously spending a single penny unless it promises greater returns, for they understand the principle that true quality must be applied judiciously. Initially, as he narrated his experiences, I intended to impart some web development wisdom to him. However, after listening to him, I reconsidered my approach and inquired, "Do you remember the navigation website?" Little Ding replied, "Of course I do. You may not know this, but I have been using the navigation website since my school days. I practically grew up alongside it. To be candid, my creation of the Ren Xiaoyao website was inspired by your work. In the beginning, I considered the model of the navigation website to be the most advanced and impeccable. I remarked, in truth, there is nothing in this world that is flawless." Little Ding responded, "Indeed. However, over time, I began to perceive its shortcomings. And the more familiar I became with it, the more inconvenient it seemed. This dilemma troubled me for quite some time, prompting me to observe the models of other websites. Yet, after much searching, I could not uncover a superior solution. One day, it suddenly struck me that the internet originated abroad, and that foreign experiences might be more enriched than those within our own borders. Thus, I began to scrutinize various international websites and forums. Reflecting on that time now seems quite comical, as I was akin to a headless fly, aimlessly flitting about. Nevertheless, my perseverance bore fruit. One day, upon encountering a particular website, I knew I had found what I was searching for. I then dedicated myself to studying it, emulating its model to create the current Ren Xiaoyao. Little Ding, nearly simultaneously with me, discerned the limitations of the navigation website. Why was he able to discover a better solution? It was not due to superior intelligence, but rather his capacity for learning and unwavering dedication. In addition to my website endeavors, I maintained a legitimate job, patrolling for public safety each evening while engaging in online conversations with wandering souls. It was my own greed that cost me the opportunity to resolve the navigation website's issues. In a certain light, Little Ding and I were complementary. Thus, my conviction and my thoughts grew ever stronger. "What are your plans for the next step?" Xiao Ding's expression appeared somewhat strained, and he lowered his head, remaining silent for a while. A sudden thought crossed my mind. What if we combine the navigation network with Ren Xiaoyao? What do you think? Xiao Ding abruptly raised his head, an air of resistance in his demeanor as he retorted, "Do you intend to seize my Ren Xiaoyao?" His reaction was anticipated. I replied, "It is not about seizing, but rather collaborating. Regarding the navigation network, it has developed into a considerable scale through this period, achieving a level of self-sufficiency. However, as you can see, it has reached a bottleneck that limits its further advancement. Currently, it appears that only Ren Xiaoyao can aid the navigation network in overcoming this obstacle. Although your Ren Xiaoyao is a more advanced model than the navigation network, reaching a similar scale will require a significant amount of time, and unforeseen circumstances may arise along the way." Xiao Ding regarded me warily. "Unforeseen circumstances? What do you mean?" I continued, "If you can replicate a model, why cannot others? Perhaps others have yet to recognize the value of this model, but someone will inevitably realize it, just like those large portal websites. Once they grasp this concept, do you comprehend what it would mean for Ren Xiaoyao?" I could see that my words had struck a chord with Xiao Ding, yet he, like me, possessed an unyielding spirit. He retorted defiantly, "So what if they think of it? Ren Xiaoyao is not the navigation network. It is not something that anyone can replicate. His words elicited a mix of amusement and frustration from me. Surely, you do not intend to compete with them in advertising? They rely on venture capital, often amounting to hundreds of millions. What grounds do we have to contend with them? Xiao Ding, unwilling to concede, replied, why should I compete with them? This is not the Three Kingdoms. Having Zhou does not preclude the existence of Zhuge. Look at Sohu. It's formidable, and Sina and 163 have also succeeded. As the conversation progressed, it became clear that we were diverging in our views. I had no desire to engage in a battle of wits. So I smiled and returned to the original topic. Even without any unforeseen circumstances, a lengthy developmental phase lies ahead, does it not? During this period, substantial effort and considerable costs will be required. I knew this statement struck a nerve with Xiao Ding, and deliberately paused. As expected, he visibly flinched, his face turning pale. Sensing an opportunity, I continued. If Ren Xiaoyao and the navigation network were to complement each other, these issues could be effortlessly resolved. Firstly, the bottleneck of the navigation network would cease to exist. Secondly, the traffic to Ren Xiaoyao would experience a qualitative leap in the short term. Thirdly, the current state of the navigation network could fully support the normal operations of both websites. And lastly, and most importantly, we are no longer in an era of solitary struggles. Today, collaboration, mutual benefit, and team spirit are paramount. If we speak of partnership, I cannot think of two individuals more suited than us. What do you think? Xiao Ding had previously regarded me as an adversary, but after listening to my words, his feelings of hostility had considerably diminished, though remnants of resistance remained. I fully empathized with his sentiments. He had invested an immense amount of energy into Ren Xiaoyao, a passion that rivaled my own affection for the navigation network. The notion of sharing this endeavor with others was something he found difficult to accept. Recognizing that haste yields only setbacks, I refrained from pressuring him, knowing it would only produce the opposite effect. I stood up and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "There's no rush. Take your time to ponder this. Whenever you come to a conclusion, feel free to reach out to me. If you ultimately decide to go on your own, we shall still remain good friends, and you are always welcome to seek my assistance, be it for resources or support. I will oblige without hesitation." For an extended period thereafter, I traversed between the cities, engaged in numerous discussions, confirming designs repeatedly until the project smoothly transitioned into the development phase. During this stage, my workload became relatively lighter. At least I was spared the late-night overtime and the frequent flights to the city. In my spare time, I returned to my previous pursuits, dedicating attention to the navigation network while also resuming nightly patrols for public safety. On particularly dull evenings, I would venture online to chat with a wandering mudfish. Although we had never met, we had become almost inseparable confidants, adhering to an unspoken agreement to avoid any topics that might reveal our identities. The virtual realm was distinct from reality, and we both understood this distinction clearly. Yet, in my engagement with this online friendship, I inadvertently neglected my real-life companions. One day, I suddenly realized that I had not been in touch with Fang Pingping for quite some time and was unaware of how her job search was progressing. A pang of guilt washed over me. It was already around 7 or 8 in the evening, so I sought out a public telephone booth to call her dormitory. Though my company had provided me with a mobile phone, I made a conscious effort to refrain from using company resources for personal matters. Fang Pingping had not yet returned to her dormitory, and her roommate, nicknamed Wind Bell, answered the phone, promising to relay my message upon Fang's return. As I waited until 11 o'clock, Fang Pingping still had not called back. I was uncertain whether she was simply busy or had forgotten, deciding to defer the matter until the next day. However, not long after lying down, my phone rang, assuming it might be an urgent company matter. I jolted upright and answered with a quick hello. Instantly, a melodious laughter echoed through the receiver. "Big Cricket, are you asleep?" I offered a wry smile. "Not quite. Still awake." "Miss, you must have just returned, right?" Fang Pingping huffed in annoyance. "It's all Wind Bell's fault. She just informed me that you called." I could hear a girl's voice from her end expressing her grievances. Simultaneously, another girl chimed in. "Boss, what time is it? You're not sleeping. And you won't let your sweetheart sleep either. Aren't you concerned?" This was followed by a chorus of laughter, and Fang Pingping shouted back, "I'll tell you. I'm in such a good mood tonight that I'm not going to sleep. If you're going to blame anyone, blame Wind Bell. Had she told me sooner, I would have enjoyed a longer chat." After saying this, Fang Pingping burst into a hearty laugh, prompting her roommates to join in. "Are you still there?" she asked, her voice filled with warmth. I had barely uttered a word when I heard the girl from earlier, still in jest, exclaim, "Boss, is it really necessary to make a phone call in the nude? Be careful not to catch a chill. Hey, you little minx, Have you been itching for a reprimand these past few days? Fang Pingping shouted, and soon the phone was filled with the sounds of a bed shaking, raucous laughter, and playful banter, all of which assaulted my senses. I furrowed my brow and held the phone away from my ear, my mind conjuring up images of Fang Pingping and her roommates playfully chasing and scolding each other. In this mental tableau, Fang Pingping appeared in her natural state, and I felt my cheeks flush with heat, silently chastising myself for my lewd and shameful thoughts. As I engaged in this profound self-reflection, Fang Pingping's voice broke through on the line. Big Cricket. Hey, Big Cricket. Are you dead? I quickly composed myself and replied, I'm fine. What do you want with me? She inquired. I remarked, it's been ages since I heard from you. I thought you had achieved eternal glory. Now I can rest easy. Fang Pingping exaggerated. Wow, how touching. It's rare for you, in your busy life, to spare a moment to check in on me. How have you been? Is your project going well? Chapter 35. It is truly remarkable to consider this layer of complexity. I couldn't help but regard this young fellow with newfound respect. No wonder old Master Ping sought his assistance. While I thought this, I maintained an air of indifference. What you say has nothing to do with me. Jiang Ning's pace quickened as he replied, Of course it does. I know you saved the old master's life. Aside from you, I trust no one else. Today, besides apologizing, I have an unusual request. I implore Mr. Huang to come out of retirement and help us recover the old master. Jiang Ning's audacity in making such a request amused me. It was clear he was grasping at straws. However, today he had indeed thrown his net in the right waters. Though I could not remedy his plight so swiftly, therefore, I continued to dance around the issue. You overestimate me. If your powerful faction cannot locate old Master Ping, what could an ordinary citizen like myself possibly do to assist you? Jiang Ning, with a pained expression, replied, Every additional person adds strength. After all, Mr. Huang has shared a bond with the old master. Can you truly bear to see decades of hard work go to waste? Feigning helplessness, I stated. I would love to help you, but I am truly powerless. Disappointment flickered across Jiang Ning's face. After a moment of silence, he sighed. In that case, I cannot press Mr. Huang. If he recalls any clues, please ensure you inform me. Jiang and the entire gang would be immensely grateful. Very well. Please ensure Mr. Huang takes adequate rest. Farewell. I nodded, watching Jiang Ning, burdened, as he walked toward the door. Just as his hand reached the doorknob, I feigned a sudden recollection, exclaiming, I just remembered something. Jiang Ning abruptly turned back, his eagerness palpable. What is it? It seems that Master Ping once mentioned to me that if any issues arose in the city, I could proceed to Bin. Here, I intentionally paused, as Jiang Ning hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Binjiang Road? Binjiang Avenue? Or the Binhai Hotel? I quickly affirmed, yes, it is indeed the Binjiang Road you mentioned, number 129 Binjiang Road. This is precisely the location Master Ping referred to, stating that assistance could be sought here in times of need. It was evident that Jiang Ning was fervently suppressing his elation, yet his youth betrayed his excitement through the slight twitch of his brows and the gleam in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Huang. I shall dispatch someone immediately, or better yet, I shall seek assistance myself. Once Jiang Ning departed, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I intended to indulge in a refreshing shower followed by a restful slumber. However, before I could realize this intention, the technical personnel from next door came to report on the progress of their work. From their discourse, I gathered that the implementation phase would conclude within 2 or 3 days, and they inquired about my subsequent plans. I understood their unspoken query when I would return. Therefore, I informed them that I would communicate with the client tomorrow, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I could then arrange for the return tickets. After happily dismissing the 2 technicians, I began to undress while pondering Master Ping's matter. The more I reflected, the more I felt a sense of unease. I stood under the shower head for an extended moment before remembering to turn the valve. Upon doing so, the initial stream was icy cold, sending a shiver through me, and my mind instantly sharpened. Something was amiss. My instincts told me that Jiang Ning was not entirely trustworthy. Upon deeper reflection, numerous inconsistencies surfaced. His initial intrusion was not an act of searching for someone. Rather, it was a blatant investigation. Furthermore, his subsequent decision to send someone to follow me indicated that he had little regard for Master Ping. If he truly held Master Ping in such high esteem, how could he treat me, an associate of Master Ping, with such disdain? His arrival today was clearly prompted by some scent of suspicion, and his earlier performance was subpar, even by the standards of the most inept actors. How could I have been so gullible? After much contemplation, it dawned on me that under normal circumstances, I would never have made such a foolish judgment. The sole reason for my misjudgment stemmed from a single premise. Master Ping had assured me of Jiang Ning's trustworthiness. I placed my faith in Master Ping's judgment, rooted in decades of accumulated wisdom within the underworld. But what if Master Ping were mistaken? Could he truly err? The answer is unequivocal. The last grave miscalculation cost him his legs. Who could guarantee that he would not falter again? This time, the consequences might be far more dire than the loss of limbs. The more I pondered, the colder I felt. I hastily turned off the valve, neglecting to rinse the shampoo from my hair, and roughly dried myself with a towel. I quickly donned my clothes and rushed outside. The streets were eerily quiet. The two individuals who had surveilled me during the day had vanished without a trace. I anxiously waited for over 10 minutes before finally securing a taxi, persistently urging the driver to hasten. As we approached Binjiang Road, the surrounding silence grew more pronounced. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition loomed in my heart, intensifying as we neared our destination. Suddenly, a piercing and shrill siren sliced through the night sky. Before long, 2 fire engines roared by, heading towards Binjiang Road. From the moment the sirens blared to the fleeting disappearance of the fire trucks into the darkness, only a mere few seconds elapsed. Countless thoughts raced through my mind. I was acutely aware that Uncle Ping had indeed erred gravely this time. Strangely, my emotions settled into a calmness. I inhaled deeply and looked up, only to discover the night sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, a sight of exquisite beauty. The scene on Binjiang Road was chaotic, a veritable maelstrom. Several adjoining homes were ablaze, thick smoke and fierce flames defiantly emerging from under the high-pressure water jets. It was evident that the inferno would not be extinguished anytime soon. Standing across the street, my throat parched, my palms slick with sweat, I pondered the grim reality. Had I not disclosed Uncle Ping's hiding place, this tragedy would not have unfolded. In this light, I was complicit in his demise. In that moment, reason slipped away, and I found myself racing into the heart of the flames. The smoke stung my eyes, the fire singed my hair, yet I paid no heed. I desperately searched through the blaze, clinging to a sliver of hope that this calamity was merely an accident, though deep down, I understood this was but a delusion. Ultimately, I collapsed. In the haze, I realized I was engulfed in flames. The searing heat seemed to begin devouring my skin, and then I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a hospital room. From the nurses' conversations, I gleaned several pieces of information. First, I had been heralded as a model of bravery, with several local newspapers chronicling my heroic deeds. Second, 30% of my skin had suffered burns, necessitating extensive skin grafting, a procedure that would ordinarily incur significant medical expenses. Fortunately, a charitable organization had graciously covered the costs to honor acts of valor. Third, the fire had claimed 5 lives and left 7 injured. Among the deceased was a disabled man who had lost both legs. As I had surmised, the entire episode was orchestrated by Jiang Ning, who had meticulously crafted this catastrophe. Chapter 36. The skin graft surgery proceeded as scheduled. From the attending physician's gaze, it was evident he was pleased with the outcome of the operation. He assured me that I would soon regain my previous appearance. I remained silent. Since awakening, I had uttered not a word. During this time, my thoughts were consumed with myriad reflections, predominantly centered on how to avenge Uncle Ping, not merely for vengeance's sake, but in adherence to the principle that a soldier dies for those who understand him. Moreover, I felt a certain guilt intertwined with Uncle Ping's demise. In addition to revenge, I pondered another matter. Why had no one ever spoken of the secret chamber where Uncle Ping had been hiding? This fire could not possibly fail to expose the chamber, leading to the conclusion that only one possibility remained. Someone had suppressed this information. Jiang Ming may not possess such vast capabilities. But who else could it be if not him? Suddenly, the thought of Tong Feng crossed my mind. As far as I know, aside from him, no one else possesses the capability or the desire to engage in such actions. However, the time between leaving the hotel in Jiangning and the outbreak of the fire was merely a little over an hour. Even if Tong Feng were to take a flight, it would be implausible for him to traverse from one city to another within that time frame. If he were not physically present in the city and could orchestrate these events remotely, then the implications of Tong Feng's capabilities become rather alarming. But is it possible that he had prior knowledge of where Ping San Yu was hiding, prompting him to arrive in the city? Or was it mere coincidence that he happened to be there as well? These thoughts swirled relentlessly in my mind, yet I could not arrive at any conclusions. During this period, a representative from the company visited me, expressing their sorrow and pride upon learning of the incident. They urged me to focus on my recovery, assuring me that I need not concern myself with the project's affairs. In truth, I had never worried about the project. I was acutely aware that it was nearing completion, and as long as the company sent someone competent enough to oversee it, everything would be fine. Later, Su Wei came to see me, confirming my suspicions. He informed me that the company had assigned a project manager named Qin Song to take over my position. I was familiar with him and aware of his capabilities, which put my mind at ease. Su Wei also disclosed another piece of information, stating that after deliberation, the leadership had decided to establish the information office as a permanent entity. He did not articulate the subsequent implications, but it was evident that old Gu was on the verge of retirement, and the young lady transferred from the general office had less experience than he did. The others were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the information office, leaving Su Wei as the only viable candidate to succeed him. He had heeded my advice, and events unfolded as I had anticipated, which undoubtedly fostered a sense of gratitude in him, though he refrained from expressing it. This silence only served to illustrate his growth and maturity. As Su Wei was leaving, he mentioned that the company would send someone to visit me, referring to me as a great hero, implying that this visit was of a personal nature and should remain undisclosed to the company. True to his word, the following day, a young lady from the information office named Sushana arrived. She was naturally reserved, and in such circumstances, her hesitation left us in a silence that outweighed our conversation. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a cheerful voice rang out from the doorway. "Big Cricket. In this world, only one person addresses me in such a manner, Fang Pingping." However, I could hardly fathom her presence here. Just days prior, we had spoken on the phone, and she had been preparing for her graduate school entrance exams. Straining to turn my head, I sought to confirm whether I was hallucinating. Before I could fully pivot, Fang Pingping's voice reached my bedside. "Hi, hello. You must be the handsome one's girlfriend, right? I'm Fang Pingping, a close friend of his." As she spoke, a fair hand extended towards Sushana. I relinquished my efforts to turn, as I could hardly think of another individual who could behave so impulsively. Upon their first encounter, most people are taken aback by Fang Pingping, and Sushana was no exception. She stood up in a fluster, shaking Fang Pingping's hand while stammering, "I am Sushana, and I work with Manager Huang." "Is that Manager Huang? It seems you are faring quite well." As Fang Pingping spoke, she moved to Sushana's side. In my memory, Fang Pingping had always been the tomboyish girl from high school, perpetually clad in oversized athletic wear, with her short hair neatly cropped. Although I was once startled by her artistic photographs during our university days, I had long dismissed that as a mere jest, believing it did not represent the true essence of Fang Pingping. However, now, what I beheld was a stunning beauty adorned in a pale yellow blouse and denim jeans, her long hair cascading gracefully. This was a far cry from the Fang Pingping I had known, and I could scarcely believe my eyes. Her unexpected arrival filled me with both astonishment and delight, momentarily pushing aside thoughts of the matter concerning Uncle Ping, as I stood there, transfixed by this unexpected comrade. Fang Pingping placed a bag of fruits and nutritional supplements on the bedside table and suddenly, as if recalling something, inquired of Sushana, "Am I interrupting you?" Sushana, her cheeks flushed, replied, "Not at all. I'll take my leave now. You two carry on. Take care, Manager Huang." Without waiting for my response, she hastily departed, as if fleeing. "Hey, don't go, Su." Fang Pingping playfully chased after her for a couple of steps, giggling, "Well, Big Cricket, you certainly have a way with the ladies. How is it that you can attract such a lovely companion wherever you go?" The form-fitting jeans accentuated Fang Pingping's curves, and for some inexplicable reason, her silhouette evoked memories of Cheng Xiaoying, causing a tightening in my chest. I quickly averted my gaze and forced a wry smile, saying, "You startled her." I was taken aback by my own voice. After such a prolonged silence, it no longer resembled my own. "Ah, how pitiful. Stop talking nonsense. Sushana is a client of our company." Fang Pingping scoffed, retreating while saying, "The more you deny, the more it seems true. How uncharacteristic of you, Huang Shuai, to evade responsibility." I was both exasperated and amused as I retorted, "What are you asking me to admit? It is you who should be concentrating on your graduate school preparations instead of meandering here." Fang Pingping settled onto a stool by the bedside. Scrutinizing my bandaged head with a serious expression, I came to see our great hero. "Hero, my foot." I strained to make my voice sound normal, but the bandages thwarted my efforts. "Just a moment more, and you wouldn't even recognize me." Fang Pingping made a face. "I actually think you look even more dashing this way. Look at you now, plump and fair, so unlike the skinny version from high school." Her comment nearly made me exhale in exasperation. I huffed indignantly and suddenly remembered something, asking, "How did you know I was here? My mother doesn't know about this." "Does she?" "Rest assured." Fang Pingping retrieved an apple from her bag, casually peeling it with a knife as she replied, "I found out by calling your company. I haven't told a soul and came here on my own." I breathed a sigh of relief and, with a wry smile, remarked, "How can I eat fruit when I can hardly open my mouth?" Fang Pingping discarded the apple peel into the trash, took a crisp bite, and mumbled, "I never said it was for you. Is this cup yours? Have some water." In the midst of our conversation, regardless of my thirst, she inserted the straw into my mouth. I had initially assumed that Fang Pingping would merely make a brief visit, but to my surprise, she appeared to be prepared for a prolonged stay. Not only did she bring a complete set of toiletries and a change of clothes, but she also had her graduate school books in tow. Most of her time was devoted to caring for me, and only when I fell asleep did she seize the moment to review her studies, promptly closing her books the instant I opened my eyes. In truth, the foundation had arranged for a caregiver to attend to my needs throughout the day, managing everything from meals to personal care, rendering Fang Pingping's assistance largely unnecessary. Furthermore, there were certain matters that she was simply unable to assist with, and her presence sometimes proved to be a hindrance. Thus, I insisted that she take her leave. In response, Fang Pingping would either smile without answering or deftly change the subject. At times, she would teasingly remark, "I've finally found such a tranquil place to study. Do you expect me to leave?" During this time, we engaged in numerous conversations, reminiscing about our high school days, sharing amusing tales from university, and discussing current events. Naturally, she also inquired about the recent fire incident, to alleviate her worries. I refrained from mentioning anything about old Master Ping and simply stated that I had happened upon the fire and focused solely on rescuing others without much thought. Fang Pingping believed my words wholeheartedly and chided me for this stubborn habit of mine, urging me to consider my own well-being before acting. I was profoundly touched to have such a steadfast friend in Fang Pingping, often reflecting that even the legendary friendship of Yu Boya and Zhong Ziyuan could scarcely compare. I felt a pang of guilt for lacking musical talent. Had I possessed it, I would surely have played a piece of high mountains and flowing water for her. While I was moved by her unwavering support, watching her grow increasingly haggard day by day filled me with concern. I worried that if this continued, her health would falter long before my own recovery. Fortunately, that particular misfortune did not materialize. Yet another, far graver incident did occur. It was midnight, and Fang Pingping had intended to return to her hotel for rest, but she lingered, engrossed in conversation with me. As fatigue set in, she rested her head on the edge of the bed and fell asleep. I, too, weary and drowsy, soon succumbed to slumber. I do not know how long I slept, but I was roused by a faint sound. Years of martial arts training had sharpened my senses far beyond the ordinary. I was in a single room, with only Fang Pingping and the caregiver for company, both of whom were sound asleep. Following the subtle noise, I noticed a sliver of light as the door creaked open, and a white figure slipped inside. Alarm bells rang in my mind. It was well past the time for rounds, and why would a doctor need to enter so furtively? Upon entering the room, the individual swiftly closed the door behind him. He first cast a vigilant glance around the interior, then gradually withdrew a knife approximately half a foot in length from his sleeve. At that moment, the caregiver emitted a soft snore in her slumber, startling the intruder, who promptly darted to her side. With a decisive strike, he delivered a powerful blow to her neck, and in the next instant, he deftly reversed the knife's blade, gently lifting it, causing the caregiver to silently collapse to the floor. The execution of these actions was executed with remarkable precision, indicative of a seasoned veteran with considerable experience in the underworld. The event transpired so abruptly that by the time I processed what had occurred, it was too late to assist the caregiver. I could only watch helplessly as she fell. In my mind, I calculated that this individual was most likely sent by the Jiangning faction. Having already harmed Master Ping, I realized my own utility had diminished, rendering my elimination a mere formality. It was laughable that I had been preoccupied with thoughts of avenging Master Ping, oblivious to the fact that the enemy had already come to my doorstep. My own foolishness had led to my predicament, but more grievously, I had inadvertently implicated Fang Pingping, who was far too innocent. I could not allow her to suffer any harm. Yet here I was, a living corpse, scarcely able to protect myself, let alone ensure Fang Pingping's safety. After much contemplation, I could think of no better strategy than to catch him off guard. Thus, I endeavored to steady my breathing, narrowing my eyes into a slit, while my muscles tensed like a drawn bowstring. After dispatching the caregiver, the intruder paused momentarily, observing that neither Fang Pingping nor I had reacted. He then crept towards me. My greatest fear was that he would first target Fang Pingping. Fortunately, he merely cast a glance her way before slowly raising his steel knife towards me. Under normal circumstances, I would have leapt into action, using one hand to support his elbow to prevent the blade from descending, while the other would grip his neck, followed by driving my knee into his chest. This series of maneuvers would, if not incapacitate him, at least disrupt his composure. Alas, in my current state, I found myself unable to move with agility. Rising from my position alone would require significant effort. Thus, I resolved to resort to a less honorable tactic, targeting his groin, colloquially known as striking at his vital essence. My master had repeatedly cautioned against employing such underhanded techniques, deeming them exceedingly treacherous and to be used only in dire circumstances. I believe this moment qualified as such. However, the decision to execute this move was itself a perilous gamble. Should I strike too forcefully, it could result in immediate death; too lightly, and I would afford him a chance to retaliate. Too early, and he might detect my intent. Too late, and I risked missing the opportune moment. I determined that the ideal timing would be just after he had committed to the downward thrust of his knife. By then, he would have expended his force, and even if he sensed an impending threat, it would be too late to retract his strength. Therefore, I resolved to wait for that perfect moment to strike. The steel knife gleamed ominously in the air, and the glint in the man's eyes betrayed his murderous intent. The blade hovered in the air for several fleeting seconds before he twitched his shoulders, signaling that he was about to make his move. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air, quickly followed by another. The first beam collided with a steel blade suspended midair, producing a sharp clang before the blade slipped from the hand, embedding itself with a crisp sound into the pale pink wall. The second glint struck the man precisely at the point of his chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan as his body weakened and slowly crumpled to the ground. The suddenness of this turn of events left me momentarily stunned. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the window creaked open, and a shadowy figure floated in. As the light from outside illuminated the person's face, I was taken aback even more than when I first encountered the assassin. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Abiao!" Chapter 38. Upon disembarking from the plane, we promptly made our way to the Zhongguancun long-distance bus station, where a coach departs from my hometown every half hour. After more than 4 hours of jolting travel, the bus finally came to a halt at its destination, a county-level city located at the intersection of Shandong and Hebei provinces. Fang Pingping's home is situated on one of the streets of this small city. We bid each other farewell here, as Fang Pingping hailed a taxi to return home, while Biao and I boarded the last minibus heading to the village. We arrived too late, missing even the makeshift stools, and had no choice but to stand near the bus door. Biao was fortunately of shorter stature, his head barely brushing against the ceiling, while I had to crouch. One leg bent forward and the other stretched back, my entire being arched like a shrimp. As soon as we boarded, the conductor shut the bus door and called out loudly, "Everyone, hold on tight. We're off." Amidst the roar of the engine, the minibus resembled an elderly person, trembling and wheezing as it slowly turned its head and staggered out of the bus station. The bus was filled with passengers speaking in our native dialect. The air saturated with a mixture of dust, gasoline, and sweat. Outside the window, dilapidated low-rise buildings flashed by rapidly, everything feeling both familiar and alien. After a 4-year absence, I had returned to the land that bore me, my hometown remaining unchanged, yet I felt I was no longer the naive youth I once was. Not a word was exchanged between Biao and me until the bus halted in the village. After disembarking, Biao suddenly posed a question that left me momentarily speechless. "They say that approaching one's hometown brings about a sense of trepidation. Is that true?" I pondered for a moment before responding. "You'll know once you return home." Biao shook his head. "I have no home." It seemed implausible that Biao could not have a home, as he could not have sprung forth from the cracks in the stones. Although his words were hardly convincing, I found myself inclined to believe him, for Biao was not one to jest. Thus, I surmised that he was a man with a story to tell. The distance from the bus station to my home was a mere 200 meters, yet my emotions became unexpectedly complex. Initially, my steps were steady, but gradually, I quickened my pace, with Biao nearly jogging behind to keep up. Behind our home lies a desiccated. As I approached the edge of the ravine, I abruptly halted, gazing at the earthen dwelling across the way and the chimney atop its roof. My heart began to race, and taking a deep breath, I dashed up the steep earthen slope towards it. It had been ages since I had traversed such a steep incline, and as my foot slipped, I was fortunate that was beside me, pulling me back from the brink of a fall. On the opposite side of the ravine lay an open space, cluttered with heaps of corn stalks and dry branches. Suddenly struck by a memory, I pointed at the pile of firewood and exclaimed, "That is our family's woodpile, gathered piece by my mother." No sooner had I uttered these words than a figure rose from the woodpile, and a hoarse voice called out, "Is that you?" "Mother, it's me," I shouted back, hastening a few steps forward. In the twilight, I could see my mother, clutching a few sticks of firewood, her eyes wide with disbelief. Once she confirmed my identity, her expression transformed into one of serene contentment. As she bent down to continue gathering wood, she inquired, "Haven't you eaten yet?" Strangely enough, Upon seeing my mother, the earlier feelings of excitement and anxiety vanished without a trace, and my heart settled back into its rightful place. I crouched down to assist her in picking up the scattered firewood, reminiscent of our days from over a decade ago, and replied, "Not yet. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Mother gathered a bundle of wood and, as she walked towards the yard, said, "The buns have just come off the stove, with your favorite zucchini filling." Elated, I followed her, but the firewood I carried slipped from my grasp, scattering onto the ground. Embarrassingly, though I was much taller than my mother, she could carry twice as much firewood as I could, and I would often leave a trail behind, which she would diligently collect the next day. After entering the yard with her, I suddenly remembered. I greeted my mother and hurried outside. Just as I stepped out, I spotted lingering by the gate, holding a bundle of firewood. I called out to him, "Come in quickly." He responded and brought the firewood to the stove. Greeting my mother with a soft hello, there was something unusual in his voice. In the dim light, I noticed his eyes were slightly red. I feared he might be reminiscing about, and worried that he might inadvertently reveal his true identity to my mother. I quickly introduced him, saying, "Mother, this is my friend who is here on a visit. He will be staying with us for a couple of days." My mother smiled at him. All right. This firewood isn't clean. Give it to me. Hurry and fetch some water so your friend can wash his face." As I picked up the basin, snatched it away from me. So I settled down to assist my mother with the bellows while asking, "Mother, have any suspicious individuals visited recently?" My mother looked at me, puzzled. "What do you mean?" I clarified, "Has anyone unfamiliar come to our home in these past few days?" She shook her head, then suddenly enlightened, remarked, "There was one." My nerves immediately tensed. "When did he come? What did he say?" At that moment, turned around, and my mother gestured towards him. "Did he not just enter with you?" I found myself caught in a blend of laughter and tears, my heart finally relieved of a heavy burden. A biao stood there, awkwardly holding an empty basin, and asked, "Where's the faucet?" Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but chuckle. "A biao, do you still think this is the city? Not only do we lack running water, but even if we had it, it flows only once every 5 days. Right now, the faucet is dry." As I spoke, a sudden wave of discomfort washed over me. Indeed, since my childhood, our home has only possessed 2 large water tanks. Initially, my mother would fetch water from the well at the east end of the village. Later, when the village installed running water, she chose not to bring it into our home to save a few coins, opting instead to collect water from our neighbor, Uncle Air. Regardless, those 2 large tanks always remained full. When I was young, I often felt for my mother's toil and secretly vowed that when I grew up, I would ensure our home had running water. Yet now that I have truly matured, why do I turn a blind eye to my mother's hardships? Thus, the following day, I began to arrange for the installation of running water in our home. After that, I proceeded to apply for a telephone, working diligently for 2 full days to complete the tasks. During these 2 days, my mother continued to gather scraps. This led to a near confrontation between us. As I exclaimed, "Mother, don't I send you money every month? Why do you still do this?" She replied, "It's not easy for you to earn money outside. There will be many expenses ahead. I can still move about, and it's better to stay active than to let these limbs rust." No matter how I pleaded, I couldn't change her mind, which left me feeling frustrated. At that moment, she said, "You should go visit your master." Indeed, I needed to see my master. Originally a drifter, he referred to himself as Du Laowu. The year my father passed away, I was just 5 years old. That year, my master wandered into our village, and upon seeing me, he was filled with joy, telling my mother that I was a promising candidate for martial arts training and that he wished to take me as his disciple. My mother responded, "But we cannot afford the tuition." He replied, "We don't need tuition. We only require that the older sister doesn't mind her child enduring hardships." At that time, my mother was the sole support for our family and was worried about my care, so with great enthusiasm, I bowed to my master a few times. From that moment on, he settled in the village, and for over a decade, through wind and rain, I practiced martial arts with him every single day before leaving for high school. My master's martial arts had no formal school or style. He did not emphasize particular techniques. Yet, whether it was fists or feet, knives or guns, sticks or darts, he wielded them all with ease. After years of diligent practice, I still couldn't best him in any weaponry. I once inquired if my practice had a name, to which he replied, "A true martial artist should draw from various strengths and create their own style, without being confined to a specific school. Masters like Hui Yuanjia and Bruce Lee excel in this regard. We should learn from them." At that time, I was unfamiliar with Bruce Lee, but I had heard of Hui Yuanjia, so I asked, "But didn't Hui Yuanjia create Zhongguancun?" My master smiled and said, "Precisely. That is why we must learn from the great hero Hua." Do not be deceived by my master's usual jovial demeanor. He, too, experiences moments of sorrow. I have witnessed him discreetly wipe away tears on several occasions. During these times, he would murmur softly to a photograph, lost in his own thoughts. In my youthful ignorance, I once seized the opportunity to stealthily take the photograph while he was distracted. It depicted two individuals, a handsome young man, whose features bore a faint resemblance to my master, and a woman. I scrutinized the photograph from every angle, unable to discern anything unusual about it. After much hesitation, I ultimately decided to set it ablaze. Just as the flames consumed the picture, my master caught me in the act. With a face clouded with fury, he demanded to know what I was doing. I confessed to burning the photograph. That day, he unleashed his wrath upon me, unprecedentedly punishing me with a bamboo stick. Throughout the ordeal, I endured the pain in silence. Afterward, he expelled me from his home, insisting that I leave and never return. Yet, I did not depart. I merely stood quietly at his doorstep until late into the night. Eventually, he opened the door, his eyes red-rimmed with emotion. Gritting his teeth, he inquired if I understood the reason for my punishment. I replied that it was because I had burned his photograph. He then asked why I had done such a thing, to which I answered that I wished to alleviate his sorrow. My response rendered him momentarily speechless, and he gazed at me for an extended time before hoarsely asking if I still felt pain. I assured him that I did not. He then pulled me inside, applying ointment to my wounds while shedding tears, lamenting that it was the only photograph he had of my late master's wife, a cherished memento that I had so thoughtlessly destroyed. He mused that perhaps its destruction was for the best, as all things must reach a conclusion. At that moment, I did not fully grasp his words, yet I became aware of the existence of a master's wife. From that day forward, my master never again wept alone nor engaged in self-dialogue. Instead, he developed a habit of sudden silence, occasionally pausing mid-practice to gaze blankly into space before abruptly resuming his movements. Beyond his martial pursuits, my master's greatest indulgence was drinking. While not necessarily an alcoholic, his financial constraints, being an outsider without land of his own, reliant on manual labor for sustenance, meant that he seldom partook. Yet, he often remarked that alcohol was a remedy for dispelling sorrow and gloom. Thus, today, I made a special trip to procure 2 bottles of fine wine for him. Wary of potential troubles at home, I did not allow a bio to accompany me, choosing instead to walk alone toward the eastern edge of the village. The gate to my master's courtyard stood slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, it swung open. The yard was eerily quiet, overgrown with waist-high mugwort, amidst which the outlines of stone locks and rollers could be discerned. A breeze rustled the leaves, and I was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of nostalgia. After years apart, my master had aged considerably. Once standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, he now stooped, barely reaching 5 feet 7. He had grown gaunt, and his spirit appeared diminished. Whenever I inquired about something, he would pause, reflecting deeply before responding in a subdued manner, a sight that filled me with concern. At noon, my master would not allow me to leave, insisting that I accompany him for a drink. He prepared 2 dishes, and with the canned fish and luncheon meat I had brought, we assembled a modest feast. A small square table was set upon the earthen pit, and besides the 4 dishes, there were 2 empty wine glasses. Yet my master continued to rummage through the cupboards in search of something. I said, "Master, let us eat." He mumbled an acknowledgement while saying, "I recall having another glass. Where could it have gone?" I thought to myself that he was rather forgetful, so I replied, "Master, we have enough glasses." He gazed vacantly at the table and shook his head, stating, "We are short one." My heart sank. Could it be that my master had lost his ability to count? I quickly interjected, "There are just the 2 of us. 2 glasses are sufficient." Still rummaging, he replied without looking up, "What about your mistress?" No wonder the 2 glasses were spotless. It was clear that he always poured a glass for her when he drank. I said to him, "You and your mistress can use the wine glasses. I shall use a bottle cap." At last, my master paused, crossed his legs, and settled onto the Kong. I took my seat across from him, filled both empty glasses with wine, pushed one towards him, and respectfully placed the other in the vacant space in the middle. Then I poured myself a capful and said, "Master, I offer this to you." As I raised the cap, he had already downed his drink. I quickly followed suit and refilled his glass. My master's glass was quite small, yet he drank with great haste. Before I had even tasted more than a couple of dishes, he had consumed 3 or 4 taels on his own. Growing somewhat apprehensive, I sought to steer the conversation towards my work and some amusing anecdotes. However, he seemed disinterested, responding only occasionally with vague affirmations. As the conversation dwindled, my master began to pour more wine for himself, downing 5 or 6 glasses in one go. I cautioned, "Master, perhaps you should drink less. Too much wine is detrimental to one's health." It seemed he had not heard me, as he continued to refill his glass, gazing at the empty space in the middle. An idea struck me, and I said, "Your mistress wouldn't appreciate you drinking excessively." Chapter 40. My master's hand visibly trembled, halting the bottle in midair, and with great effort. He steadied it and gently placed it on the table. His eyes fixated on the empty space as he murmured, "Alon, I know you dislike it when I drink." But his words trailed off, and his gaze returned to the bottle. I quickly urged, "Master, why not share some stories about your mistress?" He stared at me in a daze, then lowered his head, remaining silent for quite some time. Just as I thought he would not speak, he began recounting tales of his beloved. Alon was a true lady of refinement, born into a prominent family. That year, she was 21 and I was 24. Her birthday fell on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, coinciding with the Lantern Festival. The streets were adorned with lanterns, and it was there that we met. The moment I laid eyes on her, I vowed I would marry no one else in this lifetime. I rushed over and said, "Let me treat you to some zongzi." Oh. Back then, the streets were filled with zongzi of all kinds, sticky rice, red date paste, and rose petals. Can you guess what happened next? She actually smiled at me. You cannot fathom how enchanting Alung's smile is. When she beams, it seems as if all the lanterns in the street illuminate. In that moment, I was utterly foolish, gazing at her smile like a simpleton, laughing along with her, as if the entire world had dwindled to just the two of us. My master took a sip of wine and continued, "Her parents disapproved of us, yet Alung proposed eloping, and indeed we did escape together." Ah, when Alung smiles, those dimples appear. She is truly beautiful. At this point, my master closed his eyes, his face radiating a blissful smile, evidently lost in reminiscence of the past. I wished for him to linger in that dreamlike state a bit longer, so I refrained from interrupting, merely surveying the surroundings of the room. Behind him stood a wooden wardrobe, once filled with his garments, now seemingly repurposed, as it lay covered in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had not been opened in years. Beside the wardrobe, on the ground, sat a folding chair that had lost its ability to fold, positioned in a narrow corridor. On one side was a heated bed, and on the other, a row of concrete cupboards originally intended for storing grain. However, as far back as I can remember, those cupboards have remained empty. Strangely, the tops of these cupboards have become a makeshift storage for items with nowhere else to go, while on the side I occupied, adjacent to the main room, there was nothing but a bare wall. The only window in the room was embedded in the southern wall, covered with plastic sheeting, with tattered newspaper patched over the damaged areas. In the past, my master would usually prop the window open during the day for ventilation, allowing more light into the room. Today, however, it seemed he had forgotten this task, resulting in a dim atmosphere. When my gaze returned to my master's face, I was startled to see his eyes tightly shut, his expression contorted in terror and pain, resembling someone trapped in a haunting nightmare. I sensed he was ensnared by some painful memory, so I gently called out to him, "Master, master." He opened his eyes, appearing vacant and bewildered. After a moment, he smiled absently, raised his cup to drink, only to find it empty. I quickly seized the bottle to refill it for him. He lifted the cup, offering a bitter smile, and remarked, "This is a fine drink." My heart ached, fearing he might recall sorrowful memories, so I attempted to divert his attention, saying, "Master, I applied for a telephone for you and my mother, in the future, if anything arises." Before I could finish, my master's hand trembled, spilling most of the wine onto himself, followed by a violent shudder. He lifted his head, his face twisted in a grimace, a truly terrifying sight. Confused and at a loss, I stammered, "Master, did I say something wrong?" In an explosive motion, my master stood up like an enraged lion, roaring at me, "Telephone? Who told you to install a telephone for me? Do you wish for my early demise? I assure you, not a chance. I am not yet senile. If you intend to harm me, you are sorely mistaken." I never anticipated such a vehement reaction from him. I merely intended to help by installing a telephone. So what had I done wrong? Suddenly, it struck me that my master might not even comprehend what a telephone is, perhaps believing it to be some malevolent contraption I had installed. Hence, I attempted to explain, "Master," with the telephone, but he abruptly interrupted me, consumed by rage, and, in a fit of fury, he hurled his wine glass at me. I instinctively dodged, and the glass whizzed past my ear, shattering against the wall with a resounding crash. Shards of porcelain scattering upon me like steel needles, piercing my heart. Fuming, I rose abruptly, slipped on my shoes, and strode out of the room, slamming the door behind me, leaving my master alone within. As I returned home, seething with anger, I stopped midway to purchase an assortment of fruits and snacks. From a distance, I could hear Fang Pingping's cheerful laughter. Upon entering the house, I found my mother sitting on the calm, chatting with Fang Pingping, who, upon spotting me, exclaimed, "The handsome one is back. Oh dear, why does your face look so grim?" My mother turned to glance at me and inquired, "Did you see your master?" I placed my purchases on the ground and replied, "Indeed, I did." My mother sighed, "Such a fine young man, yet now he has become quite unrecognizable." I responded with a murmur and asked, "Where is Abayo?" "He has returned to his planet." Upon uttering this, Fang Pingping erupted in laughter. My mother, puzzled by this remark, glanced between us, and I retorted, "Mother, do not heed her nonsense. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth." My mother, displeased, scolded me with a stern expression. "What manner of speech is this? Pingping is such a wonderful girl. Finding someone like her in these 10 villages would be a daunting task. I believe it is you who cannot produce anything of merit." While my mother chastised me, Fang Pingping stifled her laughter, mischievously winking and making faces at me. Yet, whenever my mother turned her attention back, she adopted a demeanor of decorum and grace. My mother then said to her, "Pingping, do not take offense. Shuai has always been at a loss for words since childhood. Do not let his remarks trouble you." Surely, my mother misunderstood the nature of my relationship with Fang Pingping. Yet this matter could not be clarified at that moment. Meanwhile, Fang Pingping chimed in, "Auntie, rest assured, I intend to confront him. I have been quite exasperated." My mother chuckled, "Well then, that is splendid. You two carry on. I shall go purchase some vegetables." As she stood to leave, she suddenly recalled, "Abayo asked me to tell you that he has gone out for a stroll and will return shortly." I understood that Abayo was likely out surveying for any suspicious activities. With him taking such diligent measures, I felt considerably reassured. However, I worried for my mother's safety upon her departure and quickly interjected, "Mother, what vegetables do you need?" "I shall go." My mother grasped my arm, insisting, "Stay and converse with Pingping. I shall be back in no time. You wash some fruits. Pingping has come all this way." Without allowing for further argument, she firmly seated me on the Kong and hastened out. This was not the first time Fang Pingping and I found ourselves alone, yet my mother's intentions were painfully obvious, leaving me feeling somewhat awkward. Just as I pondered what to say, Fang Pingping chuckled, "Ah, it seems the great cricket can feel shy. Quite a rarity." As I stood up to select a few apples and pears from the plastic bag, I retorted, "What is there for me to be shy about?" Fang Pingping chuckled softly, choosing not to burst my bubble. Instead, she snatched the fruit from my hands and said, "Allow me. You won't be able to cleanse it properly." Watching her deftly fill a basin with water stirred a sense of gratitude within me. It seemed that during my absence, this dear friend had genuinely taken it upon herself to care for my mother. However, her subsequent remark left me somewhat taken aback. "Big cricket, before you leave, ensure that all this fruit is consumed. Do not leave a single piece behind." Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of displeasure, though I refrained from expressing it immediately, responding instead in a half-jesting tone, "What is this, a refugee camp in Africa?" Fang Pingping sighed, "You probably do not know, but every time I visit your mother, I dare not bring any food." Confused, I gazed at her quizzically as she placed the basin on the bed and took a large bite of an apple before explaining. "At first, every time I came, your mother would fall ill. I thought it was mere coincidence. However, one day I happened to see her eating something that I had brought during my previous visit. I told her those items had spoiled and should be discarded. She replied, 'These are perfectly fine. What a waste to throw them away.' I asked, 'Why didn't you eat them sooner?' She said, 'Who knows when the handsome boy will return?' It turned out she was saving them for your return to share a meal. Since then, I have refrained from bringing food to her." A sense of tightness filled my chest, a mix of frustration at my mother's foolishness and concern for her health. I suddenly grabbed a pear, biting into it with gusto, juice spilling everywhere. After finishing one pear, I still felt an ache in my heart, so I seized an apple. Suddenly struck by inspiration, I set the apple back in the basin, dashed to the kitchen, and returned with a knife. Ignoring Fang Pingping's astonished gaze, I punctured holes in each apple and pear. Once I completed this task, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Pingping, initially stunned by my actions, soon grasped my intent and broke into a knowing smile. "Did you have a rough time with your master?" she asked as I caught my breath. "Not at all," I replied. "Huh, you can fool your mother, but not me," Fang Pingping teased, winking. "Your earlier demeanor clearly spoke of grievances with nowhere to vent. Given your temperament, if someone had wronged you, wouldn't there have been chaos by now?" I sighed. "You truly are a parasite in my gut." Fang Pingping rolled her eyes at me. "Stop being so indirect in your insults. You are the one resembling those feeble, spineless creatures." I chuckled helplessly and recounted my encounter with my master, concluding, "You see, I meant well by installing a phone for him. What harm did I do?" He nearly turned on me. Fang Pingping furrowed her brow thoughtfully. "Though I have never met your master, I have heard you mention him a few times. It shouldn't have been like that," I retorted in a huff. "Old age brings confusion. You should have seen it. He no longer practices at all, spending his days merely drinking. Fang Pingping remarked. Do you think that just as we speak of this, a clear voice from the courtyard will ring out? Brother Shuai, are you at home? I responded, who is it? It's me. Ingzi. Ingzi. I paused for a moment, rummaging through my memories, and finally recalled that she must be the daughter of old Su from the back street. Her brother, Su Jinlong, and I were classmates in elementary and middle school. In our childhood, we often played together, and I frequently saw Ingzi. However, as time passed, Su Jinlong did not gain admission to high school, and I spent many years studying away from home, leading us to gradually drift apart. I was unaware of how Ingzi learned of my return home. Before I could rise to greet her, Ingzi had already entered the house. Years had passed, and to my astonishment, the once naive little girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman, exuding a certain charm in her demeanor. Clearly surprised to find Fang Pingping in the room, Ingzi became somewhat flustered, lowering her head shyly and saying, Brother Shuai, you have a guest. Fang Pingping hastily interjected. Not quite a guest. I am Fang Pingping, a classmate of Brother Shuai. Hearing her deliberately emphasize Brother Shuai with such warmth, I inwardly scolded her for being mischievous. I quickly invited Ingzi to take a seat and offered her an apple. Ingzi held the apple, fiddling with it but not immediately eating or initiating conversation. I detest such awkward silences, so I attempted to break the ice. Ingzi, what brings you here? Is school on break? Ingzi replied, I am not as accomplished as you. Brother Shuai, I graduated from a vocational school long ago, and now I am just at home. I silently chided myself for being so thoughtless and swiftly changed the subject. What is your brother doing now? Ingzi raised her head and said, My brother is working in sandcasting. He will be going to Hubei after the new year. This topic was rather mundane, and I racked my brain for something else to discuss, apprehensive of saying the wrong thing, which made the atmosphere quite tense. Ingzi glanced at Fang Pingping and then back at me, saying, Brother Shuai, you have seen much of the world and possess knowledge. I would like to seek your advice. Her straightforward approach relieved my tension, and I quickly responded, Please, do not be so formal. If there is anything I can assist you with, just let me know. Before speaking, Ingzi shot a glance at Fang Pingping, who giggled and said, I will excuse myself. As she stood to leave, Ingzi's face flushed deeply, and she hurriedly rose to grasp Fang Pingping's hand, exclaiming, Sister Pingping, don't go. You should help me with this too. This caused Fang Pingping to feel a bit bashful. She retracted her earlier playful demeanor and awkwardly sat back down. I assured Ingzi, rest assured. Fang is a dear friend of mine. She may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is as soft as tofu. Whatever your concerns may be, we will figure it out together. Ingzi nodded vigorously and finally said, Brother Shuai, I hope you won't laugh at me, but my father has arranged a marriage for me. Fang Pingping, initially sitting with an air of solemnity, could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing those words. However, realizing the inappropriateness of her reaction, she quickly composed herself and addressed Ingzi with a serious tone. Men should marry, and women should wed. There is no shame in this. What is there to laugh about? Ingzi shook her head, replying, But I personally do not wish to. Chapter 42. Fang Pingping suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Hey, what era is this? It's the 21st century. Marriage is supposed to be a matter of free choice, yet your family still insists on arranged marriages? Come, take me to meet your parents. I shall reason with them. This is against the law. Do you understand? Accustomed to Fang Pingping's boisterous demeanor, I was unfazed, but Ingzi, in a state of panic, stood at the door blocking the way, nervously saying, No, I have already caused enough worry for my parents. I gently urged Fang Pingping back onto the couch, adopting a reprimanding tone. When will you temper that explosive temperament of yours? Letting Ingzi finish speaking, Fang Pingping, still agitated, said, Ingzi, you must know that we are here to support you. Do not fear them. I shot a disapproving glance at Fang Pingping and encouraged Ingzi, please continue. Don't mind her. Ingzi, unable to decipher Fang Pingping's temperament, remained at the door, stating, Actually, it isn't entirely my parents' fault. I am already 22 and of marrying age. Fang Pingping retorted indignantly, What nonsense is this? Who decrees that one must marry at 22? Whether to marry or not is your own affair. Why must you heed others? If you truly believe that, why seek out Jishuitan? Suddenly, Fang Pingping appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, I understand now. You must have a boyfriend but are reluctant to tell your parents. And you wish for Shuai Zi to intercede on your behalf? Am I right? Upon hearing this, Ingzi's face flushed deeper, and Fang Pingping smugly declared, I've guessed it, haven't I? Ingzi shook her head, softly replying, That is not the case. I am not planning to marry just yet. This revelation left both Fang Pingping and me momentarily speechless. In our culture, once one reaches their 20s, discussions of marriage begin. And if one remains unengaged into their late 20s, suspicions regarding their suitability arise, casting a shadow over their family's reputation. Thus, I could empathize with Ingzi's parents' concerns. While Ingzi's statement left me perplexed, I then inquired, "Ingzi, do you have any plans?" Biting her lip, Ingzi took a moment before responding. "I wish to participate in the adult college entrance examination, at the very least obtaining a bachelor's degree. In the future, I aspire to find employment outside. Just like Shuai, I do not wish to remain in this place for a lifetime." Before I could offer my thoughts, Fang Pingping enthusiastically began to applaud, eagerly proclaiming, "That is wonderful, Ingzi. You have ambition. In my opinion, you should not only pursue a bachelor's degree but also a master's and a doctorate, ultimately becoming a beautiful doctor." Fearing that Fang Pingping would delve into her usual theories, I hastily interrupted, "I too find this idea commendable. One should seize youth and venture forth. Do you have a particular direction in mind?" Ingzi shook her head, replying, "Shuai, I came to you today to ask which fields currently offer better job prospects. This has left me quite perplexed. During my school days, I was preoccupied with part-time work. And after entering the workforce, I became engrossed in projects. Thus I haven't devoted much attention to this matter." However, seeing Ingzi's eager gaze, I felt it would be impolite to decline. Reluctantly, I stated, "It seems that the most sought-after fields nowadays are computer science, electrical engineering, and biotechnology." "Don't listen to his nonsense. You're merely pretending to know what you're talking about and leading others astray." Fang Pingping shot me a disdainful glance and turned to Ingzi, saying, "Listen, when it comes to job hunting, the foremost consideration is the school, followed by the major. The major is akin to subjects like mathematics and physics, while the school is like parents." This analogy was rather awkward. Not only did Ingzi fail to grasp it, but I too was left bewildered. Fortunately, Fang Pingping promptly clarified, "What I mean is, it's better to have a good father than to excel in mathematics and physics." At that moment, Ingzi and I finally comprehended Fang Pingping's metaphor. Ingzi could not contain her laughter and exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly amusing." However, Fang Pingping maintained a serious demeanor and insisted, "Don't laugh. I speak the truth. Do you know how those reputable companies select candidates? Each year, millions of university graduates enter the job market. Consider this, which industry truly lacks manpower? There are indeed some sectors in need of workers, offering positions in remote regions of the Northwest, with attractive salaries, yet the desolation of such areas leaves little allure. And then there are the more unfortunate placements in Ethiopia, Iraq, Chechnya, and Yugoslavia, locations where one departs in complete health only to face dire circumstances." As her remarks grew increasingly outrageous, I gestured for her to pause. "Sister, can we refrain from discussing Mars? Let us focus on matters here on Earth." Fang Pingping rolled her eyes at me, finally returning to the main topic. "Those in human resources at large corporations receive hundreds of resumes daily, hundreds. Just imagine. If each resume contains 1,000 words, excluding the introductory cover letter, that amounts to a staggering 100,000 words. What does that equate to? It's the length of a full-length novel. And let's not forget that many foreign enterprises require cover letters in English, which adds another layer of complexity. Even in our native tongue, the sheer volume of text can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Yet, the recruitment task must be accomplished. Failure to do so indicates a lack of capability. Therefore, the most effective approach is to establish a standardized system, simple yet efficient. While majors can be measured, schools are different. A quick online search reveals various university rankings published each year. Yet there are scarcely any for specific majors. Moreover, the government has its own standards, such as the 211 Project, key universities, first-tier, second-tier institutions, and so forth. The name of a university typically comprises merely 7 or 8 characters. Judging an individual's worth based solely on this handful of characters is undoubtedly the most expedient method. Consequently, when large companies sift through resumes, the initial criterion is the school attended. Those who remain in the running are predominantly from prestigious universities, first-tier institutions, and naturally, the more renowned the university, such as Tsinghua, Peking University, or Beijing University, the better. I felt a twinge of defiance. "So, according to your logic, genuine talent and knowledge count for nothing?" Fang Pingping chuckled. "What do you mean by genuine talent and knowledge?" I replied, "Naturally, it refers to personal ability." Fang Pingping remarked, "Can a mere CV truly reflect one's capabilities?" Her question left me momentarily speechless, as I had never contemplated this matter. I lacked even a foundational understanding of personal competence. With a smile, Fang Pingping continued, "Let me clarify, it absolutely cannot. We are no longer in the 1950s or 60s. Everyone has their own little agendas. To put it bluntly, 99% of resumes are embellished. Everyone portrays themselves as a flower in full bloom. I understand. Big Cricket, you may assert that you want to falsify your credentials, correct? I believe you. But do human resources share that sentiment? More often than not, they do not. They operate on a habitual mindset, perceiving resumes as inherently inflated. Furthermore, from another perspective, these exaggerations are precisely what human resources compel candidates to produce. You hardly pay attention to job advertisements, do you? I, however, frequently analyze them. You cannot imagine how high the demands they set are. Even for a cleaning position, they dare to impose standards akin to those for electing a president. Tell me, in light of such job postings, how can one refrain from embellishing their qualifications? Yet, academic credentials are more challenging to fabricate. Even if one manages to deceive temporarily, the truth will inevitably surface in due course. Fang Pingping's assertions were somewhat extreme, yet upon reflection, they bore a semblance of truth. However, I struggled to comprehend why. Having made the decision to pursue further studies, she would delve into such topics. Yingzi listened intently, nodding frequently. As soon as Fang Pingping paused, she eagerly inquired, "Sister, are you referring to regular students? What about adult learners and those pursuing self-study?" Fang Pingping chuckled. "What does it matter? Regular, adult, or self-study, it's all the same. People often say it is better to be a leader among chickens than a follower among cattle, yet when it comes to choosing schools, the opposite holds true. It is preferable to be a tail among cattle than a head among chickens. Acquiring a reputable diploma is far more tangible than anything else." Yingzi gazed at Fang Pingping with admiration and cautiously asked, "Sister, what about the choice of major?" Fang Pingping replied, "As for the major, it is indeed important to choose wisely, yet one need not take it too seriously. What one studies may not necessarily dictate what one does in the future. Take your brother Shuai, for instance. He studied electrical engineering, yet now excels in software development. University is distinctly different from high school and primary school. The latter are focused on examination-oriented education, where the sole objective is to secure admission to higher-level institutions. In contrast, university embodies quality education. What is quality education? It aims to enhance students' fundamental qualities, unlock their intellectual potential, and assist in forming a well-rounded worldview and outlook on life. Therefore, attending university is not solely, or even primarily, about acquiring specialized knowledge. The most crucial aspect is to immerse oneself in that environment, gradually maturing under its influence. I was unsure where Fang Pingping had gleaned such unconventional reasoning. Though I wished to counter her claims, I found myself lacking persuasive arguments and could only smile and say, "Old Fang, you tirelessly lead others astray." Yingzi returned to her seat on the bed, stating, "I believe Sister Pingping makes a compelling argument." Consequently, the two engaged in increasingly fervent discussion, with Yingzi nearly venerating Fang Pingping as a sage, pouring forth her troubles, while I became an outsider in the conversation. Originally, Yingzi was studying at a normal vocational school, with her designated position being in an educational institution. However, schools have become highly sought after, with numerous individuals striving to gain entry. Yingzi's family lacks influence, making it exceedingly difficult for her to secure a teaching position in the city. Although the village primary school expressed a desire for Yingzi, she was reluctant to return to her hometown. Eventually, after much winding and convoluted paths, thanks to her parents' connections, she managed to obtain a position at the municipal woolen mill. Yet, after only 3 months, before even completing her probationary period, she returned home, claiming that she found the work utterly mundane and unfulfilling. This infuriated her parents, who subsequently sought several other job opportunities for her. However, she either refused to attend or resigned after just a couple of days, leading to considerable discord between Yingzi and her family. According to Yingzi, her parents were stuck in their old ways and failed to understand her perspective. The outcome was predictable. Her parents grew utterly disheartened and decided to hasten the search for a suitable marriage match, hoping to find someone who could keep her in check, which only ignited further family disputes. Fang Pingping, who inherently possessed a rebellious spirit, resonated deeply with Yingzi's sentiments. Not only did she ardently encourage Yingzi to resist the old-fashioned and obstinate views of their parents, but she also generously shared her years of accumulated experiences in resistance. Just as their training concluded, Yingzi's mother returned from grocery shopping. The two, almost telepathically, shifted the conversation to trivial family matters. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yingzi took her leave, grasping Fang Pingping's hand and saying, "Pingping, do come visit my home sometime." Unbeknownst to her, her mother, standing nearby, praised, "Look at how well-liked Pingping is. Shuizi, you should learn from her." I muttered under my breath. It's a wonder Yingzi's parents Haven T scolded Pingping into oblivion. My mother, not catching my words, inquired with confusion, "What did you say?" Fang Pingping, with her keen ears, interjected playfully. Annie, Shuizi said he would cook today, so we can both take a break. Although she said this, she didn't actually allow me a chance to showcase my culinary skills. Instead, she took charge of the cooking while I merely assisted her. My mother, accustomed to frugality, claimed to be going out for groceries, though she hardly brought back many items. It seemed that had it not been for the esteemed guest, Pingping, even those few items might have been spared. Pingping, ever resourceful, prepared 2 hot dishes, stir-fried potato shreds and braised eggplant, along with a cold cucumber salad, and crafted a fruit platter from the available fruits. Finally, she made a tomato and egg soup. By the time a Biao returned, everything was ready, and Pingping humorously declared, "This is a banquet standard of 4 dishes and a soup." My mother, delighted, showered Pingping with compliments, praising her as a capable girl who could grace both the dining hall and the kitchen, truly a rare gem to find. In the lexicon of my mother, the highest praise one can bestow upon an individual is that they would be exceedingly difficult to find, even with a lantern. Fang Pingping has never quite grasped the notion that humility fosters progress. She has always accepted compliments without reservation. However, this time, there was a notable exception, as she frequently employed phrases such as, "Oh, not at all. Auntie, you flatter me," which evoked in me a sense of astonishment akin to the phrase "a scholar is worth a second glance after 3 days." It even recalled her lofty discourse on aliens during our flight, prompting me to wonder if this might be a case of the thief crying "stop thief." Later that afternoon, Fang Pingping returned to the city, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. Just before her departure, she seemed to recall something and said to me, "You should really return your master's phone number. He may not truly need it at this moment." In truth, I had already come to terms with the events of the morning. My master is not a man devoid of understanding. I trust he comprehends my sentiments. I firmly believe that his vehement reaction to the phone must have been warranted. Moreover, as Fang Pingping pointed out, even if the phone were installed, who would actually call him? To provoke my master over something so trivial would indeed be an act of filial impiety. Suddenly, a parable came to mind. One day, Zhuangzi and a friend were admiring fish. Zhuangzi remarked, "Look how freely the fish swim, how joyful they are." His friend replied, "You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish?" Zhuangzi countered, "You are not me. How can you know I am not a fish?" Indeed, I do not truly understand my master, or rather, I cannot ascertain his genuine desires. To incite his ire today is, in truth, a consequence of my own actions. This parallels the undertaking of a project. Without grasping the client's needs, imposing a system is a surefire path to failure. Thus, after bidding farewell to Fang Pingping, I proceeded to the telephone office to cancel the service. By the time I returned home, dusk had descended, and my mother had already prepared porridge and warmed the bread. After dinner, while my mother busied herself with the hot pot, I stealthily inquired of a Biao, "Did you discover anything today?" A Biao shook his head, "Nothing." Chapter 44, The Wandering Loach. In what regard? I asked. "Anything," I replied. The wandering loach remained silent for a moment before saying, "I wouldn't call it experience. But I have a suggestion." The wandering loach continued, "Human nature often thrives in adversity, yet falters in prosperity, much like Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. Ultimately, it boils down to the distribution of interests. The saying goes, we do not fear scarcity but inequality, which truly reflects this mindset. I hope you prepare in advance, as it is far better to avert crises than to remedy them post factum." This was a perspective I had not previously considered, so I responded, "Please enlighten me." The wandering loach chuckled, "Ah, I am merely engaging in idle speculation. I possess no wisdom to impart. By the way, do you read motivational literature?" I replied, "Not frequently, as excessive reading of such books can lead to fatigue and even addiction. I have seen many around me who, after reading about Bill Gates aspiring to be the wealthiest, suddenly wish to become politicians after reading Churchill, and then yearn to be writers after encountering Liu Sun. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that goes." The wandering loach interjected, "A gentleman establishes resolute ambitions, while a petty person perpetually harbors fleeting aspirations." I responded, "Yes, that's the one. Wandering loach, your point is valid, yet your words seem somewhat absolute. Opium is indeed a narcotic, but can it not also serve as a means to alleviate pain? From the perspective of dialectical materialism, the essence of things is devoid of intrinsic good or bad. Such judgments are merely reflections of differing human perspectives." I replied, "Haha, your words sound rather idealistic." Wandering loach, "No matter. As long as you grasp the meaning, that suffices." Mr. Liu soon spoke of the principle of appropriation, advocating for the extraction of essence while discarding the dross. For instance, the small company run by Cheng Zhuangji emphasizes doing business with integrity. while the large company focuses on the human element. This insight is remarkably astute. Had I pondered it myself, I would never have conjured such a classic aphorism. Through the window, I spotted a bio entering the courtyard, my mind lingering on the news I had just encountered. Thus, I concluded my conversation with Wandering Loach and called out to a bio, urging him to look at the news. I initially anticipated his surprise, but to my astonishment, he merely responded calmly, "It is all over. We can leave this place now." It appeared my suspicions were indeed correct. The followers of Ping Sanni had ultimately triumphed in the struggle. I suspected a bio had received information prior to this moment, so I inquired, "You already knew the outcome, didn't you?" A bio replied, "I too have just received the news." It seemed a bio maintained contact with the gang, yet I found myself puzzled. He possessed neither a pager nor a mobile phone. How, then, did they communicate? Regardless, this news was monumental for me. I exhaled deeply and said to a bio, "At last, someone has avenged Ping Sanni, though I regret not being able to assist." A bio remarked, "You have already rendered significant assistance, sir." I considered this to be mere flattery on a bio's part and did not dwell on it. Reflecting for a moment, I said, "You've worked hard during this time. I shall return home in a couple of days. What are your plans?" A bio stated, "My duty is to protect you, sir, so naturally, I must accompany you." I intended to have a bio return to the countryside with me to ensure my mother's safety, but I did not desire a mere follower. Thus, I replied, "Tong Feng and Jiang Ning are dead. I no longer require protection." A bio shook his head. "I only know that the old master instructed me to protect you." A bio's insistence left me both exasperated and amused. I said, "Ping Sanni has passed away. Had he lived, he would surely have rescinded the order." A bio stubbornly insisted, "But he has not revoked the command." I chuckled wryly. "Do you expect him to convey this to you in a dream?" A bio remained silent, his expression as impassive as ever. I was at a loss for words, and just then, my mother returned home, prompting me to devise an alternative plan. The following day, I caught an early bus with a bio to the county town, where I purchased a color television for my mother. I also seized the opportunity to bid farewell to Fang Pingping. We returned home around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, only to find my mother quite displeased with the television. She insisted I return it, claiming she neither watched nor understood television. Aware that she was concerned about the expense, I pointed out the intentionally carved-out hole on the television casing, explaining that it was a defective product and that I had only paid 1/10 of the original price. Although my mother remained somewhat skeptical, she did not persist further and quietly watched as I set up the power supply, antenna, and adjusted the channels. Afterward, I tidied up the house, cleaned the restroom, and swept the yard. Once everything was in order, I turned to my mother and said, "Mother, I must be on my way." She paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at her hands, and asked, "When are you leaving?" I replied softly, "If all is well, I intend to depart tomorrow." She acknowledged with a simple, understood. My mother then began to gather her belongings, and after a brief while, she suddenly remarked, "You're heading back tomorrow. Don't forget to bid farewell to your master." The mention of my master stirred a sense of reluctance within me. Had my mother not brought it up, I might have neglected to say goodbye. Fearing that she might see through my thoughts, I hastily responded and stepped out the door. Ever since I learned of Tong Feng's demise, a biao had become my shadow, and he, too, followed me out without exception. After much hesitation, I ultimately resolved to pay my master a visit. After all, I had shared over a decade of teacher-student camaraderie with him. How could I allow such a trivial grievance to create distance between us? This time, I did not purchase anything else, merely bringing along 2 boxes of erguo. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, I instructed a biao to wait outside and ventured alone into my master's small yard. My master was inside, gluing matchboxes. Upon seeing me, he appeared somewhat surprised, setting aside his work to vigorously wipe his hands on his clothing, greeting me in a slightly awkward tone, "You've come." I placed the 2 boxes of erguo beside him, pulled up a small stool, and began to assist him with the matchboxes. While working, I remarked, "Master, I never imagined you still possessed such skills." My master paused in surprise and then erupted in laughter, the tension dissipating in that moment of mirth. After completing the last matchbox, I solemnly informed him, "Master, I shall be leaving tomorrow." He responded softly, seemingly casually, "The skills you've painstakingly honed should not be squandered easily." I nodded, acknowledging his words. My master then stood, retrieved a bottle of liquor and the last remaining cup from the cement cabinet, poured a glass, and downed it, stating, "In this lifetime, we truly have but a few years to squander." Aside from instructing me in martial arts, my master rarely spoke to me with such seriousness. I instinctively straightened my posture, momentarily transported back to the time of our first meeting, listening to his teachings. After consuming a second glass, he continued, When venturing out into the world, one must discern their own boundaries. It is not easy. As he finished his third glass, he regarded me with an assessing gaze and asked, "Do you remember the 4 things I told you to avoid for a lifetime?" I replied, "Black, yellow, gambling, and drugs." My master laughed heartily. Good lad. Remember this." He then emptied a 4th glass. I initially thought he might have more advice to impart, but to my surprise, he continued to pour himself glass after glass without further words. In no time, he was noticeably inebriated, swaying as he stood, and playfully swatted my hand away, chuckling. "Do not assist me. I can manage on my own. Do not think me drunk. I am quite lucid. You rascal, follow me." As he spoke, he swaggered out of the door, and fearing something might be amiss with my master, I hastily followed him outside. To my surprise, he had already positioned himself amidst the wild grass, a half-smile playing on his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at me, saying, "Pay close attention." He then began to converse with himself, his voice oscillating between a chant and a song, rising and falling in pitch. Upon closer inspection, the words were, "The inebriated, indeed inebriated, call themselves the 8 immortals. The neck, once brushed against the summit of the northern Zhou, who among us dares to contend? The hips, as steadfast as iron. The elbows, like thunder. The fists resemble pillars. The palms are like smoke. Knees rise, lifting others. Feet hook, causing harm. With claws unfurled, the shoulders lead the way. The posture is wild and erratic. The steps sway east and west, making it difficult for one to linger. The traces of the 8 immortals weave a brocade crown to honor the heavens. Han Zhongli, the drunken immortal, with a gourd resting upon his shoulder. My master had taught me this set of drunken 8 immortals incantations long ago, and I was quite familiar with them. I promptly joined him in reciting. To acquire it is paramount. Even though it may appear as if the Jade Mountain is crumbling, one must evade the shadows of the immortals. Knees rise, casting off to the sides. At the moment of ascent, one must avoid clumsiness. Step forward, bearing the weight of the shoulders. El Dongbin, the drunken immortal, with twin flying swords upon his back. Follow his lead with hands and feet, without reservation. Even if the hands are like arrows, one must draw the fists straight and true. As I continued, my master's spirit soared further, and in his every gesture, the intoxication was palpable. The drunken steps were ethereal, devoid of any semblance of the slovenly man he had been earlier. He was clearly a drunken arhat descended from the heavens. My master had imparted to me merely the incantations of this drunken 8 immortals technique. Yet I had never had the fortune to witness its actual movements and steps. Now, as he demonstrated in his inebriated state, I was utterly mesmerized. After a while, I suddenly realized that today my master intended to pass down this treasured drunken 8 immortals technique to me. He had once remarked that I shared his youthful fervor for martial arts, and I felt that fervor surging within me. Unconsciously, my hands and feet began to mimic his movements in a dance. To learn a fine set of boxing techniques is akin to savoring fine wine, becoming intoxicated and blissfully unaware of the outside world. Time slipped by unheeded, and as the final move, Iron Crutchley descended the cloud ladder to conclude the form. I found myself still yearning for more, my hands and feet engaging in small, spontaneous motions, my mind still pondering the intricacies of this technique. Suddenly glancing at my master, I was taken aback. He appeared as if he had just emerged from a sauna, beads of sweat cascading down from his brow. His garments drenched as if doused in water. Shocked, I realized that after years of absence, my master's health had deteriorated significantly. I rushed to support him, concerned, and asked, "Master, are you all right?" He brushed my hand aside, panting heavily as he replied, "This drunken 8 immortals emphasizes nimble reflexes and quick hands. An appearance of drunkenness with a clear mind, adapting fluidly to circumstances, striking at the opportune moment." Suddenly, his brows arched, and with a swift motion of his toe, a small stone was propelled from the ground. With a flick of his hand, the stone shot towards the courtyard wall. Turning to look, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure atop the wall and suddenly recalled the bio, exclaiming, "Master, it could be my friend." My master's expression darkened, and without a word, he strode purposefully towards the entrance. Outside the door, Ah Biao stood there, his face a portrait of astonishment. Observing that he bore no injuries, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and hastily addressed my master. Yet, he interrupted me with a wave of his hand. "You, who can catch my concealed weapon, must surely be well versed in this art. Are you not aware that stealing techniques is a grave taboo among martial artists?" It was the first time I had witnessed Ah Biao display such a flustered demeanor. After a moment of silence, he confessed, "I heard something intriguing from outside the wall." Unable to contain my curiosity, I peered in, and I apologize for my intrusion. "Punish me as you see fit, master." Knowing Ah Biao's character, I was certain he had no malicious intent in his spying. I wished to defend him, but the stern expression on my master's face made me hesitate, fearing that my words might further incite his ire. He regarded Biao coldly for a moment, then let out a disdainful snort. Considering you are a friend of Shuizi and your actions were unintentional, I shall overlook this transgression today. But beware, should you dare to do so again, I shall not hesitate to pluck out your eyes. With that, he disregarded me and stormed into the courtyard. After years apart, my master's temperament seemed increasingly eccentric. In the past, during my training, curious onlookers would occasionally spy on us, and he would merely scold them away. It was unprecedented for him to threaten such severity, even to the point of vowing to gouge out someone's eyes. Seeing Biao's discomfort, I felt a pang of sympathy. I shook my head gently and whispered, "My master has had too much to drink. Do not take it to heart." To my surprise, Biao, with his own stubbornness, replied solemnly, "Do not blame your master. It is indeed my fault." Since he had expressed this, I felt it inappropriate to say more. I attempted to see my master again, but the door had been bolted from the inside, and despite my calls, there was no response. I surmised that he was venting his anger on me due to Biao's incident. Recognizing that he was in no mood for explanations, I reluctantly accompanied Biao back home, both of us in a subdued state. The following morning, Biao and I traveled to the county town. While he queued at the ticket window to purchase train tickets, I seized the opportunity to sneak into the adjacent long-distance bus station. Just as one of the buses was about to depart, I hopped on, exhaling in relief only when we finally left the station. By the time I returned to my residence at the eastern gate of the old summer palace, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The heat of the day rendered the courtyard eerily silent, devoid of any presence. I took out my keys to unlock the door, only to discover that the lock had been changed. Feeling somewhat frustrated, I rapped on the landlord's door, and it was the elderly lady who answered. She cast a cold glance at me and gestured dismissively towards the interior. Following her indication, I saw my belongings haphazardly piled in a corner of the room. Puzzled, I inquired, "Auntie, why are my belongings here?" She retorted icily, "Are you suggesting that I should throw them out onto the street?" Her brusque manner irked me, and I responded with some irritation, "Are you trying to evict me?" With a defiant posture, the elderly lady shot back, "Let us be clear, I am not expelling you. It is you who cannot settle down properly. You come and go as you please, treating my place like an inn." Chapter 46. It was only then that I comprehended the reason for the old lady's anger. Indeed, she bore no blame for the situation. Previously, we had agreed that my absence would only last a month, but unexpectedly, the matter concerning Ping Senyi arose. I had completely overlooked notifying the landlord. Calculating the circumstances, I realized that I still owed her a month's rent. Apologetically, I said, "Auntie, this is my fault. With so much on my plate, I forgot to inform you. How about this? I will settle the rent immediately, or I could pay an extra half-month as a late fee. Would that be acceptable?" The old lady furrowed her brows and replied sternly, "To be frank, the house has already been rented out. The new tenants are moving in tonight, so you'd best vacate promptly." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of panic. "Auntie, are you not making it difficult for me on purpose? Even if you do not wish for me to stay, you ought to have notified me in advance. To ask me to leave now is tantamount to casting me out onto the streets." The old lady coldly retorted, "Where you reside is your own concern. In any case, do not expect to stay here." Her words left me speechless, my face flushed with indignation. At that moment, the old gentleman, who had been quietly snacking on edamame at the table, interjected, "Dear, do not be too harsh on the boy. We still have an empty room in the west wing. Why not allow Xiao Huang to stay there until he finds a place of his own? Shut your foul mouth." The old lady rebuked him without mercy. "Why must you always speak? Can you not refrain from talking for once?" The old gentleman sheepishly replied, "Why can't you speak more kindly?" Suppressing my rising frustration, I turned to the old gentleman and said, "Thank you, sir. I will go find a place right away." Without casting another glance at the old lady, I swiftly moved to the corner of the room, grabbed my luggage, and made my exit. The old gentleman called after me, "Xiao Huang, leave your things here. It's not too late to move once you find a place." Without turning back, I responded, "I think it's best if I take everything with me to spare Auntie any distress." Upon stepping outside the courtyard, I inhaled deeply, trying to calm my racing heart. Noticing that the evening had grown late, I wasted no time and began inquiring around the village for available rentals. It was not until after 7 in the evening that I finally located a room nearby. After tidying up the space, it was already 9 o'clock. As I went through the belongings I had brought from the old lady's place, I remembered having taken a stack of client materials from the company before my trip, which I had stored in a plastic bag. After searching for quite some time, I still could not find it. Although the materials were not of utmost importance, The indignation of being unceremoniously ousted by the old lady lingered in my throat. Thus, I locked the door and headed back to her house. When I entered, I deliberately glanced at the room I had previously occupied. The lights were on, confirming that indeed, someone else had moved in. My anger flared once more as I marched straight to the couple's north room and knocked forcefully on the door. The old gentleman, who was dwelling in the outer room, heard the commotion and opened the door with a hint of surprise. "Xiao Huang, have you found a place?" Faced with the kind-hearted old gentleman, my anger subsided significantly. I replied, "Sir, I have found a room. Thank you for your concern. I also left some belongings here." The old gentleman busily remarked, "That's good, that's good. Your aunt has a sharp tongue, but in truth, she has a kind heart. You mustn't take her words to heart." His words made me feel a bit embarrassed. And I smiled, saying, "It's all right, sir. I shouldn't blame Auntie entirely. I should have given her a heads up beforehand." The old man responded, "It should be this way. In human interactions, we must be understanding of one another. If everyone were to clash, life would be unbearable. Wouldn't you agree?" I nodded, "Yes, rest assured." "I'm fine." The old gentleman inquired, "What was it you mentioned you had left behind?" I quickly replied, "It's a plastic bag containing a stack of documents." He pointed towards the corner where my luggage had been placed, saying, "Your belongings are over there. Take a look and see if it's there." In truth, I had already checked and found nothing. If the documents were there, I wouldn't have forgotten them when I left. Seeing me shake my head, the old man looked puzzled. "You didn't place them anywhere else?" "Oh, I recall. The things were tidied up by your aunt. Perhaps she put them somewhere else." "Let me ask her." He called out, "Old woman, old woman, little Huang is missing something. Have you seen it?" The old man shouted a few times into the house, but the old lady did not respond. I thought she was still sulking, yet the old man slowly made his way into the room. After a while, I suddenly heard him calling out urgently, old woman, wake up, please wake up." Sensing something was amiss, I hurried into the room to find the old lady lying on her back, eyes tightly shut, her breathing rapid, and her lips turning a shade of purple. The old gentleman was anxiously shaking her shoulders, his expression filled with panic. Without a moment's hesitation, I dialed emergency services at 999. By this time, the old man had collapsed onto the floor, and I felt a surge of urgency, asking, "Sir, please stay calm. The ambulance will arrive shortly. Does Annie have any emergency medication?" The old man's gaze remained fixed on the old lady, and after a moment, as if recalling something, he pointed to her pillow, exclaiming, "Medicine." I retrieved a gourd-shaped porcelain bottle from beside her pillow, pouring out a handful of black pills and asking the old man, "How many should she take, sir?" With trembling hands, he replied, 15. I quickly selected 15 pills, pried open the old lady's mouth, and placed them inside. After a considerable time, her breathing gradually stabilized, and her complexion no longer appeared as dire. At that moment, the piercing wail of the ambulance at the gate had drawn the attention of neighbors, and her son and daughter-in-law rushed over. Everyone lent a hand, assisting the medical personnel in getting the old lady onto the ambulance. Watching her condition, I lost all interest in searching for the stack of client documents and was about to return to my residence when I suddenly heard a hesitant voice say, "Huang Shuai." Turning around, I saw Xiao Ding waving at me from the crowd, and I was pleasantly surprised. I called out, "Xiao Ding, what are you doing here?" and quickly made my way towards him. Xiao Ding smiled sheepishly. "I just moved in. Are you living in this courtyard too?" Initially residing in this courtyard, I was struck by a sudden realization this afternoon, pointing to the room I once inhabited and inquiring, "You don't live in that one, do you?" Xiao Ding appeared somewhat astonished, asking, "How did you know?" I couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief at the serendipity of life. I remarked, "Shall we converse here, or?" Xiao Ding promptly suggested, "Let us go to my room." Before reminiscing, I recounted my experience of moving out of the small courtyard, to which Xiao Ding listened with laughter, saying, "Had I known this was your domain, I wouldn't have taken it even for 2,000. I replied earnestly, "That would be foolish, wouldn't it? You wouldn't share 1,000 with me." We both burst into laughter, and then I asked, "Why aren't you living in Qinghe anymore?" Xiao Ding sighed, "Let us not discuss it. Life has been tough, and I didn't want to return home. So I moved to a bungalow to save some money." I quipped, "You mean you're practicing frugality?" He grimaced, "Please, don't mock me. I now work in Zhongguancun during the day and take on coding gigs at night. I'm not much different from a laborer." Chapter 47. Gazing at Xiao Ding's gaunt face, I refrained from further teasing him and said seriously, "I received your email. You've finally come to a conclusion?" He nodded resolutely, "Indeed. A single thread cannot form a line. This is no longer an era of individual heroism. After all, wasn't it Brin and Page who started it all together? With my skills and your intellect, we might not be inferior to them. Let us create something distinctly Chinese." showing the world that we, too, are not to be trifled with. I laughed heartily. For that remark alone, I raised a toast. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, followed by a man's voice stating, "Hey, it's getting late. We have work tomorrow." I quickly apologized. "My bad, my friend. Let us keep it down." We then delved into discussions about our collaboration, covering responsibilities and company structure, existing functionalities, and future plans. Our enthusiasm led us to even jest about venture capital and going public. The sentiment of having met too late enveloped us. Both of us enraptured by the infinite possibilities ahead, our spirits immensely elevated. It was only around 4 or 5 in the morning that fatigue began to set in. And that night, Xiao Ding and I fell into a haphazard slumber, awakening only when the sun had ascended high in the sky. Based on our conversation from the previous night, Xiao Ding and I parted ways to act on our plans. I decided not to resign from my current job just yet, intending to wait until the website was stable before doing so. This is what one might call riding a donkey while seeking a horse. Xiao Ding, having no fixed employment, opted to take on the role of managing the website's daily operations and technical development. Knowing Xiao Ding's aversion to being in the limelight, I took it upon myself to handle all external affairs. The first task at hand was to register a company. Just before departing, Xiao Ding suddenly recalled something and asked, "Does this count as a shareholding system?" I was taken aback momentarily, but responded, "Of course." Xiao Ding casually remarked, "When applying for a business license, do we need to specify the shareholding ratio?" I laughed. "What else there to discuss? It's just the two of us. Isn't it simply half each?" As I said this, an unexpected thought from a wandering catfish crossed my mind, and I felt a twinge of regret. Xiao Ding shook his head and remarked, "That doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Although we are merging two websites, your navigation site generates revenue each month, and you are earning elsewhere as well. It is only fitting that you hold a larger share." His words evoked a sense of guilt within me, prompting me to respond, "Between us brothers, what's yours is mine, and vice versa. I contribute financially, while you contribute your efforts. In essence, neither of us gains an undue advantage." Thus, it was settled. I must take my leave now. You keep yourself busy at home, and feel free to call me if anything arises. I had initially thought that formalities would be a mere formality, yet what appeared simple proved to be exceedingly complicated. It took me nearly a month and a half to complete all the necessary procedures. During this time, Xiao Ding successfully accomplished the preliminary integration of the navigation site with Renxiao. I must concede that Xiao Ding is an admirable partner. He never concerns himself with personal gains or losses and works tirelessly, as if driven by a fierce determination. During the course of the initial integration, the already slender Xiao Ding lost a few more pounds. Additionally, another significant event unfolded. The elderly lady was discharged from the hospital. Upon her release, she appeared somewhat listless, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. It was said that she had suffered from rheumatic heart disease since her 40s, and recently, her condition had worsened with each episode. Whispers suggested that she might not survive the winter. Ostensibly, her demeanor towards me remained indifferent, yet in reality, it had improved significantly. For instance, she had always despised tenants visiting one another, yet she never interfered with my frequent visits to Xiao Ding's residence. The old gentleman occasionally brought us sunflower seeds and peanuts. At such times, the elderly lady displayed an air of indifference, but I understood her intentions clearly. Without her consent, the old gentleman would not dare to act independently. On a scorching afternoon in August, the integrated website finally went live. Considering factors such as visibility, the newly merged site predominantly retained the navigation site's identity, even maintaining its original name, merely adding a search box at the top. Upon returning to the office, I discovered that Liu Hou'er's words rang true. The company's performance soared, and numerous newcomers were hired. Everyone seemed busier than before, juggling 3 or 4 projects simultaneously, with overtime becoming a daily routine. Liu Hou'er, in particular, was overwhelmed, arriving first and leaving last, visibly losing weight in the process. After some reflection, Liu Hou'er ultimately decided to delegate some of his responsibilities. He submitted a proposal to the company, requesting the addition of 2 assistant manager positions to help manage daily operations, and I found myself among the candidates. I understood that this position would not be easily attained. As the saying goes, one must be in their position to manage affairs. Assuming this role would require me to invest significantly more energy and effort, inevitably impacting my own projects. Thus, I chose to adopt a low-profile approach, occasionally even intentionally making minor errors in inconsequential tasks. After a prolonged and relentless effort, my scheme finally bore fruit, and the 2 assistant manager positions were filled by others while I continued quietly working on my projects. However, my efforts did not bring fortune to the navigation website. The traffic did not significantly increase with Rin Xiaoyao's involvement. After the website had been operational for 2 weeks, Xiao Ding could no longer contain his impatience. One evening, after work, he proactively sought me out at my residence. Upon entering, he remained silent, pulling out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, lighting it, and taking several deep puffs before he despondently remarked, "Liu Huang, it seems this path is not viable." To be honest, my anxiety mirrored Xiao Ding's. Yet upon observing his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, I recognized he was on the brink of collapse, unable to withstand any more setbacks. So, I smiled and replied, "Where are we in this journey? It's only been a week or two, and you're already losing hope? If it were that easy, others would have succeeded long ago. It is precisely because it is difficult that we still hold hope." Xiao Ding offered a bitter smile and shook his head. "Liu Huang, you speak so lightly. I am on the verge of bursting with anxiety. We are currently living off your salary and the meager advertising income from the navigation site. After covering our basic living expenses and operational costs, there is hardly anything left. In my opinion, if this continues, we should relinquish the office space. Every little bit saved counts." The office Xiao Ding referred to was a modest 10-square-meter commercial residence we had rented for the purpose of obtaining our business license, conveniently located near our home. However, since Xiao Ding was currently the only one working, he had grown accustomed to the quiet environment of the courtyard, leaving the office largely unutilized. Chapter 48. In truth, I was well aware that continuing down this path would lead to ruin. Yet I felt an unsettling unease about not having a physical office space. Therefore, I suggested, "You are right. We should indeed cut expenses. How about this? I will terminate the lease on the house and move into the office." Xiao Ding responded, "How much will that actually save us?" I replied, "It's not solely about saving money. I'm concerned that if someone were to investigate, they might suspect we've absconded with funds." Xiao Ding chuckled at my jest. "As if we have any funds to abscond with. If you are worried about that, since you're not here during the day, perhaps I should just move instead." I insisted, "No, you are our core technical personnel. As the saying goes, you must remain at the helm of the headquarters. I don't want other matters to distract you too much." Xiao Ding quipped, "Are you suggesting we should hire a secretary?" Although he made the remark in jest, I responded earnestly, "I believe it could be beneficial, though let us not call it a secretary. We could refer to it as a receptionist, essentially hiring someone for miscellaneous tasks. Consider this. I am currently overwhelmed with work, barely managing my own affairs, and you are equally swamped. If we continue like this, we will surely exhaust ourselves." Xiao Ding stared at me in surprise. I knew what he was thinking and clarified, "The requirements for this person will not be high. Basic literacy is sufficient. However, they must be trustworthy and familiar with us, and we could pay them a few hundred a month for some labor." Xiao Ding shook his head. "I think I should handle this myself. I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting it to someone else." His response elicited both amusement and irritation from me. "If you're doing it, why would I need you as a partner? I could simply hire a laborer." Little Ding's face instantly flushed to his ears. His neck taut as if he were on the verge of an outburst. I intended to awaken him to reality, yet I wished to avoid inciting his anger. So I swiftly altered my tone. Little Ding, why do you persist in failing to recognize your own worth? You possess remarkable potential and must strive toward the right direction. Do not diminish your own path." This tactic of initial suppression followed by elevation proved effective. As Little Ding's countenance improved slightly, with a rueful expression, he replied, "Old Huang, don't just shower me with compliments. I am quite aware of my own capabilities. Ultimately, the money is yours. How you choose to spend it is your prerogative, as long as it brings you joy." I chuckled and shook my head. "Little Ding, that statement is erroneous. The company belongs to both of us equally. It is not solely my decision." Little Ding conceded. "Fine, I cannot contest your authority. We shall proceed as you deem fit," I suggested. "Then consider your acquaintances and see if there are any suitable relatives or friends." Little Ding immediately shook his head. "This is still your domain. Our relatives and friends are all like lords. They wouldn't even glance at a few hundred yuan." I recognized the truth in Little Ding's words. Indeed, there are few children who would value this job. Thus, I committed this matter to memory and refrained from further discussion. Little Ding recalled the earlier topic. His face clouded with worry as he said, "Old Huang, our new website has been live for 2 weeks, yet the traffic shows no signs of growth. Do you think we might be pursuing the wrong direction?" I replied earnestly, "Would you prefer to hear the truth or a falsehood?" Little Ding, anxious, implored, "Stop being cryptic. Just speak plainly. I'm sweating from the pressure." I stated, "The falsehood is that our direction is indeed incorrect." Little Ding appeared bewildered. "Are you implying that we have erred?" I continued, "The truth is that our direction is absolutely correct." Little Ding, exasperated, huffed in frustration, "Old Huang, How can you jest at a time like this? I smiled. The overarching direction will never be mistaken. However, we may need to adjust our strategy. Little Ding's eyes brightened. How shall we adjust? In truth, I had been overwhelmed with work recently, yet I had not been idle in my private contemplation regarding the website. I had begun to formulate some ideas. And sensing the moment was right, I laid out my thoughts. It is rather simple. We must emphasize the search engine. I have given this considerable thought. The navigational website's directory structure is convoluted, cumbersome, and inefficient compared to the simplicity of search engines. We should not embed the search engine within the navigation site. Rather, we should highlight the advanced model of the search engine. Specifically, there are 2 key points. First, we should separate the search engine from the navigation site. While adopting the current approach may be acceptable, we must establish a distinct search engine website. A model akin to existing ones would suffice. Second, we ought to commercialize the search engine. The search engine technology in China is relatively advanced. I have analyzed various major portals, and their search technologies remain rudimentary. We can package our search engine and sell it directly to them. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, evidently still pondering my words. After a considerable pause, he hesitantly remarked, if we say this, won't we revert back to the original Ren Xiaoyao? What then would be the significance of the integration? At times, Xiao Ding's stubbornness was somewhat endearing. I patiently elucidated, integration is a concept, not merely a form. If the current structure is hindering the company's growth, why not adopt a different approach? Separating the search engine does not signify abandoning integration. Rather, it represents a transformation of form. For instance, we could prominently feature the search engine's advertisements on the homepage of the navigation site, while still retaining the existing search box. This way, we can leverage the navigation site's reputation to enhance traffic to the search engine. Xiao Ding, being an astute individual, quickly grasped my point. You make a valid argument. In fact, we need not dismantle anything. We could simply continue using the original Ren Xiaoyao. I nodded in agreement. That is the essence of it. Though I find the name Ren Xiaoyao somewhat obscure, it does not readily evoke a connection to a search engine. Xiao Ding inquired, what name do you think would be better? I replied, I have yet to ponder that deeply. This matter is not urgent. Let us both contemplate it further. After a moment, Xiao Ding continued, now, on to the second issue. The search engine is our labor of love. It feels disheartening to sell it to others. I shared his sentiment, saying, indeed, but from another perspective, this could also bear benefits for us. Xiao Ding remarked, the benefit being a financial gain, right? I clarified, monetary accumulation is one aspect, but we can also utilize these portal sites to test the search engine's performance, while promoting the concept of local search, thereby expanding our share of this market. Liu Guangji once stated that a company should never be a pioneer, as the fate of pioneers is often tragic. One should not merely follow trends, as those who do can only echo the wisdom of others. It is crucial to choose the right moment to enter the appropriate industry. Hence, timing is of utmost importance. Chapter 49. Xiao Ding comprehended my words, but remained somewhat anxious. What if they grow larger than us? Would we not still be imitating others? I smiled and replied thus. We are selling a product, not a system. After this conversation, Xiao Ding and I went our separate ways. He continued to refine the search engine, striving towards product development, while I began reaching out to various portals in my spare time. The essence of life lies in the perpetual uncertainty of the path ahead. Just as I began to see some progress, the company assigned me to a business trip out of town, forcing me to temporarily set aside my current tasks. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding's progress was also not smooth, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because he faced similar time constraints as I did. Xiao Ding had devoted nearly all his time and energy to the pursuit of technological research. However, the realm of search engines proved to be exceedingly specialized. The deeper he delved into the algorithms, the more intricate they became. Xiao Ding, being rather obstinate, refused to relent until he thoroughly understood a problem, which only served to hinder his progress as time went on. His physical condition began to deteriorate, and he was conducting research while receiving intravenous drips. Observing his haggard appearance ignited a fire of concern within me, though I could not conjure up a suitable solution. On the day of departure, my mood mirrored the overcast sky, shrouded in gloom without a glimmer of sunlight. The station bustled with crowds, a sea of moving humanity, until I suddenly realized, just before entering, that my train ticket had vanished. The ticket was originally tucked away in my wallet, which resided in the left pocket of my trousers. Alas, that pocket had been torn, and the wallet had seemingly taken flight. Such an incident was entirely out of the ordinary. But my preoccupation with the website had provided these petty thieves with an opportunity. This was disastrous. I had already made arrangements with the client to arrive by morning, and they had organized a meeting with several important leaders. If I were to stand them up, the consequences would be dire. Gazing at the long queue at the ticket window, I realized that purchasing a new ticket at this point would be futile. I contemplated seeking out a scalper, but several uniformed individuals were weaving through the throng. Just as I felt utterly helpless, someone tapped my arm, and a humble voice said, "Mr. Huang." Turning around, I found a shifty-eyed man looking at me with a pained expression. I could not recall where I had seen him before, so I replied with curiosity, "Did you call me?" The man quickly plastered on a grin. Yes. I failed to recognize your esteemed self, and I beg your forgiveness." I was somewhat bewildered. "I do not comprehend your meaning." The man awkwardly gestured towards his pocket. "Your wallet is in my possession." It dawned on me that he was a thief. Yet I had never heard of a thief returning stolen goods before. What was even more peculiar was his request for me to retrieve my own belongings from his pocket. Clearly sensing my hesitation, he quickly added, "Mr. Huang, my hands are immobile. Otherwise, would I trouble you?" I then noticed his arms hung limply at his sides, seemingly dislocated. As I rummaged through his pocket, I indeed found my wallet, and upon opening it, I discovered that nothing was missing. The thief bowed deeply, murmuring, "Mr. Huang, I hope you can overlook this minor transgression. A magnanimous heart can accommodate a great ship. Please grant me leniency, for my wife and children are waiting at home. I am compelled to engage in this line of work." Our actions were already rather conspicuous, and when he moved too abruptly, countless eyes turned toward us. Two officials in uniforms began approaching, and the thief, noticing them from the corner of his eye, became visibly panicked, appearing as if he longed to flee. Yet, for reasons unknown, he seemed frozen in place, his pitiful gaze locked onto mine. With a twinge of compassion, I reached out to steady his arms, exerting a subtle force that restored them with a pair of crisp snaps. I remarked, "Old Zhong, your constitution is quite lacking. Your old back ailment has returned, hasn't it?" The thief paused momentarily, then quickly regained his wits, straightening up and bending backward with a chuckle. "These old limbs grow rusty if not put to use for even a day." Those nearby, having overheard our exchange, relaxed, and the two police officers who had approached us shared a knowing smile before stepping aside. Once the attention of the crowd shifted, the thief gratefully addressed me, "Mr. Huang. I, Wang Bodong, owe you a favor today." I smiled and shook my head. "Your skills are commendable, yet they are regrettably wasted here." Wang Bodong chuckled sheepishly, "Mr. Huang, you flatter me. This craft hardly merits the spotlight." It was indeed true. His abilities were hardly a reliable means of sustenance. Amused by my own folly, I inquired, "Since you've succeeded, why return? And what happened to your arm?" Wang Bodong replied in astonishment, "Wasn't that person just now one of your accomplices?" I found myself bewildered. "Which person?" He gestured, about this tall, scrawny, but quite adept. His description conjured the image of a certain individual. Obio, it must be him. I pondered whether he had merely coincidentally been at the train station or had been discreetly watching over me all along. If it were the latter, I would be immensely grateful that he was not my adversary. Thus, I asked, "Where is he now?" Wang Bodong pointed to the base of a massive electronic billboard. He was just there. He took off my bracelet and insisted I return to hand over my wallet. We approached the billboard, yet there was no sign of Obio. Wang Bodong, fearing I might misunderstand, fervently reiterated that he had indeed encountered Obio right here. Realizing Obio was intentionally evading me, I abandoned the thought of searching for him as the train's departure time drew near. As I turned toward the entrance, Wang Bodong, somewhat taken aback, called out, "Mr. Huang." I glanced back and asked, "Is there anything else?" He hesitantly inquired, "Am I allowed to leave?" I replied, "Of course, be my guest." Wang Bodong, evidently surprised by my leniency, was overjoyed, clasping his fists in gratitude before swiftly merging into the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. My decision not to press Wang Bodong was not born of any fondness for thieves. On the contrary, I have always harbored a profound disdain for such rogues. Yet, given Wang Bodong's reaction, it was evident that he still possessed a sense of shame and fear, suggesting that a fragment of conscience remained within him. I preferred to believe he had strayed onto this path out of desperation. In a world rife with rampant greed, the true peril lies not with these clumsy pickpockets. Moreover, I could never forget the image of the bag snatcher tumbling from the overpass, which instilled in me a modicum of compassion for individuals like him. I sincerely wished for their redemption, hoping they might transform into contributors to society, for this would hold far greater significance than merely bringing them to justice. Chapter 50. From the moment I boarded the train, my mind has been in constant motion, oscillating between thoughts of how to manage work-related matters and how to advance the website's operations. These two realms intertwined like a web, tangling together in a manner that left me profoundly fatigued. Already feeling somewhat irritable, I was further distracted by two students in the same sleeper compartment. who were engrossed in a discussion about the relationship between warring states' culture and Chinese civilization. As their conversation intensified, their voices naturally rose, making it increasingly difficult for me to concentrate. I nearly succumbed to the impulse to admonish them, but reconsidered, opting instead to take a brief respite. I reclined on my bunk, closed my eyes, and listened to their debate. At that moment, they were discussing Yuan, frequently referencing the 9 songs and the questions to heaven. One of them remarked that the questions to heaven posed 173 inquiries regarding heaven, earth, nature, society, history, and life, delivered with such eloquence and passion that it invoked a deep sense of reverence. The speaker was oblivious, yet I perceived a striking parallel to search engines. Is not the essence of a search engine defined by users posing questions and the engine providing answers? I repeatedly contemplated the 9 songs and the questions to heaven, when suddenly the name 9 questions leapt into my mind. This title not only embodies a robust Chinese character, but also resonates perfectly with the concept of a search engine. Would it not be an exceptionally fitting name? This revelation filled me with exhilaration, and I nearly sprang up to thank the 2 students. Ignoring their bewildered expressions, I dashed to the restroom and dialed Xiao Ding's number. As soon as the call connected, I exclaimed, 9 questions. What do you think of 9 questions? Xiao Ding sounded somewhat perplexed, stammering, what did you say? Our search engine will be called 9 questions. The 9 from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the question from 1. I paused, awaiting Xiao Ding's reaction. 9 questions, 9 questions. For a long, long time. 9 is also the largest number, he mused. Is that what you mean? Eagerly, I replied. Do you not find this name to be richly imbued with Chinese characteristics? We aim to create a search engine for the Chinese, thus distinguishing ourselves from those foreign counterparts. Xiao Ding became increasingly animated, declaring, all right, that's it. We shall call it 9 questions. And so, the name was settled. We proceeded to discuss various details, such as design considerations. After our conversation, a thought struck me. I said to Xiao Ding, I conducted some research and discovered that it is not merely a search engine. It also offers additional services. I believe this is a promising approach. We should diversify our development on this platform, providing as many services as possible. Ideally, we should aim for a one-stop service, striving to keep users engaged with our platform. Therefore, our aspirations must be elevated. We should not merely aim to become the best search engine in China, or even in the world, but rather, we should strive to offer the finest service to our clients, fulfilling their needs. No, it should be their personalized needs. The window of the restroom was ajar, and the wind howled as it swept in, causing my garments to flutter around me. In that moment, I felt an exhilarating impulse to ascend into the air, genuinely moved by my own words. Xiao Ding, however, appeared to be far more composed than I. His tone carried a hint of skepticism. He remarked, I believe this is a diversion from our primary focus. The capabilities of a company are ultimately limited. If we invest heavily in other areas, our resources for the search engine will naturally diminish. Many other firms are providing varied services. Our priority should simply be to dominate the search engine market. Let us not forget, there exists Microsoft in this world, and they are no trifling adversary. I countered. Who decrees that we must solely pursue search engines? Wasn't Microsoft founded on such a premise? Yet now, who dares to claim it is merely an operating system provider? I cannot speak for Microsoft's intentions, but I was taken aback by the services they now offer, and I dare say, there will come a day when they stand as our competitors. Xiao Ding seemed to regard my musings as fanciful, replying, even if what you say holds truth, how can we possibly compare ourselves to them? They are a well-established force, while we are at best a militia, lacking personnel and resources. Recognizing that Xiao Ding was starting to express his stubbornness, I opted for a more diplomatic approach. You are correct, Xiao Ding. It is indeed unrealistic for us to embark on endeavors outside of search engines at this moment. The state has established the 11th five-year plan. Why shouldn't we also set long-term objectives? Xiao Ding chuckled on the other end of the line, and I seized the moment to continue. You raised a crucial point about our lack of personnel and resources. This is indeed a pressing concern that we have previously discussed. Perhaps we should first hire a receptionist to assist with miscellaneous tasks. Xiao Ding replied, that's merely a temporary fix. What I need now is not a receptionist. I anticipated his response, and he continued, I understand we currently lack the capacity to recruit extensively. However, what if we were to hire a few freelancers to address our immediate needs? Freelancers? I'm used. To be honest, I have been contemplating this matter as well. There is a saying that one person, made of iron, can only wield a few nails. We cannot achieve our goals relying solely on a handful of individuals. As Chairman Mao stated, we must unite all forces that can be united. Old Huang, Please dispense with the pretense and get to the point. He interjected with a chuckle. I have studied history, and it reveals that success does not solely rely on a company's formal employees. It also capitalizes on resources from institutions like Stanford University, employing many of its students and even doctoral advisors to assist in research endeavors. These individuals, often the epitome of scholarly dedication, thrive in intellectual pursuits. And now that they have a platform, they are eager to contribute. Despite their cynical demeanor, they possess a remarkable proficiency in academia, making them ideally suited for high-tech research and search engines. We could explore this avenue. What do you think? I find your suggestion quite feasible. Tomorrow, I shall return to campus and seek out the student association to see if I can recruit a few underclassmen to assist us. That is worth considering. But let us not confine ourselves to our own university. After all, our institution does not specialize in computer science. Are we not adjacent to Peking University and Tsinghua University? Why not reach out to them? I have even contemplated the possibility of relinquishing our rented office and instead securing a space at Tsinghua Innovation Park or the Grand Resource Building. This way, proximity would encourage students to engage with us. Chapter 51. No. Xiao Ding's voice was tinged with urgency. We haven't even turned a profit yet. And you continually think about spending money. If we continue to be so extravagant, I fear we may never see the day we earn anything. The Zhongguancun area is indeed a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Throwing money there is hardly more fruitful than casting it into the abyss. However, one cannot dismiss the notion entirely. We should act within our means. If we cannot afford a large office, surely a smaller one will suffice. If 10 square meters is unfeasible, surely 5 will be acceptable. If 5 proves impossible, then at least we ought to secure a place to land. Old Huang, there is no room for discussion on this matter. Did you not claim that the company is half mine? I hereby exercise my veto. I categorically oppose this course of action. We continued to debate for quite some time, and ultimately, a compromise was reached. Both Xiao Ding and I would relent. We agreed that only after I sold the search engine and accrued sufficient funds to sustain 6 months of normal operations could we consider renting an office in Zhongguancun. To be candid, I was dissatisfied with this outcome. I believed my perspective to be correct. Moreover, I sensed an underlying threat, particularly from Xiao Ding's remark about the company being half mine, which left me feeling somewhat constricted. I understood that Xiao Ding spoke without malice, yet it nonetheless instilled a sense of discomfort. This prompted a memory of the wandering loach, and a vague, indefinable anxiety began to swell within me. During this business trip, I made a point of visiting the charitable foundation that had previously supported my skin graft surgery. The office director, Mr. Hou'er, received me warmly and graciously guided me through their exhibition room, where countless banners, letters of gratitude, and innumerable photographs were displayed. Out of politeness, I feigned interest in Mr. Hou'er's ceaseless narration, yet I found myself longing for the tour to conclude swiftly. Just as I was on the verge of dozing off, a photograph in the corner jolted me awake. It was a 5-inch photo depicting 2 men holding a colossal check for 200,000 yuan. The man on the left wore an expression of superiority, while the one on the right appeared somewhat troubled. Noticing my attention was drawn to that photograph, Mr. Hou'er hastily remarked, "This is Mr. Xing. His spouse was diagnosed with leukemia. With the foundation's assistance, she underwent a successful bone marrow transplant this year and is now recovering well. Oh, and the person distributing the relief funds is our Vice President Dong, a significant benefactor and a renowned local entrepreneur. Last year, his donations alone amounted to 5 million. As Mr. Hou'er continued to extol the virtues of Vice President Dong, my interest remained fixated on the individual receiving aid. I pointed to the benefactor and inquired, "Is this person named Xing?" Mr. Hou'er paused, taken aback. "Do you know Mr. Huang?" I shook my head. He merely seemed somewhat familiar. Mr. Hou'er sighed. Truth be told, Mr. Xing is quite the kind-hearted individual, a veteran worker for decades, possessing a high level of awareness. Despite his family's meager circumstances, he has never caused trouble for the organization. Such a pity. I sensed an unspoken message in Director Hou's words and hurriedly inquired, "Has Mr. Xing encountered yet another predicament?" Director Hou'er replied, "I am not entirely certain. He mysteriously vanished this year, leaving no trace of his existence, neither living nor deceased, and to this day, there has been no news of him. But let us not dwell on him. Mr. Huang, take a look at this photograph beside you. This individual is quite renowned, and I have a nagging feeling that I have encountered Mr. Xing somewhere before, yet I cannot place him." Coupled with Director Hou's exceptional eloquence, I decided not to delve deeper into the matter. This assignment had not progressed smoothly. I exerted all my skills and frequently called the office for assistance, ultimately managing to secure the client, but by the time I returned, a week had passed. The day before my return, I received a call from Xiao Ding. his tone urgent as he said, "Old Huang, when are you coming back?" I sensed that something was amiss and replied, "Xiao Ding, do not panic." "What happened?" He explained. "A few days ago, a person claiming to be the head of the Greater China region came by, expressing interest in acquiring our website. Naturally, I flatly refused. But he was rather persistent and refused to leave. Eventually, I became quite irate and spoke harshly, at which point he left with a menacing remark and a cold smile. In the past few days, wait. What was it?" Xiao Ding continued. "It is a foreign e-commerce website, reputed to be as well known in countries like Canada and Australia as Amazon. They seem to be looking to venture into the search engine domain, and for some reason, they have taken an interest in our Zhongguancun." During such a critical moment, Xiao Ding still rambled on about the website's features, which left me somewhat incredulous. I interrupted him, asking, "Did they come back to cause more trouble?" He replied, "Not exactly, but today, when I left the house, I had an unsettling feeling that someone was following me." "Do you think it could be their people planning something sinister?" I had not anticipated such a situation and doubted Xiao Ding's sensitivity, yet I feared there might be some truth to his concerns. After a moment of reflection, I exclaimed, "Damn it! They have grown accustomed to being arrogant in capitalist nations and have come to wreak havoc in our socialist New China. Regardless of the truth, it is wise to exercise caution. I shall return tomorrow, and until I do not leave your residence. If anything arises, call me immediately." "All right, I will wait for your return. Also, if they come knocking again, do not hastily refuse them. Just tell them that I am the actual owner and cannot make decisions without you." Xiao Ding eagerly acknowledged my instructions. After hanging up, I felt a sense of unease wash over me, and I couldn't help but recall old Ping San. I took out the iron medallion he had given me and contemplated its significance. It had saved both Xiao Ding and me once. But old Ping San had since departed this world. I wondered if the medallion still held any power. Although I had originally booked a train ticket for 10 o'clock that evening, my anxiety compelled me to arrive at the train station by 6. After sitting in the waiting area for half an hour, I remained restless and ultimately decided to forfeit my ticket. I took a taxi to the airport, managing to catch the earliest flight, and finally returned home just past 3 in the morning. Upon arriving, I first checked Xiao Ding's residence. The gate was locked, and there were no unusual occurrences outside. Only then did I return to my own abode and retire for the night. The following morning, I hurried to Xiao Ding's residence to see him. Upon opening the door, I noticed his eyes were swollen and red, clearly a sign of sleeplessness. As soon as he saw me, he exclaimed, "Lao Huang, you're finally back." I smiled and replied, "I returned last night. Did you not sleep well?" Xiao Ding forced a smile and said, "How could I possibly sleep?" "Oh, you were right. The people from yesterday afternoon came back. This time, they intended to deliver an ultimatum. I followed your advice and spoke to them, but they were skeptical, giving me 3 days. They will return in 3 days. Chapter 52. Entering the office, I felt somewhat uneasy and said, "Director Liao, do you have a moment?" Liao Guangji, who had been engrossed in his writing, looked up and smiled, saying, "Please wait a moment." He gestured for me to take a seat across from him. With a complex mix of emotions, I sat down, and Liao Guangji resumed his drawing, soon falling into deep contemplation. With nothing to do, I began to observe him. As a department manager, Yu Hai was already overwhelmed with work. I could only imagine that Liao Guangji must bear even greater burdens. Strangely, he always appeared vibrant and full of life, a quality not easily attainable by most. After a quarter of an hour, Liao Guangji suddenly lifted his head and, with an apologetic smile, said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. What is it?" Facing his smile, I felt a wave of hesitation wash over me. I was uncertain how he would react to the news: disappointment, anxiety, or perhaps anger. Yet, I was firmly convinced of one thing: the earlier a bad event occurs, the lesser its impact. I remained silent, and Liao Guangji did not press further, gazing at me with calmness. After mustering my courage for a long while, I finally spoke. "Director Liao, I have submitted my resignation to manager you." Surprisingly, Liao Guangji maintained his composure and inquired, "Why?" I replied, "I wish to try my hand at entrepreneurship." Liao Guangji shook his head gently. "I recall telling you never to use the word try. You must commit wholeheartedly to achieve success. This wasn't my first time making such an error, but it might be the last opportunity someone corrects me." Liao Guangji's response indicated he was not surprised by my departure, which seemed rather illogical. Had Yu Hai already informed him before my arrival? Tentatively, I asked, "Director Liao, do you agree to my resignation?" Liao Guangji smiled warmly. "Why wouldn't I?" His response left me momentarily speechless. He continued, "Every banquet must eventually come to an end. This was merely a matter of time. When you joined the company, I anticipated this day. Today, I can responsibly assure you that the company will always welcome you back." I had not expected matters to unfold so smoothly. and I felt a surge of excitement and profound admiration for Liao Guangxi. I resolved to take him as a model, constantly reminding myself to remain unflustered in all situations. After calming my racing heart, I wanted to say something but struggled to find the appropriate words. Liao Guangxi calmly inquired, "Is there anything else?" His question alleviated my awkwardness, and I hurriedly replied, "No, that's all. I shall expedite the handover procedures. I will not depart until all matters are duly transitioned." Observing Liao Guangxi nodding in acknowledgement, I released a sigh of relief and rose to exit. Just as I reached the threshold, Liao Guangxi suddenly called out to me, "Xiao Huang." I halted my steps and turned to face him as he said, "Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Over the past few days, I have been diligently engaged in work handover and the organization of materials. The burden on my shoulders has lightened considerably." Seizing the moment, I arranged meetings with the personnel from 2 major portal websites, with whom I had previously discussed potential collaboration. One of them informed me that during my business trip, their company had evaluated our search engine and reached a preliminary agreement to procure it, contingent upon our provision of 3 years of complimentary technical support. This was already the 3rd time I had treated the other party to dinner, and I had also paid them 2 visits at their premises. A rapport had begun to develop between us. After hearing their conditions, I remarked while slicing foie gras with a knife and fork, "Mr. Xia, are you not taking advantage of the situation?" The individual in question, Xie Yongqiao, manager of their technical department, chuckled at my remark and replied, "General Manager Huang, to be candid, our company has just secured a round of venture capital, and you can imagine how many people are eyeing that sum. If I had not been swift and perceptive, I assure you, not even 30 years of service would persuade the company to adopt this technology." My mind raced. It appeared that Mr. Xie regarded me as somewhat naive. Although my tenure in this field has not been extensive, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding its intricacies. 3 years of free service is unprecedented. I chuckled and said, "Mr. Xie, who is unaware of the financial prowess of your portal? A mere recruitment of funds would suffice for us to sustain ourselves for half a lifetime. Your insistence on pressing me is rather inconsiderate." Xie Yongqiao swirled the contents of his goblet, sighed, and replied, "Brother Huang, you are unaware of the realities we face. Despite the ostensible splendor of portal websites in recent years, it is merely a fade. Our circumstances are not much better than yours. A host of colleagues await sustenance. While we are besieged by wolves leasing office space, renting lines, securing server rooms, and purchasing software and services, we are surrounded by a plethora of keen competitors. And our only revenue stream is that meager venture capital. Do you think those investors are philanthropists? They are shrewd operators, and at the first sign of trouble, they vanish faster than rabbits. In truth, we are barely scraping by, often unable to achieve even a semblance of satisfaction." Listening to Xie Yongqiao lamenting about his financial plight, I grew concerned that he might attempt to negotiate further. Feigning casualness, I remarked, "Mr. Xie, you certainly jest. Your advertising revenue is on a steady ascent." Xie Yongqiao took a sip, set down his glass, and smiled wryly. "Those figures are merely used to impress the venture capitalists. Consider this. If the outlook were genuinely so promising, why would we exert ourselves to secure additional funding? To be frank, most of these numbers are inflated, and some are even fabricated." I replied, "I was unaware of the depths of this situation. How could operating revenue be falsified?" Xie Yongqiao fixed his gaze upon me, his expression one of incredulity, and said, "Brother, do not jest with me. Mr. Xie, I truly do not know. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Xie Yongqiao gestured toward my glass, saying, "Then you must finish this drink." Without hesitation, I downed 3 glasses in one go, then inquired, "Mr. Xie, is that satisfactory?" Xie Yongqiao chuckled, "Splendid. It is precisely due to your forthrightness that I shall consider you a friend. To speak candidly, how many companies today refrain from dishonesty? How can one navigate without deceit?" He proceeded to elucidate how to manipulate payroll delays to present favorable quarterly reports and how inter-industry advertising exchanges could inflate profits, claiming it to be an open secret within the industry. By the time we departed the Western restaurant, it was past 9 in the evening. After hailing a cab to send Xie Yongqiao home, I boarded a bus heading toward Shangdi. Upon disembarking, I walked along the narrow path to my residence, the dim streetlights casting elongated shadows that resembled intertwining fangs or a writhing beast. The occasional sounds of stray dogs panting and the yowling of cats added an air of eeriness to the already ominous road. For reasons unbeknownst to me, an unsettling anxiety gripped me tonight, and I felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, prompting me to be more vigilant than usual. As I approached a small alley that would lead me home, several figures suddenly emerged, advancing toward me with menacing intent. My heart raced, and instinctively, I took a few steps back. At that moment, individuals hiding at the other end of the alley revealed themselves. Before I could utter a word, both groups charged at me simultaneously. As they drew near, they raised their weapons without a second thought, aiming vicious blows in my direction. In the darkness, the faint glimmer of their weapons suggested they were likely steel pipes or similar implements. My immediate assumption was that these individuals were henchmen of Tong Feng, and if so, they would show no mercy. Realizing I was unarmed and would suffer greatly in a direct confrontation, I resorted to agile maneuvers, dodging left and right to avoid their grasp. However, the alley was exceedingly narrow, and with a total of 10 or so individuals on both sides, despite my best efforts, I felt the edges of their steel pipes graze my shoulders and back. Though these areas are resilient, the strikes stung fiercely, causing me considerable pain. Chapter 53. Suddenly, I recalled Liao Guangji and unconsciously began to emulate his demeanor, smiling slightly as I said, "Please." Su Jiao's expression flickered with surprise before he calmly stepped into the room. "I apologize, the room is a bit disheveled." I moved the scattered newspapers and magazines from the sole low stool to the table, inviting Su Jiao to take a seat. He remarked, "Every beginning is difficult. It's understandable during the startup phase." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon my shoulder. "Mr. Huang, it seems you have sustained an injury?" "It's nothing, just a minor bruise." I slipped on a shirt from the bedside, yet a sudden apprehension surged within me. I had been inexplicably ambushed last night, and now Su Jiao arrived at my doorstep early this morning. Could there be a connection between the two events? Su Jiao casually remarked, "In these times, peace is a rare commodity. One must think thrice before acting." He then inquired, "By the way, we've had 2 interactions with Mr. Ding. I trust he has briefed you?" I had never mentioned my injuries were due to a scuffle, so how did Su Jiao know that the situation was fraught? This was clearly a slip of the tongue, or perhaps a veiled hint, suggesting something deeper. Recalling the events of last night ignited my temper. Under normal circumstances, I would have expelled him on the spot. Yet, I found myself suppressing my anger. As I pondered, a troubling thought crossed my mind. If last night's group was indeed connected to Su Jiao, he ought to be aware that those individuals gained nothing. How could he remain so composed? Was it possible that the black leader had not informed him of the debacle? I inwardly cursed, "You pretentious foreigner, there will come a time when you weep." With a faint smile, I replied, "Mr. Ding has mentioned you." Su Jiao appeared momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened. "Mr. Huang, you truly understand the times. You are far more perceptive than Mr. Ding. It seems I have indeed found the right person today." I responded, "Mr. Su should have sought me out long ago. What is there to discuss with someone so obstinate as Mr. Ding? Since Mr. Huang is so forthright, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Here is our evaluation report. Please take a look." As he spoke, Su Jiao pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to me. Upon glancing at it, I noticed it was in English, and I promptly placed it on the table, saying, "Mr. Su, I am unable to comprehend English. It would be best if you conveyed the information directly." A hint of condescension crossed Su Jiao's face as he picked up the document, stating, "Mr. Huang, this investigation report was produced by a professional consulting firm over 2 months. We have conducted a comprehensive evaluation of your search engine technology, from the earlier Ren Xiaoyao to the current Jiuwen Wang, focusing on key indicators such as traffic and speed." I interrupted, "Mr. Su, since I cannot understand this report, why not simply tell me the conclusion? How much are you willing to offer?" Su Jiao replied, "In fact, we have 2 potential offers. The first entails a complete acquisition. Our investigation indicates that Jiuwen Wang's market value is around 50,000. We are prepared to offer 500,000. On the condition that your side fully and unconditionally transfers the relevant technology, website operations, and so forth, and that you and Mr. Ding refrained from engaging in the search engine industry for 5 years. I was curious to see what tricks this foreigner had up his sleeve. Once Su Jiao finished speaking nonchalantly, I remarked, 500,000? That sounds quite enticing. Su Jiao responded, "As a member of the Global 500, I trust Mr. Huang does not doubt our capabilities." I smiled and inquired, "What about the second proposal?" Su Jiao momentarily displayed an expression of complete confidence. Yet this demeanor vanished in less than half a second, replaced by his customary smile. He replied, "We understand that Mr. Huang holds a deep affection for Jiuwen. Calm. And the boss greatly appreciates Mr. Huang's capabilities. Therefore, he suggested that if Mr. Huang has reservations about the first proposal, we could collaborate with him through an investment approach. We are still willing to contribute 500,000, allowing Mr. Huang and Mr. Ding to continue their efforts for the development of Jiuwen, while also securing a certain stake in the company. The boss has indicated that Mr. Huang would be the ideal candidate for the new company, and the position is undoubtedly meant for Mr. Ding. As for the compensation, it remains quite attractive within the industry. As soon as Zeng Zhiyuan concluded, I interjected. Isn't this akin to a pie falling from the sky? Does such good fortune truly exist? Zeng Zhiyuan awkwardly replied, of course, after the investment, Zhiyuan. Com will need to implement formal corporate governance, rather than functioning like a small workshop. We must establish appropriate financial and personnel systems, all of which must adhere to existing regulations. This is a draft agreement we've prepared. Perhaps Mr. Huang would like to take a look. As he spoke, he produced a document and handed it to me. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Without even glancing at the agreement, I placed it on the table and remarked, surely, it cannot be as simple as merely adhering to regulations? Mustn't personnel appointments also require your approval? Zeng Zhiyuan seemed taken aback by my probing question, involuntarily raising his eyebrows, his expression darkening. As for that, the company has corresponding regulations. I chuckled and said, I have an unrefined idea. Please do not mock me for it. Zeng Zhiyuan immediately became alert, fixing his gaze on me and saying, Mr. Huang, please proceed. I proposed. Since you were so interested in search engines, we could package the search engine as a product for you. We would handle the maintenance and upgrades. And as for the price, given your standard is 500,000, let us set it at that. Upon hearing my suggestion, Zeng Zhiyuan's expression soured, and he shook his head, stating, Mr. Huang, your idea diverges from ours. This matter is quite difficult to negotiate. I lifted his business card for a moment and asked, Mr. Su, is this your opinion or that of your boss? Zeng Zhiyuan replied, it is both my view and the boss's. This truly is too far-fetched. Chapter 54. I mimicked his tone, saying, your boss hasn't even heard my proposal. How can you be so certain he would not agree? Perhaps he would find it quite intriguing. He merely shook his head persistently. I continued, I fail to understand. Can Mr. Su make decisions on behalf of your administrative director? Not exactly, he began, but I quickly interjected, given Mr. Su's apparent difficulties, I would not want to place you in an uncomfortable position. Would it be possible for your party to send someone capable of making decisions? Perhaps this would facilitate a smoother negotiation. Upon reaching this point, Zeng Zhiyuan realized he had been outmaneuvered, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. He felt an urge to retaliate but managed to suppress it, addressing me coldly. Mr. Huang, allow me one final piece of advice. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. I hope you can consider the greater picture rather than seek momentary strength. As you stated, none can predict what tomorrow may bring, nor can anyone guarantee that the events of yesterday will not repeat themselves. This was an overt threat. As I contemplated how to bring Su to his senses, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the voice of a Biao. Sir, it's a Biao. His arrival was fortuitous, providing me the opportunity to subtly point out Zeng Zhiyuan's shortcomings. I invited a Biao in. A Biao was taken aback to find another person in the room. He hesitated, casting a glance at me without immediately speaking. I promptly said, a Biao, please feel free to speak. Mr. Su is not a stranger. A Biao nodded and conveyed, He Kuei wishes to meet you. The name He Kuei rang a bell. I had heard it just yesterday. Could this be a consequence of the previous day's events? Yet, a Biao's demeanor suggested otherwise. Reluctant to engage with such individuals, I decided to seize the opportunity to assert some authority in front of Su, asking, where is he? Right outside. Let him in, I instructed. He Kuei, true to his name, resembled a towering black tower, his face marred with scars and a physique adorned with tattoos. Upon entering, he glanced around, then looked at a Biao with confusion. A Biao introduced me. This is Mr. Huang. He Kuei quickly clasped his hands in salute, his voice deep and resonant. He Kuei, failed to recognize your stature, almost causing harm to Mr. Huang. Thanks to Brother Biao's guidance, I now realize the folly of my actions. Mr. Huang, I was wrong. Feel free to punish me as you see fit. If you merely furrow your brow, I shall consider myself a wretched creature. Erqingzi, you all come in. At his call, a group of individuals squeezed through the door. I recognized a few as those who had ambushed me the previous day. He Kuei's enormous hands struck their heads with resounding slaps, and he exclaimed, you lot are blind. Fortunately, you did not harm Mr. Huang yesterday. Had you done so, I would not have spared you. However, with your feeble skills, it would have been remarkable if you had succeeded. This statement revealed that despite He Kuei's seemingly brash exterior, he possessed a certain depth of character. I promptly rose to intercept him, saying, Brother He, you are too kind. As the saying goes, ignorance is excusable. My brothers here did not know me. It was merely a misunderstanding. Besides, I am well and good, so let bygones be bygones. No one should take it to heart. He Kuei rubbed his hands together, his expression animated. Mr. Huang, how can you say that? Had anything happened last night, I, He Kuei, would have been irredeemably lost. I replied, Brother He, let us consider this a serendipitous encounter. From now on, we shall all be friends, so there is no need for such formality. He Kuei raised his thumb in approval. Today, I have truly recognized you. I am impressed. Brothers, do not forget to express your gratitude to Mr. Huang. As if rehearsed, the group behind He Kuei chimed in unison, Thank you, Mr. Huang. Subsequently, He Kuei waved his hand, and those present filed out in an orderly fashion, instantly rendering the room considerably more spacious. I stole a glance at Su Jiaoyou, whose complexion had turned ashen, devoid of any trace of color. He Kuei assured me, Mr. Huang, rest assured, this matter is far from settled. Opposing you is tantamount to opposing me. He Kuei, I have already dispatched someone to investigate the origins of the other party and will certainly provide you with an explanation. At this juncture, Su Jiaoyou nervously retrieved a handkerchief to dab at his perspiration. It was evident that he was utterly terrified. My objective had been achieved. I had no desire to escalate the situation further, so I replied, There is no need for that. Let us not disrupt your customs, and besides, if it weren't for them, we brothers wouldn't even have had the opportunity to meet, would we? He Kuei clapped his hands together, exclaiming, This time, I, He Kuei, am genuinely impressed. Therefore, tonight, I shall host a banquet at the Wangfu restaurant to ease your distress. Upon saying this, he cast a glance at Su Jiaoyou. I smiled slightly and responded, Mr. Su Jiaoyou. He Kuei promptly added, Mr. Su shall join us as well. In a fluster, Su Jiaoyou stammered, I have matters to attend to, Mr. Huang. I must take my leave now. Please, do carry on. Without waiting for my response, he hastily gathered the evaluation report and agreement from the table, stuffing them into his briefcase before making a hasty exit. He Kuei, somewhat perplexed, remarked, Mr. Su certainly has a rather hasty temperament. I chuckled and replied, Indeed, Mr. Su is quite impetuous. Ultimately, I did not partake in He Kuei's conciliatory drink. As I was departing, He Kuei patted his chest and assured me that in the future, should any issues arise, I need only to give him a call. If he hesitated in the slightest, he would consider himself utterly dishonored. After bidding He Kuei farewell, it was nearly 10 o'clock. I took a biao with me to seek out Xiao Ding. I refrained from inquiring how a biao had managed to locate He Kuei, as I knew he possessed various means for such matters. Upon our arrival, Xiao Ding was completely out of sync with time, still soundly asleep when we entered. I hesitated to disturb him, but just as I was about to retreat, Xiao Ding startled awake. Yawning, he queried, Old Huang, what time is it? Upon catching sight of a biao, he was taken aback, springing upright while hastily throwing on his clothes. He then asked, Old Huang, who is this? I introduced. This is a biao, a friend who has come to assist us. Xiao Ding promptly extended his hand to a biao, shaking it vigorously. Hello, my name is Ding Mian, but you can call me Xiao Ding. A biao, with a stoic expression, merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Xiao Ding glanced at me, a bit awkwardly, and I chuckled, saying, A biao is not much for conversation. Xiao Ding offered a somewhat forced smile, withdrew his hand, and seemingly recalling something, remarked, By the way, the people are coming today. They are not to be trifled with, so you must be cautious. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, a biao looked at me with a puzzled expression. I quickly reassured him, They have already called and will not be coming. Xiao Ding, filled with skepticism, retorted, Not coming? Last time, they were quite aggressive and nearly devoured me. I smiled and chose not to pursue that topic further, instead saying, I would like a biao to stay at the office. What do you think? Xiao Ding, seemingly still preoccupied with his thoughts, paused momentarily before responding, waving his hand dismissively. You can handle it as you see fit. By the way, how do you prefer to be addressed? Chapter 55 A biao, a biao. Xiao Ding, indeed a bio? Are you familiar with a certain programming language? A bio shook his head, prompting Xiao Ding to inquire further. What about this one? Again, a bio shook his head. Xiao Ding pressed on. Surely you must know something? Can you use it? I observed a bio's expression growing increasingly bewildered and quickly intervened. A bio is not versed in software. Xiao Ding. Oh, then do you understand hardware? As a bio was about to shake his head once more, I preemptively interjected. Xiao Ding. Let us discuss the division of labor later. I will take a bio to the office for a look. You can rest for a while. Xiao Ding ceased his questioning. Yet he did not return to sleep, instead settling back at the computer. Upon exiting the room, I noticed the landlady waving at me. I asked the bio to wait a moment and approached her to exchange greetings. The landlady, somewhat displeased, remarked, It's been a while since I've seen you. What is going on? You no longer reside here and don't even come back to check on this old woman? I quickly replied, Auntie, how can you say that? I've been rather busy lately and haven't had the chance. After all, I came today to see you, didn't I? Well, The landlady pouted, saying, I saw you coming out of Xiao Ding's room. You're busy. Everyone is busy. Even my son and daughter-in-law are so busy they can't even find time to have a child. In truth, her son and daughter-in-law both work in the village. With a schedule of 1 day on and 3 days off, it's hard to believe they truly lack the time for children. Yet, curiously, both are in their 30s. And there's not a hint of news regarding children. I can't help but suspect they might have issues in that regard. But it's not something I can say outright. So, I simply replied, you needn't worry. Having grandchildren is merely a matter of time. I senti it? Let us hope so. The landlady muttered, then called into the house. Old man, brew a cup of tea and bring out a stool. Xiao Huang has arrived. I quickly said, no need, auntie, I must head to work. The landlady's demeanor immediately darkened, and she coldly remarked, go on then. When one grows old, they become bothersome. My heart sank, and I hurried to clarify. Auntie, that was not my intention. At that moment, the old man emerged with a stool in hand, insisting, Xiao Huang, no need to rush. Stay and chat with your aunt. She has something to discuss with you. I was eager to attend to my business and dared not reveal my impatience, so I reluctantly sat down and asked, Auntie, what is it you wish to discuss? The landlady's expression softened slightly as she gestured toward a nearby room. I have a room that has just become available. I think you should move back in. I hadn't anticipated her bringing this up and calculated that residing in the same courtyard as Xiao Ding would indeed be much more convenient. However, this room seemed rather spacious. Would it be excessive for me to live there alone? The old man approached, holding a magnetized cup, and placed it in my hand with a jovial smile. Xiao Huang, come back to stay. Your aunt has said the rent will remain the same as before. Initially, I was somewhat concerned about the rent, but hearing the old man's words made me feel a bit embarrassed, and I instinctively declined. Uncle, it's not about the rent. I just renewed my lease over there, and it wouldn't be appropriate to cancel it now, would it? I will discuss it with De Wang. Have him refund you a month's rent, and move in today. The elderly lady declared as she rose and made for the door, muttering as she walked, let me tell you, De Wang's mother had no milk when she was a child. It was my milk that helped her grow. I say a word, and he wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart. I understood that the old woman was serious, so I hurried to stop her. Annie, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I can handle it myself. However, I hesitated over the issue of the rent. The old lady halted, rolling her eyes at me. If you find it unacceptable, just name your price. Clearly, she had misunderstood my intentions, so I clarified, Auntie, I feel that this room is quite spacious, and if the rent remains the same as before, I would feel guilty. The old lady shot me a disdainful glance. I have no one to rely on today. Why would I keep so much money for a coffin? I'm not like the woman across the way, pinching pennies and being miserly. Now look where that got her. Cancer. Money can't buy her health now, can it? The old man, fearing the trouble his wife might cause, quickly interjected, Dear, that's not a very considerate thing to say. It's fortunate to have money. Without it, how could De Liangzi's mother afford her chemotherapy? The elderly lady shot him a scornful look. You think you're so wise. What do they have that's worth anything? De Liangzi is out there trying to sell their house. That's what you call having money? The old man retreated, mumbling as he went back inside. The old woman's words, spoken without malice, struck a chord within me, and I inquired, Auntie, are they really selling their house? The old lady regarded me with curiosity. What is it to you? Do you wish to buy a house? If you do, I can put in a good word for you. I chuckled and shook my head. I actually want to bring my mother over. She's been accustomed to rural life and might not adapt well to high-rises. Having a small courtyard would be ideal. Alas, it's just a thought. I can barely support myself, let alone have spare funds to purchase a house. Regrettably, my fears were confirmed. When I worked at Liao Guangji's company, I enjoyed a substantial fixed income each month, along with advertising revenue from the navigation website, which allowed for some savings. However, after resigning, I suddenly realized that the expenses for the website's normal operations, the rent for our office space, our trio's daily expenditures, and the monthly remittance to my mother combined far exceeded the advertising income from the navigation site. In short, we found ourselves in a precarious situation. I kept all of this to myself, not sharing with Xiao Ding, while Biao seemed indifferent to these matters, leaving me to bear the burden alone. During such times, I could only hope to sell the search engine product to a portal site, with my greatest hope resting on Xiao. One morning, Xiao called me, frantic, informing me that the venture capital had pulled out, and his company was in financial distress. This news was undoubtedly a devastating blow to us. My mind buzzed with confusion, and after a few perfunctory exchanges with Xia, I hung up the phone. Following that call, I felt a wave of despondency wash over me, lost in thought for quite some time. At the current rate of expenditure, our savings would only last for 2 to 3 months, What would happen after that? Although I firmly believe in the correctness of my direction and have observed a gradual increase in the traffic to Zhongguancun, we still fall significantly short of our expectations, barely achieving even 1% of the traffic seen by our competitors in the navigation sector. I find myself questioning our ability to persevere, as my confidence appears to waver at this moment. In the following month, I dedicated all my efforts to penetrating the market, on one hand, securing advertisements for the navigation site, and on the other, seeking clients for our search engine products. Through relentless endeavor, the gross profit from advertisements on the navigation site doubled. However, upon meticulous calculation, I discovered that after deducting expenses such as meals, gifts, and commissions, the actual growth in advertising revenue was nearly negligible. Moreover, no major portal has shown the same interest in our search engine as the company led by Xiao, and even those who did express interest seem to be merely conducting further research, clearly unable to provide immediate relief. Chapter 56. Aside from reaching out to clients, I concentrated all my energy on the research of Zhongguancun. After extensive testing and comparison, I identified several shortcomings, the most critical being the keyword hit rate, which correlates to the accuracy of search results. In comparison, Zhongguancun's search results evidently lacked precision, and its execution efficiency was considerably lower. I mused that had I been in the position of potential users, I would not opt for such a search engine. I shared my findings with Xiao Ding, who merely offered a resigned smile. Pressed for a response, he delivered a rather pointed remark. Do you have any idea how large their development team is? How many servers they have for clustering? When compared to them, we are like a primitive musket against a modern aircraft. We are simply not in the same league. While I acknowledged the truth in Xiao Ding's words, I did not entirely concur with his perspective. What is wrong with aircraft and artillery? Was it not Mao Zedong who triumphed over the American-equipped Kuomintang with little more than rice and rifles? Perhaps we should emulate the chairman's guerrilla tactics, retreating when faced with the enemy, but harassing them when they tire, striking at their weak points. My explanation seemed too abstract for Xiao Ding, who stared at me in confusion. I clarified. I have conducted a thorough investigation. It is not just us. Most search engines available today do not adequately support the Chinese language. Take, for instance, when I input the 3-character keyword, it dares to return pages related to keyboards and phrases. We ought to invest more effort into these areas, capitalizing on the current moment while they remain preoccupied with the Chinese market. Let us refine Chinese search to perfection, and by the time everyone has accepted Zhongguancun, it will be too late for them to catch up. Initially, I believed this to be a brilliant idea, but to my surprise, Xiao Ding simply shook his head with a pained expression. I inquired, is my thought process flawed? Not at all. Xiao Ding replied decisively. What you are referring to is the core algorithm of search engines. All search engines thrive on this. Do you understand the immense effort required to improve even a fraction of the hit rate? The current hit rate of Zhongguancun may seem modest, but it represents over 2 years of my dedication. Enhancing the precision of search results is no simple endeavor. His words chilled my heart. According to his reasoning, were we not doomed to forever lag behind? I have always held deep admiration for Xiao Ding's spirit of inquiry and technical prowess. In my eyes, Xiao Ding is a self-taught prodigy, capable of anything. I never imagined that technology could pose challenges for him. However, today's conversation unveiled Xiao Ding's limitations. I am acutely aware that he is the one who brought the Zhiyuan network into existence. Yet he has now become the most significant obstacle to its development, which has further solidified my resolve to relocate the company to Zhongguancun. As September arrived, it seemed to herald a promising beginning, as this month brought me 2 momentous occasions, reuniting with old acquaintances in foreign lands. The first was Fang Pingping, who successfully gained admission to a prestigious university for further studies. If all goes according to plan, she will undoubtedly secure her doctoral title in a few years, fulfilling her aspirations. The second acquaintance was Ingzi, who has finally achieved a significant victory in her struggle against fate by enrolling in adult education at a renowned private institution. Not long after, I received a phone call from Fang Pingping. As soon as I answered, her voice trembled with emotion. Jishuitan, something terrible has happened. Fang Pingping, a natural optimist who rarely frowns even when faced with adversity, had never spoken in such a manner before. My heart tightened, and I quickly asked, "Calm down and tell me slowly, what has happened?" She replied, "My grandfather is ill." Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Pingping's grandfather, a veteran of the Red Army, had endured the long march and suffered ailments from those arduous journeys. Now in his 80s, it is not uncommon for him to fall ill. However, as Fang Pingping shares a deep bond with him, her distress is understandable. "Old Fang, don't panic. What illness does your grandfather have?" How is he now? I inquired. He has cancer and just underwent surgery yesterday. Fang Pingping continued. Huang Shuai, I'm feeling quite unsettled. Would you be able to accompany me to see my grandfather? My heart lurched at the mention of cancer, and I replied immediately, Old Fang, where are you? I'm at school, she responded. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll be there shortly, I urged. After hanging up, I grabbed my bag and headed out, saying, Biao, I have an urgent matter to attend to, keep an eye on things at home. Biao followed me for a couple of steps, but then stopped, reminding me, it seems you have an important client scheduled for today. With limited personnel at the company, Biao had to temporarily assume the role of both receptionist and secretary, though he had no particular interest in such tasks. He dutifully complied with my request without a word of complaint. I waved him off. I can't attend to that today. Please reschedule. Or no, I'll call myself. Please organize the client information, and if anyone seeks me, kindly divert them, especially urgent matters. Let them reach my mobile. Due to heavy traffic, the short distance from Zhongguancun to Xiamen Road took me nearly 20 minutes. I had not yet reached the entrance of Fang Pingping's school when I spotted her anxiously scanning the area. I quickly rolled down the car window, instructing the driver to pull over near her, while calling out, Lao Fang, hop in. As soon as the taxi came to a halt, Fang Pingping eagerly flung open the door and jumped inside. Almost immediately, she began to complain, why are you so slow? Without offering an explanation, I simply signaled the driver to proceed. As the wheels spun rapidly, Fang Pingping continued to urge the driver to speed up. We found ourselves caught in a long queue at the entrance of the tumor hospital. Unable to bear the wait, Fang Pingping exited the taxi from a distance. After settling the fare, I turned to look back, only to find she had vanished from sight. I hurriedly exited the vehicle, purchased some fruit from a street vendor, and casually picked up a bouquet of carnations, making my way towards the hospital. In my haste, I failed to notice a figure rushing towards me as I entered. Just as we were about to collide, I instinctively stepped aside, but the other person mirrored my movement, resulting in a solid impact. I stumbled back a step, my fruit scattering across the floor, while the other individual staggered back 2 or 3 steps before regaining balance. As I looked up, I found myself face to face with a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her features were exquisite, yet her demeanor exuded a certain coldness and aloofness that set her apart, making her unforgettable. Chapter 57. How do you walk? The young woman coldly remarked. How do you walk? The apology I had almost uttered caught in my throat, and her words stirred discomfort within me, prompting a curt response, with my legs. It was evident that she had never encountered such a retort before. She stood speechless for a moment, then stomped her foot in frustration before briskly exiting the hospital. Though annoyed by her harsh words, I could not deny her beauty, and my gaze unintentionally followed her as she climbed into a yellow Volkswagen Beetle and sped away. It took me a while to regain my composure, and I awkwardly bent down to collect the scattered fruit, making my way to the inpatient department with inquiries along the way. After searching for some time, I could not locate any elderly patients named Fang in the single rooms. Just then, I heard the cheerful laughter of Fang Pingping echoing down the corridor, and my spirits lifted. Following the sound, I reached the patient room, only to discover that her grandfather was in a room shared by 3. At that moment, Fang Pingping was perched on the edge of the middle bed, tightly grasping the hand of the elderly man. Beside her were a middle-aged couple who bore some resemblance to Fang Pingping. Upon spotting me, she called out loudly, Big Cricket, come in. Why are you just standing there like a fool? She introduced me. This is my grandfather. Grandpa, this is Big Cricket, my high school classmate and my closest buddy. The elderly man laboriously turned his head towards me, appearing frail, yet with a spark of vitality in his eyes. I promptly greeted him, Hello, Grandpa. As I placed my items on the small table beside the bed, Grandfather Fang, with utmost seriousness, greeted me, Hello, Big Cricket. I was taken aback, as I had not anticipated that he would address me by my nickname, much like Fang Pingping. Upon witnessing my stunned expression, Fang Pingping couldn't help but burst into a delightful giggle. Grandfather Fang's gaze shifted from my face to my hands, and in a feeble voice, he inquired, What are you holding? I presented the flowers to Fang Pingping, saying, These are for you, carnations. Ah, what a waste of money. Grandfather Fang's face immediately reflected a look of dismay. Did you spend money on these? I never expected our conversation would commence with this bouquet, so I hurriedly replied. It didn't cost much. Grandfather Fang retorted, Any amount is still money. Let me tell you, I am not fond of this. Next time, do not buy such things. If you must buy, get 5 pounds of beef jerky and 2 pounds of roast meat. I was left astounded. Had I not witnessed him, weary and frail, lying in bed, I would never have believed that these words came from someone who had just undergone surgery. However, I now understood why Fang Pingping possessed such a disposition. It seemed to be a hereditary trait. You, an old lunatic, and she, a young lunatic, don't frighten the child, chuckled a middle-aged woman beside the hospital bed. Fang Pingping immediately protested. Aunt, I haven't done anything to provoke you. If grandfather is an old lunatic and I am a young lunatic, then what does that make you and my father? Mid-lunatic? Half-lunatic? We might as well rename this place a mental asylum. It was then that I realized the man and woman beside us were Fang Pingping's father and aunt, and I quickly greeted them. Fang Pingping's father appeared quite composed, entirely unlike the eccentricities of grandfather Fang and Fang Pingping. He remarked, Dad, didn't the doctor advise you to speak less? How could you forget that as soon as the doctor leaves? Nonsense. Since when do you have the authority to lecture me? Grandfather Fang's voice was weak, yet his tone was stern. Being publicly reprimanded by his father clearly unsettled Fang Pingping's father. His expression darkened, and he left the room in a huff. Meanwhile, grandfather Fang, still relishing the moment, turned to the patient near the door and lamented, Sister Liu, look how unfilial my son is. He won't even let me talk. The elderly woman lying on the adjacent bed, her face lined with wrinkles, appeared to be older than grandfather Fang. She was hooked up to an 4, with an oxygen tube in her nose and various medical apparatuses attached, making it evident that even speaking was a laborious task for her. Indeed, after hearing grandfather Fang's words, she merely offered a serene smile, not even moving her head. Fang Pingping's aunt could no longer tolerate the situation and exclaimed, Dad, if you continue with this nonsense, I will no longer take care of you. It seemed that grandfather Fang harbored a certain fear of his daughter, for he mumbled something inaudible, ultimately refraining from uttering more offensive remarks. In the furthest bed lay a young man, likely in his 40s or 50s, who seemed to empathize with Fang Pingping's father. Old man, I see that your son and daughter are quite dutiful. Do not be oblivious to your blessings. Grandfather Fang commented, he understands nothing, and after a prolonged silence, he added, isn't it just a small incision on the belly? In the days of yore, I fought against the Japanese, and a shell struck me, leaving a gaping wound in my abdomen, my intestines spilling forth. Yet, I simply shoved my intestines back in, secured them with my clothing, and continued to battle the enemy. Grandfather Fang grew increasingly animated as he recounted the tale, perhaps stirring his wound, and abruptly paused, his brow furrowing deeply. Fang Pingping, anxious, inquired, what is the matter, grandfather? Her aunt, somewhat displeased, interjected, please, spare us your theatrics. Who do you think will suffer? You are 70 this year. Yet you still compare yourself to when you were 20. After regaining some composure, grandfather Fang pouted and remarked, look at my daughter, growing old and useless. My dear, fetch me some water, I am parched. Fang Pingping's aunt replied, the doctor has said you cannot drink water for 6 hours, fearing intestinal adhesion. Please endure a little longer. Just half an hour more. Grandfather Fang retorted, I can still hear my stomach grumbling. Back when I traversed snow-capped mountains and grassy plains, we had nothing but roots and tree bark to sustain us, and many survived on mere saliva. We never had such restrictions on water back then. Why now? He turned to me, demanding, give me some water, quickly. Attention. Stand at ease. About face. I glanced at Fang Pingping's aunt, then at Fang Pingping, uncertain whether to obey the elder's command. Frustratingly, Fang Pingping merely looked on with schadenfreude, while her aunt subtly shook her head. This small gesture did not escape grandfather Fang's notice. He shot a glare at his daughter and turned to me, stating, you have 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Given the urgency of the situation, I weighed my options and, from the table, picked up a disposable cup. Just as I was about to leave, Fang Pingping called out to me, pointing to a worn enamel jug on the table. Understanding her hint, I exchanged the disposable cup for the enamel jug and exited the ward. Upon leaving the ward, I bypassed the water room and headed towards the staircase at the end of the corridor. There, Fang Pingping's father was smoking in silence. Upon noticing my approach, he quickly extinguished his cigarette, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile. I sensed he had not yet recovered from the earlier awkwardness and hastily extended my hand. Uncle Fang, you must be exhausted after these past few days. Chapter 58. Uncle Fang shook my hand, offering a wry smile. You saw for yourself. Her grandfather is quite the stubborn and authoritarian figure. Then, he continued, Xiao Huang, Pingping often praises you in my presence. I hear you are now working in computers? Having grown accustomed to the common vernacular that encompasses all computer-related work under the term doing computers, I smiled and replied, indeed, aside from this, I am not sure what else I could do. Uncle Fang remarked, modesty. However, it is wise for the young to be humble, to balance ambition with caution. Computer professionals are in high demand nowadays. Our company is about to implement a new information system. When you have a moment, could you offer us some guidance? Uncle Fang, Having spent a long time in state-owned enterprises, spoke with a bureaucratic flair, and I felt it prudent to respond formally. Uncle Fang, you are too kind. With my limited skills, how could I possibly show off in front of you? Nevertheless, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Uncle Fang chuckled, agreed. It is settled then. What are you two so merry about? Fang Pingping emerged at an unknown moment. Upon seeing her, Uncle Fang's expression immediately hardened. Pingping, you are not to follow your grandfather around recklessly anymore. This is a hospital. You must heed the doctor's advice and not let him act on his whims. Fang Pingping stuck out her tongue and remarked to me, did you see that? This is what we call pressure transmission. After receiving a scolding from my father, he turns around and scolds his own child. Tell me, who have I offended? Just as Uncle Fang was about to respond, Fang Pingping interjected, wrapping her arm around his. All right, just bear with it a little. Look at how your grandfather is. You mustn't provoke him further. By setting a good example now, I can follow suit in the future. Uncle Fang, ensnared by Fang Pingping's persistence, sighed helplessly. I owe you all from my past life. As I was about to offer some comforting words, my phone rang. Upon checking, I saw it was a number from the city, likely Shuai calling. Unaware of my resignation, I excused myself to Uncle Fang, saying, Excuse me, I need to take this call. Uncle Fang gestured for me to go ahead, and then inquired with concern, How is your grandfather doing? Fang Pingping replied, Grandpa said he was tired and went to sleep. I pressed the answer button, greeted Shuai, and descended the stairs. Indeed, it was Shuai on the line. After exchanging pleasantries, I mentioned, I suppose you haven't heard, I've resigned. Shuai responded, I heard. I also heard you've started your own venture. I chuckled, let us not embellish it. It's merely a shell company. I'm almost becoming a skilled housewife at this point. Shuai, momentarily confused, asked what? I clarified, a skilled housewife, as in, it's tough to cook without rice. Shuai replied, I know times are tough for you. Isn't that why I'm bringing you some resources? I was both surprised and delighted, asking, is that true? Shuai confirmed, yes, our company is about to implement a new system, and I've managed to secure a budget of approximately 300,000. I was wondering if your company would be interested. I recalled that after old Ji's retirement, Shuai had successfully maneuvered through various challenges to secure the position of acting director, and it was evident that the acting title would soon be dropped. Given this scenario, I felt a tinge of apprehension. While 300,000 is not an insignificant sum, if mismanaged, it could jeopardize the future of an office director. I shared my concerns with Shuai, who quickly reassured me. That's precisely why I want you to take on this project. It's my first project since taking over the information office, and honestly, I'm a bit uneasy about letting anyone else handle it. Just consider it a favor. Shuai had certainly become adept at navigating relationships. Though his intention was to assist me, he framed it differently. I pondered the situation, given the company's current state. Without significant incoming revenue, the hope of sustaining operations until year-end appeared grim. Securing this project could necessitate hiring 2 or 3 additional staff. If managed well, and with Shuai's support, we could potentially earn at least 200,000. While 200,000 may not be a large sum for a company, it would certainly suffice to sustain us for another year. If, a year hence, our company has yet to turn a profit, I shall indeed need to reflect deeply on our direction. With this thought in mind, I promptly acquiesced. Very well. Please send over the relevant materials, and I shall undertake some research. In the ensuing month, my life grew increasingly fulfilling. On one hand, I continued to pursue the search engine market, while on the other, I diligently prepared for the Shuai company's project. Upon learning this news, Xiao Ding was quite exhilarated. He yearned to set aside his search engine development work to join me in the city for the project. However, I understood that perseverance was paramount during such times. So I declined his request, instead asking him to assist in contacting the head of the school's Science and Technology Association. This led to the recruitment of 6 or 7 senior students proficient in programming. I retained 3 of them, Yu Jiqing, Tian Rui, and Shun Yoji. These 3 shared a common background. All hailed from rural areas, were not particularly loquacious, and possessed an innate fervor for technology. Retaining these individuals was not solely for the current project. I harbored a longer-term vision, intending to cultivate them into the backbone of the company. During this period, Fang Pingping was occupied with caring for her grandfather, and I occasionally visited the hospital. Each time, Grandpa Fang would regale me with tales from the revolutionary era. He was an exceedingly sentimental man. When recounting triumphant moments, he would burst into hearty laughter, while sorrowful recollections would elicit tears. From his narratives, I gleaned much about the people and events of that era, gradually shifting my perception of this elder to one of admiration and even reverence. Though advanced in years, his recovery was remarkably swift, while others remained bedridden, he was already up and about. As others began to pass gas post-surgery, he was enthusiastically devouring buns, prompting both envy and jealousy among the fellow patients, which filled Grandpa Fang with pride and further enlivened his storytelling. Opportunities to meet with Fang Pingping diminished. Yet my encounters with another acquaintance increased. Yingzi's school was in close proximity to our office, and given the inherent flexibility of adult education, she would often come to visit. Over time, I discovered many of Yingzi's remarkable qualities. First, she was industrious. Each time she visited, she would find ways to assist us. While I was engaged in drafting proposals, she would help with proofreading and formatting. During busy moments with the Biao, she would answer calls and organize materials. Even in quieter times, she would swiftly tidy up the space. Second, Yingzi was intelligent. Whenever tasked with something, she required only a single explanation to grasp the task, often making improvements on her own. Third, she exhibited a strong sense of responsibility. It was evident that whether performing tasks or answering calls, she regarded herself as an integral part of the team, embodying a commendable sense of ownership. In the nascent stage of the company, individuals like Yingzi were desperately needed. And given her familiarity with our operations, she possessed the potential to evolve into a trusted confidant. Thus, I conveyed my intentions to Xiao Ding. Naturally, I refrained from expressing my innermost thoughts. Initially, I harbored concerns that Xiao Ding might regard Yingzi with suspicion due to our shared hometown. So I prepared an array of justifications. To my surprise, Xiao Ding agreed without a moment's hesitation, leading me to engage in a formal conversation with Yingzi. In Chapter 59, Fang Pingping was persistently signaling me with her eyes. I hadn't anticipated that the elder would speak so vehemently today, and I felt a twinge of regret for my own impulsiveness. Just then, the nurse peeked in and inquired about the patient in bed 2, expressing concern over his age. I'm sorry. Fang Pingping exclaimed, waving her hand at the nurse while helping her grandfather sit down. Grandfather, do take it easy. Chairman Mao once said that health is the foundation of revolution. If you disregard your health, aren't you disobeying his teachings? This tactic proved quite effective. Grandfather Fang gradually calmed down. He let out a snort and said to Fang Pingping, Girl, I'm thirsty. Fetch me some water. But make sure it's not too hot. I eagerly reached for Grandfather Fang's special enamel cup, but he stopped me, insisting, let the girl do it. She needs to safeguard her own resources. Fang Pingping giggled as she took the water jug and turned to leave. Before exiting, she shot me a glance, signaling me to refrain from making any more indiscreet comments, and I nodded in understanding. As soon as Fang Pingping's figure vanished beyond the door, Grandfather Fang turned to me and inquired, So, what do you think of my granddaughter? I casually remarked, Fang Pingping has a pleasant disposition. Grandfather Fang beamed with pride. Indeed. That trait comes from me. Among this entire family, she is the brightest. What a pity. If she were a boy, it would be even better. I laughed and replied, Grandfather, your views seem a bit outdated. We've long embraced gender equality. He quickly responded, Yes. My granddaughter excels in many ways, perhaps even surpassing boys. But you must not mention that comment to my dear granddaughter. I assured him, Rest assured, I won't say a word. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive, stating, A man should always keep his word. I countered, If a man doesn't keep his word, can he still be called a man? Only then did Grandfather Fang seem to relax, leaning in conspiratorially as he whispered, You clever boy, you have good taste. We share a similarity in that regard. I haven't fully grasped your intentions yet, but my granddaughter is undoubtedly the epitome of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. She possesses both beauty and temperament, and she will undoubtedly make the right choice in the future. I was drawn to her grandmother for these very reasons. This child resembles her grandmother, a true beauty. You have no idea how many suitors pursued her grandmother back in the day. There were enough to form a regiment. In the end, guess what happened? Her grandmother chose to be with me. Let me tell you, a woman like that brings security to a home, even if you were reduced to begging. She would never look down upon you. At that moment, I realized that Grandfather Fang had misinterpreted the nature of my relationship with Fang Pingping, causing my face to flush crimson. I wanted to clarify, but was at a loss for words. Noting my discomfort, Grandfather Fang dismissively remarked, A true man should not shy away from his feelings. In those bygone days, when I pursued her grandmother, I stood outside the barracks for 3 interminable days and nights. And what was the outcome? I was confined for 3 months. But so what? I harbor no regrets whatsoever. I embraced my confinement with enthusiasm. It was precisely from that moment onward that her grandmother began to regard me with newfound respect. It is only natural for a man to be drawn to beautiful women. There is no shame in it. Pursue your desires boldly, and I wholeheartedly support you. Before I could express my thoughts, Fang Pingping returned with water, her smile radiant as she glanced between Grandpa Fang and me. You two are so secretive. It's as if you're meeting for an underground alliance. Cannot say. Cannot say. Grandpa Fang responded with a mysterious wave of his hand. Matters of men should remain undisclosed. Wouldn't you agree, lad? As one ages, a certain confusion inevitably sets in. It was evident that Fang Pingping and I were simply good friends. How could anything romantic possibly develop? This incident had passed, and I did not dwell on it too much. A couple of days later, I embarked on a business trip to the city. This time, besides a Biao and 3 newly recruited students, I brought Ingzi along, both to bolster our numbers and because I felt this opportunity was rare, warranting her involvement for some practical experience. Before departing, I entrusted Xiao Ding with an important task, to contemplate the profitability model of Zhiyuan network, a matter I had long struggled to clarify. I was acutely aware of its significance. If this issue remained unresolved, all our efforts in other areas would ultimately lead to failure. Xiao Ding merely nodded in agreement, evidently not taking it to heart. I considered emphasizing the importance of this matter, but after much deliberation, I swallowed my words. With Su Wei providing covert assistance, our progress was remarkably smooth. Initially, the client paid a 30% advance, which provided us with a solid foundation of 90,000 yuan, allowing us to work without concern. The entire team was invigorated, focusing solely on work. A project originally expected to conclude in 3 months was nearing completion in just over 2, and our total expenses amounted to less than 60,000 yuan. When the system went live, excitement filled the air, prompting us to work 2 consecutive nights without rest before collapsing into sleep in our rented accommodation. Naturally, I was the exception, as I needed to monitor the system's performance. After enduring another sleepless night, Yu Jiqing and Tian Rue arrived to take over. To my surprise, Ingzi appeared as well, carrying a plastic bag containing a lunchbox. Upon entering, she called out to me, "Handsome brother, I've prepared some black-bone chicken soup. You must drink it while it's hot." During our time in the city, in an effort to economize, we collectively rented a 3-bedroom apartment, with the responsibility of cooking falling squarely on Ingzi, the sole female among us. Initially, I assumed she had made the soup out of consideration for our hard work, but a casual glance revealed an unusual look exchanged between Yu and Tian. Instantly alert, I pushed the lunchbox towards them. "Ingzi knows we've been working hard and has brought us some sustenance. Drink it while it's warm." Reluctantly, they accepted, and after they had their fill, I too took a few sips before inviting Ingzi to accompany me back to the dormitory. On the road, Ingzi maintained a solemn expression, and I sensed her discontent regarding the earlier incident. Thus, I tactfully suggested, "Ingzi, since you excel in your studies, how about I quiz you on some classical literature?" She responded with a somewhat petulant hum, prompting me to smile and continue. "How would you interpret the phrase not fearing scarcity, but fearing inequality?" Ingzi, being exceptionally bright, immediately grasped my intention. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Brother Shuai, are you the boss? You work harder than anyone else. Is it wrong to have a bowl of chicken soup?" Since Ingzi had laid her cards on the table, I decided to be forthright. A boss should set an exemplary standard and must not indulge in special treatment. You are familiar with General Li Guang of the Han Dynasty, right? The reason his soldiers were willing to follow him into the fray was not merely because he was a general, but because he shared both hardships and joys with his men, often enduring greater hardships than the common soldiers. When it came to battle, he led from the front. Similarly, there was General Guizi of the Tang Dynasty, who rose to the title of Prince of Finyang and even became related by marriage to the emperor. Indeed, there is a Hebei opera title Beating the Golden Branch that narrates their family's tale. Much like Li Guang, Guizi would not eat if his soldiers had not finished their meals, and when his men lacked winter clothing, he would give them his own cloak. Consequently, upon his passing, his entire army mourned deeply. To draw from more recent history, what made Chairman Mao great? For instance, during the natural disasters of the 1960s, he voluntarily reduced his salary to a mere 400 yuan per month. What does it signify for a chairman to earn only 400 yuan? Upon hearing this, Ingzi chuckled, "Brother Shuai, I merely made you some chicken soup. Was it necessary to bring up Chairman Mao? I already acknowledged my mistake, didn't I?" Recognizing that Ingzi was perceptive, I chose not to prolong the discussion and instead engaged in light conversation until we returned to our residence. Human beings are peculiar creatures. When utterly fatigued, they often find it difficult to sleep, much like my current state. After tossing and turning for a while, I decided to stretch my legs and stepped out of the bedroom. At that moment, Ingzi was busy in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Abayo and Shun Yoji seemed to have stepped out for some errands. Bored and restless, I reclined on the sofa and absent-mindedly turned on the television. After several futile attempts to find an appealing program, I finally succumbed to laziness and allowed it to settle on a local film channel, where a Hong Kong Taiwanese action film was playing. However, before long, I drifted off into slumber. Although I was in deep sleep, my years of martial arts training kept me alert even in dreams. I would awaken at the slightest sound. This time was no exception. As I abruptly opened my eyes, I noticed Ingzi holding the remote control aimed at the television. Clearly, she was concerned that the noise might disturb my slumber and intended to turn off the television once I had fallen deeply asleep. With bleary eyes, I glanced at the screen, realizing that I had slept for quite a while. The movie had concluded, and local news was now being broadcasted, featuring a reporter holding a microphone conducting an interview. The lower third displayed the title president of the charity foundation. At that moment, Ingzi gently pressed the remote, and the screen went dark with a soft click. Wait a moment. I let out a loud cry and sprang up from the sofa. Ingzi, taken aback, turned around to look at me, her face suddenly pale as a ghost. It was only then that I remembered I had been asleep, and I shook my head with a wry smile, muttering to myself, impossible, impossible, it must have been a dream. Ingzi regained her composure and, putting down the remote control, asked with concern, Brother Shuai, did you have a nightmare? I rubbed my hands over my face and replied, it wasn't exactly a nightmare, just a bit bizarre. How long have I been asleep? Ingzi shook her head. It shouldn't have been long. I saw you slumped on the sofa as soon as I came out of the kitchen. The television was blaring, and you didn't seem to mind the noise. Brother Shuai, you must be exhausted. You should sleep in your room. I'll call you when dinner is ready. I wearily closed my eyes and casually asked, oh, it seems I haven't been asleep long. The movie must still be on, right? Ingzi chuckled, what movie? It's already turned into the news. News. My heart skipped a beat. It appeared that the previous scene was not entirely a figment of my imagination. I hurriedly said, quick, turn on the television. Seeing Ingzi in a daze, I snatched the remote control and pressed the power button. Moments later, the television erupted with the excited and exaggerated voice of the commentator. It seemed to be broadcasting a football match from the Premier League or Serie A, indicating we had reached the sports news segment. I took a moment to steady my emotions and inquired, what news was just on? Ingzi pondered for a moment before responding. It seemed to be some sort of interview. Oh, Brother Shuai, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? I forced a smile and replied, I'm fine, just got up too abruptly. My head feels a bit dizzy. Ingzi volunteered, let me give you a massage. No, that's not necessary. I quickly stood up, walking towards the bedroom as I spoke. I'll just rest a bit more, and I'll be fine. Once inside the bedroom, I promptly closed the door and retrieved my phone to dial the directory assistance at 114. I requested the operator to help me find the contact number for a charitable foundation. After suffering burns in that devastating fire, it was this very foundation that had covered all my medical expenses, preventing any visible scars from marring my skin. Soon, the operator relayed a series of numbers, and I dialed the number. After 2 or 3 rings, a professional voice of a girl came through. Hello, Charitable Foundation. I endeavored to sound cheerful as I replied, hello. This is from the Speedy Wheelchair Company. I'd like to confirm that we'll be delivering the goods in half an hour. You have someone there, right? The girl seemed somewhat surprised. A wheelchair? I deliberately paused before responding. Oh, it's like this. Someone ordered a wheelchair from us yesterday, stating it was urgent, and requested delivery for today. The recipient is Mr. Ping. The girl suddenly understood. Oh, it's for President Ping. Please hurry and deliver it. We'll have someone here until 5 o'clock. All right, I'll make sure this urgent delivery reaches you immediately. I intentionally emphasized the word urgent, and the girl, evidently falling for it, hesitated for a moment before asking, are you certain this wheelchair is needed today? I assure you. The gentleman explicitly stated yesterday that the goods must be delivered today, I said. The girl hesitated and replied, I see. But unfortunately, President Ping has just stepped out. How about this? I can provide you with an address, and you can deliver the goods directly there. I responded, very well, please tell me, I will take note. The girl quickly said, Yuan Building, number 128, Taiping Street. Also, please jot down this phone number, 139110. Once you arrive, just call that number. I replied, thank you. Could you please confirm that again? Taiping Street, number 128. The girl assured me, that's correct, thank you. By the way, there won't be any additional shipping fees, right? No. Our service principle is to ensure customer satisfaction. Goodbye. After hanging up, I collapsed onto my bed, lost in thought for a while, then dressed and headed out. Ingzi, who was seated on the sofa reviewing client information, looked up in surprise and said, hey, aren't you going to sleep? I absent-mindedly replied, oh, I have some matters to attend to. No need to wait for me for lunch. Yuan Building is a nearly 20-story office structure from the outside. Each room appears to be identical cubicles, making it quite a challenge to locate an individual among them. After a brief contemplation, an idea struck me. I purchased several envelopes from a nearby post office, wrote Charity Fund, Yuan Building, Cheng Street in the recipient address section, and arbitrarily filled in a name for the recipient. After sealing the envelopes, I carried the stack of parcels into Yuan Building. As I passed by the directional signs, I discreetly scanned and remembered the names of 2 or 3 companies, then proceeded directly to the front desk, presenting the prepared envelopes. Please sign for these. The front desk was manned by 2 young women. One of them tilted her head to glance at my envelopes and shook her head. I'm sorry. We do not have a charity fund here. Feigning disbelief, I remarked. Oh, could there be a mistake? The sender specifically mentioned delivering items to a disabled person in a wheelchair. It seems likely there has been an error. The other girl chuckled and shook her head. He must be mistaken. Apart from the chairman of Weihao Company, there are no other disabled individuals working here. I helplessly shook my head, placing the envelope at the bottom of the pile, and earnestly examined the next parcel, stating, there is also a package for Jishuitan Weihao Company. The girl who had spoken earlier immediately replied, that's on the 17th floor. There are directional signs. Next time, you can find it directly from above. All companies operating here are listed there. I glanced back at the sign, quickly locating the line for Weihao Company, then chuckled at myself. Oh dear, look at my eyesight. The front desk attendant promptly directed me, walk straight to the left, then take a left turn. However, you'll need to register first. As she attentively watched me fill out the registration form, she remarked, wow, your handwriting is quite nice. Are you Huang Shuai? I smiled sheepishly yes. The receptionist pointed to a blank space, instructing, please write your contact information here. I casually scribbled a series of numbers, and the receptionist diligently tore off a portion of the paper, reminding me responsibly, remember to have someone sign it when you leave, and then hand it back to me. I expressed my gratitude and followed the direction indicated by the front desk, faintly hearing laughter behind me. Xiao Song, be careful not to get caught. After all, they had left their number, hadn't they? I waited for a moment in front of the elevator, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, then nonchalantly turned into a nearby staircase. Ascending 2 flights, I entered the office area on the 3rd floor. After wandering the corridor for 2 or 3 minutes, I located the cleaning room. The door was slightly ajar, and after knocking with no response, I quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. 2 minutes later, I emerged clad in a dirty work uniform, wearing a cap and clutching a mop. I strolled to the elevator, descended to the 15th floor where Weihao Company was located. Fortuitously, there were no staff at the front desk, allowing me to seamlessly enter the company premises. Once inside, I began to feign mopping the floor, while my ears and eyes remained vigilant, absorbing the surrounding atmosphere. This company seemingly occupied the entirety of the 15th floor, surrounded by individual offices labeled with titles such as Finance Department, Human Resources, and Second Conference Room. The central workspace was partitioned into numerous cubicles, each bustling with activity, some engrossed in their tasks, others engaged in animated telephone conversations, and some in clusters discussing various matters. To all appearances, this was undoubtedly a legitimate enterprise. After approximately 5 minutes, I found myself at the threshold of the chairman's office. Through the slightly ajar door, I discerned the absence of any occupants. In that moment, a bold thought crossed my mind. Glancing around cautiously, I quietly retreated into the chairman's office. Indeed, the room was empty. I swiftly scanned the surroundings and made my way directly to the desk. Aside from a flat-screen monitor, there was little else on the desk. Curiously, the screen was silently playing a video, captured from a top-down angle, depicting the reception area of Yuan Building. In the footage, a young man, clutching a bundle of parcels, was engaging the receptionist in conversation. He then proceeded to register, followed by entering the staircase, and the scene shifted to the 3rd floor cleaning room where he changed into work attire and casually emerged. This was an extremely chilling revelation, made all the more unsettling by the presence of 4 sharply dressed young men who were consistently visible in each frame, lurking not far behind the young man, whether around corners or within adjacent rooms. The way they moved suggested they possessed some martial prowess. Watching this footage sent chills down my spine, and just then, the door creaked open silently, revealing a wheelchair at the threshold. Instinctively, I turned around. Young Huang, I hope you are well. Old Master Ping. The elderly man in the wheelchair smiled and said, you might be wondering how this old fellow has returned to life. I was still somewhat dazed, eyeing old Master Ping in disbelief. Am I not dreaming? Behind him stood a young man clad in a pure white suit. At old Master Ping's gesture, the young man gently pushed the wheelchair closer. With a smile, old Master Ping said, of course not. Young Huang, allow me to introduce you. As he patted the young man's hand, this is my son. Your son? Old Master Ping's words filled me with astonishment and skepticism. Hadn't his son perished in an explosion? How could such a grown son suddenly appear? Had old Master Ping been deceiving me all along? While I was in a daze, the young man politely extended his hand. Hello, I'm Ping Weihua. You may call me that. I often hear my father mention Mr. Huang. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Ping Weihua's words further plunged me into confusion. I could not fathom how old Master Ping could have such a son seemingly out of nowhere. Despite my inner doubts, I shook Ping Weihua's hand out of courtesy. Mr. Ping, greetings. Old Master Ping casually remarked. Xiao Hao went to America with his mother when he was very young. Because of this line of work, I have lost 2 wives. I cannot allow any further misfortune to befall them. Old Master Ping's words dispelled the clouds of doubt in my mind. I should have anticipated this. A man of his caliber would never sever his lineage. Observing Ping Weihua more closely, I noted the elegant charm he possessed, a noble air intertwined with scholarly grace. Bearing a striking resemblance to Hong Kong's pop icon Aaron Kwok, yet he seemed worlds apart from old Master Ping. At that moment, Ping Weihua was also scrutinizing me. Our eyes met, and we exchanged a smile. He courteously gestured towards the spacious leather sofa. Mr. Huang, please take a seat. Ping Weihua always spoke with an air of politeness, yet for some reason, I sensed an underlying arrogance in his demeanor that left me feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 62. Biao's expression seemed peculiar. After a moment of silence, he remarked, it turns out old Master Ping has a young master. I was surprised that old Master Ping had been so discreet about having children, even keeping a Biao in the dark. I said, it appears that Ping Weihua has just returned from studying abroad and has begun managing old Master Ping's affairs. Biao fell silent again for a moment before responding. Since the old master has entrusted the family business to young Master Hao, it must be in the most capable hands. I have no particular plans. I will follow your lead, sir. Biao's words astonished me. It seemed he had no intention of returning to old Master Ping's side, complicating matters. The previous discussion suddenly reminded me of another question. Since Ping Weihua was set to inherit old Master Ping's position, why had he insisted on passing the mantle to me initially? Could this have been another form of testing? What might have transpired if my stance had not been so resolute? Was Biao truly sent to protect me, or did he have ulterior motives? Upon contemplating this, a cold sweat broke out on my brow as I cast a sidelong glance at Biao. In the dim light, his expression appeared remarkably composed, which provided me with a sense of reassurance. I couldn't help but smile at my own overthinking. The entire project progressed rather smoothly. We only experienced a week's delay beyond our initial estimates. With Su Wei acting as our insider, the tasks of launching and acceptance were swiftly completed. On the day of completion, I treated everyone to a delightful evening at a rather fine local bar. That night, we all returned home thoroughly satisfied, sleeping until noon the following day. Prior to this, I had arranged for Ingzi to purchase our return tickets for that evening. Before we set off, I distributed red envelopes to each individual, each containing a bank card with sums ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 yuan. Ingzi, Yu Jiqing, and the other 4 were exceptionally excited, expressing their gratitude in unison. I sent Ingzi and the others back first, while I retained a Biao for a private discussion. That evening, I arranged to meet Su Wei. During our time together, we deliberately steered clear of work-related topics, instead indulging in aimless conversation. Before parting, I pushed a series of notebooks towards Su Wei, who accepted them without even glancing, simply uttering a soft, thank you. The following day, Biao and I embarked on separate ventures, acquiring a rather sensational number of Yangtze Lake hairy crabs and a wild ginseng root from northeast China at a rather exorbitant price. With these treasures in tow, Biao and I paid a visit to Master Ping-san. He greeted us warmly, insisting we dine at Maxim's for Western cuisine. The atmosphere was lively, and Master Ping-san's spirits were higher than ever, though a minor incident during the meal cast a slight shadow over the evening. About halfway through, a subordinate of Ping Weihua entered with a guest, someone I recognized as the manager of a reputable pharmacy from whom I had purchased the ginseng. The man appeared visibly flustered, bowing deeply upon entering. From his demeanor, I grasped the situation, yet Master Ping-san remained oblivious, turning to Ping Weihua and asking, Xiao Hao, what is going on? Ping Weihua disdainfully gestured for the man to explain himself. Yes, the man stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. My surname is Dong Zhiqian, from the Lu Ma Road Pharmacy. Yesterday, this gentleman bought a. His words faltered, unable to continue. Master Ping-san, however, had already deduced the circumstances. He remained silent, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ping Weihua, who leisurely sliced into his Alba black pepper steak without lifting his gaze, stating, Your store has regulations regarding counterfeit goods, correct? Yes. If it's counterfeit, We compensate tenfold, Dong Zhiqian replied, his voice dry and raspy, as if squeezed from his throat. Ping Weihao cut a small piece of steak and chewed thoughtfully. Once he had swallowed, he dabbed his mouth with a napkin and said, "Since there are rules, we need not waste words. You've brought the goods, I presume?" Dong Zhiqian wore a pained expression, his voice almost quivering with emotion as he addressed Mr. Ping. "Sir, our humble establishment operates on thin margins. I cannot possibly part with even a single wild ginseng root, let alone 10. I implore you to show mercy. I am merely an employee, and we too have fallen victim to deception, having purchased counterfeit goods. Please, grant me this one reprieve." After speaking, he bowed profusely. While the act of selling counterfeit goods is indeed reprehensible, the desperation in his demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within me. I turned to Ping Weirao and suggested, "It would be unjust to place the entire blame on Manager Dong. The fault lies with my own ignorance of the merchandise. Perhaps we could let this matter rest if he refunds the money?" Dong Zhiqian cast a grateful glance in my direction and quickly exclaimed, "Refund, refund. I have brought the money. Allow me to treat you all today. Manager Dong, the rules were set by you. I did not pressure you," Ping Weirao remarked, not even sparing me a glance. Dong Zhiqian's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Mr. Ping, you are threatening my very existence. If my employer learns of this, not only will I be dismissed, but I shall also face financial ruin. Please, have mercy. I acknowledge my mistake and vow never to repeat it." Seeing Ping Weirao's expression remain unchanged, Dong Zhiqian turned to me and Mr. Ping-san, pleading, "Esteemed gentlemen, I beg you to intercede on my behalf. My entire family relies on my support. Should anything happen to me, they would be left with no hope." Dong Zhiqian, a man of stature, had appeared well-dressed just yesterday. His current state evoked a natural sense of pity. I jestingly suggested to Ping Weirao, "Perhaps we should allow Manager Dong to host a banquet to atone for his transgressions." "Absolutely, I will," Dong Zhiqian replied promptly. Yet, Ping Weirao remained impassive. I could not discern whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. At this juncture, his silence would not merely be a slight against Dong Zhiqian, but also a disregard for my reputation. Even Ah Biao could no longer tolerate the situation. He spoke in a grave tone, "Young Master Hao, as the saying goes, a wise man does not dwell on minor transgressions. A magnanimous heart can withstand great burdens. Why must you stoop to the level of this man?" Ping Weirao cast a half-smile towards Ah Biao. "Are you implying that I lack generosity?" Ah Biao found himself in an awkward position, stammering, "That is not what I meant." Ping Weirao seemed amused by the exchange, chuckling lightly, "Though I studied in America, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding Chinese culture. As Mr. Lu Sun stated, one must strike hard against those who are down. Chairman Mao also advised us to pursue the fleeing enemy relentlessly, lest we fall into the trap of complacency. If you indulge such characters once, they will only escalate their misdeeds." Chapter 63. Xiao Hao. Mr. Ping-san could no longer contain himself. He placed his knife and fork heavily on the table and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Cease flaunting your understanding of Chinese culture as if you are not a part of it. What is Chinese culture? It embodies loyalty and empathy, and the principle of moderation. In the future, refrain from showcasing the so-called Chinese wisdom you learned from foreign lands in my presence." The scolding from old Master Ping was undeniably harsh, causing Ping Weihao's face to flush a deep shade reminiscent of liver. However, at this juncture, old Master Ping's demeanor softened, and his tone became more conciliatory as he earnestly remarked, "Xiao Hao, this is but a trifling matter. In our line of work, it is inevitable that we occasionally find ourselves in a bind. Who knows when the tables might turn? The more friends we have, the more paths we can explore, and the fewer adversaries we face, the less obstruction we encounter. Moreover, let us not forget the principle of respecting the messenger. I propose we heed Huang's suggestion. What say you?" This statement effectively provided Ping Weihao with an opportunity to save face. Realizing the intent behind old Master Ping's words, he swiftly replied, "Yes, Manager Dong. Should we not express our gratitude to Mr. Huang?" Dong Zhiqian, filled with elation, first thanked me, then expressed his gratitude to old Master Ping, and finally acknowledged Ping Weihao. As he spoke, he retrieved a wad of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and laid them before me, profusely thanking me before taking his leave. Old Master Ping, as if the entire affair had never transpired, smiled and said, "Brother Huang, let me share an intriguing tidbit with you. Do you know who established this restaurant?" Feeling somewhat guilty for Ping Weihao's reprimand, I pondered how to make amends, but found myself at a loss for words. When old Master Ping posed this question, I could only hazard a guess. It wasn't founded by Maxim, was it? Old Master Ping nodded. Indeed, the founder of Maxims is Maxim himself. a renowned century-old establishment in France. However, its ownership has now transferred to Pierre Cardin. I queried in confusion. Isn't Pierre Cardin a fashion brand? Old Master Ping burst into laughter. Yes, that very Pierre Cardin. Not only is he an exceptional tailor, but he also possesses a keen business acumen. After acquiring Maxims, he expanded it far and wide, with branches reportedly in Tokyo, Geneva, and even Mexico. The last time old Pierre visited the city, we had quite a delightful conversation. He is quite the character, albeit a bit of a show-off. During our chat, he recounted his initial experiences in China, claiming that at that time, the Chinese only wore gray, black, or green clothing. He boasted that he was the one who introduced color to China. Subsequently, he opened the first Western restaurant, Maxims, thereby bringing Western culinary culture to China. He spoke of himself as if he were a savior and encouraged me to delve deeper into French culture, suggesting I watch films like Escape from the Tiger's Mouth and Casablanca. I found this rather infuriating. Can you guess my response? With a smile, I replied, "You must have given old Pierre a taste of his own medicine." Old Master Ping said, "I told him that while I have never been a tailor and have little expertise in clothing, I do possess some knowledge about cuisine. The Japanese and Koreans like to refer to their restaurants as cuisine, but in truth, they merely appropriated some seasoning techniques from China, serving half-cooked dishes dipped in sauces. Still living in an age of uncooked flesh, they hardly grasped the essence of culinary art. Conversely, Western cuisine excels in frying, grilling, and roasting, yet they struggle with seasoning, resulting in dishes that are either overly salty or bland, or reeking of grease. Only China boasts a rich array of cooking techniques, stir-frying, steaming, boiling, and more, complemented by a harmonious balance of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty flavors. That is the epitome of true culinary mastery." My words left old Pai utterly astonished. Since that moment, he has refrained from uttering those meaningless platitudes in my presence. Upon finishing this statement, Master Ping let out a triumphant laugh. I must concede that his remark was indeed astute, prompting me to sincerely exclaim, "Your insight is truly remarkable, Master Ping." He shook his head and replied, "In truth, I merely learned this on the spot. Just days before my encounter with old Pai, I met a Japanese gentleman who shared these words. I have always held a certain disdain for Japan, a nation situated on a speck of land, yet blinded by an unwarranted sense of superiority. However, I was intrigued to discover that Japan harbors such enlightened individuals. What is the name of this Japanese gentleman?" I inquired. "His name is Tuan Yajuma. By the way, he gifted me a book he authored, titled Essays on Pipes." I noted down both the name of this Japanese man and his book, resolved to delve deeper into them when the opportunity arose. As we were parting, I revisited an earlier topic. "Master Ping, now that time has passed, do you think it would be appropriate to let a biao?" This time, Master Ping did not outright refuse. With his customary smile, he replied, "Young Huang, your enterprise is just taking flight, is it not? It would be prudent to allow a biao to remain a while longer, especially when you need support. However, I must clarify that this is not a borrowing of Jingzhou. It is a matter of repayment." After saying this, he chuckled heartily. Faced with this unexpected windfall, we rejoiced for quite some time. Xiao Ding also honored his promise, raising no further objections regarding my relocation of the office to the vicinity of Peking University. Thus, that autumn, we successfully accomplished our first transition, renting a modest room of approximately 10 square meters in the resource building of Peking University. We then began distributing our printed flyers around the campus, which contained a simple message. We were seeking part-time university students. The response to our advertisement was remarkably swift. Within a mere 2 to 3 days, we had received inquiries from over a dozen job seekers. Regrettably, these students faltered in front of Xiao Ding. While his theoretical knowledge may not have been extensive, his practical wisdom was profound, a quality sorely lacking in these students. Of course, there were a few exceptional individuals among them who managed to pass Xiao Ding's scrutiny. However, when it came to the matter of compensation, their expectations often soared to multiples of what we could afford, sometimes even tenfold, leading to predictable outcomes. In addition to these two types of applicants, there existed a third category, those who arrived with enthusiasm but fell silent upon witnessing our working environment, leaving in a huff. Their arrival was swift, and their departure even swifter. In summary, after several days of effort, we not only failed to recruit a single part-time student, but also witnessed the departure of 3 university students, including Yu Jiqing, as they returned to their respective schools to complete their withdrawal procedures. The recruitment efforts had left Xiao Ding's workload stagnated, akin to Zhuge Liang suffering losses while trying to assist Zhou Gong. Although Xiao Ding did not voice his discontent, I sensed his dissatisfaction, and I too began to harbor regrets. questioning whether my approach had been excessively hasty and profit-driven. Chapter 64. In the period following our return from the city, our living standards initially improved. However, this pleasant state was short-lived. Lacking a stable source of income, we witnessed our funds dwindle like snow under the sun, compelling us to revert to the modest lifestyle we had maintained before our city excursion. Our daily sustenance primarily consisted of convenience foods, and outings such as today's collective meal of rice topped with various dishes were deemed a luxury. Brother Shuai, what will you have? Due to a shortage of staff, Ingzi now assumed the dual role of accountant and household manager. I cast a glance at the menu affixed to the wall: spicy potato strips over rice. Ingzi smiled and said, "Biao go, no need to elaborate. It's still your usual 3 favorites. Mapo tofu with rice, extra spicy, right?" Observing Biao nodding in agreement, Ingzi turned to Xiao Ding. "And you?" I had always found it curious that Ingzi referred to both Biao and me as brother while addressing Xiao Ding by his given name. Xiao Ding's face flushed, and he quickly glanced at the menu. Decent yen. Ingzi then raised her voice, calling, "Waiter, 1 order of spicy potato strips, 1 order of mapo tofu, 1 order of decent yen, and 1 bowl of dan dan noodles." Immediately, the waiter, speaking in authentic Sichuan dialect, echoed, "1 order of spicy potato strips, 1 order of mapo tofu, 1 order of decent yen, and 1 bowl of dan dan noodles." As soon as he finished, Ingzi interjected, "Make sure to add extra chili to the mapo tofu." The waiter acknowledged, "Got it." Ingzi then chuckled softly, "Just a little, not too much." This remark elicited laughter from both Biao and me, while Xiao Ding remained furrowed in thought, seemingly detached. Suddenly, Ingzi let out a sharp scream, clapping her hands excitedly. I was startled by her outburst and followed her gaze to the television in the corner, which was replaying yesterday's news. The screen displayed Samaranch announcing the host city for the 2008 Olympics. The Chinese individuals on screen were jubilant, with some moved to tears, all expressing their elation and excitement in the most fervent manner. Despite having celebrated the announcement passionately the previous night, the collective enthusiasm remained undiminished, as cheers erupted not only from our modest eatery, but also resonated throughout the surroundings. Even the typically taciturn Biao was visibly stirred, his fists clenched in excitement as he gazed intently at the television. It took a considerable time for the excitement to subside. In the midst of this, the waiter called out, "Ding ding noodles." "Who ordered ding ding noodles?" Xiao Ding jolted awake, standing up abruptly. "I'm here." Initially, we were taken aback, but a second later, laughter erupted, and Xiao Ding, now fully alert, sat down sheepishly, saying, "I thought you were calling me." Ingzi, with a teasing smile, looked at Xiao Ding and inquired, "Ding ding noodles, what were you thinking just now?" After Xiao Ding uttered a solitary "I," he realized his error and quickly fell silent, while Ingzi burst into laughter. At that moment, Biao gently nudged me and said, "Miss Fang." I followed his gaze and soon spotted Fang Pingping hurriedly passing by outside the restaurant. Before I could utter a word, Ingzi had already called out to her, welcoming her inside. In a short while, Fang Pingping was pulled in by Ingzi. I quickly waved at her, "Old Fang, over here." Biao, with great awareness, vacated his seat and pulled over another chair for her, taking a seat on one side of the table himself. However, Fang Pingping did not occupy the empty spot beside me. Instead, she greeted everyone first. "Xiao Ding, Biao, you are all here." As she spoke, she did not even glance in my direction, as though I were invisible. I stood up and waved my hand in front of her eyes, saying sorry. I left my invisibility cloak at home today. Fang Pingping's face bore no trace of a smile. She still refused to look at me and coldly replied, "You all eat first. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me behind. Ingzi, watching Fang Pingping's retreating figure, quietly inquired, "Brother Shuai, what did you do to offend Sister Pingping?" I forced a bitter smile and shook my head. I have no idea. I knew Fang Pingping well. She was typically carefree and would not take trivial matters to heart. I must have done something gravely wrong. Yet I genuinely could not recall having wronged her in any way. Xiao Ding tugged at my sleeve, urging, "Stop dawdling and hurry after her to ask." His words struck a chord, and I quickly scampered out to pursue her. Outside the small restaurant, I intercepted Fang Pingping and earnestly said, "Old Fang, if I have erred in any way, it was certainly unintentional. After so many years of friendship, you should know my character well enough. You are too good. How could you ever be at fault?" Fang Pingping retorted disdainfully before veering to the side and continuing her walk. Stung by her cryptic dismissal, irritation welled up within me. Had it been anyone else, I would have walked away without a second thought. However, Fang Pingping was not just anyone, so I swallowed my anger and followed her. I remained silent as she walked ahead, merely shadowing her to see what she intended to do. After walking nearly a block, Fang Pingping finally halted, turning to glare at me, and fiercely demanded, "Why do you keep following me?" I replied, "I worry you might be in distress and contemplate drastic measures." Fang Pingping shouted back, "You're talking nonsense. You're the one who should be seeking an end." Her words relieved me somewhat, disregarding the gazes of passers-by. I smiled and said, "All right, it's me who fears I might falter and seek an end, and I just wanted someone to chat with. Is that so wrong?" Fang Pingping chuckled but quickly resumed her stern demeanor, stating, "Don't play the fool with me. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. Let us act as if we don't know each other." Her words were heavy, prompting me to drop my smile and maintain a teasing tone. "Old Fang, are you truly severing our bond? Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. However, even if one were to face execution, there must be a reason. You can't allow me to perish in such confusion, can you? What if this is all just a misunderstanding? I would be condemned to an unjust fate." Fang Pingping gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, as if she could devour me whole. "Stop pretending to be confused. You know precisely what I mean." Her words ignited my frustration, and I coldly replied, "Old Fang, I have said all that needs to be said. If you insist on this line of argument, I shall not waste my breath any longer." With that, I turned to leave, but Fang Pingping called out plaintively, "You've been gossiping with Grandpa behind my back and accusing me of wronging you." I halted, turning back to her with a puzzled expression. "Isn't your grandfather already out of the hospital? I haven't seen him since." With a sardonic smile, Fang Pingping retorted, "Who knows what you two discussed while in the hospital?" It had been 2 months since Grandpa Fang was hospitalized, and my memory did not serve me well. Thus, I could only respond honestly, "I truly cannot recall what was said. Perhaps you could remind me?" Chapter 65, Fang Pingping stated, "Today, Grandpa called and mentioned you." Her face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. Unable to contain my curiosity, I pressed further, "What did Grandpa say about me?" After a moment of hesitation, Fang Pingping stomped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, "He spoke highly of you and even mentioned that you were worthy of lifelong trust." Upon hearing this, realization dawned upon me. Grandpa Fang had long misconstrued the nature of my relationship with Fang Pingping. This misunderstanding was partly my fault. Had I clarified things during my last visit to the hospital, such confusion might have been avoided. Still, I did not perceive this as a grave matter, and I chuckled. "Your grandfather is quite advanced in age. Such ramblings are typical of the elderly. Why take them to heart?" "Ramblings?" Fang Pingping clearly disapproved. "Do not slander my grandfather. Are you claiming you never spoke nonsense with him?" While I had indeed indulged in light-hearted banter to amuse Grandpa Fang during his hospital stay, I refrained from confessing this aloud. I swear by heaven, I never spoke nonsense regarding this matter. However what? She inquired. "Your grandfather did mention that you are a paragon of a virtuous wife, possessing both beauty and temperament." Recalling the old man's words nearly made me laugh. But upon seeing Fang Pingping's expression, I stifled my amusement and quickly clarified, "At that moment, it was merely your grandfather's one-sided view." I said nothing. Fang Pingping's demeanor softened slightly. "Then why did you not clarify things with him?" I explained, "He made this statement in your absence, and before uttering those words, he made me promise not to disclose them to you. By the time I wished to explain, you had already returned." Upon hearing my explanation, Fang Pingping stomped her foot in exasperation. "That old child. Why does he always speak so thoughtlessly, as if I were desperate for marriage?" After lamenting her grandfather, she turned her ire towards me. "And you, why did you have to be so attentive?" Faced with her unreasonable logic, I could only offer a wry smile. "Old Fang, if you remain unsatisfied, you might as well just end my life." Fang Pingping laughed in anger. "When I first received Grandpa's call, I truly felt like killing you. And Grandpa, how has he become so confused in his old age? Dear Cricket, let me issue a warning. We are indeed steadfast friends, and I implore you not to entertain thoughts of any sort elsewhere. Should you indulge in such folly, our camaraderie may well reach its conclusion." Fang Pingping spoke with earnestness, and I responded with equal gravity. "I assure you, under the auspices of Chairman Mao, I shall harbor no thoughts that might tarnish our pristine proletarian revolutionary friendship." Fang Pingping chuckled lightly. "Oh, spare me." I joined in her laughter and added, "However, your grandfather is 70 years old, quite the old child, isn't he? As one ages, they often resemble children. They require gentle coaxing. How about I give him a call to clarify matters?" Fang Pingping shot me a disapproving glance. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is this a matter that can be easily explained? My grandfather is quite stubborn. Any attempt at clarification would only worsen the situation. You, on the other hand, have stirred up trouble and now wish to bask in the coolness of your retreat. My grandfather has been calling me every few days, insisting that I marry. Do you have any idea how distressing that is? This revelation startled me. I had previously assumed Fang's grandfather was merely somewhat conservative, but I had not anticipated such traditional views. In this day and age, parents still meddling in their children's marriages seemed archaic. Then simply explain to him that you are still in school and that there are regulations preventing marriage until after graduation, I suggested. Fang Pingping shook her head. My grandfather has already inquired. The school no longer concerns itself with such matters. I expressed my confusion. Why has he only now recalled this matter? It's been quite some time. Upon hearing this, Fang Pingping's expression dimmed. After the surgery, my grandfather's health has been in decline. He now relies on medication. He confided in me that he is aware his days are numbered and wishes to see his great-grandchild before he closes his eyes, to at least achieve the joy of 4 generations under one roof. I was taken aback by this turn of events, unsure of how to respond. Fang Pingping wiped her eyes and forced a smile. However, my grandfather said that Chairman Mao once remarked, one is destined to die. Whether their life is heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather varies. Though he does not dare to compare himself to Mount Tai, he does not consider himself as light as a feather either. He has experienced much in his life, and that is of worth. In all honesty, although Fang's and my worldviews differed greatly, we found great camaraderie in our conversations. Hearing such news inevitably stirred a sense of sorrow within me. When shall I visit your grandfather? I inquired. Fang Pingping shook her head. Let it be. You two would only end up conspiring together. And then I'd be the one left to face the consequences. Noting that her anger had subsided, I suggested, on this sweltering day, let us not linger here. Why not spend some time at our company? We might devise a worthy plan. I shall not go, Fang Pingping replied, somewhat embarrassed, having just confronted them. How can I show my face again? Reflecting on this, I acknowledged. Indeed, who knows how they might twist our tale. We shall need to clarify things with them later. Very well, you return home, and I shall head back to school. As we exchanged these words, Fang Pingping began to walk towards the station. I am well aware of the bond between Fang Pingping and her grandfather, and I can empathize with her current emotions. As a close friend, I feel a tinge of regret for not being able to assist her adequately. After much contemplation, an idea suddenly struck me. I called out to Fang Pingping's retreating figure. Old Fang, wait a moment. She halted in her tracks, looking back at me in surprise. I hurriedly closed the distance, saying, perhaps you could convey this to your grandfather. My career is just beginning, akin to having taken the first step of a long march with countless challenges yet to come. I am presently too occupied to ponder such matters, and I shall consider marriage once my career is flourishing. Fang Pingping shot me a glare. Come on, is that really the best excuse you could come up with? Have you been watching too many Hong Kong dramas, or has your brain gone awry? This was quintessential Fang Pingping, and it brought warmth to my heart. I chuckled and replied, all right, let us pretend I never said anything. Why do I always end up playing the role of El Dongbin? Upon hearing my indirect rebuke, she bared her teeth at me and warned, watch out, or I might just bite you. At that moment, the clouds of gloom lifted and my spirit brightened. I pointed towards the bus station, exclaiming, the bus is coming. The bus is coming. Fang Pingping took a couple of hurried steps towards the station, but then stopped, turning back to ask, by the way, you're eating so plainly. Life must be quite tough for you, right? I gestured towards the station, insisting, you needn't worry about that. Hurry up, or the bus will leave. Without turning away, Fang Pingping gazed intently into my eyes and said, Big Cricket, don't change the subject. Honestly, is your company facing particularly hard times? I laughed and replied, absolutely not. Did I not mention that I just secured a significant contract? I am currently inundated with profits, pondering how to spend this windfall. Fang Pingping scoffed, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Ingzi just told me outside the restaurant. To my surprise, Ingzi's tongue was quite quick. While I silently scolded her in my mind, I reassured Fang Pingping. It's really not that serious, just a few minor hurdles that can be easily overcome. Fang Pingping continued, I happen to have some savings. Since I have nothing pressing to do, I can lend you some to tide you over. I immediately protested, how can I possibly use your money? What have I become? A gentleman's friendship is as gentle as water. Surely, you don't wish for me to become a scoundrel? Fang Pingping replied, what are you thinking? This money isn't a gift. It will accrue interest at the bank's fixed deposit rate, of course. Enough of your prattle, or I might just turn hostile. This was a statement I should have made, but she preempted me. Reluctantly, I admitted, Old Fang, I appreciate your goodwill, but a temporary fix won't suffice. Besides, even your small contribution cannot alleviate my burdens. Fang Pingping was unconvinced. Don't play games with me. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want it or not? I am aware that this young lady can indeed turn hostile at a moment's notice. Therefore, I promptly detailed every expense for her. the rent, the costs of daily operations, the expenditures for 4 individuals, and the expenses incurred for client outreach and advertising. When all these figures were meticulously calculated, the monthly expenditure amounted to at least 20 to 30,000 yuan. Of course, I deliberately omitted the income from navigation network advertisements. Fang Pingping was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, Jishuitan, this is not a company. It's clearly a bottomless pit. I replied, one cannot speak in such dire terms. This is merely the entrepreneurial phase. Without investment, where lies the prospect of return? I firmly believe this is the darkest hour before dawn. And as long as we endure this challenging period, a bright future awaits. Fang Pingping pondered and inquired. So, in order to reach your promising future, how much more money must be invested? Without hesitation, I answered, perhaps 1 to 2 million yuan. The reason I provided this figure was not solely to intimidate Fang Pingping. While it was not an exact estimation, it was indeed within the same order of magnitude as the actual figure. Fang Pingping, however, responded decisively. It seems I must wish you good fortune. I shall keep my modest savings in the bank. After bidding farewell to Fang Pingping, I turned around and spotted Ingzi peering curiously from a distance. Upon catching my gaze, she appeared somewhat embarrassed. Approaching her with a stern expression before I could speak, she hastily confessed, Brother Shuai, I followed to see if there was any way I could assist. With a frown, I retorted, your presence is no help at all. Hearing this, Ingzi looked slightly aggrieved, and though she opened her mouth to explain, no words came forth. Realizing she had not grasped the gravity of my words, I bluntly stated, the operational status is confidential. It cannot be disclosed to outsiders. At that moment, Ingzi understood the source of my irritation. She shifted her gaze, contemplating an explanation, but then a smile broke through as she earnestly said, Brother Shuai, I acknowledge my mistake. It will not happen again. To be honest, unlike my colleagues Xiao Ding and Abayo, I considered Ingzi as more than just a subordinate. I regarded her as a sister. Therefore, hearing her sincere apology made me somewhat regretful for my harsh words. I then changed my demeanor, smiling, very well. Recognizing one's errors and correcting them is a virtue. Today's chaos was entirely instigated by Lao Fang. Let us return and have a meal. However, Ingzi interjected. I have already asked Abayo and Xiao Ding to bring the food back to the company. As soon as she entered, she called out, the boss is back. Dinner is ready. To my surprise, the mention of dinner abruptly ceased, and I felt a wave of curiosity. Upon entering the room, I discovered not only Abayo and Xiao Ding, but also an additional guest. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut, a round face, and a stocky build. His face was adorned with a stubbly beard, and perched on his flat nose were rimless glasses framing 2 unevenly sized eyes. Despite their asymmetry, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, revealing a person of significance. Before I could inquire further, Xiao Ding eagerly gestured to me and introduced, Manager Huang. This is Dr. Chu Weidong from Peking University. Dr. Chu, this is our company's general manager, Huang Shuai. I extended my hand towards Dr. Chu Weidong, saying, Dr. Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. He grasped my hand firmly with his large palm and asked, have you practiced martial arts? I was taken aback and glanced at Abayo, whose expressionless face indicated that he had not disclosed this information. As for Xiao Ding, he was completely unaware of it. So, how did Dr. Chu come to know? Dr. Chu laughed heartily. No need for wild guesses. I have been practicing Tai Chi for 10 years, and I founded the Tai Chi Research Society at Peking University. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of relief and began to scrutinize Dr. Chu more closely, noticing several distinctive traits characteristic of a martial artist. As I invited Dr. Chu to take a seat, I jokingly remarked, Dr. Chu, your esteemed presence is not merely for a martial arts exchange, is it? Dr. Chu boisterously replied, of course not. I am here to offer you guidance. Such bold claims. His words struck a discordant note, heightening my vigilance. Maintaining a smile, I responded, oh, I do not quite comprehend. I would appreciate your clarity, Dr. Chu. He waved his hand dismissively. While your 9 questions website mimics quite well, the market response has not been satisfactory, correct? I was taken aback, but maintained my composure, replying, indeed, that is the case. Dr. Chu continued, the issue lies within your search algorithm. The results generated by your current algorithm are far from the user's expectations. Am I mistaken? As I nodded, he elaborated. In fact, this is merely a superficial symptom. The real problem is your lack of knowledge in language, or more precisely, in Chinese language and literature. His words struck me like a revelation, as the perplexities that had troubled me for days suddenly found clarity. I realized that the impediment to the advancement of 9 questions was not a specific individual, but rather a deficiency in critical knowledge. If someone were to be held accountable, that person could only be me. Reflecting on my recent misjudgment of Xiao Ding, I cast a guilty glance in his direction. However, Xiao Ding misunderstood my expression and eagerly nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Dr. Chu's perspective. Although Dr. Chu had articulated the underlying issue, I remained cautious about him. For true experts can indeed strike with precision, yet cunning deceivers often employ similar tactics to instill fear. Chapter 67. I replied leisurely, "Your words are incisive. This issue has indeed plagued us for quite some time. However, we have recently discovered a solution and are currently updating our algorithm." My statement visibly astonished Dr. Chu, who abruptly stood up, his penetrating gaze fixed on me. "How can that be possible?" I smiled and replied, "In this world, there are only things that cannot be imagined, not things that cannot be accomplished." Dr. Chu, somewhat disheartened, inquired, "Could you share your approach to implementing the new algorithm?" I responded, "Dr. Chu, I am truly sorry, but you must understand that the algorithm is the very essence of a search engine." Dr. Chu, still not willing to give up, insisted, "Perhaps I could offer you some professional guidance?" With a smile, I remarked, "I hope we can collaborate in the future." The meaning of my words was unmistakable, and even Chu Weidong, no matter how thick-skinned he was, found it difficult to respond further. He sighed deeply. All right, let us pretend I never said anything." With that, he swept out in a huff. "Dr. Chu," Xiao Ding called after Chu Weidong's retreating figure, rushing over to tug at my arm as we followed him outside. "Old Huang, how could you turn away someone as esteemed as Dr. Chu when he came to see you in person? Quickly, go and apologize." I chuckled. "I'm a bit hungry. Now that everyone is here, let us eat." Xiao Ding retorted indignantly. "Hey, how can you be so heartless? At a time like this, you're thinking about food?" Not only was Xiao Ding displeased with me, but even Yingzi and Abayo shared his sentiments, though they refrained from voicing them. I chose to ignore their glances, leisurely finishing my meal before getting down to work. 2 evenings later, I found myself at Xiao Ding's residence, where he was engrossed in his work at the desk. Though I entered quietly, he did not look up, clearly still upset about the incident with Chu Weidong. Undeterred, I approached him and laid several sheets of paper beside his notebook. "What is it?" he muttered without lifting his head. "Take a look and you'll see," I replied. Xiao Ding, in a huff, said, "Didn't you notice? I'm busy updating the algorithms." I smiled. "I brought you some algorithms." He paused, picked up the paper, and began to read the contents aloud. Chu Weidong, male, aged 42, hailing from Ciufu, Shandong. His cartoon-like appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of Tencent's mascot. And given that his surname starts with AQ, he is affectionately referred to as the Doctor. He has a wide range of interests, particularly in Chinese culture, with a deep fondness for classical literature. He has made significant contributions across various fields, including linguistics, music, martial arts, and computer science, holding dual doctorates in both linguistics and computer science. Currently, he serves as the head of the Department of Chinese Language and Literature at Peking University, as well as the president of the Taijiquan Research Association and a council member of the Music Association. In recent years, he has dedicated himself to researching internet phenomena and related technologies, spontaneously forming the first internet experimental group at Peking University with like-minded individuals. He has authored over 20 academic papers published in various domestic and international journals, 3 of which discuss Chinese search engine algorithms, along with 2 others pertinent to this field. The remaining sheets detailed 5 of Chu Weidong's academic publications. Xiao Ding read through them in one breath, growing increasingly animated, until he could no longer contain himself and stood up to punch me playfully on the arm. "Old Huang, I thought I was blind, didn't I?" Xiao Ding merely chuckled, and I remarked, as the saying goes, a true expert can discern the quality of work at a glance. After just a few exchanges with Chu Weidong, I could tell he is quite accomplished. Yet, I still find it puzzling how such a grand figure ended up in our humble abode. Xiao Ding replied, "Are you worried he might see us as a testing ground? Well, with our meager resources, if he truly thinks that, it would be quite a compliment." I spoke earnestly. "Xiao Ding, this company is the fruit of our labor. You must not underestimate its potential. We are counting on it to break out of Asia and make a mark on the world." Upon noticing my solemnity, Xiao Ding appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "You know I didn't mean that." I chuckled. "Am I not aware of your thoughts? You regard Jiuwen Wang as your own child. In front of others, you feign modesty, yet deep down, you believe it surpasses any other." Xiao Ding laughed in agreement. "There is some truth to that." I continued, "This is merely the first layer of meaning. I am uncertain about the true appetite of Dr. Chu. Alternatively, what benefits can we offer him?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding became troubled. "That is indeed a dilemma. With the limited funds we possess, we can barely sustain ourselves, let alone afford Dr. Chu's salary." "Indeed," I interjected. "Indeed?" Xiao Ding exclaimed joyfully. Is there a new project on the horizon? Although we currently lack monetary resources, we possess something invaluable that money cannot buy. What is that? He inquired. Equity, I replied. Equity? In our current situation, only equity can demonstrate our sincerity, and only through shared ownership can we ensure that Chu Weidong is fully committed to this endeavor. However, this means our own shares will be somewhat diminished. Xiao Ding promptly responded, that's not an issue. As long as Chu Weidong is willing to join us, I would gladly relinquish my shares. Wouldn't that mean we are merely working for Chu Weidong? I'm used. I am considering offering him 10% of the shares. Xiao Ding hesitated. Wouldn't 10% be a bit too little? You see, owning 10% in a company makes one a substantial shareholder. My former boss founded his company and only retained a little over 20% of the shares. This is merely the beginning. Many new talents will be joining us. And if we exhaust our resources now, will we have the chance to play again in the future? After some contemplation, Xiao Ding concurred with my perspective. Yet he raised a concern. Do you think Ingzi will have objections? I had been anticipating this question. Ever since Ingzi joined the company, Xiao Ding harbored feelings for her, making his inquiry quite natural. I pretended to be oblivious. Ingzi? What objections could she possibly have? Xiao Ding patiently reasoned. After all, Ingzi has been with the company for quite some time and has diligently contributed to the Chung project. She is practically a veteran. She currently holds no shares while Chu Weidong, upon his arrival, is granted 10%. Might she harbor some resentment? Feigning contemplation, I replied, I doubt it. Ingzi is quite understanding, and she cannot be compared to Dr. Chu. Xiao Ding shook his head, not necessarily. Ingzi is quite astute, in my opinion. Her starting point is just slightly lower. With a bit of nurturing, she will undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. I pondered, you raise valid points. How should we proceed with this matter? Chapter 68, Xiao Ding suggested. Why not take this opportunity to allocate some shares to Ingzi? It would certainly enhance her motivation. I acquiesced, albeit with the condition that Ingzi's shareholding could not exceed that of Dr. Chu. Xiao Ding, brimming with joy, replied, of course not. However, he hesitated. But considering our company consists of so few individuals, if we grant shares to Ingzi, wouldn't we also need to include a Biao? Perhaps we should reconsider. Xiao Ding quickly interjected. It is only fair to allocate some shares to a Biao as well. I see no reason against it. After much persuasion from Xiao Ding, I reluctantly consented to his proposal. We ultimately agreed on a distribution of shares amounting to 22%, with 10% allocated to Chu Weidong, 7% to Ingzi, and 5% to a Biao. This seemingly arbitrary scheme concealed deeper intricacies. Our company resembled a small fishing vessel navigating tumultuous seas, perpetually on the brink of capsizing. It required an exceptional captain to steer it in the right direction, a quality Xiao Ding evidently lacked, while Chu Weidong's involvement introduced further uncertainties. Thus, I recognized the necessity of nipping potential dangers in the bud. Among all the members of our company, I held no confidence in Xiao Ding or Chu Weidong. Past disputes had shown that Xiao Ding often presumed to challenge my authority, emboldened by his shareholding. My concerns were not about the jeopardy to my interests or my reputation. Rather, I feared that such disputes would exacerbate the vessel's instability, rendering our already fragile structure even more precarious. Conversely, a Biao and Ingzi were different. A Biao needed no introduction, and Ingzi could be considered my loyal follower. To navigate this small vessel successfully, I had to rely on both of them. With the 12% stake held by Ingzi and a Biao, I would be able to maintain control, even if Chu Weidong allied with Xiao Ding. In truth, this share distribution plan had been brewing in my mind for quite some time. Even without the involvement of Chu Weidong, I would have proposed it at an opportune moment. Xiao Ding appeared blissfully unaware of my ulterior motives, believing everything was proceeding according to his expectations. Observing Xiao Ding's exuberance filled me with a twinge of guilt and self-reproach. I could not express these thoughts to those around me, so I confided in the Wandering Loach during an online chat. The Wandering Loach paused for a moment before responding. I can comprehend your current feelings and understand your intentions behind this action. If I were in your position, I might have acted similarly. However, I feel a sense of guilt towards Xiao Ding. The Wandering Loach continued. I grasp the pain you are experiencing and recognize the internal conflict within you. This is entirely normal, as you are undergoing a transformation towards becoming a leader. Every transformation requires shedding a layer of skin. But I do not wish to become a leader. I merely aspire to realize my ideals, I replied. The Wandering Loach concluded. That is the root of your suffering. For you have yet to comprehend a fundamental truth. What truth? The Wandering Loach. Allow me to set the stage. I recommend you acquire a copy of Zhang Zhiyuan for your reading pleasure. Once you delve into its pages, everything will become clear. That very evening, I hurried to the bookstore and purchased the tome Zhang Zhiyuan. immersing myself in its substantial content. The following day, I procured 2 bottles of Wulianye and purposefully ventured to Guijie to acquire 5 pounds of spicy crayfish, all the while making my way to the dilapidated apartment of Chu Weidong in Zisanki. After knocking on the door, I heard Chu Weidong, adopting the tone of a Beijing opera recitation, inquire, "Who disturbs the peace outside?" "Teacher Chu, it is I, Huang Shuai," I replied. "Old Chu, I shall open the door," came a woman's voice, presumably that of Chu Weidong's spouse. "Rest easy, I shall handle this," Chu Weidong's voice responded. After a brief pause, the door creaked open. Despite the chill of autumn setting in, Chu Weidong stood clad in mere shorts, his ample physique nearly blocking the doorway entirely. As he scrutinized me, he coolly remarked, "What is it that you seek?" Noticing his reluctance to allow me entry, I ventured, "Teacher Chu, I am here to offer my sincerest apologies." "Huh," Chu Weidong scoffed, his eyes reflecting a profound disdain. "A chance encounter, merely a clash of words, no need for formalities nor apologies." I had anticipated Chu Weidong's demeanor and retorted with a smile, "Ah, Teacher Chu, it appears you are still upset with me. I come bearing my regrets today. Should you wish to scold or reprimand me, I shall not protest." As Chu Weidong prepared to further ridicule me, a woman's voice echoed from within, "Old Chu. Who is it?" I surmised his wife, unwell, must have been resting at that moment. Chu Weidong responded dismissively, "It's nothing, just a scrap collector." With that, he stepped outside, closing the door behind him, and said, "Let us discuss matters here." I raised the crayfish and Wulianye. "Teacher Chu, might we find a place to enjoy a few drinks together?" I had learned that Dr. Chu was not particularly picky about food, relishing all manner of grains. Yet he held a particular fondness for spicy crayfish, having once consumed 4 pounds by himself. It was said that upon encountering crayfish, he could hardly move. Upon seeing him today, the rumors proved true. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he swallowed hard, waving his large hand dismissively. "Do not try to charm me. Wherever you choose, I shall follow." A smile crept across my face as I thought, "The small garden below seems rather pleasant. Shall we go there?" "Excellent. You go ahead and wait for me. I shall be there shortly." With that, Chu Weidong cast a discerning glance at the crayfish before retreating indoors. I descended the stairs, and as I settled onto a stone bench in the garden, Chu Weidong soon arrived, still bare-chested, but now wielding a glass bottle filled with an indistinguishable substance. He sat across from me and asked, "Shall we eat first or speak?" I was taken aback by his inquiry, unable to resist a chuckle as I replied, "Let us indulge in both simultaneously." With that, I began to open the Wulianye. "Wait," Chu Weidong interjected, pointing at the bottle of Wulianye. "Is it 38 degrees? I am only aware that this liquor has been aged for a decade. I had not truly paid attention to its alcoholic content." A glance at the packaging made me somewhat admire Chu Weidong's discernment. "Indeed, it is remarkable." Chu Weidong, with a sense of pride, shook his head. "Last spring, a student gifted me 2 bottles identical to yours, claiming that this liquor possessed a balanced temperament and a rich texture. I reprimanded him at the time, dismissing his remarks as nonsense. I said, "Liquor is simply liquor. No matter how eloquently you articulate your sentiments, it ultimately ends up as urine after consumption." This young man insisted that the liquor was exceptional, persistently urging me to accept it. Ultimately, you can guess what happened. I took a sip and promptly discarded it. As the old saying goes, it left a faint taste in my mouth. There was no trace of alcohol whatsoever. It was purely the kind of drink for women. If one must drink, let it be this one of mine. Chapter 69. Gazing at the dark, murky bottle in his hand, I could not help but furrow my brow. "What kind of liquor is this?" "Wu Dujiu," Chu Weidong replied proudly. "This is a creation inspired by the smiling, proud wanderer. It is made from 73-degree Luzhou Laojiao original liquor infused with 5 types of poisonous insects, and it must be brewed for half a year before it can be consumed. One sip of this elixir significantly enhances one's prowess, granting longevity of 800 years. As he spoke, he mysteriously produced 2 wine glasses from somewhere, uncorked the bottle, and carefully poured 2 cups, handing one to me. Indeed, this liquor was potent. As it approached, a sharp, piquant aroma assaulted my senses. For some reason, I recalled scenes from films where poisoned wine was accidentally spilled, wondering if this liquor, if spilled, might conjure a cloud of vapor. Noticing my daze, Chu Weidong raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, gesturing towards me with a cold stare. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to drink?" His words ignited a spark within me, and I lifted my glass, tilting it back. Just as the phrase "good liquor" was about to escape my lips, an inferno surged from my chest, swiftly coursing through my body, igniting a fiery pain in my throat. Chu Weidong, peeling a crayfish, chuckled as he said, "How about that? My wudu jiu is not something the average person can handle. You might be better off with your lower alcohol beverage. Perhaps it suits you more. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I chuckled hoarsely. Teacher Chu, they say that after 3 rounds of liquor, one cannot discern the flavor with just a single cup. Chu Weidong tossed the crayfish meat into his mouth, eyeing me provocatively. Do you truly dare to drink more? I seized a handful of crayfish, skillfully peeling 2 and tossing them into my mouth. After swallowing the crayfish meat, I felt slightly better, immediately reaching for the bottle to refill both cups. I raised my glass, clinked it against Chu Weidong's, and tilted it back once more. Oddly enough, the second cup, upon entering my system, did not possess the same ferocity as the first. Ignoring Chu Weidong's surprised gaze, I focused on peeling more crayfish, then proceeded to the third cup. After 3 cups, I surprisingly discerned that aside from the spiciness, the liquor held a peculiar flavor. However, simultaneously, my head and tongue felt considerably heavier, and my limbs seemed less obedient to my commands. Subsequently, the atmosphere appeared to have considerably warmed, as Chu Weidong opened up, effortlessly weaving historical anecdotes and modern jokes into the conversation. On several occasions, I found myself unable to suppress hearty laughter. I seemed to have spoken at length. Yet the specifics eluded my memory, save for Chu Weidong's parting words, which conveyed his sentiment that I had indulged in his drinks while he had savored my crayfish. Neither party owed anything to the other. The autumn night carried a slight chill, and the dimly lit streets of Zisanki beyond the 6th Ring Road added an air of desolation. The fervor in my heart seemed to have lessened somewhat. While my mind still struggled to focus, it felt marginally clearer than before. A sense of something being amiss lingered, yet I could not pinpoint the source of my disquiet. At that moment, I found myself staring vacantly at the residential complex where Chu Weidong resided, unable to recall precisely why I had come there. Eventually, I stumbled along the uneven pavement until I managed to hail a taxi at the Beideling Expressway. Once inside, I mentioned my destination to the driver before succumbing to slumber. The events that followed were a complete blur, and when I finally awoke, it was noon the following day. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a throbbing headache and a burning sensation in my throat. I let out a groan, suddenly reminded of my solitary living situation and the absurdity of expecting someone to tend to me. With a wry smile, I propped myself up, only to hear a faint sound beside me, followed by a cup being brought to my lips. Overwhelmed by thirst, I drank greedily from the cup, then looked up to see Ingzi regarding me with a bemused expression. Brother Shuai, you're finally awake, she exclaimed. Where am I? I was taken aback, quickly sitting up. Where else would you be? In your own room, she replied with a chuckle. Casting a glance around, I confirmed that indeed I was in my own abode, which brought me a sense of relief. I then inquired, Ingzi, what happened last night? Well, she began, laughter escaping her. You were completely inebriated, lost to the world, and vomited all over a taxi when Xiao Ding and I returned from the office. We had to negotiate with the driver and ended up compensating him 100 yuan just to bring you back. And Xiao Ding? He went to the office. Why didn't you go? I was worried you'd need assistance when you woke up. Are you feeling hungry? Should I prepare some instant noodles for you? No. That's unnecessary, I replied, getting out of bed. Embarrassment washed over me as I recalled my antics from the previous night. Ingzi, I'm fine now, so please hurry back to the office. I'll wash my face and join you shortly. She agreed and headed for the door. Suddenly, I remembered that I had brought the equity transfer agreement to meet Chu Weidong, and I urgently needed to locate it. I scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Calling out to Ingzi, I asked, where did you put that file folder? With a puzzled expression, she replied, what file folder? Seeing her bewilderment, I realized I was in trouble. Not wishing to alarm her, I smiled and said, it's nothing, just a client's documents I must have left at the office. Indeed. Please provide me with the tickets from last night, and I shall reimburse you. If the file bag was truly left in the taxi, the tickets should enable us to locate the driver. To my surprise, Ingzi, smiling, remarked, last night, I was preoccupied with you. How could I possibly remember the tickets? A wave of bitterness washed over me, and feeling helpless, I waved goodbye to Ingzi. As she turned to take a couple of steps, she suddenly recalled something and turned back with a smile, saying, "Oh right, handsome brother, I have washed your clothes and hung them in the courtyard. Be sure to collect them tonight." With that, she departed, looking remarkably carefree. Instinctively, I glanced down and realized I was clad solely in my pajamas, which startled me greatly. I wished to inquire with Ingzi, yet felt it inappropriate, so I kept my thoughts to myself. After an awkward wash-up, as I walked back into the room, I encountered the landlord, who was carrying a stool. Upon seeing me, he wore a mysterious smile that made me rather uncomfortable. I quickly asked, "Sir, have you eaten?" Yes, he replied, placing the stool at the door and adding, "Xiao Huang, you have good taste." I presumed the old gentleman had misconstrued my relationship with Ingzi and was about to clarify when he continued. I saw it all. Waking up early to wash clothes is quite rare these days. Chapter 70. It appeared the old man was convinced that Ingzi and I were in a romantic relationship. Considering the matter was complicated and difficult to explain, I decided against correcting him and merely smiled, saying, "Sir, let us chat later. I must head to work." The old man waved me off cheerfully. Go on, go on." From within the house, I heard the voice of the elderly lady. "You do talk a lot. What harm has anyone done to you? If you remain silent, no one will think you're mute." I was merely having a little chat with Xiao Huang. The old man muttered, waving me away, signaling me to leave promptly. At a small noodle shop near my company, I ordered a bowl of noodles. Yet my mind remained preoccupied with the matter of the equity transfer agreement. I stared blankly at the bowl for a while, took a few hasty bites, and then proceeded towards my office. Upon reaching the entrance of the Beidao Resources building, a young man approached me. Judging by his demeanor, I initially assumed he was there to confront me. However, as he reached me, he bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Hello, President Huang." I scrutinized the young man, finding him somewhat familiar yet unable to recall where I had seen him before. So I asked, "Hello, who are you?" He handed me a piece of paper, saying, "I am here for an interview." The paper he presented was one of the flyers we distributed around the Peking University campus. This revelation clarified his intent. Yet I was still puzzled. The flyer bore no photograph of me, so how did he recognize me? Upon hearing my question, the young man calmly replied, "I visited your company and saw your photograph on your desk. After completing a project in the city, I had taken some photos with Ingzi and the others while exploring. Upon returning, Ingzi had selected a family portrait to frame and place on my desk, which the young man was evidently referring to. From this statement, one can deduce that he must have encountered some obstacles at Xiao Ding's place, which inspired him to concoct such a desperate scheme to voice his grievances. Although I am not a paragon of impartiality, I still yearn to uncover the truth behind the matter. Thus, I inquired, "Are you studying here?" The young man shook his head and glanced back at the Peking University campus, his face etched with envy as he replied, "I lack such fortune. I have never attended school." His response startled me somewhat. Upon further scrutiny, I noticed that while his limbs were not particularly robust, they exuded strength, and certain features clearly bore the marks of a laborer. I remarked, "Since you have seen this advertisement, you must be aware that our company intends to recruit some part-time workers from the school." The young man looked up and asked, "Why part-time?" I did not wish to engage him in further debate, so I candidly replied, "Because our company is just starting out and cannot afford to employ many people." I had anticipated that this statement would dissuade the young man, but to my surprise, he countered, "What if someone were willing to work for free?" This left me momentarily taken aback. "Free? Where would you find such a person?" "I would," he declared resolutely. "As long as General Huang is willing to take me in and provide me with a meal, I could work without a penny." This compelled me to reevaluate the young man before me. He possessed striking features and an air of cleverness. Although his attire was somewhat tattered, it was impeccably clean, indicating that he had not yet reached the point of desperation where he could not afford a meal. Given this, I pondered why he would be willing to humble himself to join our company. The young man seemed to grasp my thoughts and shyly confessed, "To be candid, I currently subsist by manual labor, but I do not wish to toil like this for a lifetime. We all have two shoulders and one brain. I do not believe I am inferior to my peers." He expressed his hope that General Huang might grant him an opportunity, which would also be a chance for me. As he spoke, his head was held high, and his face radiated confidence. I admired the young man's bravery and appreciated his self-assurance. Yet I also perceived hints of blind arrogance. This reminded me of the questions Xiao Ding had posed to a Biao, and I decided to temper the young man's enthusiasm. "Are you skilled in anything?" Observing his bewildered expression, I continued, "Or perhaps." The young man seemed to grasp the essence of my inquiry and shook his head, anxiously stating, "But." I did not allow him to finish, quickly adding, "Surely you must know something?" "Not that," he replied, and his confidence began to wane. "I do not know any of what you mentioned." I chuckled softly. "If you were acquainted with a programming language, you could develop back-end applications. Knowing a bit of front-end would allow you to create user interfaces. Even if you only knew how to type, you could serve as a standard clerical worker. However, it appears that we currently have no suitable positions for you." The young man's face flushed, and he anxiously implored, "I can learn. I promise to master all that you have mentioned in the shortest possible time." I have begun to find this young man somewhat intriguing. After pondering for a brief moment, I addressed him, "I shall grant you an opportunity within 3 days. Should you achieve a typing speed of 80 words per minute, you may return to me." With that, I turned to walk into the building. However, after taking but a few steps, an unsettling chill crept over me, akin to the sensation of being closely observed by a predatory beast. A deep, bone-chilling dread enveloped me. Hastily, I turned back, yet the chill dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. Standing before me was the young man, gazing at me with profound gratitude. Upon my return glance, he bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for this opportunity. I assure you, I will not disappoint." Having spoken, he turned and departed. Though autumn's presence was increasingly felt, the glaring sun remained unyieldingly bright. The chill I had experienced could not have been attributed to the weather. The street was bustling with passers-by, showing no signs of peculiarity. Could it have been the young man who elicited such a feeling? I shook my head, dismissing the notion. Judging by his age, he appeared to be merely 17 or 18. How could he evoke such a sensation? Perhaps I was simply being overly suspicious. I chose not to dwell further and continued towards the company. Upon reaching the entrance, I suddenly questioned whether I had been too hasty in my dealings with the young man. If he had indeed faced challenges with Xiao Ding, would my actions not be a blatant disregard for Xiao Ding's dignity? Moreover, having just undergone a restructuring incident, might Xiao Ding harbor any misgivings? Yet, it was too late for regrets. I would have to find a way to explain myself to Xiao Ding. To my surprise, the office contained only a Biao and Yingzi. I greeted them and inquired, "Where's Xiao Ding?" Yingzi replied, "He went out with Dr. Chu." I paused for a moment, asking, "Which Dr. Chu?" Yingzi chuckled. "Which other Dr. Chu would there be? Do you know another?" Chapter 71. Yingzi had been quite clear, yet I remained somewhat incredulous. I turned to a Biao and asked, "Dr. Chu truly visited?" "Indeed," a Biao confirmed, glancing up briefly before returning to his work. This alleviated my doubts, though I still found myself perplexed. I pressed on. "What was Dr. Chu here for?" Yingzi looked at me in astonishment. "Oh, handsome brother, you must be a bit muddled. Dr. Chu claimed to have been moved by your sincerity and specifically came to report for duty today. You should have seen the scene when Ding Ding saw Dr. Chu. It was as if he had encountered a living Buddha, insisting on taking him out to eat. I did not perceive anything particularly special about the individual." I smiled at Yingzi, desperately recalling the events of the previous night, yet the details following my inebriation eluded me entirely. What words had I uttered that made Chu Weidong feel such sincerity? After much contemplation, I vaguely remembered that the equity transfer agreement had not been misplaced. It seemed I had already handed it over to Chu Weidong. However, the specifics of what I had said remained frustratingly elusive. Resigned to my forgetfulness, I seated myself at my desk and casually inquired, "Is there anything else to attend to this morning?" A Biao looked up and replied, "This quarter, only 20% of the advertising fees have been received. The remainder appears to be uninterested in renewing, including Jishuitan Technology." The reason why a Biao particularly highlights Jishuitan Technology is that the advertising expenditure from this company accounts for nearly 50% of our total advertising revenue. They are undoubtedly our steadfast clients, and such clients must not encounter any missteps. After a moment of reflection, I inquired, "What did the marketing department of Jishuitan Technology say?" A Biao, not one for eloquence, and Xiao Ding, who is engrossed in technology, have always left such critical tasks to Yingzi and me. Yingzi responded, "I called Wang Bin, and he told me not to worry. Recently, their advertising strategy has undergone some adjustments, but given our long-standing collaboration, there shouldn't be any significant changes." Wang Bin, responsible for online media in the marketing department of Jishuitan Technology, is fresh out of university and brimming with youthful vigor. Despite his youth, he possesses considerable ambition and courage. We have invested significantly in him, and he has worked diligently for us, maintaining a fruitful partnership. However, his response this time filled me with an ominous premonition. Something must be amiss. Otherwise, why wouldn't Wang Bin have informed us of such a substantial shift in advance? I initially dismissed the possibility of a mere adjustment in advertising strategy, for if that were the case, there would be no reason for Wang Bin not to notify us immediately. So, what could be the cause of this change? As I pondered the truth behind this matter, I continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" A Biao replied, "The traffic on Jiuwen.net and Navigation.net has been quite stable these past few days. Additionally, I have summarized all the important emails and placed them on your desk." Though a Biao is not loquacious, he always manages to grasp the crux of the issue, ensuring that my concerns are addressed meticulously, which I greatly appreciate. Once a Biao had finished, it was Yingzi's turn. She smiled and said, "I arrived late and caught an interview. The candidate was quite amusing. He hadn't even attended school, yet he carried himself with more arrogance than Dr. Chu." I realized she was referring to the young man we encountered at the entrance. It appeared that the youth had met his match with Yingzi, and I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing I need not explain anything to Xiao Ding. Yingzi handed me the young man's resume, and after a cursory glance, I learned his name was Zhou Xiaoping. I set the resume aside and called Wang Bin to arrange a meeting in an hour. I spent the next 30 minutes addressing a few routine matters before heading out. Before leaving, I asked Dingzi to book a private room for the welcome party we were hosting for Dr. Chu that evening. I met Wang Bin at the Starbucks on the first floor of the Contemporary Mall. He has a penchant for coffee, particularly their latte. And today was no exception as he ordered a medium latte. I opted for a caramel macchiato. For a prolonged period, both of us remained silent, seemingly absorbed in the soothing background music. Wang Bin had previously informed me that this piece was called The Way We Were, a nostalgic staple at Starbucks. To be honest, I am not well versed in music, and today, I lacked any inclination for sophistication. Nevertheless, I stirred my coffee nonchalantly, as if my sole purpose for being there was to savor this moment of tranquil composure. After the performance concluded, Wang Bin could no longer remain seated and turned to me, saying, "General Huang, we are old friends, and there is no need for us to beat around the bush. I have already communicated the advertising matter to your company. This year, our company has made some adjustments to its market strategy. However, rest assured, our collaboration has always been pleasant, and the company will certainly give you special consideration." Wang Bin's words tightened my chest. In such a moment and setting, he had resorted to formalities. It was clear that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for us, yet I was uncertain just how dire it had become. Perhaps I was simply being overly pessimistic. If my fears were indeed accurate, would Wang Bin still choose to keep our appointment? I smiled and replied, "I am not particularly worried, but Manager Wang, as you can see, the advertising slots on our website are limited. If your company does not finalize its decision soon, others may seize the opportunity." Wang Bin stirred his coffee, remaining silent for a while, then suddenly paused his motion, looked up at me, and proposed, "Let us do this. General Huang, if you can trust me, grant me one more week. After that, I will certainly provide you with a response." I feigned an air of casualness while keenly observing Wang Bin's reaction. From my understanding of him, his words were not mere platitudes. If my assessment was correct, it led me to a singular conclusion. Significant changes had indeed transpired within Jingxin, changes clearly beyond Wang Bin's control. However, I could hardly believe his claims regarding market strategy. Had that been the case, he would have informed me of the changes in due course. Based on the current information at hand, the underlying reasons could only be one of two possibilities. First, Wang Bin's position was either already changing or about to change, rendering him incapable of wielding the same influence over advertising placements as before. Second, there were competitors exerting considerable effort behind the scenes, and Wang Bin was now facing pressure from within Jingxin. Only these reasons could elucidate Wang Bin's current demeanor, as he was reluctant to jeopardize his job, unwilling to relinquish a promising opportunity, and fearful of casting doubt on his capabilities, thus striving to maintain an illusion of stability to conceal the truth from us. I resolved to probe Wang Bin further and said, "Manager Wang, your statement seems to stray from the point. After all, we are familiar with one another. Surely I understand. Jingxin is not a small company like ours. In such a vast field, there are all kinds of characters. Those who do little seem to occupy their positions without merit, while those who truly contribute often find themselves constrained by various limitations.